Good Tuesday morning, everybody. John and Lance along with Dell for the next 3 hours here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. And I know it's going to be a festival of irritability. As we saw, I guess the question was answered, Lance. Is it the Texans have turned a corner against the Titans and the Ravens, or was it just that they were playing two really bad football teams?
And
the answer is obvious.
You have a bad football team. You have a pretty good defense. I mean, Lassiter cannot, Smith and Jigba's too much for Lassiter. That's just too much. Not sure why you didn't travel Stingley, but this is just you saw what it was. Their offense is bad. C.J. Stroud has taken a serious regression from his rookie year, and frankly, he's kind of dialing in on who he is. Jittery feet, bad pocket presence. It doesn't excuse, obviously the offensive line is not good enough. That's obvious. Nick Casario's is going to have to take his bullets because he just didn't do a very good job with the offensive line. He's not good at it. Doesn't know how to evaluate talent. So, doesn't appear to. So, it's not good. Nick Caley's way in over his head. C.J. Stroud now has been affected by pressure. He is a skitter pants. He just cannot sit tight and deliver with accuracy. The feet are just all over the place. You don't have a running game. It was dumb. It was dumb to even try to run yesterday. You weren't going to have any success running. Spread them out, throw quick. They couldn't even get quick game going. And what pisses me off more than anything is this Nick Caley with his we're not a copy and paste offense, okay? We don't do that. We don't. He had his balls hanging out in the preseason, right? Whenever he was talking, not even preseason, in camp, like he was telling you how much better he was than Bobby Slowick. He can't hold Bobby Slowick's. He can't hold his clipboard. Like, frankly.
I like the way you put that. And
he was like, it was just a lot of, hey, listen, what we're going to do now is we're going to do a mix of this and a mix of that. We're going to fit our offense. We're going to fit our offense to the talent we have. No, you're not. You're not even fitting it to the situation. Not only are you not fitting it to the talent, you're not fitting it to the situation. Nick Caley is way in over his head.
Yeah, it was horrible. But so is the protection. I mean, everybody has got just
pressured on 50% of his dropbacks.
They can't pick up. I saw the Texans rush 6, and Seattle picked every guy up. Sam Darnold stood there and threw with patience and accuracy. And when you bring 6 against the Texans, forget about it. He's in. One of them is in CJ's lap.
They can't handle it. They can't handle blitzes.
And by the way, Dare coming into the game again, the block that he didn't throw was awful. Why is Dare back on the field and the offense? I don't understand. He's awful. He can't catch the ball and he can't block. It's ridiculous. There are so many things that we're going to get to. We got Willie Fritz coming up. We're gonna spend 5 minutes with Willie Fritz on the Arizona win. What a good win that was! What a great win it was for the program. And now they got to go to Arizona State to take on Arizona State, who just beat Texas Tech in a really good football game. But Willie Fritz is going to join us here. We'll spend a couple of minutes with the coach, and then you got to get in here at 713-780-3776. 713-780-3776 is the number for you to call in and tell us what you think about what happened last night. It was another embarrassing national football performance.
And how are you within 8? Well, it's because you scored late, but.
Well, hold on. The refs didn't give Seattle a safety, okay?
Yeah, you're right.
I mean, the fumble by CJ that was a touchback
Well,
I mean,
but that was the right call. But they were.
It was the right call, but
somebody
how lucky
made a
was
hustle
that?
play.
I mean, how lucky was that?
Oh, it was so lucky. Yeah, no. It really wasn't. Well, that's my whole point. How was it even 8?
Right.
This
Well,
really wasn't close. Now, they did give them 4 extra points because of Aziz, his penalty.
That's
Nico
true.
had a
And
drop.
another
But,
one.
I mean, this is they completely got dominated.
Yeah, and it's another embarrassing national performance by the Houston Texans. We will get to that. Let's bring in the coach. We got a great performance by the Cougs. Willie Fritz joining us here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Coach, welcome to the show. Nice win on Saturday, and congratulations. Now you're in the thick of this thing. After Texas Tech loses now, this is anybody's conference right now, isn't it?
Well, that's one of the things about the Big 12. It's just really balanced. Everybody's pretty darn good. I told our team and staff that, that every week you got to bring your A game. I don't see a team out there that, doesn't have a chance to win when they play their A game. We got to make sure we do the same thing each week.
Yeah, let's talk about that win, Coach. It must be nice when you're a head coach and you run the ball twice as much as you throw. I don't know. I know coaches, they really love to run the football, and you guys ran the football on Saturday.
We really ran the ball well. It just opens up the pass game. And, I thought our offensive line played their best game of the year, both in the run game and also pass protection. And our tight ends and wide receivers and running backs, they also got involved with it. And, ran the quarterback some as well. We needed to make sure we, played some 11-on-11 football, made them have to defend everybody. And Connor Wigman ran the ball extremely well and threw it well. So, they both kind of feed off each other. You throw it well, it opens up the run game. You run it well, it opens up the pass game. So, really good job by our offense.
Yeah. Did Fafita throw an incompletion? It didn't seem like it. I mean,
he was
he was really good.
24 of 26, and I think he completed 3 balls over 10 yards down the field. So, he did a really good job of check down, extended plays in the pocket. And when some of those check downs, we came up and just didn't, play proper leverage and make the tackle and, keep it at a small game play, not a big game play. And, he's a good quarterback. There's no doubt about it. He played really well. He's very elusive, and there's 3 or 4 balls. I thought they were tight coverage when I was watching it on the sideline. And when I'm watching video, I was like, God, we're all over that guy. How'd they complete that ball? But he's a good quarterback.
Yeah, but you also got to him 4 times, and you stopped the run, which was key for this in this football game.
Yeah, there's a couple drives. The thing that was different in this game, there's 8 series per team. Usually you have somewhere between 11 and 12 series. And one of their drives was just one play, the one play right before halftime. And we got a sack on that play. So you had to make the most out of every opportunity that you got. And for the most part, we did. And they also had some long drives as well. We opened the second half up with a 9-minute drive. They play good defense when you're on the sideline, and they came back with another long drive. I think each team had the ball once in the third quarter. So, no turnovers between either team. So, a little bit different game, ball control game.
Now you got to go play a team that just beat Texas Tech, and it's a talk about an exciting. I know you watched that tape already. And what a good game that was, and that's a good football team you're going to see on Saturday.
Yeah, really good team. They got their quarterback back. He was hurt a couple of weeks ago. Big physical team defensively. They're going to show you what they do, and they do it well. They're 4-man front, and play a lot of man coverage, and it's very, very physical. With their front 6 or 2 inside linebackers and their front 4. We're going to have to play extremely well. We're going to have to do a great job of ball security again this week. And if we can run the ball, obviously it helps us out tremendously. And then they got one of the top wide receivers in the country, if not top wide receiver in the country with number 0. He does a great job of, they throw it to him in all different manners, not just deep balls, but also a lot of screens and quick games. So we got to work that out for us. We have to play well.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Well, great win on Saturday, Coach, on homecoming. Very nicely done. I know those early games are tough for both teams, but you guys pulled it out at the end, and clutch kick at the end too, Coach. I meant, you had to have faith in that young man, and he came through. What a great moment for him.
Yeah, he's really a clutch field goal kicker. I believe I think he's 17 to 20 right now for the season, and the 3 misses are all 47 and 250s, I think. And he's just does an excellent job getting out there, and moment's not too big for him, and either right between the pipes. So we're happy to have Ole Sanchez.
Yep, and bowl eligible now. I know that's not the goal, but you still got all of the goals in front of you. So that was a great win. Now go continue that at Arizona, Coach. Man, we appreciate you joining us. Thanks, and we will talk to you again next week.
Thank you, guys. Go
all right, there he is. That's Coach Willie Fritz joining us every week right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. All right, 713-780-3776. Before Lance, we got to play this. CJ talked about this offense, and you were talking about Nick Caley, and you were talking about how I don't think he was strutting like I don't want to say it. He was strutting this preseason, and they were talking about they like this offense, they like the way Nick Caley goes about it. Well, that is not the case right now. Listen to CJ.
Oh, CJ's going to let you know. I haven't even heard this, but I can tell you right now, he's lost CJ. And he didn't ever really, according to people I talked to, he's never really had CJ. Nick is in tremendous trouble right now.
Well, listen to CJ talking about this offense. I feel like he hates this offense. Listen to CJ talk about it.
I don't know what he meant by complacent, but I think the type of offense we're running is like I told y'all, death by 1,000 cuts. And sometimes when you live by that sport, it's hard because, you're not taking a bunch of deep downfield shots, but you're asked to be, really good on first, second down time and time again. And something that we just got to get better at. It's still new to a lot of us, but I definitely think, we can be better at that, and that'll definitely help.
So, I don't know, man. It's, I told you before, this is death by 1,000 cuts, but when you live by the sword, you're asked to be good on first and second down. Guess what?
Well, I mean, he's not wrong. It's dink and dine. He's talking about there's no downfield. And
he started to – last night he said, screw it. And he started throwing balls down the field, and with guys covered, he didn't care anymore. Yeah. I'm throwing it down the field.
And you saw they were covered.
He was 1 for 11 or 12.
Yeah, everyone wants him to throw deep. Guess what? It ain't going to work.
It ain't going to work.
It's not going to work. You don't have enough time to throw. Your guys can't get open. It's bad. It's they're 2-4. Their season's over. The Texans season, if you're talking about playoffs, there's still a lot to play for in terms of, pride and all this other crap. But your season is over. You will not make the playoffs. You're not catching the Colts. The Colts are 56,380 times better than you are, number one. They're built better than you. Their GM's better than yours. They're better coached. They have better discipline. Their quarterback is better. Their running game is better. Defensively, you're better than them, so I'll give you that. But you have no chance of catching them. The Jaguars aren't any good, but they got a head start on you because they won some games. They beat you. You're 2-4. You're 2-4, and I don't see how the Texans can even remotely come back and even sniff the playoffs here. There's too many good teams, and they're not one of them. And there's a lot to talk about with CJ in this offense because CJ also doesn't make it easy on coordinators because he's quick to say, I don't like this. I don't like this. They're better under center. That's how play action game's supposed to work. CJ doesn't like playing under center. That's not what he did at Ohio State. So CJ didn't want to do it. He's not going to like it.
Yeah, except CJ, that was the only successful stuff they had.
Exactly.
But we got a break. I want to give some love to HRP for sponsoring Willie Fritz, Mike Holly, all the guys over at HRP. You do an unbelievable job. Big Cougs fans, and they're big supporters of the program. Mike Holly has been a big part of that football program forever now. So we want to give them love for bringing us Willie Fritz every week right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. You got to call in. Let's go. 713-780-3776. Tell us what you think. There's so much to get to. So many mistakes, not only by the players, but by the coaching staff. What a debacle at the end of that game. We got a lot to talk about. First, we're talking about Dream Rate. And I keep telling you this, okay? You don't know this game. And when you use a broker, let's say you're going to buy tickets. Use a ticket broker. Well, guess what? The tickets cost more. It costs you. When you use a broker, a mortgage broker, you save money. Still, and listen, it's so much money. I wish I knew Kent Jones when I was buying a home in Houston. I wish I did, because I had no idea how much money that I had lost just doing it myself. And I didn't do anything. All of a sudden, I'm just signing all these papers. Oh, this title company and this insurance and this and that and this and that. This fee, that fee. What loan did we get? Well, that's okay. Just take it. I mean, shop your loan. Kent Jones will show you how to do that. Dream Rate is your mortgage hookup. They can do everything. Find you the insurance agent, the survey, the title company, all of it. A buyer's agent, they're going to rebate part of your commission. They do it all. You don't know the game. Kent Jones does. He can save you thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars at signing and throughout the life of the loan. 713-520-5626, 713-520-LOAN, 713-520-LOAN, 975loans.com.
You're listening to John and Lance.
Broadcasting live from the Huntington Bank Studios, here's John Granado and Lance Zierlein.
All right. Welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. 713-780-3776. We have so much sound, and we got so many things to get to. But if you would like to get in, 713-780-3776. Matter of fact, it's your show. We're going to let you air it out. I'm not going to say the B word, but we're going to let you air it out this morning because the kids are on their way to school. And for Uncle Freddie, keep it clean.
You know what? If the kids are on their way to school, they need to learn this stuff. This is how I look at it. Hey, kids, guess what? You think it's all – let me tell you, the world actually sucks out there. You ever been online? Go get on Twitter, kids, and watch how terrible it is. You might get called a slur.
Yeah.
You might get called a slur online even if you're 6. You might have an 8-year-old doing it from a burner account with an anonymous – trust me, they're saying it too. Kids, learn that this is the way it is. And it's definitely the way it is for Houston football. So it's better you learn it now. It's better you learn it now because this is what it's going to be the rest of your life.
We don't want it that way, kids.
Well, this is what it's going to be, kids. So either suck it or go find another team.
Wow.
Your bitches wishes you had this.
Wow. See, the kids are Dell. We're keeping it clean.
No, we're not.
On the way to school.
No, we're not. You know what? Listen to the Buzz or go listen to some other stupid ass show.
Is Ryan still doing a show?
I don't know. Who knows? I can tell you this: don't listen to this show if you're sensitive.
Well.
If you're a sensitive little kid, then you shouldn't be listening. Go listen to some book on tape of some lady singing to you, or one of your stupid AMSR videos of strawberries being thrown at the ground or something. Who cares?
Watch Bluey or whatever.
Go watch Bluey, one of your
sure.
dumb shows. And did we even score an offensive touchdown?
Yeah, we got one.
Woody Marks.
Woody Marks caught a pass.
Yeah.
Oh my God!
And
oh my God! So they run the ball with Woody Marks from the 3-yard line. He gets stuffed immediately. That was with 2:55. They didn't run another play until 2:15.
No, because they
took 40 seconds when they're down 2 scores to run another play. Not like did you watch? Did anyone watch the Denver game?
Yeah.
Did anyone see how you're supposed to have some kind? Both teams, the Giants. They were awesome. They were efficient. They got to the line. You're down 2 scores, and you take 40 seconds in between plays.
Playing with pace. And by the way, at some point, we're going to talk about the Texans' lack of poise, lack of discipline. D'Amico's got to get a hold of this team. It's one thing to play with an edge, and it's another to be heavily penalized every game and stupid penalties.
Well, I saw some people saying that Aziz's penalty was, what's he supposed to do? He's supposed to not drive the quarterback into the ground. That's a rule.
Come on, guys. I have no problem with the initial hit. You already know. They told you this 3 years ago. You can't drive him into the ground and land on top of him. You already know this.
He's a runner, though. So, but it doesn't matter.
It's out of bounds anyway. He was out of bounds. He had it stopped. You can't.
As soon as he did that, I said,
I don't want to hear it. This is his brand anyway. This is his name, image, and likeness. Is stupid penalties. I don't want to hear that.
Yep. Let's get Uncle Freddie in here. Uncle Freddie, give us some thoughts here.
It's terrible. We're wasting a great defense. No creativity. I think. Talking about the time management, I completely forgot about that, but that's a huge point, too. I mean, yeah, you're right. It was 2:02 left after we scored a touchdown, and then they kicked the ball in bounds, kick the freaking ball out of bounds, do something, kick an onside kick. The 3rd and 1 play, the 4th and 1 play with Marks where they run the exact damn play, it's frustrating. It's ridiculous. It's hard being a fan. I don't know how many texts I got about 12:30 last night. We suck. This is terrible. This is awful. I don't know, man. It sucks. I think we have a really good defense, and 24, 25 years into this, it's the same crap. I almost said a curse word, so I'm glad I caught myself right before that. But on a side note, let's give props to Springer for eliminating the Mariners. At least they got eliminated.
Yeah. Shout out to George. Yeah. If you missed it, a bomb. Well, it's funny. It looked like a bomb. It landed in the first row. But 3-run homer, George just doing George stuff, eliminating them.
And I felt good for him, though.
I do, too, and I pray that he beats the Dodgers. I pray on the Dodgers' downfall with every bit of my being. That's a huge task because the Dodgers are rolling, but I'm so glad for George.
Oh, how about this stat? There have been 4 times where one team swept and the other team went 7 games. All 4 times, the team that went 7 games won the World Series.
Mm-hmm.
That's all 4 times. You're sitting around all that time. Remember, we talked about rust before. Rusty.
Well, we'll see. I mean, fire on the Blue Jays in if you want.
Well, that's right. I'm firing on the Blue Jays. What, you have no confidence?
No. Not against the Dodgers right now. Too much pitching, too much hitting, too much payroll that they get to defer for 50 freaking years.
Yeah, okay. Stop already, because this is Blue Jay territory.
Yeah, okay. I'm for the Blue Jays.
It's Blue Jay territory?
We're not
Blue Jay
Texans country.
now.
We're not Texans country. We might as well be Blue Jays.
Wow.
Actually, Rockets start tonight.
Different country you're representing right now.
Yeah.
Rockets.
We're Blue Jay country.
Rockets start tonight. Let's talk Rockets.
About the Rockets involving
one
guy who decided, actually, I'm not gonna fall in line.
Yeah.
All right, we got a full board. And by the way, we've got D'Amico explaining the kickoff. Let's get who's up, Del. Give us. Travis is up. Hey, Travis, bring it.
So there are 2 Travises. So if you hear the little click, then it's you. Go, Travis.
If you hear that,
I heard it.
Okay.
But there's plenty I don't understand. Like I don't understand for the life of me when a team is obviously showing blitz. You can't go to a slant, something quick. The Texans seem to have more free runners at their quarterback than any team I've ever seen. However, I do want to say this: if I could offer something in D'Amico and Nick Caley's defense, I've never coached on any level. However, I feel like I understand that the offensive line is the foundation of everything you're trying to do. And Lance, obviously you understand this, but if you have an offensive line that's as poor as the Texans, and for whatever reason, they can grab gems like Kalen Bullock and Woody Marks in the later rounds, but they can't draft offensive linemen to save their life. Kenyon Green, Juice Scruggs, Fisher, all bust, and that has a very heavy price tag. It seems like you're trying to fight with one arm tied behind your back when you can't give your quarterback any time at all. So I really don't know what. I'm sure Caley could do more, but it's got to be an uphill climb to get anything done offensively when that's what you're working with.
Yeah, some of that.
We're not concerned about it, so we're not concerned about it. You guys certainly shouldn't be concerned about it either.
Yeah,
well,
Nick really shouldn't have said that.
He was right. The last 2 games. Okay, not this one per se.
Against the worst teams in football, he was right.
He was right.
And by the way, he was right for the last quarter. They weren't particularly playing that well against the Titans.
I thought they were ass in the first half against the Titans. I mean, bad, booty ass, terrible, stinky bad. They really had. It really was part of the third quarter and all the fourth quarter. This is a 5-quarter mirage, is what it was.
No,
against stinkers, against teams with 1 win total.
You know what? I've just decided.
What did you decide?
I'm Team Carey. I'm going to get a shirt that says
Carey
Team
McNair?
Carey. Yeah. Okay. I'm Team Carey.
I'm not sure that's the team you want to roll with.
Is that a team you want to be on?
Yeah, that's the team I want to be on now.
That's the team you want to be on.
The man who tried to take the team away from his own mother? Is that the team you want to be on?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well,
that's gangster right
there. Maybe. Well, he saw that dumpster fire when it was a dumpster, and it's still a dumpster fire.
Carey's a villain out of some type of Lifetime movie where it's a family battle,
So
but it's
is
not
John.
done well, and he's putting his mom in a home to try to take the family business.
John's a doctor who moves to the small town, and everyone thinks it, and then he ends up just bringing opioids with him.
I'm Team Carey. That's what I am.
Team Carey McNair.
Team Carey. I'm getting a shirt.
I don't think that's going to have anything to do with anything.
Okay. That's right. We got a break. 713-780-3776. This is a quick one. We will be back in just a minute, and you can get. We're just taking your calls today. That's all we're doing. That's all we're doing. We're
with an
the boat.
Occasional bad word thrown in.
Well, I know you. Stop with the bad words.
I don't care about the kids. Honestly, I don't care about the
Michael
kids.
Jordan.
Oh, and I'm the bad doctor. and I'm the bad one. Okay,
I'm not a great doctor.
I don't care about the kids.
I'm not a great doctor.
Well, he's not a pediatrician.
FTK is what I say this
okay.
morning.
Oh, my
FTK.
God. Yeah, I'm Burt Lancaster in
No one knows
Field
what
of
that
Dreams.
means.
Yeah, I'm the good doctor. Okay,
Burt Lancaster and Field of Dreams.
Field of Dreams.
I don't even know what that.
You don't,
just,
you guys
I
don't-
know
He
about
was
that.
the doctor.
I know about the good doctor on ABC, the doctor with autism, but I don't know. I don't know.
That's
about
Lance. He can't stop saying bad words.
well, it might be
No,
me.
he's got Tourette's. Not
It might be
autism.
me. Yeah.
The doctor with Tourette's.
Yeah.
Yeah. Poop. Butt. Poop. Ass. Poop. Butt. There's my Tourette's kicking in. Bad offense.
All right, we got to talk about. How about let's talk about 1836?
I don't like staying up late and having this happen. It's not good for my health, and it's really going to be bad for your ears.
How about
for
let's
kids.
talk about 1836. What a time that was in this country. Okay, 1836 boots. The only place you can get them is at Republic Boot Company. Republic Boot Company on Studewood at East 11th in the Heights. It is an awesome. How about you have a party there? They fit what, up to 150 people now, Lance? I mean, they took they got the whole building now, and you can have your party there. You want to have your Christmas party there. You can have music and food, and and you got gifts for your people. What do you want to give your people? Golf bags, toiletry bags, work bags, backpacks, travel bags. They can customize all of these things for you. You got to act now, though.
Yeah, customize. I mean, you get customized for the people who work for you or for yourself. How about just for yourself? Customized boots. Custom fit 1836 boots are amazing because these boots are top of the line and they're hand stitched, they're handmade. But it's so much more. Hats, hat fitting, cowboy hat fitting, belts. You've got the bags, as John mentioned. It's really everything, and they make it an area that you can really hang out. They have Fireball Fridays. They have live music on Fridays. They have events. They host events for people, and they even have gator hunts. You can sign up right now for a gator hunt next year where you shoot your boot. And for more information, just go to the website or head on into the Heights and go check them out for yourself. It's Republic Boot Company. Get rodeo ready right now, or get yourself a great present for Christmas. Do it early at republicbootcompany.com.
It's John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Huntington Bank Studios, here's John Granado and Lance Zierlein.
They got a stat on ESPN. Jared Goff is 9-2 on Monday Night Football games. Must be nice. Must be nice to have a winning record on a Monday night game, on a primetime game. I wouldn't know.
Oh, my God.
I wouldn't know.
We don't know about that. I mean, that is just the Texans are just you get so excited to see the schedule comes out. Oh, good, Monday night, Thursday night. Look at this. This is going to be great. And then the embarrassment that it is every time.
Hey,
every time.
What would the Texans be? This is a legitimate question. I don't have an answer. I'm not setting you up because I've got my own answer. What would the Texans be right now if they had stuck with Bobby Sloak for a third year? Because then he would have the success of the first year, the issues in the second year, a third year with C.J. Stroud. Would it have been any different? Would this season be going any different for the Texans? Some of the issues are still the same issues. What would have been different if Sloak had stayed around?
That's hard to say because what were they last year? They were not good. They weren't good last year.
No, it's division winners, but
I get that, but honestly,
it was better than this.
CJ didn't want him.
CJ didn't want. You're going to find out CJ doesn't want this guy either.
No, he doesn't.
You're about to find that out. This guy doesn't have. This guy's on a short leash.
That quote that we had about this offense, that's 1,000. He said it before.
Cuts.
It's 1,000 cuts.
Somebody has said that to him, and he said, "Oh my God, that's true." It's probably Mulgeta, his agent. Yeah. Man, this offense is death by 1,000 cuts. We got to get you out of there, CJ.
What was the other word he used that didn't seem
booty?
No, that's what you're using.
Cheeks?
No. It was a word that no young person uses. I forgot. We talked about it, but
shenanigans.
Was it shenanigans that he
said?
No,
but you're right.
Something along those lines.
He did say something. We were talking about how it's changed, and then we said that's when we got into
it went viral. I forgot what word he used that went viral. It got picked up in different
Twitch,
spots.
if you know, throw it in the chat.
But he's had a couple of these where he's something.
Did he say he had bees in his bonnet?
No, someone
put burr in his
something
saddle?
in his head, and now he says it. Yeah, I think you're right. Death by 1,000 cuts.
Yeah,
lollygagging.
Lollygagging. Thank you, Jetter. Yeah. Lollygagging. That's not a Gen Z word.
Well, oh my God. They were lollygagging again.
I know, but you're not Gen Z.
2 minutes left. They're lollygagging. Okay, so I got to hear the explanation from D'Amico about the final kickoff. All right, you see, some teams have plans. The Texans decide with a 2:50 to go that they're going to take 40 seconds to run a play. After a running play, it's going to take 40 seconds to line up.
Tell people why that matters to you, because they weren't going to win anyway, but tell people why it matters to you.
Because what do you mean why it matters to me? You're trying to win. Listen, did Denver deserve to win that football game? No, but you know what? Denver scratched and clawed, played smart. They saved time. They were efficient. They won the football game. You could have won that football game, and everybody would have said, oh, my God, how did they win? The whole game, the announcers were saying, I don't know how Houston's in this football game, and yet they were. They were 1 score down. They were 8 points down at the half when they should have been down 24. And they were in that football game the whole time, and yet when it came to nut cutting, this football team just lollygagged. Lollygag is the perfect word for what they did last night. They lollygagged instead of having efficiency and urgency.
Well, okay, so individually, let's get to phone calls because I want to talk about.
I know. Wait, I want to hear D'Amico talk about why they kicked off and not kicked it out of the end zone or out of bounds.
Yeah, the plan at the end of the game was kicking the ball out of bounds so we could utilize the 2-minute and had a timeout. And we did not execute that again, just goes to the entire game. So, frustrating that we're not executing the things that we're coached to do.
I mean, you are a field goal kicker. First of all,
you kick it 60 freaking yards.
Why didn't they kick a 58-yarder earlier in the game?
You kick it 60 yards. Kick it the freak out of the end zone and move on.
Yeah, or out of bounds. What? Yeah, he could kick it 60 easily.
He could bomb it into the 5th row.
Yes. And he doesn't do that.
And look, nothing was going to change. Nothing's going to matter, even if they played faster. But the point is, they don't have it in them to play smart football. Sometimes this is a low football IQ team. It really is an emotional team and not a cerebral team when it needs to be. No. And it's disappointing. Everyone loves an emotional team when things are going good. But when things aren't going good, you realize, man, the emotional stuff leads to mistakes, leads to bad penalties. Well, emotional football leads to mistakes too often.
That's not the problem. The problem is they can't block.
But there's a lot of problems.
No, there's a lot of problems. All right, Dell, who's next? Lance is next.
Huh?
Well, Lance.
Hello?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
All right. I got three things. First time call. I've been listening to you since 2000. I was to drive to U of H.
Oh, wow. Welcome in.
So, three things. I was wondering why he doesn't hire, like, Doug Peterson. I'm like, man, why don't you keep hiring guys that have no experience? And I'm thinking, well, maybe he's afraid he's going to take his job, like, right now. He'll be in the hot seat. He could take his job. He'd be having that in the back of his mind. So that's one thing that I was thinking about, why he keeps hiring people with no experience. Another thing is...
Well, go ahead.
Why... Well, I'm starting to think trade the quarterback. I'm like, he's thinking it up. Like, I'm wondering what you can get for him. So that's another thing. But, whenever I hang up, what do you think we can get for him?
You get him.
Another thing is, whoever scouts for the Colts lineman, hire that guy. Because we suck at that. We can't get anybody. And whoever they draft sucks every time.
Chris Ballard want to come here, Lance?
Line sucks.
Well,
if your line sucks, change your offense. You don't have time. You know you're not going to have time. Just change it up quick.
All right,
Lance, we appreciate it. All right, first of all, who did he want to trade?
CJ.
Get the quarterback out of here.
Listen, that's a discussion people won't have because it's not. Oh, we will have it. But, I mean, the Texans won't even consider it because, it's the fear of we would much rather give him $60 million than take a chance with what it would look like without him.
I don't know that they're not. I don't know that they're going to have a choice on CJ. CJ's might want to out of here.
No, that's on the table with David Mulgeta.
Yeah, it absolutely.
Because David is going to say, well, first of all, he got Deshaun his payday, and then he said, all right, let's get out of here now. You get to keep your signing bonus.
Yeah, well, Deshaun is one. But you see all these quarterbacks that are in a place that's not good for them. They go to another place and they succeed.
True.
Yeah,
I mean, it's true. This is not a good place for quarterbacks right now.
David Mulgeta is a history. So they might not have a choice on this thing. So we'll see what they can possibly get.
Yeah, y'all better keep your eye on that because that's a real thing.
That is a real thing. And then, whoever is hiring their offensive lineman really sucks at it. And that's Nick Caserio. He really sucks at this. At the offensive line.
Why does Ballard takes pride in. I don't know. Honestly, I don't always agree with his picks, and he's been right more than I have on the offensive line. But he covets linemen who have lean muscle mass. They measure their lean mass numbers. He wants a certain number. He doesn't want big fat guys that can't move to get injured all the time. He has a certain type of lineman he looks for, and it's worked. Like, I didn't love his center they drafted. He's done a good job. Braden Smith, I never would have thought he could be a tackle, and he's a tackle. They've done a really good job with drafting offensive line, but he also says if you build the front, you have to build your O-line, D-line. The Texans, now they tried to build the O-line. They've been unsuccessful. Unsuccessful.
And by the way, until D'Amico Autry was activated yesterday, during the day I was like, oh, D'Amico Autry's still on this team. That's great. He was activated, and look at the contribution that he makes. That was a signing. If that dude, first of all, suspended and then injured, if that dude could stay on the field, maybe we'd have some decent play inside. And Togiai, wow, that dude makes a difference. Put him on the damn field. Keep him on the damn field, okay? Because they are making a difference. But
why does D'Amico keep hiring guys with no experience as play callers?
It's not insecurity. It's not insecurity.
No. And
guess
what?
He thought, does he think he's going to take the job?
So there's a little whisper that Nick Caley could hit the bench and Gerard Johnson could end up taking. Guess what he is?
Another guy's
never done it.
Another guy that's never called plays. That's great.
But you could, if CJ gets fired up enough. This is what's going to be weird. If CJ starts to get upset and disappointed, you're going to have to start making decisions based on your quarterback. I never want that. You never want your quarterback to be in that position. But CJ's not a shrinking. He's not a shrinking violet. He's going to let you know exactly what he thinks.
If I'm Gerard Johnson, wow, sure, the opportunity is great. I'm not sure I want to be CJ's OC.
Yeah. I'm not sure I
want that.
What am I supposed to call when you can't block?
And then he's going to potentially, if we turn
ruin
on
his
me,
career.
Yeah, I don't want that in this situation.
No, nobody can block, and they're going to blame me for the play calls. Okay, that's great. That's how I want to start. No, we got a break. I got to talk Coors Light. Get in. We take nothing but calls on the other side. 713-780-3776. Right now, I'm talking about Coors Light. I'm talking about watching your game. How about what a night last night? We had George hitting the game-winning homer. We had the early game, which wasn't much of a game. We had the Texans game, which wasn't much of a game. So you know what we got to do? We got to enliven it. How do we enliven it? We enliven it with Coors Lights. That's the way we go about it, okay? That's what we do. We enjoy cold and crisp and clean, and we enjoy chill. It's cold lagered. It's cold filtered. It's cold delivered. It's cold. It's the world's most refreshing beer. It's keeping you chill, all right? I know you weren't chill last night watching that football game, but I was because I had cold, clean, crisp, and refreshing. I kept chill, okay? Keep chill, too. I should drink in the morning so that I can keep chill during this game. Talking about the game. Cold, clean, crisp, refreshing Coors Light. I need one right now. Climb on, brother.
Broadcasting live from the Huntington Bank Studios, it's John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now here's John Granado and Lance Zierlein.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. We're going to get through all of this. We got a full board. We're going to go through the calls. I do want to say one thing, though. You've got Thanksgiving coming up. Get your Cajun turkey from Damaris Barbecue. Go to Damaris.com and get your Cajun turkey. It's the best turkey I've ever had. It is awesome. So, and don't do all the basting and all that stuff. 9 hours in the no. Let Damaris do it. It's so much better.
They do a good turkey.
They do a great
but I do not recommend going to where they fry the turkeys and drinking ouzo.
Well, that's
do not
different
recommend.
than what.
Recommend 0 out of 10.
Well, that's when the Greeks all get together.
Yeah, that's when I went.
Than what
and
people buy.
And I was loaded for my Thanksgiving. I had to go lay down.
You get
terrible.
Poop faced.
It was fun for a little bit until it wasn't.
No, until what? So you slept the whole Thanksgiving.
Yeah.
Let's go. Tell who's next. Donovan. What's up, Donovan?
Hey, what's going on, guys?
What's up, Donovan?
All right. Hey, what's frustrating to me is, I mean, we're going back to the conversation with CJ. To me, he looked like he's already gone. I didn't see no engagement with the coaches. They went in, he go 3 and out, and then he just goes sits on the bench. I don't see no iPad. He's not talking with Haley to see what they could do different, to make adjustments. And so, I mean, I thought this is what he wanted. I thought he wanted the ability to change the play at the line of scrimmage like a Peyton Manning or a Tom Brady. But apparently he's not able to do that. So I put it back on CJ. He's like he's already gone. He's not engaged. California guy. Maybe he's looking to get out already. What y'all guys think?
All right. I did see him with an iPad. I don't know about his engagement with the coaches.
You mean
He's
the one where
terrible...
Nick Haley was right next to him with an iPad also after the failed 3rd and 4th down carries?
Yeah, right.
And CJ, I looked at that. I know exactly what you're talking about. You know what I said, John? He's out on Nick Haley. Nick Haley's just sitting there. They're not talking. And all I could think of was CJ thinks this guy has no idea what he's doing.
Well, he might be right. I mean, that's but he's got terrible body language. He is. You can tell he is disgusted with this. And his soundbite, he hates this offense. And how can you blame him? It sucks. Dell, who's next? Anthony, what up, Anthony? Hey, Anthony, go ahead.
Hey guys, I'll make it real quick. About the CJ being frustrated part, he can go, but it's just. The offenses have no, offensive sequence. If you look at the Steve Mariucci, going old school, John Gruden, the first 15 to 20 plays, they had, different personnel. They had different formations every time, no matter how the game went. The first 15, 21 plays were scripted, no matter how the game was going. But it seemed like the Texans have no game plan. They'll have spread, and then they'll basically go under center. They don't have no identity. Even the announcers kept saying, keep CJ underneath the center because it's harder for the defense to figure out what you're doing. When you're going spread or when you're doing bunch receivers and you're trying to run a smallish running back through a freaking brick wall, then there's no sequence there. Put them under center or make in your mind what you want to do. Either be a ground and pound team, be a spread team, or, be a quick string team. But they try to do everything all at once. So, I don't like getting rid of coaches, but that offensive coordinator has no idea what he's doing. I really wish we still had Bobby Slowick, and I thought I never will say that ever out loud. But now I'm like, man, Bobby Slowick is absolutely right. And CJ, if you want to go, bro, deuces. You're going to end up just like Deshaun Watson without the towels. All right, bye.
How about
without the towels?
How about? First of all, stop running Nick Chubb down our throat. Okay, stop it. Nick Chubb it's bad. It's bad. He carried 5 times for 16 yards. How about Woody Marks had an 11-yard run, and he had 15 total yards on 10 carries? Talk about he had how many tackles for loss did they have on Woody Marks? Because he can't even get to the line of scrimmage. He can't even get to the line of scrimmage before he's hit. That's so bad. So bad. But Nick Chubb is just why do you have to start Nick Chubb? Well, he's Nick Chubb, and Nick Chubb can't run the ball. Yeah. This is ridiculous. Well, and don't put Dare in the game anymore.
Where's Joe Mixon?
Joe Mixon's not done. Stop already. Stop.
This is what a waste of a season.
It's
what a
over.
waste of a season. This season is a wrap. And by the way, I want to follow up on something Anthony said. It's true. You could hear Dan Orlovsky, and I don't love the combination of Riddick and Orlovsky all the time, but they'll say some things. They make some points that I think are salient points. Orlovsky, you could hear he was like, and this is a quarterback saying this, right? Former quarterback. He was questioning, like, it's tough when you have a tight end blocking a defensive end there. And I think he understands. I was talking to my dad this week, and I was in New Braunfels, former O-line coach, right? And he talked about the scheme, and I talked about what defenses can force you to do as an offensive line coach. He goes, well, you've got to have – you can't be in a situation where you're ever forced to single block a tight end on a really good defensive end. He said you should never be in that situation. If you're in that situation, you should get out of the play or change your protection at the line of scrimmage. And I really do wonder, like, they don't have an identity offensively. Part of it, but everyone's just going to say it's offensive line. You just can't block. You can't have an identity. That's only part of it. I think Nick Caley is learning on the job, and this is really a fundamental mistake. Nick Caley may end up at some point being a good offense coordinator. It's not now, but I think D'Amico really made a mistake by not reaching outside of his little, whatever the comfort zone was, whoever it was that knew Caley and made that decision. He wasn't ready for this job. He wasn't ready for C.J. Stroud, if we really want to know the truth. And this thing about C.J. being checked out and not having the engagement and body language, I totally feel some of that. Like, I do feel some of that when I watch him. I'm concerned about it because it could go sideways, and once it goes sideways with your quarterback,
it's already sideways. It's already sideways.
You think it's already sideways?
Yeah, it's already sideways. Del, who's next? Keith is next. What's up, Keith?
Hey, guys. Obviously a Ravens fan, but a couple things from the game last night. First off, Nick Caley, obviously not the OC that they need. They should have kept Slowick. Also, Ken Dorsey was available. He was really good. Joe Brady's obviously better, but Ken Dorsey was really good with that offense prior to getting fired. He was kind of a scapegoat a year or two ago. Also, I hate the fact that you trade your best offensive lineman and then you end up drafting two receivers from the same school back-to-back. Why are you not loading up on offensive linemen? You can draft one receiver from that school, but why are you drafting another receiver from the school? Just draft a better wide receiver. And also, the Bengals have no offensive line, and Flacco hit Chase for 23 targets. Why is CJ or Caley not, quick first read, release, passes to Chase, passes to Nico in space? The Texans are wasting this defense. And Caley, just because you're part of the Sean McVay tree, you're not Sean McVay. Sean McVay is an unbelievable coach, but you can't just pick and choose guys off the tree and expect them to call plays. Ken Dorsey's out there, Doug Peterson. You probably have Mike McDaniel available next year. Slowick deserves another year. And then also, obviously Chubb's kind of washed. I hate to say that about veteran players, but like Singletary is third string with the Giants. He played well with Stroud. Might as well give them a call,
Well, that's free agency, Keith, so he's going to look for people who aren't on the roster, but
who should be out of the game.
Yeah, coaches out of work.
Running
back, free agents.
Is the current passing game specialist for the Cowboys. So I don't know how much of impact he's having, but Dak's having a great year there. So he's not out of work, Keith.
Dak's having like an MVP season if they had more wins.
If they had more defense, yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. Who's next, Del? Antonio. What up, Antonio?
Hey, Antonio.
Hey guys, I got some quick things to get off my chest. I'm not feeling too good right now. I stayed up last night watching that horrible game. Another thing, CJ, it makes me mad when he has a hole to run, clearly, but he don't take off. I don't understand that. Can you guys explain that to me, guys?
No, and he had a lot of opportunities. And I will say, that running backwards crap that should have been a safety, that's classic CJ, where he tries to escape backwards, which is a terrible idea. Later in the game, did you notice, John, he started now part of it was, it was an obvious move, but he was climbing up into the pocket, but he wouldn't run. He would run up to the line and then try to make a pass. One of them, Nico, dropped, which is a huge drop at the time. A huge drop.
That was huge.
And then another one, he tried to whip it to the right, and everyone said it was a drop. Did Chubb drop it, or was it a bad pass?
He had a hand.
I thought it was a bad
pass.
It was a bad throw.
Yeah, I thought it was a bad pass. Everyone's like, Chubb, you stupid stupid ass Chubb.
But that
And I was
wasn't
like,
a good
well,
throw.
that isn't a good
Everyone
throw.
thought CJ was going to run, including Chubb, and then he just threw it out there, and Chubb wasn't ready for it.
He could have caught. Hey, you get a hand on it? I was taught as a kid,
That's
you get a
not
hand
the
on it,
rule.
you catch the ball.
I don't know if that's the rule when you're
That's
running back.
the rule. That's the rule.
As
Now,
a
well, then
running back?
get him out. Put Woody in because Woody can catch the ball.
You just want to. You just want
to
Wood.
say Woody. You just want to say Wood instead of Chubb.
No, I want to say I want Woody in the game. Okay, that's what I want to say.
You can't play every snap, John.
Keep getting.
Yeah, you can. Why not?
You saw what Woody went through. He got beat to hell.
Man, he had 9 carries and 8 of them were for losses.
Yeah,
and one 11-yard run.
I don't know if you want to do that to him.
You had no chance against that defensive front. I tweeted. I'm like, this really is a waste of time running a football. I mean, it's really you're wasting plays. But I think it's a good idea if you got 3rd and short against the front that you can't run against. I run it twice. I just slow developing run plays twice because that'll probably work for you. Oh wait. It doesn't even come close to working for you.
So what do you got? San Francisco coming up? They usually give up about 10 a game. So
yeah, actually.
So what should I do with Woody? Higher or lower?
Lower. Underdog Fantasy makes it easy for you. Frankly, lower on all of the Texans' numbers would have been good, and higher on Smith and Jigba in total yards. That would have been good. You have 0.5 touchdowns. You can go higher or lower. If you said higher, the odds were actually lower in your favor, meaning, your payout would not have been as high. But what you do in Underdog Fantasy is you have all these games, right? NBA starts today, so let's focus on NBA. NBA basketball starts today. Your Rockets take on Oklahoma City. What's Kevin Durant going to do? Think about I think Jabari Smith's going to get some open three-point looks. I think he's got a lot of confidence. I'm going higher on three-pointers. I'm going higher on three-pointers with Jabari Smith, three-pointers made. I'm going to look at the rest of the chart, but this is what you do. You go anywhere from 2 up to 6 players. Kevin Durant right now is a pick 'em for me in my lobby, meaning it's a freebie. It's 0 points, rebounds, and assists. As soon as he hits one of any of those, it's a win for me. This is what they do. They'll give you profit boosters. They give you freebies. And when you have a freebie like that, you can't do 2. You got to do at least 3. That's fine. I've already got 1 in the books. No problem. Why would you not take advantage of an opportunity to win more money with easier methods? And that's what Underdog Fantasy has. Take your basketball knowledge and let's turn it into money. Real money, completely legal in the state of Texas. All you have to do is download the Underdog app, use promo code Lance. Once you use promo code Lance, you are going to get $100 in bonus funds or bonus entries when you spend your first $5, and that's it. And you can play for as little as $5 on your plays. So make sure you take advantage of that opportunity. It's Underdog Fantasy. Use promo code Lance for your basketball season. It starts tonight.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. 713-780-3776. So many things to talk about. I took a bunch of notes that we got. I mean, first of all, the safety that the touchback that should have been a touchdown for Seattle that turned into no play because of a false start by Hutchinson. And it just was if that's not a microcosm of this whole season, what an embarrassment that play was. Now, Woody coming to the rescue and causing the fumble right before he scored the touchdown, that was great.
That was Woody. I didn't even know who it was.
It was Woody.
Phenomenal effort.
Phenomenal.
Don BB'd it, and he turned it into a touchback, which then turned it into, we're just going to take the penalty.
No play.
Again. Yeah,
it turned into no play. Yeah.
It should have been a touchdown. Frankly, they should have had 9 points added onto their score.
Yeah. At least.
And I tell you what.
CJ taking that sack in the end zone, and the refs, I mean, if I'm Seattle, I'm like, are you kidding me? That's not a safety? That was an awful call.
Yeah, that was awful.
It was clear. If that was against the Texans and they didn't call that, we would have been nuts.
I'd have been losing my mind.
Will Anderson's play was as good a defensive football play as you're going to find. I thought that was going to be the only touchdown the Texans had.
Mm-hmm.
And it was, now, Darnold, nice job by the secondary because Darnold didn't have anybody to throw to, and he rolls right into Will Anderson. But Will Anderson is bull rushing, causes the fumble, jumps on the ball. Will Anderson is, we are blessed. We're blessed to have Will Anderson.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? I mean, we're lucky. We're fortunate. Fortunate is better. Blessed is probably not the word. We are fortunate to have a Will Anderson because that dude, he is the epitome of what you want in a football player. He really is. That's all he eats and drinks, and that's all he cares about is football. And the way that he plays with the emotion, and you're talking about emotion. That's the kind of emotion you want. Not Aziz Al-Shaair. Not Al-Shaair. He plays out of control. Christian Harris knocking JSN on the sideline,
so
and the referee.
What are we doing?
And then the referee's got to save him. Now we were lucky not to get a call on Christian Harris knocking him into the bench.
Mm-hmm.
Real lucky not to get a call. First of all, what's Christian Harris doing on the field? That's the only play he had all night.
He wasn't on the field. He was standing on the bench. He was on the sideline, then came over.
Oh, my God. He wasn't even in the game?
No.
That'll be a suspension. That'll be a heavy, heavy fine.
Oh, my God.
It's just so stupid. This is what D'Amico, for as much as I love D'Amico, he needs to get your mans, D'Amico. And then you got lots of mans to get. Mostly they're linebackers. But you got to get control of this team. The penalties, the Aziz just can't make smart football plays. Christian Harris, that's so stupid. That's just so stupid. He really came. He really wasn't even
penalized for that.
He wasn't even on the field.
They got penalized for Derek Stingley pushing his face up, pushing him in the face. That's what they got penalized
Well, he
for.
knocked his hand to the face, knocked it.
Yeah, and you know what? He should have. Good for him. Good on him. Knock him in the face. What a great pick. But Stingley did not have a good night. Lassiter did not have a good night. Petrie, that hit that he had inside, wow, that was a huge hit on. Was it Charbonnet or was it
Charbonnet?
I think it was Charbonnet. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
What a big that was nice. And the Texans are saying they think Jalen Petrie's the best nickel in the league.
That's fine. I don't care. They also didn't think they had a. Look, I like Jalen Petrie as a run defender. He's tough. He's physical and all that stuff. And maybe he's a really good. I don't know. After Nick told us that we're not allowed to worry at all, not have any concerns. After Nick admonished all of the fans and media for having any concerns about the offensive line, and he just told you basically you're too stupid to understand.
We're not concerned about it, so we're not concerned about it. You guys certainly shouldn't be concerned about it either.
Well, thank you.
I mean, why would you do that? Why would Nick say that?
What? Let's get Gary in here. Gary, what's going on?
Hey, what's up, guys? I want to make a few points before I get to firing Nick Caserio. You guys hit on it. Like, Aziz, that was a huge play. Like, that was a third down play. They were either going to have to punt or kick a long field goal. Like, that dude is an idiot. He doesn't bring enough to this team to have us inflict plays like that. That was just dumb. That was stupid. Number 2, C.J. Stroud. If he wants to go, let him go. Like it kind of sucks, but he hasn't done enough for us to do what to please C.J. Like he wasn't good last year. Yes, the offensive line is terrible, but it's not like he set in the world on fire either. My third point. I have been on the fire Nick Caserio bandwagon for a long time. Like, I know that sounds crazy. I eased up a little bit after the C.J. Stroud thing and the Will Anderson. But, like, the team is poorly constructed. And who hired offensive coordinator with zero experience? Again, not to mention, even if our team was healthy, we don't have enough offensive firepower. Christian Kirk should be our second-best receiver. That's ridiculous. Somebody has to go. It's not going to be D'Amico. I say fire Caserio after this year.
Ooh, he's got big-ass contract, so
Yeah.
you can wish in one hand and crap in the other and see which one gets full first.
He ain't going nowhere.
I don't think he should. I mean, look, I'm not happy about the offensive line. I don't think Nick Caserio should go. I think Nick Caserio's done well in some other areas, but this is a disappointing year. I mean, I truly believe this year is over in terms of playoff aspirations. You're 6 games in. The Colts have wiped you off the map. You've helped wipe yourself off the map, but the Colts are a legitimate team, so you're not catching them. So who are you going to catch?
Everybody's got the playbook to beat the Texans.
Mm-hmm.
Just bring heat. That's all.
Yeah, it is
heat.
because CJ doesn't handle pressure well. CJ's very jittery. He doesn't process it quickly in terms of what he wants to do. He doesn't have a pre-snap.
S2? Did you just call him S2?
Just telling you, he doesn't process what he wants to do quickly, pre and post snap. Did you see that safety Okuda come up or whatever the Okada? He started leaking into the box, and you could see it. Like you could see him coming. CJ didn't know. He didn't have a game plan for it. If you see blitzes coming, what are you going to do? Is there a hot throw?
They talked about it. Maybe that specific play. They talked about what the Seattle had for their plan because they show blitz and they know the Texans like that inside release with Nico. They like the quick game to Nico on the inside, and Josh Jobe took it away.
No, so they've scouted the Texans, and the Texans have a tendency, and they took the tendency away.
Well, I also
that's
saw
on coaching.
Wait, but I also saw Emanwari running with Jalen Noel. I mean, they've got
Emanwari is
athletes, dude.
He's a freak show. He's like 230 and runs a 4.3.
Athletes. I mean,
yeah.
Not that the Texans secondary is, but Job was with Nico the whole night. It didn't give Nico an inch. Nico's drop was terrible, and then hitting his head on the ground. I mean, what a disaster.
We haven't mentioned a concussion for Nico Collins.
Yeah, concussion.
Oh, good. Take him out of the game for next week. That's great.
Yep. Who's next, Del? Elliot. What's up, Elliot?
Hey, good morning, guys. Shout out the Rockets. Very excited. We're back. Watching the game last night, the Toronto and Seattle, seeing Springer hit that and do his signature little move around first got me a little emotional thinking back to the Astros days, put some tingling in my plums. And you guys mentioned something earlier about the thought of him beating the Dodgers, and I didn't even think about that. And I am just the thought of him having a performance anywhere near what he did in 17, obviously, but just having a big performance and beating L.A. would be just so satisfying. And dare I ask, we have a pump it up for Toronto. Is this the new Toronto show? Are we Blue Jays Nation down here in Houston, or what?
No, I mean, I believe.
I mean, we're Georgia Nation.
We're Blue Jay country.
John did say we're Blue Jay country. I don't feel like this is Blue Jay country.
Where we have to root
on Canada,
a team from a foreign
you
land.
love us all so much.
To save us from the Dodgers because we didn't get it done ourselves.
Please help us, Canada. Please.
Yeah, we begging Canada.
Us.
You begging
Save
Canada
us.
for
Save
help.
us, Canada. Oh, you think you might be able to hit a home run there? Yeah. Okay.
That's North Dakota.
Yeah,
our 51st
Minnesota.
state has to come through. Come on, Canada.
You want a goal? Dodgers, you want a goal? Drop the gloves. Let's go.
Go. Yeah. Hey, Vladdy's going to have a
Dante
huge...
Bichette, French Canadian.
Vladdy's going to have a huge series. Huge series.
I mean, they do have some guys that are going to get on a heater. I just don't know that they have the
Ernie
pitching.
Clement, you can't get him out.
How you going to pitch? How are you going to
Clement
pitch to
out.
the Dodgers?
I'm a big Blue Jay fan.
All of a sudden,
Go buy a
look at
hat
that.
then.
Yeah,
Go buy a hat.
Get yourself a hat.
Put a hat on.
I'm going to go buy one.
Wait a minute. Do you think CJ played poorly because he knew the Mariners were blowing a lead since he's a big fan?
You know what?
Oh,
I did
maybe.
not think about the fact that he was, because they have it in the stadium.
Well, and they showed, of course, they showed the fans reacting as they lost that
I
series.
didn't even think about the
Do
fact
you
that
think
CJ could have
was
been
down?
It could have had an impact on him
Because
we know he's a Mariner. Well, he likes the fit.
He certainly likes the hat. When that Springer bomb went over the wall, do you think that turned the tide for CJ and his performance?
Well, do you think he was so depressed he couldn't play anymore?
Because you suggested, or someone suggested, that the crowd might be down because the Mariners would be losing.
Yeah.
We did not take into account how it would affect our quarterback if the Mariners lost.
Yeah, how about that? Big Mariners guy.
Yeah.
Big Mariners.
Some troll should have asked him after the game, "Hey CJ, your Mariners lost. I mean, on top of your own loss, how do you feel?"
All right, we got to talk about Billy Brown right now. Okay, I want that stink Brown. Nah, I'm not gonna say it.
Ooh,
Stinky
Brown.
Stinky Brown. To go
Ugh.
down.
I don't
mean,
like
that
that.
stinky game last night reminded me of a backed up toilet. And when I think of a backed up toilet, who do I think of? Billy Brown. I mean, that's not great to be thought of that way.
I feel kind of bad for him.
Yeah, I know. But who are you going to call when you got a backed up toilet that you can't fix yourself? Billy Brown. So who do you think of? Billy Brown. I don't want you all to, oh, look at that backed up toilet. Thinking Billy Brown. No.
Well, he wants you to think that.
Well, right. Exactly. No, what if you're in like a porta potty? That's different.
Mm-hmm.
Listen, what I'm saying is if you have any plumbing needs in your house, the first guy that you think of is Billy Brown. That's the first guy. You think of Aqueduct Plumbing Company. You think of get to your house as soon as possible. You think of them doing an excellent job, knowledgeable, and doing it at a great price.
Yeah,
that's what you think.
And they do. I mean, they do big jobs. They do small jobs. But might I suggest if you need your hot water heater cleaned, they can do that for you as well. If you need a tankless water heater cleaned, they can do that for you as well. It's not just fixing problems; it's also the maintenance that you need to do to keep your water running the right way it should. If you have an issue with water pressure and you're not sure what's going on, you'd be amazed at what they can do for you out there as well. It's Aqueduct Plumbing Company for the big job, for the small job, for any job. AqueductPlumbingCompany.com.
You're listening to John and Lance.
Broadcasting live from the Huntington Bank Studios, here's John Granado and Lance Zierlein.
All right, welcome back. This is your show, people. That's all we're doing, taking your calls and breaking down the breakdown last night. Scott is first up. What up, Scott?
Morning, fellas. As a fan of y'all's since 6'10" and not so much a fan of the Texans, I hope Caserio stays for a couple more years. So, because the quality of the radio program is wonderful when they suck, which they do. And another thing, I bet 75 or 85% of high school OCs are up in the box. Why is this nerd on the sidelines? He can't see everything. And another thing, CJ wrote some checks his first year with his mouth about how good he is. I would love for somebody to interview him and ask where he ranks right now, just for hoots and giggles.
Oh, you know,
what if Caleb just came and patted him? Hey, CJ, just keep your head up, bro. Everything's gonna be okay.
Yeah, those drifting. Stop taking so many drifting sacks, bro.
Yeah,
just pat him on the head.
Pat him on his
head.
Step
up in the pocket a little bit more, bro.
I mean,
the little bro move does look really bad.
No, listen,
right now.
that was the moment that his entire career changed.
Can I ask you? So if you were to go through and look at every CJ start, and you say, okay, this one I'm going to put in the category of a good start. This one's going to be average, and this one's going to be bad. I wonder how those silos would fill up. I got a feeling it would fill up in a way that you don't like.
Yeah,
I don't think the good start silo is going to have a lot in it the last 20 some odd games.
Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of it directly related to the offensive line.
Some of it, and you can factor that in. But some of it, he just misses throws. He doesn't, he doesn't. Look, he's not the first. I don't know why we act like he's the first quarterback that's ever been under pressure. Like all these quarterbacks have unbelievable. There have been quarterbacks who have succeeded who have had pressure. You know how they win? They win with their mind. They just say they either win with their feet or they win with their mind. They say, if you bring pressure here, I'm going here. Some of that is on CJ. CJ supposedly has more. All I know is I heard CJ had more control, that he has more control. Some of it you have to anticipate pressure, and if they come, you have a game plan, pre-snap game plan, post-snap game plan. What is your game plan to beat pressure if you know pressure's coming? It's not all. It's just this is part of your job. Also, is to still overcome adversity. If you need everything to be clean, you need all the weapons and everything to be clean, then you don't need to get paid what you want to get paid. You don't. You can find quarterbacks that can run. Joe Flacco can run an offense when he's got a little protection. That's no problem. He's 40 years old. He can run an offense. So you don't need to get paid $50 and $60 million. If you can't problem solve, well, who wants to pay a quarterback elite money who can't even problem solve and has to have everything great? Doesn't make any sense.
Yeah.
Not to me. I mean, it happens with every team. Every team's chicken bleep. So they'll just say, well, scared. Okay, well, have your Trevor Lawrence for the next 5 years at a ridiculous number when he can't help you win. That's fine. Do that.
Well, yeah. Are you a game manager or are you a difference maker?
I mean, if you're a good game manager, that's fine. But there's snap takers and playmakers. CJ's not a playmaker. He's a snap taker, but he's not right now even a good snap taker.
He's not a good game manager.
He's not a good game manager. He's not a good game. Game managers don't run backwards.
Yeah. All right. Who's next, though? Biscuit. What's up, Biscuit?
Hey, top of the morning, my brother. Lance, I agree that CJ needs to take more of this smoke than he's been getting. However, Lance, their wide receiver room has got to be one of the worst in the NFL.
It's worse than I expected. They don't get open. You're right. It's worse than I expected.
I want to get to the Rockets, man, but there was a play last night where the corner came off the edge, and the receiver just ran up the field. I mean,
yeah, no hot route, no route recognition, no side adjustment.
Man,
right.
If the man leaves you, man, just turn around.
Yeah.
So I don't know. Maybe CJ should have seen it coming. And one last thing, Lance. It seems like the Texans get out of the huddle extremely late. I'm looking at, like, say, Dak, for example. Man, Dak is up there. They out of the huddle like 20 seconds to go on the clock. And he's up, moving around. They changing this, doing that. CJ, he's looking at his armband. They get out the huddle, it's like 9 seconds. So how many adjustments can you make? It's nothing but 9 seconds ago. So but let me say this before I, go. The Rockets, man. I'm extremely high on the Rockets, man, and I'm liking this. I've told you, man. Coach going big, man, and they're gonna play some matchup zones or whatever. And you got Jabari and KD can move their feet a little bit. I see a 6-game improvement over last year, Lance.
Ooh.
And John and Dale. I see a 6-game improvement.
And Dell.
And I'm telling you, I think the Western Conference Finals is the floor. I'm just telling you, I'm high on the Rockets, man.
Well, if you missed it, what Biscuit is talking about is
the big
Kevin
line.
Durant is now your starting shooting guard.
They're going monstrous.
Yes.
today.
Amin will be, I don't know if he'll play as much point, but he's the shortest guy on the floor, so we'll give him point guard. Kevin Durant, your shooting guard. Jabari, your small forward.
Alpie
at the 4, and Steven Adams at the 5.
This is crazy. Like, they're going double big to start, which I wasn't sure we'd see that, but now this may have been the plan all along, is to do a lot more of this, and that's why Clint Capella was a must. That's why they viewed him as not a luxury. They viewed him as a must, as a backup big.
They got
Well, it
OKC.
could have been the plan from the start as far as this lineup, because Fred got hurt late.
Well, yeah.
But how
yeah,
much
not
are they going to – listen, they're going to start this because they brought it in. They always bring it in, and now there's a lot of copycats in the league. But might as well start it. But they're not going to stay in double bigs all night. I mean, no. They're Tari's going to come in, and we'll see what they do. But they play OKC tonight, 6:30, first game. Right out of the box, you get the champs. If they lose this game, they're still in it. I just want you guys to know that.
Right.
Glad you're calming everyone down.
Okay, so let's not get too emotional about a possible loss tonight. If they win it now, I don't see them looking back. I think they just run through the league.
That's
what do you
how
mean?
this works.
Like 73 and
you heard what he
9
said.
or something? What
Runs
do you mean?
through the league.
You heard me.
Runs through the league.
Run through the
we
league.
Heard Biscuit say
He's going to get run through.
Oh, that's aggressive.
Yeah.
You heard Biscuit say 6-game improvement. What do you think? This team bordering on 60 wins? What are we doing here? What's your prediction?
No, I don't think that's crazy at all.
I don't think it's crazy either.
They're over under Vegas-wise is what, 53.5?
Oh.
I think it's 53.5.
Well, they destroyed last year.
Uh-huh.
They
It was
destroyed last year's
43.5 last year.
I mean,
I want to say it's 53.5
I don't
this
think
year.
60's out of the question.
I don't either.
I don't
Maybe
think
it's
so.
56.5. I'm trying to remember. But this is going to be probably the biggest starting lineup that's ever existed in pro basketball, honestly. You have 4 guys at 6'11 and a 6'7 point guard.
So that would be
if you want to do wingspan, it's for sure. Well, I shouldn't say for sure the longest, but my guess is this is going to be the longest wingspan in NBA history for a starting
Will
lineup.
people be able to run on them? That's a question. I mean, you got the athleticism in Amen.
There's not a lot of running in NBA basketball anymore. There's early offense, but there's not a lot of true
Maybe they
fast break.
changed that with this big lineup.
Well, good. Try it.
Yeah.
You're going to get your ass worked. Try it. Whatever you want to try is going to be a problem.
All right.
You know what? I do feel bad for Oklahoma City that they have to do their ring ceremony.
You feel bad?
Yeah, in a way. It's a ring ceremony, which is good, but then it gets ruined by.
You sure it gets ruined?
It gets ruined by the quadruple big lineup.
You know, the Thunder have a pretty good double big setup as well.
You get big shit.
Whatever.
Well,
Who's their big? I can't remember who they're.
It's Harden,
Chet.
Shane, and
They're
Chet.
Cracker. Oh yeah.
What? What'd you just say?
I can say
Did
that.
you
I can
hear
call
what
him a
he just
cracker.
said?
I can call him a cracker.
What's wrong with you?
I can say the C word.
But why would
Well,
you?
you didn't call
'Cause
Hardenstein.
I'm
I
being-
hope you're not calling Hardenstein any names.
I didn't.
Okay.
I know.
You're
yeah.
talking about Chet?
Yeah, Chet.
You can't just call people that.
Well, I mean, I can. I can say it. You can't say it. But I can say it.
Like I could call the Italians Dagos.
I actually like Oklahoma City. I actually like that team.
Cracker can call a cracker a cracker.
That's a lot of that
it's the
word
rule.
flowing
It's the rule
right now.
Yeah,
Right.
We can say it.
We can say it. You can't say it.
I wouldn't
Del.
have you say the C word.
I
Any
don't-
of them, Del.
Any of them.
I don't say
in
any of the
America
C
we don't
words.
use that C word. Cracker.
I don't say any of
You're
those
not
words.
Australian, okay?
No. Yep.
I think you guys should clean it up.
We got a break.
Well, then don't lose and make us stay up till midnight.
Filthy.
Yeah, don't make us stay up till midnight to watch that.
Nah, you could have tuned out at halftime.
Okay,
honestly, you knew how that
with
game
4
was
minutes
going.
to go. No, I knew how it was going. You know what? You know what? They
honestly,
kept me
I wanted to check out, but I was like, what if they?
I did same thing. They're like, I get to halftime. I'm like, they're still in this.
Nah,
Like, I
you
have
knew.
to.
You knew.
I knew,
with
but
2
I'm
minutes-
like, yeah, but it's 17-12.
Yeah,
Dale.
but you knew.
No, they
I knew,
punted
but
with four.
still.
They punted with almost 5 minutes left in the game.
Yo,
The
where were
Texans had the
you?
ball.
Where were you in 2004?
When it was 14-0,
Where were you in 2000? I think it was 4, or maybe 2003, when the Texans beat the Steelers with like 37 yards of total offense.
I was here for that.
Well, I mean,
but it wasn't prime time, and it wasn't Monday
You
night.
weren't even born yet.
No, I was here.
even-
I was in town. But it was 14-0. The game was over. We knew. They
I did
weren't-
feel like no.
They weren't winning this game.
Oh no. I had about 5 people on Twitter said, "Why does it feel like the game's over?" I said, "I feel the same way. I don't feel like I feel like this is insurmountable." But honestly, it's 17-12. It should have been a lot higher, but you had to hang in case they had a punt return for a touchdown or another defensive touchdown. You had to hang in for that.
What? Wait a minute.
If Seattle was going to
Danico's
give it to
blocking kicks. We throw the ball
whatever.
down the
We're
field.
the Longhorns of the
kick a
NFL.
field
Our
goal.
offense.
The only way that game was going to wind up in the Texans' favor, if Seattle kept giving it to you, that game was over at 14-0.
No, it wasn't.
It was.
We had
the
them.
Texans were.
We had them right where we wanted them.
No, you didn't. You lost.
Yeah.
You didn't have them right where you wanted them.
Well, we could have. If we would have actually got a 3rd and 1 or a 4th and 1, and either of these
Did they get one of those all night?
Instances, we had second. Wait a minute. We had 2nd and goal at the half-yard line, and we threw 2 passes.
Well, because they learned their lesson from the 3rd and 1 and 4th and 1.
No.
Yeah. Do you really want them running?
They learned their lesson.
Oh my God! Just sneak it. Sneak the
It
ball.
ain't gonna work.
Does CJ
It
want to
ain't
do
gonna
that?
work.
Do we know that CJ wants to do that?
No, and stop sending Dell these AI pictures of CJ.
If he
That's
was
not what
sitting-
AI is for. It's supposed to be to help you make food. Just say, "Oh, I got these 5 ingredients. Give me a recipe, ChatGPT." That's what it's supposed to be made
Yeah,
for.
I don't want to see CJ.
Not
in a
to
skirt.
put somebody in a skirt.
He's not in the WNFL.
Well, I don't know. That's a reference that came not from the internet, by the way. Maybe closer to home.
I made that up last night.
Yeah.
I like the WNFL.
I know
like
you
it.
do. You were
I
upset
like it.
that they didn't
Well,
kick
why
a
are
field goal.
people putting dresses on all of the Texans today?
Well, I don't know, but the Texans went
People aren't good
a
people.
combined 3 and 19 on 3rd and 4th down last
So
night.
you don't put our quarterback in a skirt. You don't do that.
Don't do it. Yeah, but hey, listen, Seahawks weren't any better on 3rd or 4th
Yeah,
down.
it didn't matter. They were much better on all the other plays. The Texans weren't.
Yeah, but what about
really?
the
Were they?
Seahawks?
Yeah, what about the Seahawks? They beat you. What do you mean, what about the Seahawks?
Yeah, what about
Yeah,
them?
but what about Seahawks? They won and covered.
Yeah, what about them?
They'll win and cover.
All right, let's talk about property
And by
taxes.
the way,
you know
they
what's
had,
more fun?
They had Love. They had their starting safety and starting cornerback, their number 1 corner and their number 1 safety out of the game, and we couldn't even throw.
Didn't look like it to me.
It didn't look like it at all.
Listen, you know what's more fun than a Texans game? Property taxes. You know what? They are. They're more fun. And here's the deal: you can beat them, as opposed to your football team that can't seem to beat anybody good. Listen, the government's good. They're good. No, they're good. You know what the government does? They say, "Oh, look at your house. We're going to charge you. We think it's worth more than it is," because they do that all the time. I mean, well, not all the time. 86% of the time. So when you get your property tax bill this month, you go, "Wait a minute. I don't believe you. How can I believe the government when 86% of the time Ownwell customers receive reductions? And on average, over $1,100. That's a lot of money in your pocket 86% of the time. Put property tax money back in your pocket in just minutes. You don't have to do a thing. Not a thing. You just go to ownwell.com/Texas, ownwell.com/Texas, and you're going to set, and then they get your address, and they do everything. They do everything. Hundreds of thousands of happy customers and 5-star reviews with more than 140,000 properties represented in the Houston area. Stop overpaying. Start saving with Ownwell. Sign up in 3 minutes at ownwell.com/Texas. That's OWNWELL.com/Texas.
You're listening to John and Lance.
Broadcasting live from the Huntington Bank Studios, here's John Granado and Lance Zierlein.
Well, our old friend Blaze, from years and years and years, he's been a long-time listener. He says, the Houston offense takes what the defense gives them, which is usually an ass whipping. Well, that's not, when you say take what the defense gives you, it's supposed to mean, what is this?
What is that?
Is John watching Snuggles or something, some show on Nickelodeon?
No, I'm watching it. It sounded like her. It's a little girl yelling at the dog because the dog took her snack.
Oh, okay. I get caught up in those videos too.
Yeah,
frankly.
that's funny. It was actually funny.
Yeah,
It reminded me of Charlie.
Yeah.
Hi, Charlie. Charlie's watching right now.
I get caught. Ooh, Charlie's heard some rough stuff today.
Oh, I know. You say bad words. Now she's walking around saying Texans are ass.
Well, is she right?
Okay.
Is she accurate? The most important thing is to be accurate.
Oh.
Bleep your feelings. Just be accurate, Charlie.
Okay.
Be
Poor
accurate.
little Charlie.
Facts
Poor little
don't
Charlie.
care about your feelings.
Facts don't care about your feelings, John. And Charlie doesn't care about your feelings either. She thinks the Texans are cheeks, then they're cheeks.
713-780-3776.
Yeah, when they say, but you take what the defense gives you, it's not an ass whooping. It's supposed to be like, oh, oh, they're in a zone. We're going to throw underneath. That's what it means. Yeah.
That's what it
means.
It whooped.
No.
It whooped at the
And,
line
of course, our
scrimmage.
Iowa listener, Tony, is blaming everything on the two Iowa State wide receivers.
Well, how about that caller that said,
three of them.
What? Yeah.
Oh, yeah,
Hutchinson
Xavier
was there,
Hutchinson.
too.
That is
Tony
not
says-
the bastion for big-time offense,
Like,
by the way.
I looked to the other team, and they got an Ohio State receiver cooking Stingley and Lassiter. We've got the Iowa State receivers.
Yeah, I mean,
Now,
what?
no-
Yeah.
Now, Noel
Hey,
had
Noel's
some
gonna-
plays
Noel's
late.
gonna-
He made some
Noel's
plays
going to be
late.
fine.
Noel had a
Actually,
good catch yesterday.
Noel's going to be fine. He had a couple of catches
I think
yesterday.
Christian Kirk's
But
gonna be
Higgins,
fine.
how about?
No, you
I
don't.
thought
I
we
think
had
he- no, I think
D'Amico-
Christian
I thought
Kirk's
we had
gonna
D'Amico
survive.
Jr. I thought we had Nico Jr. What happened to Higgins? What's going on? How come he can't? He doesn't separate at all.
No. Well,
At
so
all.
here's the thing. He's not a separator. All of his routes need to be vertical, and they need to be like West Coast. They need to be over routes where he runs and he builds it because he's a build-up speed guy. He's not a short wiggle guy.
Well, that's great, but the only pass I've seen him make a difference on, the DB made a mistake. There was a mistake. It wasn't like
then
he
hope for
can run
more.
down the field
Hope
and
for
beat
more mistakes.
anybody.
Hope for more mistakes. then.
First thing he's got to do is he's got to get out of that number.
Yeah, 81.
That ain't a cool
Who wears
number for
81?
a receiver
That ain't a
anymore.
cool number.
He's got to get out of that number.
No,
you got to get
that
to a
ain't.
teen.
He looks slow at
You got to
81.
get to a teen number if you want to be a good receiver.
Get
at this
yourself a
point.
16.
Not even. Tell Braxton Berrios to beat it and take 17 or something. Because the 81, no.
Yeah.
Hey, I know he's not going to. Tyler Lockett was released, wide receiver. He's 33 years old, Titans. He requested his release because he's tired of sucking. So, but it's not going to matter. I mean, Christian Kirk will eventually play football. They've got Braxton Berrios. They got Jalen Knoll. So, Tyler's not going to be. I don't even know why I'm bringing it up.
He went to the burial ground for receivers who used to be good. He went to the Titans.
Titans,
All
yeah.
those got. Andre spent a year with the Titans.
Yeah, Andre. Now you got what's his name?
D-Hop was there.
Ridley.
Yeah.
Yeah, that don't matter. All right, we got any calls, Adele? 713-780-3776.
Yeah, only 4.
We got Chris. Chris, get in here.
Hey, what's up, guys? Love the show. After listening to this morning, Lance, you kind of stole a little bit of my thunder, but, I mean, we never had a test that would have shown us C.J. Stroud reacting, right? There was nothing at the combine that C.J. scored bad at that shows. And maybe it goes to say the offensive coordinators, he didn't like the play calling because it's complicated and it's not easy. The question is Ryan Day available, and could we pay him enough so maybe C.J. could be happy? And then my comment is, with how this show has gone today, I feel like we deserve a holiday show on Friday. You guys deserve to be off, and maybe Dell can fill in and bring somebody in so you guys can just have the day off. Because the Texans doing this to you guys just wasn't fair for this week. And I'll hang up and listen.
That's not a bad
Why
thought.
do I have to work more?
That's
wasn't
not
fair
a
to
bad
us
thought.
at all.
Good for your brand
Let's
awareness.
not stop with the brand stuff.
Brand awareness.
I mean,
it was funny 8 years ago when it first got dropped on
Oh,
me.
it's still funny.
Okay.
Lance deserved a better showing
I
last
deserved
night.
a better
He does
shot.
think he deserves quite a
I
bit.
said I tried to convince myself the Texans would win. I didn't. I was spitting in the face of. I was
History.
spitting into the wind of history.
25 years.
25 years of not only history but prime time history.
Right.
And not only that, but You suck every time you go to Seattle. You suck every time you play in the evening. Most of the games you're bad. Mm-hmm. And it's already, you're coming off of a bad season where the only games you've won are against, a 1-win team and two one-win teams. Yeah. Like, who could have possibly predicted the Texans would have got the living piss kicked out of them in a game where they only lost by 8? But it was not that close. Well, I don't know. It just feels like it wasn't that close. Well, it wasn't that close.
If the linebacker holds on to the football going to the end zone, it's 21-0.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
If he tucks it?
Yeah, if he just simply holds on to the ball.
You know who was I mean, I think about as honest as he could be was Titus. We got some Titus sound here, and I mean, we don't hear Titus talk too much, but this offensive line needs to have its accountability. I hear Cole Popovich, and I hear and Nick Caley and CJ. Mm-hmm. This offensive line needs to be accountable. Titus was pretty honest about what's going on here.
If I'm be honest, today is a little bit of everybody, bro. Like, we just in kudos to defense, bro. Defense played a hell of a game. On offense, bro, we didn't do a good enough job, and really no phase of the game today. If I'm being honest, I gotta take responsibility for the offensive line. We gotta play better, bro. We gotta be able to pick up the front, the stunts. We got to be able to adjust quick enough to see the blitzes and pick them up. We didn't do none of that good enough. We was complacent today. We didn't come out with enough energy to start the game. So I'm owning on to all that. I have my guys ready next week. So we just got to be better, man. We let the defense down. We let the team down to his offense. And, we got to step it up, man, for the rest of the season. We want to do anything. Like, if we can't score, we can't win, We giving teams, short field. Of course, they're going to score some points, but our defense had, 4 turnovers? Called 4 turnovers today. We should win that game.
Yeah. All right. So that's another thing we haven't even talked about yet. The way that they came out. How blah, after 15 days off, in a game that you literally had to have that game. That was, if you want to have a season this year, because look at this now, 2-4. With San Francisco coming up and the games that you got coming up, you're how many games behind Indianapolis now? I mean, you had no shot at the division right now. And you came out like that. They were flat. Mm-hmm. They were flat. That's on the head coach.
With an extra week to prepare.
With an extra week. With no now, the scripted plays that we talked about earlier, we don't know. I don't know how Nick Caley goes about it. We don't know. Bill Walsh started that. He scripts 25 plays, and he runs those plays and blah, blah, blah. All I know is, boy, they looked like they were whipped dogs from the start. Mm-hmm. From the start. There was no fire. They just got trampled early on. Second possession, they're down, and this game was over. I mean, that's inexcusable, and that's on D'Amico.
Mm-hmm. It falls on head coach. Yeah,
that's right.
I mean, there's nothing you can say whatever you want, like, well, but D'Amico can't do that. Yeah, I get all that, but this is how it works. The head coach has to take responsibility for that, and D'Amico doesn't run from that. I have no doubt D'Amico will tell you, it starts with him. But the scripted play thing is a really big one because, Gary was great. Gary Kubiak was great with scripted plays. And then after he got outside of his script, it was like he wasn't – I don't know. It just sometimes it was really good, but he had a hard time keeping it from half to half on track. But I love Gary Kubiak, but I just think there were some limitations. The scripted plays, we had a caller call in earlier, it's about showing different personnel groupings. What you're doing is you're seeing how they respond for plays you're going to call later. So – you're doing and you're setting up potential counters to plays that you're showing them something. And then, a lot of plays are the same plays. They're just run out of different formations and different personnel groupings, but it's the same play. So your script is very, very important, or it can be very, very important because it can help unlock some knowledge about how teams may be defending you. And then you can go back to a play that they don't recognize because it's out of a different personnel grouping. I don't get the sense that Nick Caley's, I assume he's running a script. I don't know. I don't know if I should assume it. Maybe that's a question that's asked.
Let me ask you a question. Are we behind, Del? We got it to break?
We're never behind.
I think we're behind right now. So we're way behind. So we got a break. On the other side, I got a question for you about if you own this team. Let's talk about John Daspit right now.
Yeah, John Daspit. He's not going to own a team. He is well, not right now, but he is a huge sports fan, and we talk sports. I hadn't talked to him for a while about sports. So I got to make sure everything's going good, but probably busy. I mean, people are injured all the time, and one of the areas he really focuses and concentrates on is along the coastline, headed all the way to Louisiana, stopping at Louisiana, and because he understands that there's a lot of offshore accidents. There's accidents on rigs. There are accidents in refineries with refinery blasts, and he had a huge case previously. He was involved in the Astroworld cases that were the tragedy that happened there at that concert. And so a lot of people understand that you call John Daspit when you have these issues. It's the first phone call you make because you want representation to deal with the lawyers from the other side. You don't want to have to deal with them because you're not qualified. You're not qualified to be able to handle what the lawyers are going to throw at you from the other side. They are going to try to make you an offer right away, and it's not going to be an equitable offer and a fair offer. And you need John Daspit to work with you, to fight for you, and to get you the offer that you deserve when you are injured due to someone else's negligence. It's a no-brainer. You call 713-CALL-NOW, and you get started with the Daspit Law Firm. 713-CALL-NOW. That's 713-CALL-NOW. His winning percentage is incredible, and his payouts are substantial because you need to be taken care of when something tragic and something, which is life-altering potentially happens to you. That's DaspitLaw.com, DaspitLaw.com.
All right, welcome back. This is a bitch session. You want to get in? 713-780-3776. Texans looked like crap last night. Again. And look, okay, they have 11 games left, Lance. How many against teams with winning records?
With winning records right now, I'll say 6.
8.
Ooh, that stings.
Only 3 teams, Tennessee, Arizona, and Vegas, have losing records.
This could be a 5-win season.
They got San Francisco, Denver at home, Jackson. They got a 3-game homestand.
Do you draft Arch? I'm going to bring it up right now. Let's get it started.
All right, you own the team. Money doesn't matter. Do you retain Nick Caserio?
Yes.
You do?
Yeah, I'm not just making changes.
Do you trust that he can fix the O-line?
Well, he's not worried about it. He's not concerned about it.
We know.
D'Amico's not concerned
but
about it,
as
so
the
why would
owner
I
of
be
the
concerned
team,
about it?
do you believe he can fix this O-line?
So you still
I
believe
think that's
him.
up in the air. No, but I don't think this is a fireable offense. Why am I firing Nick Caserio?
Well,
he's put together
let's see.
a good secondary, a good defense. I mean, he's got to get the offensive line right. Yeah. I mean, there's no question.
Well, there's nothing that shows that he can do that.
You know, I do worry that he also had a hand in the Cayley hire. It feels like something he would be involved in because he's got New England ties. See, I don't know how D'Amico. I don't know if D'Amico has an expanded ring of influence and friends around the league. He's been with 2 organizations ever, the Texans and San Francisco.
No, he's been with Philadelphia.
Oh, was he with Philly?
Well, you played for Philly.
Oh, well, I'm talking about as a coach.
So what? He knows. I mean,
You think
when
no,
you're a
that
player-
doesn't mean anything. That doesn't mean he knows coaches. He doesn't know who the hot coaches are. I mean, he may not. I don't know what's his connection to Nick Cayley.
Well, I mean, they had coaches in Philadelphia, so he's been with 3 organizations.
I'm talking about coaches who are in the league now. Is what I'm talking about. I'm talking about who the hot names are, who the best coaches are, who the guys who are. I mean, he has been a defensive coordinator, so you would think that he would have an idea. But most of those guys have moved on and become head coaches.
Well, I mean, Nick Cayley was a hot name, though. Nick Cayley was.
What
in
was
the,
he? I'd never heard his name.
But
He was
anyone that comes through L.A. is
He was a
hot name.
Ramtree guy. I get it. He was a Ramtree guy. I think Nick probably helped him in that too. He knew him maybe from the Patriots.
And maybe we're putting. Well, I don't know. Nick, I don't know. Again,
I would not,
I thought he was going to call the good plays, but there are no good plays when you can't.
Well,
block.
Bobby Slowick's,
there are no good plays.
Bobby Slowick's laughing at all of you because you thought it was. Look, Bobby Slowick had his issues. If you thought this was if you thought get rid of Slowick and everything's going to change, that was always a joke. Then you don't know football. That was never the case. If you actually objectively looked at last season, you saw that there was issues abounded, and this was not an offensive coordinator away from everything being fixed. It was never, ever like that. And yeah, you made your life tougher with getting rid of your left tackle. There's no question. But I don't mind, sometimes it's the greater good that you have to look at. But with that said, I'm disappointed with the quarterback. I'm just not going to lie. I have expectations for him, and they're high expectations because he got me gassed up in that first year. And I see a quarterback who doesn't have pocket poise. I see a quarterback who doesn't beat people with his game plan and football IQ. I see a quarterback right now that I feel like maybe is checking out a little bit, not quite as engaged.
Well, I don't know about that.
I'm not blaming it on him.
He's got
but
pouty face, and he doesn't seem like – I don't know about not engaged, but he certainly doesn't feel – he feels like he's not content. That's for sure.
I think he feels like
listen,
he's up against it where he has no – look, and I get this from CJ. I think he feels like I don't have an offense coordinator that can get me out of this, that can put us where we need to be. And he might be right. But here, my question is, okay, let me flip it to you. Do you put the pressure on? Because I'm not a big fan of the Tennessee Titan. Change, just make changes. But to me, Nick Caserio is a non-starter. Like, no way would I fire him. Plus, he has like 3 or 4 years left on his contract.
Yeah.
Here's my question, though. Would you put heat on them to make another change at offense coordinator yet again?
Yeah. I mean, this one's not working. It's not. And listen, the only time that CJ was good and the offensive coordinator was good was when they were playing a last-place schedule. Because the next year it flipped to a first-place schedule.
I wish you wouldn't have said that.
The next year it flipped to a first-place schedule. CJ, not good. Offense not good. The next year, first place schedule. CJ not good. Offense not good. Now we're in another first place, and CJ not good. Offense not
and the
good.
2 times they did look good, last place teams.
Last place teams.
Yeah.
They are
Quit crapping all over our party.
They're
man.
lamb killers.
What party are you talking about? You started crapping all over the party.
Well, John did when he goes, yeah, and then they did that when they played a last place schedule. I was like, oh, that's right.
It's the
They
truth.
did.
And they were 10-7
And they
against
had
the last place schedule.
in a bad division,
In
a really bad division.
All right, Michael. Let's
How
get
far
Michael
away
in.
are we? Are we this far away? Are the
Oh,
Texans that far away from? I mean, they were competing to beat Kansas City in Kansas City last year. Is it possible they're this far away?
Yeah.
They
Yes.
did not get better as a team.
They're
in
not
the offseason.
No, they didn't.
Okay, well, let me ask you, what competitive team are they close to?
The
Oh.
Jags.
Oh.
The Jags will be deemed competitive.
And listen, somebody
Yeah.
scary said, "Hey, y'all that are dumping on Trevor Lawrence, better look at CJ because it's about the same thing.
No.
He gets pressure, his feet start going crazy, he's inaccurate
Who
down
said
the
it?
field."
Who said that's not the case? We all said that. My problem is Tennessee. The problem is Jacksonville paid Trevor Lawrence. That's the entire point I'm trying to make. Is they took a quarterback who is average, and they're like, well, I guess we got to give him $50 million. I guess we got to give him about $50 million.
Well, you don't think CJ's going to get that?
Yes, that's my point. You don't. It's the worst thing you can do. You put yourself in an. And guess what? They're impossible to trade once you do that. This is what you better acknowledge. They're impossible to trade once you give them those contracts.
So you don't think that with a good offensive line, CJ would be good?
I don't know. I don't know. I think how good? I don't know. Yes, he'd be better with that with a good offensive line. There's no question about it. If you drafted like Brad Holmes does in Detroit and you got the offensive line right, yes, I think CJ would be fine. But I also think there's an issue with you just drafted 2 wide receivers, and I think you got issues with wide receiver now. You missed Tank's wiggle. You missed Tank's ability to get open. Dalton Schultz was your best candidate. And you know what? Frankly, Nico's been unimpressive. And I don't know if it's on Nico or CJ or the predictable routes or whatever, because they said Dan Orlovsky pointed out, these DBs have figured out what the Texans like to do in their jumping routes. It did look like they were jumping routes. I mean, it did. Job should never be able to check Nico Collins. But Nico's best when he's getting vertical and he's build-up speed. Jaden Higgins is a build-up speed guy. Well, how can you run those routes when you can't protect long enough? Like, this is a chicken and egg situation that can't be fixed. You have to protect well enough, and CJ has to have enough poise that you let long developing routes develop, because that's where those 2 build-up speed guys are at their best. They can generate some separation on build-up routes, which are over routes, post routes, go routes. But guess what? Crossing routes. But it's not going to matter if you don't have time to throw. It won't matter. So
CJ just said, screw it. I'm throwing the ball down the field. I don't care. And he wasn't even close to hitting guys. He threw back-to-back up the left side. I'm just throwing it. I'm just throwing it up and see what happens.
CJ looked kind of like Arch last night is a text I just got. And he didn't look that bad.
Mm-mm.
He didn't look Arch bad.
The interception was bad. The interception was bad. I mean,
Yes.
he did have a guy hanging on him. And you know what? The Texas and the Texans, I mean, it's pretty similar. Their offensive line sucks.
Mm-hmm.
Their quarterback is not playing he's playing at a mediocre level.
The play caller's not dialing up
Their
anything.
defense is good. They're both defenses are good. Real good.
You have
Holy
the rushers.
crap.
Yeah, and then you got a play caller who can't dial up, who can't figure out the best way to unlock an offense.
Yeah.
But now one of them is because he's got offensive line and quarterback limitations. But Sark just can't figure out that his quarterback needs to be running a football. With CJ, I think it needs to be a quick passing game. But do you have the right wide receivers for that? I don't know.
They're not separating. They're the Houston Longhorns. They're the Houston Longhorns right now, that's terrible.
That's actually, Texas could sue you for saying that. The Longhorns could sue you for saying that they're in the same class as the Houston.
Bitches.
Do you think the Longhorns want to be known as the Texas Texans?
Yeah, they're the Texans.
Do you think
Texans.
they're saying, wait, no, we're not that. We're not the Texans. Stop.
Oh,
Don't
really?
you call us a Texans.
Both went to the playoffs last year.
Yeah.
Both suck this year. Both have no offensive line. They have mediocre quarterback play, really good defenses. Lose to teams they should. They're not.
The Longhorns don't.
Mm-hmm.
The Longhorns beat the teams they're supposed to beat, like
Do
the
they?
Sam Houston State
And the
Titans.
Kentuckys
Florida.
of the world.
How'd that Florida game go?
They beat Kentucky, though. Well, let's keep comparing them. Let's listen to Braxton Berrios after the game and see who he
Why are we
sounds like.
talking to this guy?
The show goes on, and we're dancing, and at the end of the day, we control our destiny. So we're going to keep on pushing, and we're going to do it with a smile on our face, and there's going to be corrections, and I trust in my guys. I trust in my coaches.
Frickin'.
And I'm freaking excited. So I want y'all to put some.
They're just the same.
That's not Braxton Berrios. That's Michael Taft from Texas.
It is.
Leave it
Michael
on there where he goes, where's the smile? Put some smiles on your faces,
if I did
man.
that, then he would mention the SEC, so we'll give it away early. But yeah,
It's hard. It's hard to win in the SEC.
hard to win in the NFL.
Saying that was Braxton Berrios. I'm like, what the hell is they getting Braxton Berrios sound for? Because of punt returns?
Because he's the only white guy.
I had to think of a white contributor.
Yeah.
A white guy that you don't know what his voice
you
sounds
could have
like.
said Dalton Schultz, you know?
Maybe. I could have
Yeah,
done that. It's
maybe.
funnier to say Braxton Berrios.
Hey, Dalton Schultz had a game. Dalton Schultz was nice.
Got
last
banged
night.
up and kept coming back.
Yeah,
Yeah, he
nice.
did.
Dalton Schultz had a nice game. There's one guy.
Do you think
All right, who had
CJ would
good
be
games?
Wait, you got to answer this question. John, do you think
What?
CJ would be good throwing swing passes?
I think he could throw.
You said that's what the Texas, the Longhorns need to do.
Yeah,
swing
the
pass,
Longhorn. That's all
swing
he's
pass
good at.
offense.
Throwing swing passes.
He even throws behind swing passes sometimes too.
Sometimes.
Arch does, yeah. Makes guys
Sometimes.
turn.
Not all of them are great, but wait, nobody's hitting 100% of their swing passes.
Well, you got to hit a high percentage of swing passes.
Okay, so wait, who? Okay, let's be positive.
Let's be positive. Tell me again how Tari Eason was going to re-up with the Rockets for a good fair number.
Oh, he's a restricted free agent. That's fine.
His mom is already. They're already quote tweeting his mom. There's a whole article. Basket News. Tari Eason's mom reacts to failed extension with Rockets. I just don't think we need to be going to mom Twitter. Honestly, it doesn't usually work out great.
Well, dude wants to listen. It may be it might have been impossible, and that might have been a Kyle Tucker situation. I want to play more. We talked about this yesterday.
Yeah.
You can't. I'm not going to take less money than I'd get as a free agent and sit on the bench.
No,
I'm
that's
not
why
doing
I
it.
didn't think this was any kind of a lock for Tari Eason because he wants to play. If he stays here, he's going to be limited.
Right.
Why would you want to stay here if your goal is to play 30? And I don't care if he goes to a situation not as good as the Rockets. This is his life.
Yeah,
like he wants to
right.
go play. That's like saying why would somebody portal out of a really good school when to go play when they got a chance to win at a higher level but not get as much playing time. They want to play. I get it.
And make more money in the portal. Make more money than where they're at.
Yeah.
And he'll make more
But
money.
if that's
going to
be the case, then do you trade?
But he's going to be restricted.
Do you trade Tari Eason? Well, you don't. You're not going to. You need him to try to win. But I wonder if the Rockets will take a look at him ever and have that. If Rafael Stone will say, let's have a conversation about what could Tari Eason. I'd have that conversation. It doesn't mean I'd land on moving Tari Eason. I'd at least entertain the possibility of what would the point guard look like? It'd be a good player you got back in exchange.
They really, really, really like. I know this. They really like Tari Eason,
and they should.
So they, whatever is offered next year, they're going to have a little bit of money. If they really want to keep Tari Eason, they'll match the offer. So that's at the very least he's restricted, so they get to match. So we'll find out whether
it will be determined somewhat about what the offer is because the reporting about the second apron. I don't know that. So someone knows the Rockets are up against it.
Right.
If they give you, hey, Tari, we're going to start a starting salary.
Yeah, they're not going to match
We
that
can start
apron.
in salary at 26. It'll decrease, but we want to start at 26 because it puts the Rockets on a real bind. Because if they get to 26, they go over the second apron. So that is the
poison pill.
That is the risk when you let them get to restricted free agency. If a team has money, they can simply go,
You're
hey.
pretty smart at this, Del.
We can structure it where, do you want to go into the second apron for a guy you're bringing off the bench? Okay, we'll see what you really want to do.
Yeah. Right.
What you really trying to do?
What you about? Okay, what you? I know what HR. And listen, get in here. You guys got more bitching to do. 713-780-3776. I know what HRP is about. I've got inside information on HRP. It's a bunch of great guys that we really like, that we are friends with here at the station, that have a vested interest in how well we do. They care about our business. They are, listen, you become friends with, you get to know them. They are in your business. And a lot of times being in your business ain't great. HRP in your business is great because they're going to do things with the technology that you don't have, with the payroll, with the HR expertise that you don't have, with the tax expertise that you don't have, with the knowledge of the insurance game and the 401k game, all the benefits packages that you don't have. They don't sell those, but they know them, and they're going to help you pick what's perfect for your business, right? Because they've seen it all, they've done it all. You are somebody who is really good. You have a company, and you're growing, and you have 15, 20, 30, 80 employees, but you're not in any of that business. You don't know the HR game. You don't know the payroll game. You don't know the tax game. You don't know the 401k. Let HRP do what they do. You do what you do. Everybody wins because you win because you're better. And HRP wins because they're helping you. HRP.net. If you're looking for a great way to get that payroll to your company, HRP.net, 281-880-6525 or HRP.net.
You're listening to John and Lance.
Broadcasting live from the Huntington Bank Studios, here's John Granado and Lance Zierlein.
All right. Welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. What a horrific, another nationally televised embarrassment. I mean, it wasn't as bad as Christmas Day.
No, not even close. But they didn't hit 300 yards total offense. Not even close.
I mean, no, but it was, there was almost a sense of Louis Riddick and Dan Orlovsky, like, they felt sorry for him. Like, honestly, like, there was a pity. There was a pity that was just, like, it was.
Well, Dan's always going to feel sorry for C.J. Stroud.
Well, but Dan was right.
Dan's got to be careful with what he says.
They had some of their most successful plays were C.J. under center and fake, play action, roll out, hit Dalton Schultz.
Well, because your mesh point is more believable when you run play action.
Yeah,
play action out of shotgun is a. The linebackers aren't doing anything. It's phony.
It's phony baloney.
Yeah, it's phony.
I feel bad for one person in particular. What Leonard Williams and Byron Murphy did to Jake Andrews all night. Poor guy.
Yeah.
Poor guy.
Byron Murphy's so good.
Well, wait a minute. Why was Laken Tomlinson in the game?
Weren't they?
Because he's balling.
Weren't they splitting?
Why is Dare and Laken? Dare had an Ole block that was embarrassing. Embarrassing. And then he goes out on a route and drops a ball, or I don't know. It wasn't even. He dropped it. He got the defender was right on.
It'll have been like 4th and 3, and if he would have caught instead, it was 4th and 6.
He's juggling it for about 20 minutes, and it finally fell to the ground. But I'm like, why is 33 even in the game? What is going on? Where's 27 when I need him?
Well, it's either 33 or Nick Chubb.
Yeah, Damian Pierce is cooked. He's finished.
What is the deal there? I mean,
inactive.
I mean, goodness gracious. All right, Julian is here. Let's get him in here. Hey, Julian. Hey, we got the 49ers next week.
All right.
We're going to kick your ass, Julian.
What's going on, gentlemen? I'm not going to talk about the 49ers because it's the 5-2 record is the most fraudulent 5-2 record I've ever seen. We're not going to do anything in the playoffs. If we beat y'all, it's going to be by luck. It's not encouraging for me, man. I'm a realist. I'm not going to just say it just to say it. With that being said, Tari Eason wants to play more, but he can't even play the second half of back-to-back. How does that work? You're 23 years old. Your knees are busted to the point to where you can't even play the second end of back-to-backs, and you want to play more? I just feel like it's a little weird. Hey, maybe not a game.
That's atrocious.
Oh, he snuck it in.
Yeah. So
that is a tricky one.
Well, Tari, it's not a knee. Remember, he had like
lower body. It's a leg.
He had surgery involving removing like a lesion from his bone.
Yeah.
So it's not a knee, but it is something serious that they have been managing for a while now.
Hey,
bone lesions.
Listen,
if you got leg injuries, go to the Astros team physician. Team trainer. Yes, he's good with leg injuries and bone issues.
I like
that guy got fired.
He was.
I like Tari, but I mean, it's not going to kill the organization if you lose Tari. It's not going to kill you.
No, it's not the end of the world.
Not the end of the world.
It's
and if the dude wants to play,
you're not better. You're not better without Tari.
No, you're
like
better
you didn't lose in George Springer. It wasn't the end of the organization.
No,
but
no,
it
hurt.
It was nice.
Well, George. Well, listen, George finally paid off for that organization last night. Well, and he paid off this year because the previous years they thought they got the worst end of it.
Mm-hmm.
But now they got World Series George, and it's worth it. But they waited a long time for that now.
Mm-hmm.
They waited a long time. Who's up, Joe? Joe, what's up?
Hey, fellas, how you doing?
Good.
Hey, I've got a couple of things. First of all, Gilbert, is he okay? I haven't heard from him in a while.
No, we haven't. We haven't heard from him.
Don't know.
I don't know.
He called in a couple times last week. Just didn't get on,
Okay. We didn't know that.
Okay. Yeah, just hope he's doing okay. Another thing, and I'm being serious here, guys. I'm really starting to believe this. Man, I think professional football in Houston is jinxed because of the Astrodome.
Well, tear it down. I don't care. Blow it up. I hate that old
'Cause, I
dumb,
mean,
dirty place. Get
Look
rid of it.
Look at the Astros. I think that whole Astrodome complex area. I don't know. I read somewhere or I heard something that used to be an old Native American burial ground. I don't know how true that is.
No way.
I'm serious.
No, you're not serious.
I'm serious, guys. I'm telling y'all. I mean, look at the Astros. They never did anything until they moved to Minute Maid. I think that whole Astrodome complex area is built, man.
This is what I would do. You're
right.
You're right. What you need to do is get taxpayer money, okay? Get some bonds, get some taxpayer money, and build a new stadium for the Texans. And that will be better.
In Sugarland.
Yeah, you won't have the curse anymore.
The Katy Texans.
Hey, the Dallas Cowboys are in Arlington. Why can't we do that?
We could do it. Yeah, I mean,
what's the perfect place?
It will eventually happen. I just don't know
The
when.
Bears are going to be out of Chicago at some point.
Oh, yeah. San Francisco's not in San Francisco. Yeah, it's eventually going to happen.
Get away from that Indian burial ground.
Although we have no proof that that's the case.
Remember when they kept trying to wear that tiki statue and all the Brady bunch almost died until they had to bury the tiki statue?
Well,
Alice threw it back out.
Poltergeist, when the whole house
swimming pool was filled with dead people and all that stuff. Yeah.
Carol Ann.
Does the sacrifice need to be made if we're not going to move to a different area?
Aziz tries to sacrifice players all the time.
Yeah, but usually
quarterbacks.
usually on the road.
He tries to sacrifice road quarterbacks on the regular.
So what about in the building that he plays his home games? Does he need to sacrifice a quarterback? Does a Texan need to be sacrificed? Or maybe we just have Sage.
Is Graham Mertz still on the roster?
I don't want to just.
We could sacrifice him.
What did he do?
Graham Mertz?
That's not a good enough.
He
sacrifice.
was inactive.
We're not going to sacrifice.
He's not going
anybody.
to play. He's not going to play.
Yeah, might as well sacrifice.
Sacrifice Graham Mertz.
If we're talking about that, guys who aren't going to play, you can sacrifice Christian Kirk.
Yeah, he didn't
Christian
play.
Kirk, Christian Harris.
Well,
all right. Why are we sacrificing all the Christians? What are we?
Where's he going to go?
Don't. 925.
What's he going to do?
Who else? Don't say what's he going to do. Just go to the next caller.
I tried to jump in to make sure he didn't.
Yeah. Well, then don't ask a rhetorical question like, what's he going to do?
Rhetorical
what's
part,
he going to say
next? The rhetorical
next?
part means he doesn't answer.
No,
right?
but that's not how it works with him, and you already know that.
I got a good answer for that
Go,
one.
You
go
don't.
to the phone.
You have a terrible answer.
Go to the phone.
Let's go to Dave. What's up, Dave?
Hey, what's going on? Good morning. You guys, am I on?
Yeah. What's up, Dave?
Okay, cool. Let me tell you something. I started watching the game last night in the third quarter because I couldn't take it no more, and it's partially Lance's fault. He turned me on to Underdog, and I won 6 out of 7. I never go that high. I won 6 out of 7 for like almost $5,000. Guess what I lost last night? Last night was the last part of it. Woody. They did not feed Woody. He only needed 27 yards. And
he got 15,
he was forcing balls to Nico all night long, and Woody's just standing there. Now, I know I'm biased because I was watching Woody all night. And he was open several times, like on screenplays, little draws, and they just wouldn't feed him until, I guess, when I went to sleep, he got a couple more carries in the fourth quarter. Because I didn't see anything in the first half.
Well, they tried to feed him on 3rd and 1 and 4th and 1, and that didn't get there.
Wait, you're talking receiving yards,
Maybe
right?
he meant total yards?
No,
Total?
I think he means rushing. I think Woody was
No,
27.
I think he meant to receiving because he was out in a...
No.
Listen.
No, he means rushing.
You meant rushing yards?
No. I meant rushing, but the point I'm making is that, not like that on 31. He's got the 31 guy.
No, I know. Well, you should have played the flex option. That way you could lose one and still win money. I feel bad for you, man. I wanted you to cash out there. You hit 6 and 7 and get money. Yeah, you could have won five dimes.
Well, Nick Cayley cost you five large.
I would say Juice Scruggs and Jake Andrews.
He might
have
been able to have 26 carries. And
how many carries would it have taken for for Woody Marks to get to that number?
19.
He had 10.
10 for 15.
He was averaging he averaged 1.5 yards
He
per
needed
carry.
19 carries.
So for this gentleman, he needed 19, but for the chances of winning the game, how can you give him 19 carries?
He wants his 5
At
yards.
some point, get my guy the money.
Well, Dave should have called the Texans
Get
beforehand.
Dave, I know.
Hey, listen, if they lose the game 30-0, but Woody got that, then I'm fine with it because my guy right there, Joe, got 5,000. Okay,
Dave
gets
Joe,
5,000.
yeah.
My guy, Dave.
Joe called in about the Indian burial ground.
Oh, that's right. That's right.
He is not serious people.
You're not serious
Well,
people.
Hard Rock Stadium is built on an Indian burial ground, and certainly Dolphin fans believe that's the reason that team hasn't been any good since they got out of the Orange Bowl. That actually is built on a place where Indians did reside or Native Americans did reside. So,
You just said the I word.
Did Joe do his research, and maybe we haven't, and we need to? Questions need to be asked. Maybe the Texans know. That's why they want to move.
Yeah.
I imagine Cal going through the books, doing research, and seeing that his father made a mistake and built that facility on a sacred place. And now he wants to move to Kingwood for that reason.
What about Mike
Don't
McDaniel?
overthink it.
Somebody is asking if Mike McDaniel, should we hire him as OC?
I'd love it. I would honestly
wait
love it.
until the season's over.
He still needs more. He still needs some help too. Like there's still personnel. Look, they're going to really go hard in. And please don't trade away all your picks this year, Nick. Please don't do that. Just stop. It's not a fun little brand where you move all your picks in the middle of a draft. Just sit and pick players that are good.
It looks like he's going to get the 5th overall pick. So,
yeah, and this actually it looks like there's some tackles in this draft, but I haven't gone that far into it. But I will say, I do think that this is they're going to lean heavily into. They're going to look at running back. They're going to look at offensive line for sure.
Someone else will look into offensive line, not Nick. Can they hire a consultant for that?
If he doesn't take an offensive lineman with the first pick, then you know what? Beat it. Because this second-round thing that he keeps on trying that sucks, well, he did suck with the 13th overall pick, too.
With Kenyon Green.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he sucked with that, too. I mean, I don't know. Maybe let somebody else use the first pick.
Take that position away from him.
Yeah. Take that first pick.
What's Bill Callahan up to? We don't want him to coach.
Bill Callahan left.
Bring him in just to
So Bill
make
Callahan
a
left
pick.
when his son got fired from the Titans.
Yeah.
Bill Callahan left too.
Yeah.
And Callahan is a great O-line coach, by the way. So what are you trying to do with Callahan?
Just have him be the consultant on O-lineman and
O-line
let him make the pick.
Yeah, I'd be good with that.
That'd be good. That'd be fine.
You know, in
All right.
college they always hire. They just give somebody a title, give them
Analyst.
some money. Yeah, analyst usually.
Well, I'm going to say this. Let the Zaddix consult you on which jewelry to buy.
Yeah, you better be consulting with them if you're looking to get something like a diamond engagement ring. That's a no-brainer. You go upstairs to the second floor. They got 28,000 square feet. You go to the second floor, and then on the bridal side, they will take care of it. And they've got, I always talk about the engagement rings. They can custom design your engagement ring as well to make it very, very special and very, very unique. They've got women's wedding bands. They've got men's wedding bands. So you know what? While you're in there looking at something for her, go pick yourself out. Go say, look, I'm getting exactly what I want, and I'm going to get it while I'm in here and potentially get an even better price while you're getting both of them at the same time. They've got, you can shop for your diamonds by the shape, oval, pear, princess, radiant, emerald, heart, marquee, round. They'll help educate you on that, the cut, the color, the clarity, get the setting exactly the way that you like it, or more importantly, exactly the way that she wants it, because more and more women are going in and making the decision about the rings that they want, and that's going to be easier for you. And then you can do your little thing where you take a picture and you take videos, and she pretends she didn't know, but she's right next to a beach and there's 15 cameras around. You can do that whole thing so you can post it on your Instagram. I just know Zadig is going to be the one that puts together the winning formula for a great ring that is going to be enduring and something she's going to really love. Zadig Jewelers, the jeweler for the entire city of Houston. They're incredible. They're at 1801 Post Oak Boulevard. For any of your jewelry needs or luxury watches, it's Zadig Jewelers.
Broadcasting live from the Huntington Bank Studios, it's John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now here's John Granado and Lance Zierlein.
All right. Last segment, our penultimate segment, before we hit the news of the word. Penultimate means second to last, people. Okay. All right. 713-780-3776. So get in a hurry because you can call Dell's show too, though, right, Dell?
Yeah, we take calls. Yeah, we welcome. It's not we welcome people calling in.
Yeah, but
when do we become a Rockets? When do we become a Rocket station? If they lose to San Francisco, we're just a Rocket station going forward.
No, this is a. Hey, I don't care how good the Rockets or Astros are doing. This is a football town.
I didn't say town. I said station. I didn't say that, Bill O'Brien. I said, when do we lock in?
Tonight. What do you mean, when do we lock in?
No, of course we're going to watch, but when do we become all Rockets all the time? If the Texans drop the game to San Francisco, do we just cut them off?
Well, we don't cut them off and then it turns into Texans draft.
Yeah, that's what's going to happen.
Yeah.
When do we start checking Tankathon every Monday?
I'm telling you right now, who do you like with the 5th overall pick?
I don't know. I gotta start looking at
what. No, we need a lineman that's going to be there with the 5th pick.
Mm-hmm.
What is Malinoa? Where is he supposed to be picked?
Nobody knows for sure right now.
You don't know.
Time to bookmark Tankathon, everybody. Tankathon.com.
So instead of Tank for Tua, it's Tank with Tua.
Sure.
Okay.
Some people are saying let go for Mendoza. But
Mendoza? Is he really a good prospect?
I don't know that to be the case.
I haven't studied him yet.
I would trust Jordan Rodgers. Jordan Rodgers said, he doesn't do great handling pressure or making off-platform stuff, so maybe don't trust him. Don't go with him. But Tankathon, so I think we should do that every Monday. After the Texans lose a game, we go to Tankathon.com and see how they stack up against everyone else. So as it stands now, they're in line for the 10th pick at 2-4. A lot of 2-1 teams. A lot
but
of
we got a
teams.
lot more losses ahead of us.
Right now, you got a top 10 pick in your back pocket.
Well, we ain't. No, we're gonna get. We're
no.
okay. We're gonna strive for better than that.
I feel like there's a lot of good picks coming.
There's gonna be
By
a
better,
lot.
you mean higher in the draft?
Higher.
Okay.
5th, 4th. Yeah, we're gonna strive.
A lot of bad
We're gonna
teams
strive
out there.
to be better.
They've got the Texans with Caden Proctor and Tankathon.
That's
a left
tackle.
tackle that has some weight issues and some movement problems.
Oh, the Bama.
Yeah.
Yeah, but he also can handle short yardage carries.
Well, yeah. Okay. Last night we could have used him.
I actually think he would have worked.
3rd
I
and
would
1.
here's what I would do. I would spend an entire offseason having a strong, big offensive lineman learning to take snaps under center, and I would then I would put 2 offensive line behind him, and I'd go beefy, tush push, and see if anyone can stop it. You're not stopping a 335-pound tackle being pushed by 2 320-pound guards.
Yep.
You're not doing it.
I mean,
So I'm just doing that because I can't hand off and expect a yard.
I just feel like the only team that hasn't figured out 4th down.
It's the
maybe
Texans.
the Jets. Maybe
Well,
the Jets
also
too.
3rd and short. We haven't figured that out.
We haven't figured out a short yardage situation. We don't know what we don't know what we are. We have no idea. Listen, other teams for sure they're getting. Wait, Sam Darnold on 4th down threw a beautiful pass to Jackson Smith and Jigba. I mean, beautiful.
Mm-hmm.
On 4th down, we handed it to Woody off left tackle, and he got smothered for a 3-yard loss.
Do you have a quarterback as good as Sam Darnold?
Well, we don't have a receiver that can.
Do you
get
have a
open
receiver as good
like
as
Jackson Smith and Jigba? We
that's
don't
my
have
point.
that. We don't have that. We don't have that. We really don't. But what a beautiful play that was. And but Sam Darnold couldn't have been better. Couldn't have thrown a better ball. And Smith and Jigba just runs and it's open right away. He's open right away. I mean, why don't we have something like? Why can't we do stuff like that? Why can't we have nice stuff?
You trust your offensive line to hold up for that play on 4th and
It
short?
wasn't that long a play, Dell.
That's still the point. He still got downfield. What was it, like a 20-yard gain?
No, it
Yeah,
was like
like
8 yards.
No, it was like a 15. It was a chunk play. That was surprising that they threw it that far downfield. That's how he got open quick. I'll admit that. But I think it was a chunk play. They don't trust these guys.
I don't trust these hoes.
Well, I don't know if they're hoes.
That's what you just said.
No, I didn't say that. I
It
said
sounded
these guys.
like it.
I didn't call Ed Ingram a hoe. I just said he's not trustworthy.
He's just not trustworthy. He's not a serious person.
He's not trustworthy in situations. Well, it's not just him.
Well,
It's the
Ed's like,
entire offensive
hey,
line.
what the?
How
am I catching the bullets?
This is what I got to say. It's not just Ed. None of them are trustworthy up front. Can't trust any of them.
Did you see? No. I am really excited about the Rockets. Like, I'm really excited about the Rockets. I think it's going to be a good season. I feel good about tonight's game as well. Should be a great marker. You know, a lot of times these teams who have these ring ceremonies don't play well in their first game. It's just for whatever reason they just don't. Probably because they have they just won. They're a little bit hungover, and the other team has they've got the. I mean, the Oklahoma City is the hunted this year. The Rockets will be one of the hunteds, but Oklahoma City is the hunted. But I just, the whole positives around. I know what the negatives are with Kevin Durant, and I'll cross that bridge when I get there in terms of injury or whatever. But the positives he brings from. I already know the Rockets can defend. I know that they can get some baskets in transition off of turnovers. But what Kevin Durant brings, something you haven't had, like knowing that you had to hope Jalen Green was the good version of Jalen Green in any given game, you don't really have bad versions of Kevin Durant offensively. He's one of the more efficient players in NBA history. You don't really have a bad version of Durant.
I'm a little sad. No more tour date jokes between Fred and Jalen. I can't make those jokes anymore with this Rockets team.
4-16.
Yeah, those days, those nights are gone.
5-21.
We had two guys I could depend on. Those days are gone.
For those who don't know, tour date means like 5 of 21. So it's 5/21.
Like on the back of a tour shirt, you would see May 21st. That Jalen will provide those type of numbers.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Not anymore. Those days are out of here.
Did you see your boy Jack Nicklaus finally got $50 million?
I'm glad he's
That's good
doing well for himself.
85-year-old Jack filed a lawsuit in response to statements that banker Howard Milstein, his company, and other Nicholas company officials made in a previous lawsuit. In a defamation lawsuit, Nicholas claimed the defendant suggested he had considered a $750 million deal to become the face of Live Golf and disseminated those false claims to media outlets. Quote, "It's always hard in a defamation case to prove damages to reputation because, in particular, for a guy like Jack, it's always such a good one," Nicholas's attorney, Eugene Stern, said. But I think what was important was the dispute that arose 3.5 years ago when the company told the world that Jack was selling out the PGA Tour for Saudi Golf when it was not true. So we're happy. Think about this. When I read this yesterday, I was like, wow, Jack got so mad that he was linked with the Saudis and Live Golf that he filed a lawsuit and won for $50 million. Jack does not play with Saudi Golf. He's not trying to be Live. All you other guys can go take that Live money and go take that PIF money. Jack said, "You better keep my name out of your mouth, or it's going to cost you $50 million."
$50 million. He just that's his. That's the money that the Saudis maybe would have given him. Mm-hmm. So now Jack wins. Jack wins. He's not with the Saudis, and he gets $50 million.
Well, according to the lawsuit, Nicholas claimed the defendant suggested that he had considered a $750 million deal with Live Golf.
Nicholas claimed the defendants also alleged he wasn't mentally fit to manage his business affairs and was suffering from dementia, so that might have played into it.
So suggesting that a guy would team up with Live Golf is so defamatory.
Yeah.
Well, I guess it's what we think of the Saudis, I guess.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, most old school golfers are going to think that.
Yeah.
I understand that part of it. But the courts decided, among other things, you heard other parts of the lawsuit, that suggesting that you would even be a part of what the Saudis are about.
But if you aren't,
and when you're not, it's defamatory.
If you're not, would you want to be associated with that?
No.
No. Hell no. Hell no. I don't want to be associated. I would never take their money unless they offered it sometime.
Then you would take the money.
What?
Yeah. You can't say I would never take it unless they offered it.
They haven't offered it, so you don't know.
No,
you don't know if I
just said that.
You don't know.
You just said I would never take it unless they offered it.
Well, we don't know until they
All
offer
you're
it.
saying is I wouldn't steal from them is what you just said pretty much. I won't steal from them, but if
You
they
don't
offer
know.
it to me.
Okay. Until they offer it to me, you don't know.
What if
Okay?
well I'm asking you, what if they did offer it to you?
Well, then we got a problem. Because
Doesn't seem like much of a problem.
No, because I'm America and I'm going to be America forever. Okay.
You
I don't need that $750 million.
Well, they probably wouldn't offer you that, but let's say they offer you
You're
a
not the
good chunk.
Jack Nicklaus of radio.
Yeah. You're not
Kinda-
Jack
kinda
Nicklaus.
am.
You're a Hall of Famer, but you're not Jack
Kinda
Nicklaus
am.
Hall of
Me
Fame.
and Jack are both Hall of Famers.
What if they offered you whatever number pops into your head, John?
What
Would you say
number?
yes?
4,000? Yeah.
4,000? 4,000?
Yeah.
4,000.
I mean, 4,000's 4,000 now.
All expenses paid to the Golden Nugget.
Buy some new clubs. That's what I could do.
The Saudis could get off cheap with John.
I didn't call the Texas office line a hoe, but I'm calling you one.
Okay. All right.
Now,
I'm there with
that-
you. I'm
you're
with you on
you're
that one.
definitely a thought.
Because John's a hoe. You know he's a hoe.
I got hoes.
Defamation lawsuit
That's what the
coming your
Saudis
way.
are singing about John.
What area code do you live in
what
now,
area code
John? Are you
in?
the 312 or 213
I
or?
got hoes.
Yeah, in every
I
area
got
code.
hoes in different area codes. John, what area code are you in?
What area code are you, John?
281.
281.
No,
No, not right
no.
now.
What area
Yeah.
code are you in?
Oh, I don't even know.
312.
213 310.
Yeah,
281.
310, isn't it? Los Angeles area code is.
Nate Dogg would have a field day with you if he was still alive.
Oh man, there's a bunch. 310, 213, 323. Yeah.
No idea.
562.
I don't care.
You're a hoe in that area code, though.
You definitely are. If the Saudis came calling.
Okay, defamation coming your guys' way.
You just said they get you for $4,000.
I know you guys call me a hoe.
That's not
No.
defamation. That's clearly hoe activity.
You announced yourself to being a thought.
I'm a Saudi thought.
Put that in your profile.
Hey, that's that hoe over there.
Oh, over there.
All right, go to the break.
All right, why don't you talk about taquerias?
Taquerias Arandas. Ooh, today would be a great day to stop in and wash away your blues with a really good lunch. Stop in and get yourself a torta. Have you ever had a torta? The sandwich on the Mexican bun and whatever type of meat that you choose, it's pressed. It's really, really good. I love tortas. And Taquerias Arandas has a great one, and I think you're going to really enjoy that. That's one of the things you can have for lunch. You want to go traditional, you want to go enchiladas, go ahead, grab yourself some enchiladas, or you're looking to go for their street tacos. They come 5 at a time. They call them taquitos. They're small street tacos, the small corn tortillas with I like al pastor, but whatever meat you want to go with whatever meat you're looking for. The chopped white onions and cilantro and lime, man, that's the way to do it. And get the type of hot sauce that you're looking for. Green sauce, red sauce, whatever. That's the way you do it. They got great rice and beans. They've got larger menu items. They got smaller ones if you're looking for something a little bit lighter. Just know this. Authentic Mexican food is what I'm talking about. You can go to Taquerias Arandas and look at any of the menus at their multiple, I think 26 locations around Houston. You can pick it up you can have it delivered, you can pick it up, or you can stop in and enjoy the food yourself. Great drink specials going on during happy hour. And might I also add that it's not going to bust you up in the wallet. You still get great food at a very reasonable price at Taquerias Arandas. So locations around Houston, great prices waiting for you. Go enjoy yourself, whether it's for lunch or for dinner or tomorrow morning for breakfast. Taquerias Arandas.
got pros in different area codes.
Now it's cleaned up, so he's saying a different word.
Bros in every area. Turn this off. Does he say pros or bros?
Bros, I think. But this is the reference, John, the song.
Now you thought I was just 770 and 404. I'm worldwide. Act like
John is worldwide. Goes to Cabo.
But no, John is one of the girls he's talking about.
Oh, John's that's right.
Yeah.
Yeah. To this day, I think Ludacris is just criminally under-discussed.
Criminally.
Because you can understand everything he says.
That's true.
He's not a mumble mouth.
It was a different time.
Yeah.
The enunciation was so much better.
Like, I understand he would say 562 or 310 about John. I would understand the area code he's talking about when he's talking about John being one of his.
John might be the little Yachty of hoes.
Oh, a mumbler? What are you talking about?
No, he's not a mumble hoe.
So, okay, a couple of things. R. Kelly's mansion in Chicago that was listed for $3.5 million went for $1.6 million. No one wanted to buy it. Do you guys want to buy R. Kelly's? Apparently they have sex dens in it, and, well, it is where he kept his victims. But do you guys, would you take, I mean, you're getting a $3.5 million house for 1.6.
When you throw in the word victim as a reason the house costs less, I'm out.
Right.
I'm out. Now I'm good.
Homicide, victim, murder.
Yeah, any of that stuff, and I'm getting a discount, that's cool. I'm good. I don't want the house.
Yeah. No, we're good. I'm good over here.
An Ohio lawmaker wants to prohibit artificial intelligence systems from being recognized as people and make it illegal for residents to marry an AI.
Boy, it's amazing you have to consider that as as legislation to introduce.
Okay. So as the computer systems improve in their capacity to act more like humans, we want to be sure we have prohibitions in our law that prohibit these systems from ever being human in their agency.
Now, hold on. Does my AI system sound like Scarlett Johansson from Her? Because that was a very
little bit of a
or look
smoker's
like
voice.
Ex Machina. Does she look like Ex Machina?
Well, that one you know could murder you, so I'm not sure about that. But,
well, you know it now.
But at least, no, you know what? I think a robot that looks like that has a chance to murder me, so I'm out on the robots.
They all have a chance to
I know.
murder
I'm out
you.
on robots, but an AI system that sounds like Scarlett Johansson with that raspy little thing going on. You know what? Hey, let's think about it before you put that into law. Hold on. Let's have a conversation.
Wait, you want to marry Scarlett Johansson's voice?
I mean, if I had to make a choice between a random...
She's not bleeping you, bro.
The voice will, in some ways.
Do you guys know who Shannon Kobylarczyk is?
No idea.
She's the Brewers fan who got fired from her job after threatening to call ICE on a Latino Dodger fan.
Oh, my God. Are you serious?
Can you get fired from your job? Because I threatened to call ICE on Shohei Ohtani.
You did. You did. I
Yeah.
can't remember why, but you did.
Well, because I don't want him playing against us. Okay? Against I don't want him playing and the Dodgers winning.
That wasn't steeped in racism. That was fandom.
Kind of is.
This is what it is?
I don't know.
What do you mean you don't know?
You
know.
want to keep going with this
Stop
segment?
it.
Apparently,
He's trying to save you.
Kobylarczyk insulted the fan Fasado for drinking a hard seltzer instead of a beer and said, I'm going to call ICE on you because you're in Milwaukee. You need to drink a beer.
Well, so you're calling ICE on him because he's a P word as opposed to being Latino? Is that what she's doing?
I guess.
I don't know.
I mean, I think anybody who's not drinking Coors Light we should call ICE on. That's what I think.
Even if they're Americans?
Yeah.
That's not a good
Stop
brand.
with that other beer.
ICE is now a beer enforcement agency?
Yeah, basically just
is
running
there
into
is there a
people up.
colder beer? Is there a colder beer than Coors Light?
John's
no.
like, get him.
Yeah. Apparently, now you guys need to know this. Why going to bed angry with your partner could be better for your relationship than making up. Okay? So, Dell, next time you have an argument with your Granny, you need to maybe go to bed angry.
What's the reason it makes the relationship better? Do they give you that? Before I just buy into this.
Okay.
And I wouldn't call me and Granny a relationship.
Well,
I've made that clear to you.
Lance, you and Nicole have never gone to bed angry.
Talking about what you talking about?
Maybe she has.
She was MFing the dog yesterday. She's mad at Splits today. She's putting him on no context. I'm feeding Penny. I'm not feeding you.
You're going to starve the dog?
Wow.
Yeah, she's mad at him because he was not putting up with her crap. I'm
The
on
dog
his
was-
side.
the
I'm
dog
on the
was
dog
tired of
side.
her
on this
You were
one.
on the dog side?
I'm on the dog
You
side.
won't
on
even
this one.
take your wife's side with the dog?
She was too.
man's best friend, John.
She was over the top with it.
Out
She
of line.
started. Yeah, she could have de-escalated the situation, and she chose not to.
Did you feed the dog then?
Yeah, I
Or
fed them
was that-
both. I fed the dog.
You did?
Dogs got to eat.
Dogs got to eat too.
Mm-hmm.
Dogs got to eat too, even if Nicole's mad at him.
Yep.
Why? How can you get mad at a dog?
Well,
Ask Bevo.
they got into it a little bit.
You don't get into it with a dog.
He's kind of.
It's what Texas people do.
He's kinda-
The actual Longhorn tried to kill a dog.
Yeah.
Nicole's
Tried to
upset
go
with
after
the dog.
Uga.
It's what they do.
Try to go after Uga.
I mean, I just don't get that. You go after A&M's dog. I get that. That I get.
What did Reveille do? What's Reveille? Something you get.
Yeah, you go after it. You go after.
By the
you're
way,
a Longhorn.
By the way, we'll be joined by Mike Elko at 8:10 tomorrow.
Yeah,
8:10.
The head coach
Mike-
of the number 3 team in the country.
in the country.
The lead at.
All right. I got admonished yesterday. We're the home of the Aggies, and we lead with Arch Manning yesterday.
Hey.
I'm whooping over here.
He's trying to add time to our show so he didn't have to do a show, John. Don't fall for his
I'm
shenanigans.
excited. Mike Elko's coming on
Don't fall
tomorrow.
for his shenanigans.
This song
And look
gets
at
me
Mace
hyped.
dancing in the corner.
Come on, this doesn't get you fired up.
Yeah, I'm fired up. Number 3 team in the country. You're damn right I'm
Home
fired
of
up.
the number 3 team in the country.
How about Elko gave out the awards yesterday? Offense, defense, offense, special teams. Nobody on defense got an award.
Yeah, he's like, none of them deserve it.
None of you deserve it. None of you deserve it. Giving up a 42
He also said,
spot.
I guess it's just how this game's going to go, no matter where it's played.
Yeah,
Arkansas
right.
A&M, that's just how it's going to
Doesn't
be.
matter. Doesn't matter. All right, Lance, before you go, he's packing up.
He kept his headphones on, thankfully.
How
still
about
here.
that for a change?
I can
A
still
little
hear.
underdog
fantasy. So it's basketball, man. This is what I'm talking about. Today is the start of basketball season. And Underdog Fantasy wants me to let you know that basketball's out there to be. You heard the guy earlier. Dave called in and said he had 5 out of 6. He was going to get paid $5,000 if he had one more to go. Well, what you do is you go to the flex option. Instead of the standard payout where you have to hit them all, you go flex. That means you can lose one and still get a payday. The payday's not as high, but still going to be good if you hit 5 out of 6. Trust me on that. And you can do that for basketball today. Go out there and make 3 high or low picks on the Rockets. Maybe put some on Oklahoma City. You got another game. You got another game that's being played. I can't even remember. No one cares on that one except for Underdog Fantasy. I mean, you can watch that game. Like, I don't care about it, but I've got Underdog Fantasy and I'm going higher or lower. Now I'm watching. Now I care more. That's what I'm talking about. And if you're watching a game anyway, play Underdog Fantasy. Use your sports knowledge to make real money. You pick higher or lower on the statistics for certain players, certain stats. The more you pick and the more you hit, the more you're going to win. That's how it works. It's easy. Download the app. Use promo code Lance on the app, and they are going to add $100 in bonus funds or bonus entries when you play your first $5. That's all you have to do. But you got to download the app and use promo code Lance to start playing.
we got our answer. This show has danced around a particular thing regarding the Texans. We have acknowledged that they look much improved against the dregs of the NFL and the Titans and the Ravens, and we wanted to see it. But we didn't really come out and say what I think both of us thought. The Texans are phony. What happened the previous 2 games was phony. In fact, if we go back to the game against the Jags, have the Texans progressed at all offensively when it comes to teams who can put up any type of fight? They're fake. What we saw against the Titans and the Ravens was fake. They are lamb killers. At least offensively they are. And in some ways, they're the epitome of a bully and all the things that a bully is when we hear that from after school specials about why the bully is a bully. Yeah, they'll beat you up, but they got their own problems that they're trying to hide. And when the Texans are piling it on against the Ravens and throwing the ball deep in the game that the other team isn't competitive in, some of it you say, no, they're exercising the demons of Baltimore past. And they needed that. They had to do it because they suffered a lot of failure against Baltimore. Okay, fine. And in the back of my head, as I think back to the Baltimore game, and the Texans are celebrating very hard about what they're doing, I'm like, whatever. This team sucks. It's like your favorite college football team taking apart the directional FCS school and celebrating really hard. Like, guys, cut it out. But I get it. It's the NFL. You score a touchdown, your first touchdown, Xavier Hutchinson, celebrate as much as you want. I get it. It's hard to win, as Michael Taft told us. It's hard to win. And the Texans will tell you it's hard to win week to week in the NFL. But when it came down to it against a real team, a team who could pick at your pressure points, they had nothing for them. That game was 14-0, and it was over. Yes, the Seahawks tried everything they could to make this a game where Dan Orlovsky and Louis Riddick could sell us on, hey, the Texans are still in it. But while the Seahawks were playing poorly by turning the ball over, it would have taken a Giants-like collapse for the Texans to win that game after it was 14-0. They had nothing. They had no answers. The Seahawks had answers for the Texans' quick game. They talked about it. When they have a free runner, the Texans, like that, if you want to call it a slant or that one step and Nico breaks inside, Josh Jobe jumped that, and the Texans had no answers for it. They are a team who, since week 3, I don't know that they've improved at all offensively. And the defense forces 4 turnovers. That keeps you in the game, partly thanks to the Seahawks' own issues. You got a linebacker who's about to stroll into the end zone and fumbles the football. Great hustle play by multiple Texans, including Barrios, to fall on the ball. Of course, you're up 14-0 with the first down, and you decide to run an end around that leads into a pass with Cooper Kupp throwing the football. Maybe you do that when you're up 21-0. Once, considering how many missed opportunities the Seahawks were already dealing with, I would have said, hey, you know what? Let's punch it in to make it 21-0 before we do that. But that was a good play by Lassiter. He makes the play. Or Bullock. No, it was Lassiter. Actually, now I got to think about it. I don't remember who it was. Was it Lassiter?
It was Bullock.
It was Bullock. I thought so. Bullock makes the play. You stay in the game. You wind up going into the half still in the ball game as far as the score-wise. But they didn't belong on the same field with the Seahawks. When the Seahawks were playing well, the Texans had no answers for them. Jackson Smith and Jigba's a dude. We wondered if they would travel Stingley with him. They didn't do it enough, clearly. He had his way with Lassiter. Hell, he made plays on Stingley too. So that's a dude in his 3rd year has taken a really big leap. They talked about it on the broadcast that CJ himself and people around that Ohio State program thought he was the best of the Olave, Garrett Wilson, Smith, and Jigma trio. He was just younger. And at least through this season, that has proven to be the case. Sure,
I feel like
environment matters.
That happens with all the Ohio State receivers, it feels like. There's always
always the next one.
We thought Garrett Wilson was the best one. We thought Chris Olave was
Marvin
the best.
Harrison
Yeah,
Jr.
we thought Marvin Harrison.
Well,
was
I think
we think Jeremiah Smith's the best one.
Was actually the best one.
Yeah. I don't know that there is someone currently on the roster better than Jeremiah Smith. I don't know if we'll say that about
Carnell Tate.
Yeah, no, they're not saying it about Carnell Tate.
No, although let Jeremiah Smith have the first 2 years of his career that Marvin Harrison has had.
Yeah,
and then
who's throwing Jeremiah Smith as football in the NFL?
Yeah, and then Carnell Tate has the Mekabuka regular season or rookie season.
Yeah,
there's gonna be some Carnell Tate was always the.
Yeah, you never know.
Oh, he was just overshadowed.
Yeah, but as far as route running was concerned, he was always the technician. Yeah,
he was the most pro ready.
Yeah, we'll see. That's just what it's like being an Ohio State fan.
Yeah.
You've always got a first-round receiver, maybe 3 of them in the tuck, just waiting.
And you just have to pick between whenever it's most convenient to be like, he might be the best one.
And all it is just a circular patting themselves on the back about how great they are.
Did you get drafted by the Jets or the Cardinals? No, you're the best one.
Yeah.
Congrats.
Then you're a Seahawk, and the other one can't avoid concussions, unfortunately, and Chris Olave. He actually, I believe he's the first one to wear a Guardian chin strap. We know about the Guardian pads on top of the helmet. He is wearing a Guardian chin strap, and it came up because I was something on my Instagram, and he's one of those dudes who wears a visor for warm-ups just to wear them in warm-ups because depending on the color of the tint, they can't be worn. He wore this gold tinted visor, and then during the game he takes it off. That's the life of an equipment manager. I gotta put a visor on for you while you warm up for 35 minutes, and then I gotta take it off so you can play in the game. I'd be like, all right, Chris, cut it out, stop it. I don't want to put a visor on. In fact, you know what? I'm gonna teach you how to do it, so I don't have to do it. They all have to do it. It's happened. Like what's his name? DK Metcalf will do it. He'll wear this visor. And then when it's game time, the visor's gone.
Doesn't Josh Allen also do that?
He might do that sometimes. The equipment manager's got to be like, what the F? I got to deal with 45-plus helmets.
Yeah.
And then I got to deal with you to take it off because you're out there for the look. But that's besides the point.
Instagram?
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah. Pretty much. But that's just besides the point. That's just Olave with New Orleans. What happened last night was a game that probably change some people's perspective on this Texans season because you kind of convince yourself. You get to 3-3, you win on Monday night, you beat a good team, and then now the season can take off. Sure, you're behind the Colts, but who knows? Maybe a wild card spot is for the taking. That doesn't look like a team who's competing for a wild card spot. We'll hear from the Texans when we come back. But that's a phony, at least offensive football team. And we'll hear from CJ about that offense. And they're also undisciplined. He had Azeez Al-Shaair extend a drive that led to a touchdown because that's part of his brand. Even at the end of the game, where you get the stop, and sure, you're not going to have a lot of time left, but you are going to force a punt. You got, Settle jumping on the pile. And there was some talk about, well, the play is still going on. I don't think you can jump on top of the pile where the play is dead or not. I'm not sure about that. But that resulted in a 15-yard penalty, and then the Seahawks could just kneel it out. So you lose the game. You probably should have expected to lose as long as you didn't allow the Ravens and Titans performances to convince you of what this team isn't. And they showed themselves to be who they are. At this point, you can just call them a bad football team until proven otherwise because anyone that had any competency has beaten you. And if we're being honest, that game should have been probably a 3-score game at minimum.
Yes. It honestly makes the offense more abominable is that it's very obvious that the defense is very, very good. And I would even say it's very obvious that the special teams is very, very good. They
blocked the kick.
Blocked the kick. Think about the last Monday night game where they had punt returns. They had multiple plays where it's they just gave this team and really just this offense a stay of execution because they kept you in the game. They kept it from being a 3-score game and really made it easy for you to cut it to a 17-6 at halftime, something like 17-3 at halftime. I forgot what the halftime score was.
But it was 14-6?
They give you a 6-point swing at halftime, and the Texans just cannot do anything, or the Texans offense cannot do anything with that because you also get the touchdown from Will Anderson. It is just nothing but the defense and special teams setting things up for this offense for the most part, go backwards.
Yeah, and while you can't exclusively call it garbage time, the touchdown that they scored, desperation, trying to stay in the game. So if you get a stop, as we set it up, you get a stop, you get the ball back with seconds remaining. So I don't want to call that a garbage time touchdown.
I think if it takes you 7 tries to get into the end zone.
But it took forever.
Yeah,
it took forever to get in the end zone.
I'm sorry, I'm not giving you like a ton of credit that you got stuffed on a 4th and 1.
So if we're talking about this team against real teams, we've seen this offense perform at a level that's kind of embarrassing considering what the expectations were. And look, the fatal flaw has always been the offensive line, and people, hey, they're playing pretty well. Then you got a taste of a good front with a really good play caller, and they got eaten alive in multiple ways. Tommy Concrete, I see you. You want to talk Texans? We will get to you when we come back. The number is 713-780-3776. If you didn't get your call in this morning and you wanted to get in on this, we will welcome your calls. It is your time. If you want to talk about what happened last night, 713-780-3776. We will talk Rockets as well, because we probably should have seen what happened coming yesterday. We, in fact, talked about how the facts weren't lining up with what we had heard considering Tari Eason. So we'll get to that as well. If we got time, we will certainly talk some college football. We'll do the misery index, really dependent on the calls. And if you want to just focus on the Texans, we can certainly do that. All right. It's me and Sean till noon. We'll talk Texans, a lot of it, and we'll hear from them when we come back.
This is the Del Alalea Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Huntington Bank Studios, here's Del Alalea.
We'll hear from CJ Stroud on the offense, what he thinks of it. But let's get to Tommy Concrete first. He wants to talk Texans. What's up, Tommy? We've been put on hold. This has happened, never on this show, but it happened on the morning show at that same music. Bring him down, Sean, and we'll leave him on and see if we get taken off hold. You didn't have to hold that long. I get it. It's annoying to get put on hold. It's part of the operation here. We just got put on hold. We'll see if that person takes us off hold. All right, let's get to CJ Stroud. He didn't have a great day. The fade into a sack that could have been a safety was tough. He's still doing that. He also nearly got sacked. That would have turned into a strip sack, fumble, return for a touchdown, avoided by the hustle of his teammates.
Two of some of the worst plays of his career.
Awful.
Just absolutely terrible.
It's inexcusable.
Almost 9 points.
Yeah, giving up. Somehow, someway he avoided that. And then you throw in the pick as well.
Yeah.
And there's some missed throws. It's all in all not a great performance. He doesn't have a lot of those this year outside of the game. The fourth quarter against the Titans in the game against Baltimore. But as we pointed out, those aren't real football teams, so they don't even really count. So against good teams, CJ's not had a good year. The offense was always going to be a work in progress. I stated in the offseason, this season was about progress to see where they would be offensively at the end of the year. Since Nick Caley was a new hire, you got this new offensive line. I didn't expect them to be good from the jump. I just didn't expect them to be such a hamper that they can't even win games when their defense forces 4 turnovers. And the 4 turnovers were the pick by Stingley, the pick by Bullock, the strip of Arroyo, and the strip of Darnold. The offense, isn't that a 5th turnover by the Seahawks when the defender is going to the end zone and fumbles? Isn't that a 5th turnover? Isn't that, or is it not? Oh, it was no play. It was no play because there's a penalty on Hutchinson, so they wiped off the play. Because it would have wound up as a touchback.
Yes.
Instead.
That's right. That's right. It was the weird thing where, it was more advantageous for it to just be a.
And the referee said that. So that doesn't count as a turnover for anyone.
Yeah.
But that would have been a turnover for Stroud, then a turnover for the Seahawks. Instead, it's just an illegal formation penalty.
One of the craziest plays that I've ever seen that never happened in football. That play just never happened.
The craziest play that never happened. Sounds like the start of a doc. But let's get to CJ on his offense. Once again, underperforming, disappointing. Here are his thoughts.
There's a lot of things. I think first I got to point to myself and missing a couple throws. You just I got to work through the pressure. Bring some blitzes. Got to just do some things. To run some different schemes. I think it will help. But I just think we just didn't catch a rhythm. They did a good job of just keeping the shell. And then some of those third shorts and, plays like that, we got to execute. But I think it starts with me, and I got to do a better job of distributing the ball better. And, when I have good pockets, working them and making sure I'm getting the ball out on time and to the right guys. So I look inward, and then, there's some other things we'll watch film and get better at.
So that is a clip of him talking about his play. Yes, we kind of ran down some of his poor performances. So he was accepting and accountable for what his issues were. But you did hear about maybe doing some different things. And I won't call it a theme of the post-game presser, but he did speak on that again. We've heard the term death by 1,000 cuts before. He says it again here in this other clip about the offense. CJ's been very open about some of his issues with how the offense is run. And here he is again.
I don't know what he meant by complacent, but I think the type of offense we're running is like I told y'all, death by 1,000 cuts. And sometimes when you live by that sport, it's hard because, you're not taking a bunch of deep downfield shots, but you're asked to be, really good on first, second down, time and time again. And something that we just got to get better at. It's still new to a lot of us, but, I definitely think, we can be better at that, and that'll definitely help.
sounds like he's saying the offense is putting a bit of undue stress on him and the team to be excellent on first and second down. And it has to be with the short passing game and the quick stuff. It's the stuff they were, at least Nico Collins was praising in the offseason about, hey, we're going to get the ball out quick and get it to our playmakers on time. Now it's we don't take the deep shots. And look, CJ took throws, I don't know if you want to call them deep shots, 10-plus yards down the field. The stat popped up. He was terrible. Wow. Sam Darnold, at least through that part of the game, was really, really good. So the Texans play in a box. Part of it is in due part to their offensive line where they can't run things that take a lot of time. But you can hear the quarterback not being thrilled with how they run offense. And we had a call this morning about the identity of the team offensively, and they don't have one. And they do go back and forth between tight formations and we're going to run the ball from under center or we're going to spread it out. The belief, at least by some fans, are that the Texans would be better off in spread concepts, getting the ball out to playmakers because that's what CJ did in college. That's how he built a rhythm. And you can kind of tell that's what CJ would want to do as well, that he would like to be away from center and be a distributor. I think they believe, at least he believes, and he's kind of speaking for the guys, they believe that's what will work best, while Kaylee certainly, and that's part of D'Amico Ryans' issue, he's the one who had a decision to make. He talked about it, at least it was reported. D'Amico Ryans was picking between more under center, power running game stuff, or more spread concepts for an offense, and he chose a coordinator that would bring him more power running game stuff because that's what he wanted to be.
And how can you argue with the results?
You can argue plenty.
Oh.
I just don't know that
3rd and 1 they can punch it in.
No. I don't know that they would be able to operate efficiently in the spread concept stuff because outside of Nico Collins, who, by the way, suffered a concussion on a short week, so maybe don't expect them against the 49ers, I don't know that their guys can get open quick enough.
I don't know if they can protect long enough.
Yeah.
Even take the deep shots.
That CJ wants. But even in the quick game stuff, they don't have a lot of guys with juice. Like Higgins is a guy who is a straight line guy for the most part, needs to build up speed. Christian Kirk's never on the field. And Noel made some plays late. Just not sure you're depending on a rookie to be. Now Tank did it, but I don't know if you're depending on a rookie receiver to be the guy who opens up your offense. And that's why they feel so congested. And if you can't run the football and you can't throw the football, you get the results that you get. You get a quarterback who's got bad feet, takes bad sacks, and now can't be depended on to make throws. If he's not going to be a guy who wins with his accuracy from the pocket, there's not a lot there. I mean, sure, he'll scramble from time to time when forced, and we saw that later in the game. But for the most part, if CJ's not going to be a winner from the pocket, there's not a lot to his game that you can lean into. Off platform, he'll make a couple throws from time to time, but he's a pocket passer who isn't performing at a high level. And this is why you get the results you do when you couple it with a bad offensive line and receivers who don't get open. It's a lot of bad is what we're saying for the Texans offense.
Yeah, there's not really a bright spot, I would say. Even like the 3rd and shorts and all the short yardage stuff. A lot of handing off to Woody Marks and not Nick Chubb to run behind Laken Tomlinson.
Yeah, didn't we hear about Nick?
The guy you're rotating at left guard.
Yeah, a guy, a position with a rookie, and a guy in a position at left tackle with a rookie, and then left guard where you're rotating because you don't have a set guy who's good enough to just take the spot. You're going to run Woody Marks, not a power back.
2 times, back-to-back.
Back-to-back, and go, it didn't work the first time. We couldn't block Leonard Williams and Byron Murphy. Keep forgetting his name. Byron Murphy. But let's try it. Yeah, sometimes you just think of the USC guy, not the Texas guy. Can't block him. Let's do it again. Oh, we can't block both of them, and Owosu gets free? Great.
And you're giving it to your running back that can't run
push
through
a
a
pile.
tackle.
And we were told, Nick Chubb doesn't have that juice anymore, at least in training camp. But, hey, Nick can push a pile. That was some of the when we were shooting him some bail. That's what reporters and D'Amico would talk about. He can push a pile. Yeah. Let's go with Woody Marks. I get it. Woody Marks has more juice, but maybe look. Nick Chubb's not breaking a tackle on that play. He's running into 2 defensive tackles and a defensive end outside linebacker who's free. No one's getting a first down on that play, but you're not putting your best foot forward running to the left.
Yeah. It's just like terrible. It's terrible process with just like who you're putting on the field and what you're doing with them. There's another one where like they use Dare on the drop. They used him in like a third down role. It's like, no, that's what you should be using Woody Marks for. Like, there's just a lot of like mismatch of like personnel and what they should be doing on the field, and then also poor results. Like it's like you don't have the margin of error to like, oh, well, we're not putting our best guy in this position, but like, we can still figure it out. It's like, no, you can't. You actually really can't. Just figure it out.
Then you throw in double-digit penalties for 105 yards.
Yeah.
All bad. Let's get to Ian. He wants to talk about Stroud, and then we'll go to break. What's up, Ian?
Yeah, Dale, what I wanted to say is I looked at Stroud last night and CJ, and be honest with you, he threw for about the same amount of yards as Sam Darnold. So really, just looking at it, Stroud threw for, I think, 229, 1 interception, 1 touchdown. Sam Darnold threw for like 213, 1 interception, 1 touchdown. The difference is they had playmakers in Seattle, which is what we lacking in here with the Texans. And so until we kind of fix that, also, I would go ahead and see about getting rid of Chubb. Maybe, like people were kind of talking about, bring in maybe Breece Hall, somebody that can run that ball and get you on 3rd and 1s. You have to convert on those. I don't understand how, they just running Woody Marks, and he's good as a rookie. He's going to be explosive, but right now you need something in that run game that's a little bit better, and maybe that can kind of help Stroud to kind of spread out the pass game a little bit with Hutchinson's and Nico Collins. So that's just my thoughts on that.
Appreciate it. I will say the difference is Sam Darnold got to 213 in 31 attempts. Stroud, it took 49 to get to 229. So per attempt, C.J. Stroud was throwing for about 4.7 yards per attempt, So I get what you're saying. But over the course of the game, because of what position the Texans were in, they had to throw the ball much more. And if Seattle could refrain from turning the ball over, and part of that was Darnold and of course, some of their ball carriers, who knows how many yards they throw for, who knows how many points they score if they could have stopped turning the ball over. While the Texans, CJ did throw the bad pick, but they had plays, had more plays. They had more opportunities because Seattle kind of controlled that game throughout. So, and as far as playmakers are concerned, well, you have Nico Collins. Of course, he goes out. But Jackson Smith and Jigma is the only receiver who did anything of consequence for the Seahawks. They got Arroyo going early. Cooper Kupp made one big catch on an early drive. But other than that, I mean, there's only 17 completions, not a lot of balls to go around. And when Jackson Smith and Jigba's catching 8 of them, like Dawson Schultz was your leading pass catcher, they weren't explosive plays. They'd get him out in the flat because of a play action or a drop coverage, and maybe he'd run and the long of 22. We know Jalen Noel made a big play later in the game. But, yeah, you got Nico Collins versus Jackson Smith and Jigba. As far as receivers, you each have a star, and your star went out early. Well, not that early. He went out later in the game, but only had 4 catches for 27 yards with a long of 14. And we saw how Jackson Smith and Jigma tortured that Texans secondary. Nico Collins was not that effective, and there are a lot of things that go into that. But I wouldn't put it on weapons. I'd put it on the Seahawks at least have a competent offensive line and a quarterback playing more confidently than the one in Houston. We'll go to break with that. We'll hear from D'Amico Ryans because he certainly right now has a bit of armor because you can talk about Caserio and his inability to build the offensive line. And, of course, CJ didn't play that well. And the offense as a whole stunk. Nick Caley, so on and so forth. But the Texans have been undisciplined during D'Amico Ryans' tenure. And we'll hear from him about their lack of execution on something that we feel should have been pretty simple and pretty obvious. So we'll get to the coach and where some of the blame falls with him when we come back.
You're listening to the Del Olaleya Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Huntington Bank Studios, here's Del Olaleya.
We'll hear from D'Amico coming up, but question for you, Sean. How many weeks away are we from Tankathon tracking on Mondays, do you think? I did it this morning. They got a top 10 pick as it stands now, number 10. How many more of these before? I'm not doing draft stuff as far as, hey, who should they take? I'm not interested in that. But I would like to add it, if this keeps going the way it feels like it's going, considering the schedule coming up.
Yeah.
Where we do a segment just checking on Mondays where they rank on Tankathon.com.
I think is it their next loss?
If they lose to San Francisco on a short week without Nico Collins?
If they lose one of the next 3 games, I think you can fire it up. Because it's still like we said going into the stretch that 2-2 over the next what was then 4 games, like you're still alive in the playoff hunt, and that is like still just nuts and bolts true. That's like I think we even both were kind of like marking this one as a loss, and then 3 straight home games. So it's like it's not actually over. However, I don't know. I watched that game. I wouldn't say I'm thinking this offense is gonna keep you alive for very much longer. To me, it's like it's the free rushers coming in on critical downs, and it's the one, and this has an outsized portion of my brain that's just I keep thinking about it, and it's like why I think this offense is like as unserious as it is. It's the outside zone play where Woody Marks ran the wrong way and then had to flip around. I'm like, okay, how are we still doing this? How is this still happening?
Didn't that play
Jacksonville?
That was the first play that led to the stuffs on 3rd and 1 and 4th and 1. Because on the next play, I think Dalton Schultz got like a 9-yard gain, whatever it was.
Yeah, because that made it 2nd and 11. And then,
he got a 10-yard gain, and then they got stopped 2 times in a row.
Because the same play, or not the same exact play, but it was like a similar play happened in Jacksonville where it was actually their most explosive play of the game. That wasn't the Nico Collins coverage
wide open touchdown.
Yeah, where it was like some sort of like reverse misdirection, and then just there's no one to take the ball, so CJ Stroud just kind of flipped it to one of the guys he faked it towards, and they got 9 or 11 or something. They got like a decent amount of yardage. It's like, if you can't even execute like this simple stuff, like what are we even talking about with this offense?
I have the schedule pulled up. Through 7 weeks, they've played 4 legitimate football teams. This show will continue to exclude the Tennessee Titans and the Ravens from that.
Yes.
So far, they have scored, you would say, is it 2 legitimate touchdowns this season? Because if you go back to Los Angeles, they kicked 3 field goals.
In those games. In the non-Titans Jags.
Yes.
In the power conference
In the
games.
power conference games, yes. When they're playing FBS competition. Doesn't even have to be a power conference. They could you make the Jags USF, whatever. You can do that. But Tampa, we still question whether the Chubb touchdown was legitimate. The Tampa Bay Bucks won't acknowledge whether it was real or not.
You got a very real Collins one.
Yes. Jacksonville.
The Collins one was
not
suspect.
Honorable.
Yes.
Blown coverage. And then last night, Will Anderson scored a touchdown.
Honorable.
Yes, but it wasn't offensive.
Yes.
And then Woody Marks scored a late touchdown. And because if you get a stop, you get the ball back with about 25 seconds ago, I'll give that to you.
Yes,
as honorable touchdown.
It was not impressive in any way because of the...
It was an arduous, took forever touchdown.
Yardage plays it took to get there.
But I will give them that touchdown.
Yes.
This is where we are.
Yeah, oh my God.
Maybe 3 legitimate touchdowns on the board as far as offense is concerned.
But like 6 of them against the Ravens. So really,
yeah,
who are you mad at?
But you played Southeast Louisiana. It doesn't count.
That, honestly,
you played the Citadel. It doesn't count.
Honestly, makes the Ravens game even worse because they
believe they had something.
See, I'm not sure if they believed they had something or if they looked around and they're like, we got to pump these numbers, like season-long numbers. We got to pump them up.
Like Gus Malzahn would do that.
Yes,
he will run it up against bad teams because he's an offensive guy. He needs his numbers up.
So the points per game metric, it's like, okay, so we're no longer like one of the worst. Because the first 3 games, I think they scored, was it less than 30 or is it like 30,
we were talking about
35 points?
We were talking about teams who score that many points in the first.
All picked in the top 5.
Yeah.
Every
5 out of 11. It was like 5 out of 11 picked in the top 5 in the last decade who scored that few amount of points.
You know how you get that
you run it up.
Yep. 40. How many of those teams scored 45 in week 4, huh? Or week 5.
44 in week 5. But yeah, your point is made. Yes.
Yeah.
So the numbers have been gassed up, and now they don't look atrocious if you don't really dive deep.
Even the points per game, like Will Anderson, shout out to you.
That's going to go on Nick Caley's resume unless you do a deep dive. Yeah, you're right.
So yeah, I mean, that's why to me it's like, honestly, we could do the tankathon stuff right now, but I'll live up to the. All right, if they go 2-2, they're still alive. I don't know. The chances they go 2-2 in my head are plummeting. But let's just go if they lose or when they lose one of the next 3 games. I think we can pack it in. Because after these 3 games, it's not like their schedule's then easy again. No, it actually gets harder.
After you play Tennessee.
Yeah, it's just not back to back to back. You still have the Bills and Chiefs.
You talk about a 7-game stretch, including Seattle. Seattle lost. San Fran at home, Denver at home, Jacksonville at home. All teams above 500 as it stands. Yes. Now, at Tennessee, that's your breather. Not guaranteeing a win there, but we
But
know they're
it's
bad.
easier.
Yes. And then home to Buffalo, at Indy, at Kansas City.
Yeah. And then you play Indy again
Yes,
at the end of the
year
season.
with the Chargers, second to last
Hopefully
game.
Indy doesn't have anything to play for.
Which is not great.
They probably have everything locked up by
but
then.
maybe benefits you.
Yeah. So, I mean, like when the Texans play the Colts, what do you think is going to happen? Like the Colts have scored on everybody.
Now,
your defense probably keeps them to not scoring
40
30,
or
35,
what the Colts like to do. But, yeah, how many times are you going to screw it up to give them short fields? Because that's who you
Lucas
are.
Oil Stadium, place your franchise never wins.
Yeah. You didn't win the biggest game there in the last 5 or 7 years or so.
Yes.
Winning you're in. But, yeah, it seems like that's a long time ago with this team. We mentioned the Woody Marks touchdown that he caught from CJ and how long it took. It gave them a chance to win the game.
Yeah.
Not a great chance, but it gave them a chance.
Yeah,
and then the Texans went to
kick away.
but they didn't do that.
Oh, yeah.
The Texans went and screwed it up. The conversation throughout was before the play, for the kickoff, was, hey, you kick it deep, kick it out of the end zone, or kick it out of bounds, so you still have the 2-minute warning, and you also have your own timeout to give you time. It's not going to be a lot of time. You still got to get a stop, but at least you can maneuver in a way that gives you maybe a minute left or so, as long as you don't allow a return. The Texans allowed a return, and it was panned immediately by everyone. What are you doing? Here's D'Amico Ryans on what was supposed to happen on that final kickoff.
Yeah, the plan at the end of the game was kicking the ball out of bounds so we could utilize the 2-minute and had a timeout. And we did not execute that again, just goes to the entire game. So, frustrating that we're not executing the things that we're coached to do.
So a lack of execution by Kaimi Fairbairn.
That's about as pissed off as you'll hear.
Yeah, kick it out of bounds. And he looked perplexed when they showed him on the sideline because, of course, the analysts were like, what happened? Why didn't that ball go out of bounds? It's clear the coach wanted that to go out of bounds. Why Kaimi Fairbairn didn't get that instruction from Frank Ross, I don't know. Frank Ross gets a lot of airtime. He's probably one of the bigger airtime guys for special team coaches in the league. Hell, I know his name. I don't know a lot of, partly because I watch the Texans all the time, but I don't know a lot of special teams coaches' names. He's on television a lot for whatever reason. Particularly on CBS, they like to flash to Frank Ross quite a bit. The guy who cuts the team's hair, at least some of them. We found that out about him as well. But that was a mistake. That can't happen. They don't play smart football, and it's not even that they don't play smart football. They play dumb football. Like, you cannot be you may not win on the edges. Okay, some people don't do that, but they lose in very obvious ways when it comes to the margins. You have not kicking it out of bounds, and of course, when it comes to D'Amico Ryan's teams, there's always going to be dumb penalties. They finished in the bottom 5 the first 2 years of his tenure. They're currently only like 19th now, so an upgrade there.
Progress.
Except the penalties per game right now are more than the first 2 seasons. So now it's only through 7 weeks, so it'll balance out as far as the numbers. But
And
right
they've had a
now,
bye week.
yes, that as well. But I'm talking about penalties per game.
Oh, no, but the penalties per game are up.
The penalties per game are more than they've had the last 2 years.
But the total penalties are down because they've had
and also other teams are committing more penalties per game. I don't know if penalties are just up this year, but as it stands now, they're in the low teens, but they're still committing as many penalties, and in fact more than they've committed the first 2 seasons under him. So they're undisciplined. The Tim Settle one will go by the wayside because you're probably only gonna have 20 seconds or so if you do force them to punt. The Azeez Al-Shaair thing happened that led to a touchdown. So they don't execute. They're undisciplined. When is D'Amico going to answer for his team not being able to do those 2 things, lack of execution and continuing to commit back-breaking penalties? If Hutchinson doesn't line up wrong, that play that didn't happen would have happened, and you would have got a first down and a touchback, and you would have been able to start at the 20 and start to drive all over again. Instead, it's 2nd and 15, and your drive is dead. So even on that play where you got lucky, you committed a penalty that lessened your luck, and you had to punt the football away. This is who they are right now.
Yeah, And you even didn't get penalized on the Christian Harris thing with the.
Yeah, you got away with one.
That crazy! I cannot believe that they didn't.
Like Christian Harris played one play. I don't believe that was a play he played. I think he was just standing on the sideline. He played special teams, but as far as defensive plays, I looked it up. He played one play according to Pro Football Reference, and his one contribution was nearly picking up a second personal foul on that play. Or I guess
It would have been offsetting because the JSN got popped for the.
No, it was what's his name? It was Derek Stingley who got popped for the penalty.
Oh, really?
For the face mask taken off the helmet. That was the Derek Stingley penalty.
I thought they got JSN on the late.
No, that would have been 30 yards worth of penalties
Yeah.
if Christian Harris got caught. So while the broadcast crew was giving credit to the referee for protecting
after he got shoved.
after Jackson Smith and Jigma, he also missed Christian Harris nailing him, and that's why he was sitting on the bench to begin with.
And it's
on
also,
the Texans bench to begin with.
I could have seen I saw that coming from a mile away. The Texans bench defense.
Yeah, that's who they are.
Yeah, but that's the problem.
I know. I'm not
are.
complimenting them. It's just who they are. It's not surprising at all that happened.
Yeah,
And particularly for someone who had contributed nothing towards the game, had to go get a lick in.
Yeah, I mean, you know how much I love Swarm.
Swarm?
And I hate to blame Swarm for this, but I feel like it's like the Dave Chappelle when Keeping It Real goes wrong.
Yeah.
This is when Swarming goes wrong. Is that you get the Aziz Al-Shaair penalty in this game and his
all the
body
other
work.
ones, yeah.
And
he got away with the one against Cam Ward.
Because he's, every time they get in trouble for a late hit or something, he goes well, we don't teach that. It's well,
What are you teaching?
You're teaching Swarm.
You're
and
teaching
it's
something.
And it's be very aggressive, attack, all that stuff. Good, great, whatever. It's just when these guys aren't disciplined enough, or you're not keeping them disciplined enough to where they will step over that line every single time.
Can I get swarmed? Apostrophe D for discipline?
Yeah.
Can I get that in there? Because
relentless mindset and discipline.
Yeah, because inside the game, I think it was Louis Riddick who brought to the table, I guess talking to D'Amico Ryans, that you have to play a certain way and have a certain mindset if you're going to be part of the Texas defense. And if you don't, kudos, good luck to you, but you're going to have to play someplace else. Fine. I appreciate the aggressive nature. I appreciate Kamari Lassiter making a play and hitting his helmet a couple times because that's part of the deal. Yeah, I'd also like you to cover Jackson Smith and Jigba better as a cornerback. Sure, you can come up and run support. Appreciate it. But your most important job is to stay within 3 feet of Jackson Smith and Jigma on fourth down.
Yeah.
That's what I'm looking for. It was a bad night all around.
Yeah.
Mostly because of the offense, but the special teams had their part to play. As much as Nico Autry blocks a field goal and Kaimi Fairbairn makes his field goals, he made a big mistake to end the game.
Why did they explain why they didn't do an onside kick there?
I think
just because
they know that it's so low percentage. So they decided, hey, if we execute correctly, we may have a minute left. Instead, they didn't get the ball back at all. They lost. All right, we'll go to break with that. But before we do that, we're going to talk, at least I am, about Monument Chevrolet. They don't make mistakes. They don't do the things that get you beat. They're not undisciplined. They are good at what they do, and they've been doing it for over 50 years. MonumentChevrolet.com is a website, and once you go there, check out what they have to offer. They have extended truck month for you. I talked about truck month all September long. And then they say, you know what? Let's give them another one. Have another one, as LeBron would say. So if you want to go get yourself a truck, maybe that's Chevy Silverado 1500, it is right there waiting for you. But it's also Chevy Trax Week. So if you like something sporty and modern and it has a spacious interior and also comes with ample cargo space, the Chevy Trax is there for you. It's got all the updated tech features that you're looking for at a super low price. It's really an unbeatable deal. So you're looking for something affordable but stylish. The Chevy Trax is there for you. And you can get it in Pasadena off of Beltway 8 and 225. So they got the great vehicles and the great people. When you've been in business for over 50 years, that means you're doing it right. Yeah, you get the right people there, and you bring people in and you treat them like family. Once you step on that lot, you become part of the family. They'll make the car buying process as easy as possible for you, get you into the right car for you at the right price. That's Monument Chevrolet. So check out that entire inventory on monumentchevrolet.com, then head to Pasadena off of Beltway 8 and 225. And as always, Chevrolet, together let's drive. We talked a lot of Texans in hour one. If you want to get your thoughts on them or anything else, it's 713-780-3776. Sean and I were discussing distribution of snaps last night because it struck us as odd that Jalen Noel, who had popped as a returner earlier in the year, had now given that over, at least punt returning, over to Braxton Berrios, who at a point was an all-pro punt returner, but that point was when he was with the Jets a couple teams ago. Okay, you want to make Braxton Berrios your punt returner? Fine, I guess, even though Noel had shown he's very capable of returning kicks, or at least punts.
Yeah, like we have our issues with it, but it's
fine.
Defensible.
Berrios has been a good special teamer in the past. You want to do that. What I do have a problem with is Braxton Berrios playing more offensive snaps last night than Noel. Noel played 33, Berrios played 36. Braxton Berrios has not been a real contributing wide receiver for years now. Even in his time with the Dolphins, of course, there's Waddle and Hill, but he wasn't a guy that they looked to. He may make a catch a game. There's no reason he should be playing the number of snaps he played. Yes, I know Nico got hurt. Did they enter the game with only 4 receivers, so he had to get snaps? Because you look at it, it was Hutchinson, Nico, Higgins, and Noel and Berrios. So they entered it with 5, and they left it with 4 because of the concussion to Nico, I guess. But playing more snaps than Noel, who was the only one, particularly after Nico went out, that had any juice, seems ridiculous.
Yeah.
Look, personnel, I'm sure they had their issues when Nico got hurt. So Braxton Berrios' snap count had to go up. But I did notice him earlier in the game. I'm like, what's going on out there? And, of course, we're giving them the punt return stuff, fine. But when I watch Noel make plays against the Bucs, and then I watch Braxton Berrios fall face first into the 50-yard line for no reason, I don't know why that's a thing either. When you are a team who has problems scoring points, unless they just forgot because they put up points against the Ravens and the Titans, that they think they're just fine. They must have forgotten the first 3 weeks of the season where they weren't able to score touchdowns. You need guys who can create explosive plays. So put Noel on the field more often, and maybe you get better results than the Braxton Berrios experience with punt returns.
Yeah, just even in the most dumbed down, hey, just let's try to save our jobs of just hey, what would be more important for us if Jalen Noel turns out to be awesome or if Braxton Berrios is a serviceable third receiver and punt returner? What is actually the higher outcome? The only receiver other than Nico Collins really to show any flashes all season, and they still are just flashes with Noel, but the only guy is Noel. That's it. He's the only guy who seems to have juice on the offense.
He's shown enough flashes that I'm no longer calling him Noel.
Yeah.
I know his last name is Noel, and I will call him Noel because I've been able to say his name and recognize him enough as a guy who may have something.
Honestly, coming into the season, he was probably 3rd on our Iowa State receiver power rankings. Now he's number 1
behind Hutchinson and Higgins, and now he's number 1.
So he's the best Iowa State player on this team. I don't understand why he's getting benched or not being benched, but having
splitting enough of the snaps.
Any snaps whatsoever being taken away from Noel and given to Berrios is crazy, and especially out of a bye week where normally that's when after a bye week, the rookie, normally it's receivers, but sometimes it's running back or defensive player. After the bye week, they get a little bit of uptick in their usage because they, an extra week of learning the system. Coaches feel more comfortable giving them more opportunities. Why are the Texans doing the opposite of that?
No, Berrios has now worked himself to the spot where he's more comfortable with the offense. Yeah, so let's run him out there.
Yeah, and I mean, you put that in with not just the play calls on the 3rd and 4th and shorts, but also who they are giving the ball to and who they are running behind in those play calls. It's just do these guys, it just feels like they don't, they get the layups wrong. They're not even putting themselves in position to fluke into a successful offense. They are actively hampering any chances to be effective on offense.
By he, I mean Berrios had been inactive all season. So the first time they got a chance to
They're like, finally.
see him, they
Berrios is
ran him out there for 30-plus plays for whatever reason. He hasn't been an effective wide receiver.
What's his career high in receiving yards for a season?
Back in 2021, he had 431 yards on a bad Jets team that had Zach Wilson playing quarterback.
What are we doing, guys?
I don't know.
Like, just like what? Like, why? Why is this guy a part of the offense?
Because they signed him in the offseason, I guess.
This offseason, where like this guy is probably just a punt returner.
Yeah, we were one, and people like Braxton Berrios. Like, well, if a punt returner, I guess. But then you draft a guy who is capable of that, and now you get Braxton.
I even like Smith, who they have out there.
Tremont Smith on kick returns. Yeah, he was consistently getting it past the 30-yard line against at least last night. But yeah, let's give the guy you signed in free agency to a very small deal.
How old is Braxton Berrios?
He's been in the league since 19.
Okay, so
he's 30 years
30,
old.
Yeah.
He turned 30 in this month. But
yeah, any chance to give a 30-year-old whose career high is 400 yards receiving instead of a rookie, the Iowa State rookie that looks good. I'm not even saying the Iowa State rookie that's still pretty speculative in Higgins.
Questions everywhere about
it's like
personnel moves.
Even like the small things they get wrong. Like
it should be easy.
Yeah, we talk about
the young player
the
we drafted on the second day should be playing.
Yeah, like the penalties, all this stuff. Like it's very big. Even like the offensive line. It's like they kind of had to make do. Nick Casares said he basically said, well, we did go after bigger guys. These are just the guys we got.
Mm-hmm.
He didn't say it quite as dismissive as that, but in kind of defending himself and being like, no, I obviously know that there are better
there was a
offensive
question
line available.
He was asked a question about not getting, I guess, higher profile names.
These are the guys we got.
Yeah, we went after guys. You just wouldn't know about it, but we had interest in other guys, and this is just how it felt. So he wasn't focused directly on getting Ed Ingram here as quickly as possible.
Again,
it's just how it went.
Casario translator. I know these guys stink. Like you don't think I don't know these guys stink, but that's all I can do.
I had to make moves, and this is who I landed on.
Now I could ask wait, why could you only get guys who stink? Why'd you draft a receiver before an offensive lineman?
Yeah.
A lot of stuff. Again, when drafting for BPA and not need goes wrong, give you the Houston Texans.
Yeah, Gray Zabel's on the other side, a guy they could have gone after.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The Lions rookie guard Ratledge who gets love every national game they play.
Yeah. Now Gray Zabel went in the first round, so they would have had to trade up. But and they traded out of the first round. We believe because they missed out on who was the player who I think was it the Vikings who traded up to get a guy. I forgot who it was, but there was a belief that they were going to get an offensive lineman, and then a trade was made to snake the guy away from them. So they got maybe caught, as you say, with their pants down, and someone beat him out for a pick. Let me look at it. I believe it was Donovan Jackson. That was the guard that people believe they wanted. The Vikings traded up to get him, and then they traded down, and they wound up with Ursery. And
Higgins and Ursery.
And Ursery did not bathe himself in glory last night. No one on that offensive line did. All right. It's a lot of Texan stuff. If you want to join us and still want to talk about them, maybe see some of the who could they have drafted?
Elijah Arroyo.
Well,
that guy was pretty good last night.
I think Dalton Schultz was fine.
Okay.
Yeah. I won't crush them for not taking a tight end, although they didn't expect their tight end injuries to pop up like they did. So I won't kill them for that. But the offensive line was a major problem. It remains that against anyone who can actually play defense. And we've seen that happen over the course of the first now 7 weeks of the season. So we talk Texans. We can still talk them. But when we come back, we'll do some Rockets because there was some news that came out of maybe not the Rockets, but just the deal didn't get done. That was reported to be getting done. And now we can ask some questions. And we now know what the Rockets starting lineup will be. It'll be a giant one where Amin Thompson's the smallest player in your starting lineup. So we'll give you the rundown of that and the news regarding a Rocket core player who may be looking to head elsewhere after the season. We'll get to that when we come back.
You're listening to the Del Olalea Show. That's kind of full of sports, but also filled with a lot of movie talk. Now back to the Huntington Bank Studios with Del Olalea and Sean Mapes.
That's just Michael getting a shout out to his own segment at 11:30. That's when all the movie talk happens on Fridays. Michael Carroll, the host of Comicast. Want to clean something up. The Vikings didn't trade up. They stayed at 24, but they did take Donovan Jackson, a player the Texans, at least people thought the Texans wanted, and they traded out of the first round. After that, Vikings remained in their spot and got their guy. All right, let's get to the Rockets. Tari Eason was reportedly going to sign an extension with the Rockets before the 5 p.m. deadline, and we joked about, why hasn't this been done? Why are they waiting to the final day to make this announcement? Are they looking to grab a spot in the news cycle? Turns out no. They could not agree. And because the Rockets do negotiate these deals as opposed to just handing out as much cash as they possibly can, it's almost like their version of arbitration, where they will talk about the value of the player, what they expect of him, and what he has done, and figure out the money. And the Rockets' evaluation of Tari Eason differed from his representation's evaluation, and certainly the player himself's evaluation, and they can't come to a deal, which means Tari Eason will enter restricted free agency next year. The pie in the sky, kumbaya perspective was Kevin Durant's taking less to give the Rockets the space to fit Tari Eason under the second apron and still give him a deal that he would like. Turns out, whatever the deal or offer wasn't to Tari Eason's liking. And we do have to take into account what Tari Eason's little breadcrumbs have been all offseason, at least when he had media availability. When first we had him being upset about not being a top 100 player, you could just think, hey, that's just a player believing he's better than some of the guys on the list, and that certainly plays a part. But that's also another way to evaluate a player and start to look at some of your peers and where they're ranked and what type of money they're getting. And then we hear Tari Eason talk about wanting a bigger role, wanting to show what he's capable of. Maybe we should have put the pieces together and thought to ourselves, maybe the negotiations aren't going the way he wants when he talks about a bigger role and how he wants to be a guy who gets plays run for him from time to time. I wonder if that was one of the sticking points. Well, we don't really run plays for you. You're not really a focal point of our offense. So how can we justify this or this? I'm speculating on that part, but I'm not speculating on what he discussed publicly. He wanted a bigger role. And if you want a bigger role on this Rockets team, where are you going to get it? When you have Amen Thompson and Kevin Durant and Alfred Şengün for this year with no Fred VanVleet. Where's the bigger role going to come from? Is he going to lead a bench unit? Are they just going to put the ball in Tari Eason's hands and lead the bench unit? Doesn't seem likely. I'm sure you'll see a traditional guard in that spot because Reed Sheppard will get his minutes coming off the bench this season. So it did seem a little weird that not only was the deal late in the making, but it was also expected to get done considering what the player had discussed. And maybe Tari Eason doesn't see a way forward in a role that he wants here with Houston. Can he carve that out this season? Does he need to start? We always talk about it matters if you close more than start and how many minutes you play. But some guys,
perception
as a young player, the status of starting and coming off the bench is important. And you understand a player who believes I'm just as talented as Jabari Smith, and you gave him money and he's starting, I think I'm capable of starting. Of course, the pushback is we got the call from Julian this morning. The man doesn't play back-to-backs. They're managing the minutes of a 20-something-year-old. What are we talking about? How can you get paid that? And maybe that was part of the Rockets' pushback. You want what? When we have to take into account whether you're capable of playing 30-plus minutes a night in back-to-back situations. So we stand, certainly with speculation, but we know this. Tari Eason will be a restricted free agent next season. And the Rockets, as far as his future here with the team, I won't call it trouble, but there is a little sticky situation if a team decides, hey, we know you don't want to operate above the second apron.
Yeah.
If we give him, even if it's a descending salary where it starts higher, to start his contract, but descends as he goes forward. But just to stick it to you, what's it? You're about $25 million under the second apron. Let's start Tari at 26. Now what do you want to do? Yeah. Now what do you want to do? Do you want to give a player who has maybe he plays the 70 games that I'm sure the Rockets and he would love this year? Maybe he's no longer a injury management guy, but he's still coming off the bench, and he is a good player for you, but he's not part of your top 5. Do you want to give a guy that type of money that's going to put you in the second apron? We'll see how much you love him. So that's where they land now, that a team can come in, and maybe if Tari Eason's open to it, we'll give you 27 to start. 27, and then we'll see what the Rockets want to do with you. This is what happens when you don't get a deal done. And we've applauded them for getting deals done and on their terms. I guess you can't be 100%, particularly with the guy who believes he's got more in his bag than what he's able to show right now.
Yeah, and there's still, like, I guess, like, the opportunity that they could work something out, but that almost, like you said, it almost has to be like Tari Eason has an underwhelming season, so that no team really wants to give him the, like, Daryl Morey style poison pill contract where it's like, I'm going to give this restricted free agent a poison pill contract, a contract where one of the years is just so ridiculous that you just cannot sign him. You cannot bring back Omir Ashik if you wanted. Chicago, right? Was it Chicago? I forgot if it was Chicago, then Rockets, or Rockets then Chicago for Omir Ashik. Sound off in the comments. But there is, like, the element of Amin Thompson was backing up Jabari Smith until Jabari Smith missed a month, and he made the most of that opportunity. Like, if you're Tari Eason, like, there still is that chance that, hey, in March, one of the Kevin Durant misses 15 games, 20 games towards the end of the season, and Tari Eason has a similar effect of in the starting lineup. That is something where if I'm Tari Eason, I probably do roll the dice and, like, maybe I am talked about or viewed as a much more key piece. Probably won't be on the Rockets, although the Rockets could still, like, make a trade, get off some salary to sign him if he's
if they want.
So good that they can't let him go.
Sure.
But it would just make it hard. Like, you would have to let go of somebody that makes a decent amount of money to make that happen. So, I think this is ultimately what made the most sense overall. It's just the buzz or the report. Actually, it's not even buzz.
It was just a report.
It was a Shams Charania report that it was likely that was the part that was throwing us off.
Yeah.
Like, was the, like, wait, why?
I know The Athletic did it. I don't know if maybe Shams did. I think it was The Athletic.
Okay.
David Aldridge and another guy reported that they expected a deal to get done. Turns out they were incorrect on that.
Wrong.
They were incorrect, and Tari Eason will play out the year and then enter restricted free agency. Usually guys sign with their teams because they're in a spot, particularly over the course of this past off season. Not a lot of money was available.
Yeah.
And while it took a while and it hampered the Warriors in making the smaller moves that they were looking to make, like bringing Al Horford, they eventually got that done. They did get Kuminga on a 2-year deal. Josh Giddey got his money from the Bulls. The guy who said, I'll trust myself was Cam Thomas. He thought he should be in the $30 million range. He looked around the league at all the other shooting guards. He thought he should be making that money. Of course, the other thing that went on this offseason were shooting guards being traded away, like the Anthony Simonses of the world got traded to the Celtics. The Blazers said, we don't think we should be paying you for your particular skill set.
Yeah. I mean, they also
for who we are.
They also have Scoot Henderson,
and they have all these other Shaden Sharp,
Drew Holiday, Shaden Sharp,
and Dame
they
recovering.
acquired Dame, who's going to be out this year. But
they're on the cap.
Yeah, there was like a position like bottleneck that happened there.
Yeah.
Of just being able to play all these guys.
But the one-way twos.
Norm Powell got traded too. Like, just,
another one of those guys who's up for a new deal at the end of the year. So all the one-way twos who only give you scoring and not much else, they're being undervalued. Maybe not undervalued. Their values just increased, and that's why people looked around the league and said, "Who's giving Cam Thomas that money?"
Yeah.
So he decided, "I'm not taking your deal, Nets. I'm I'm not signing. I'll take the qualifying offer and then enter unrestricted free agency next year, and we'll see what I'm capable of.
I do wonder what Tari. I mean, because he's not really a good comp. Like, he's not really a Cam Thomas comp.
You would call him. He's not as good of an offensive player, but
defensive wing.
But he's a better. He's a defensive wing. I think one of the issues for Tari.
He can give you something on offense, but he's more of a defensive.
And he is telling us he's far more capable to give more. He just doesn't get the opportunity. He is in a spot where the Rockets are strong. Well, maybe that's the best comp.
Kuminga play defense?
Maybe that's the best comp. A guy who believes he can't showcase all he's worth because Kuminga thinks he's a star, and that's one of the pushbacks between him and the Warriors. We've talked about how the fit doesn't work.
Yeah,
I'm sure.
And Kuminga would get like DMPs in big games. So like
Tari healthy doesn't get DMPs.
Yeah, it's a little bit. It's not perfect, but it is something like that where, and the thought was that restricted free agents are guys that are looking to be restricted free agents negotiating extensions with their teams would look at this year's restricted free agency class and be like, maybe I don't want to sign up for having to sign my deal in September or August or October, like right before the deadline to get into training camp. Maybe I just want to take the guaranteed, 4 years, $100 million instead.
Sure. So
which Tari probably wasn't going to get that, but
no, maybe one of the reasons he's going to enter restricted free agency. So as it stands now, clearly he's on the team for this upcoming season. He could very well be on the team next year playing on the qualifying offer and then enter restricted free agency. Unrestricted, in what, 27? Yes. He could be here for 2 more years. He could be here for 5 more years. We don't know. But it's now an open question as opposed to initially reported as a guarantee. And that's where we stand. As far as the starting lineup, I mentioned it before we went to break in the last segment. It is a lineup where Amen Thompson is, at least by height, your starting point guard. Who knows who will be handling the ball more? Will it be more of a hub type deal where you're playing pick and roll like the Nuggets do, where Jamal Murray's considered the point guard? He's not really the point guard.
Yeah.
He plays off of Jokic. Is that what we're going to do with Şengün? Is he more of a hub like Jokic? Is Kevin Durant going to be a primary ball handler? Is he going to come off the actions that Şengün sets in motion? So as it stands, Kevin Durant's your starting shooting guard at 6'11". That's what he likes. He doesn't want to be considered a 7-footer.
No, that is the funny part, is that this lineup is probably taller
than it
the
actually reported, but Kevin Durant prefers if you don't think of him as a 7-footer. So you've got Amen, Kevin Durant, Jabari is your 3, Şengün is your 4, Steven Adams is your 5. And we just talked about it quite a bit. Is this simply something that they're going to do matchup dependent, or is it something that will be who they are throughout? And at least to start, the Rockets are going giant. People are saying they're going big. No, they're not just going big. I don't remember a starting 5 this tall.
No, there's like a weird bubble Nuggets starting lineup
where they didn't have healthy.
I forgot what it was.
Was it like
it was like a tune-up game?
It was like either a tune-up game or the end of the regular season. I forgot. I know what you're talking about. Where Bull might have been considered the point guard because he had the best ball handling skills. I remember that game.
Yeah, but I think the cumulative inches, I think the Rockets are still just ahead of that of that team. But yeah, it is going to be a huge team. We'll see what it looks like every night. I do think it'll change. It'll vary from night to night, even just simply because Steven Adams playing in a full season.
Are they inserting Capella in the games that Steven Adams doesn't play?
That's the interesting part. Is then is Capella the starter, or then do you just play a more normal? Do you just try to time up the Steven Adams maintenance games?
Sure.
With when you play a team that plays a little bit smaller than the Thunder do, because the Thunder are also a pretty big team who will be out Jalen Williams.
Not playing tonight.
Yeah, Jalen Williams out. I think it's residual rehab from the thumb surgery that he had after the final.
He talked about that thumb that he played with during the finals. We're talking about the more impactful Jalen Williams. Yes. No, that's insulting. But the more impactful Jalen Williams.
The one that scored 40 points in a
The one who they couldn't have won the finals without.
Yeah.
That's what we're talking about. J-A-L-E-N.
Honestly, for most people, the Jalen Williams
that you know.
they have a different one.
They have 2.
It was adorable, but now it's kind of okay.
Yeah.
One's a backup big.
Yeah, they were drafted in the same class, right? And one of them
I'm
was
pretty
from
sure.
Santa Clara, and the other one
Arkansas.
So a lot of people knew of the Arkansas Jalen Williams. Turns out the Jalen Williams from Santa Clara much better than projected. I think he was a teens type lottery pick.
Yeah, somewhere in there.
He has certainly surpassed that draft status. He won't be available, so that's good for the Rockets. Are they going to just insert Caruso into the starting lineup? I don't know how they're
I see from a OKC beat reported that that Caruso's ready to go. I don't know if that means he'll start, but
okay. So Jalen Williams,
healthy.
He did have offseason surgery on his right wrist, still progressing, but he won't be there, and that's good news for the Rockets. They try to get off to a good start. That'll be on NBC/Peacock, so it is the start of NBC's regular season coverage, and the Rockets will be part of their doubleheader. It'll be Golden State. There it is. There you go.
Basketball, gimme, catching the ball because I'm gonna dunk it. Basketball, gimme,
Tim Robinson probably
because I'm gonna dunk it.
probably just be the classic.
Yeah, I don't think they're going to have that little insert in there, that little remix when
This
they
is just
start.
saved under Round Ball Rock. Like, this is just in the system, just what Round Ball Rock is.
Okay. Golden State and the Lakers is the second part of your doubleheader. No LeBron, who went through a bit of a cycle yesterday. At least I read some of it. Russell Westbrook was criticizing LeBron James in an Athletic article. And then I wake up from a nap and Stephen A. has got shots for LeBron. Pretty much called him a faker, much like the article suggested Russell Westbrook thinks of LeBron. And, of course, we remember the confrontation at a game where LeBron came up to Stephen A. Smith and said, "Hey, don't talk about my family that way. I'm here as a dad." And Stephen A. had his thoughts on that. Pretty much said LeBron's a phony, which some of you think as well.
Do you think that this was a little bit of a, like, hey, this might be the last NBA season that we get to, like, do some LeBron drive-bys?
I don't know if that's the case.
Not even drive-bys, just full
to
on.
start off the season that way, you got like months to do it.
Yeah, he's not going to play till November.
Yeah, Stephen A. Smith went on a different platform to do it. He was
He's a
with Carmelo
sciatica.
Anthony. Yeah, he's got old guy issues. He's with Stephen A. went on Carmelo Anthony's podcast. He didn't do it on ESPN. He didn't do it on his own platform, but he did use the sit down with Carmelo, who was one of LeBron's friends, I think, to take his shots. And LeBron, I guess, will be in the arena. I don't know if he'll be on the bench as an inactive, but hey, if you ain't playing, I guess it's time to get our licks in.
Will he be on the bench?
Will he sit there?
Because in theory, having sciatica problems, I can't imagine an NBA bench is like the most comfortable place to sit when you're 6'9" with the sciatica.
Probably not. I'm sure he has a.
Is he gonna sit in the Phil Jackson I
think he might.
Seat?
He might. I wouldn't be. He might already do that when he's not playing. I'm not sure. I don't keep track of LeBron's seating arrangements when he's not playing. In fact, I don't watch Laker basketball that much if I don't have to be honest with you. They've been kind of not a real contender for a while now, even with the Luka acquisition. So there it is. We've got basketball back. We've got the basketball pettiness back. It's all here for us. And you know what? If the Texans keep it up, we've already said this could turn into our Rocket show. Real Tankathon Mondays and
Rockets
and Rockets basketball.
Weekend recap.
Yeah, we could do plenty of that. When we come back, we will do a little college football. We pushed back the misery index because we had Rockets and a lot of Texans to get to. We will do the misery index when we come back. We'll have a first-time representative. I probably can speak quite a bit about that first-time representative. We will have, actually two now that I look at the list. And we'll go on to the SEC as well. And then we'll mention a Big 12 school and an American school. So the misery index may get stretched to 5 this time. So we'll get to that. But you know what? Let's go to break here. We'll come back with the misery index. But if you want to call in, the number is 713-780-3776. We have not talked any college football the first couple of days. We'll do that when we come back.
The Del Olalea Show continues.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now back to the Huntington Bank Studios with Del Olalea.
It all started Friday. You had two ranked teams go down in much different ways. Like Minnesota took apart Nebraska. Dylan Raiola back at it again. Matt Rule at it again. We talked about Nebraska's ranked again.
Grand opening, grand closing.
Grand closing. That game probably didn't get most of the attention from college football fans. The other game going on that night was Miami against Louisville, number 2, at least formerly number 2 Miami, loses to Louisville. And as a Miami fan, I felt it early. And, of course, they scored in the first drive. But even the initial couple plays, they were missing tackles. Now Brown, who was hampered, just think if he could actually put more than 3 snaps together in a row, Isaac Brown, the running back from Louisville, what kind of day he would have had. But they were missing tackles early, and it wasn't the defense I had seen through the first 5 games of the season. And I thought, oh, this is going to be different. And then it kept getting different. Chris Bell's a good player. They could do Miami secondary, who had been good all year, could do nothing with him. He just ran away from dudes on a couple of occasions. But Louisville scores early. Miami gets to a 3rd and 5, and I will say the Louisville player flopped, but it was a personal foul penalty that pushed him back to 3rd and 20. And when Louisville scores again, you're like, I wasn't thinking Miami couldn't win. I just thought this is going to be a long ball game.
Yeah.
You toss in the 4 picks from Carson Beck, and I would say, like, the 4th one is a bad decision. The first 2 on long balls, like, underthrown. I don't know if they're bad decisions, just underthrown. The 3rd one, that's on 4th down. I can't even crush them for that. But 4 picks are 4 picks. And if you turn the ball over 4 times, and credit the Miami defense for this, they did not give a point on 3 of like the 4th one into the game. So they're not going to give a point there. But the first 3, they didn't give up a point. And in fact, on the 3rd one, they forced a fumble on the next play and set up a touchdown.
Yeah,
So
the 3rd one was actually kind of good.
yeah, it helped them out. So Louisville wins. Jeff Brom is a good offensive coach,
Yeah, Jeff Brom.
and the Miami players talked about how they showed them things they had not seen. That is the benefit of a bye week. Both teams came off a bye week, and Louisville pulled some things out of their bag that Miami could not prepare for, and it worked out. Got them out to an early lead, and they were able to hang on. They made some 3rd down conversions that helped out. Their defense got of course, turned the ball over quite a bit. So Louisville's now ranked. Virginia's ranked. Miami's ranked, and Georgia Tech is ranked. So all of a sudden, the ACC has 4 ranked teams, and because of how things are set up, they don't all play each other. So there's a real scenario. And SMU, by the way, is undefeated in ACC play.
There's a chance that Miami doesn't play for the ACC title.
Simply because the only guarantee you have is kind of to go undefeated in conference, and now they don't have that in their back pocket.
And they have a weird thing where, like, they have a common loss. Like, the Louisville loss. I think Louisville lost to...
Was it Virginia?
UVA?
And Miami doesn't play UVA?
Yeah, and so UVA might get the tiebreaker just off of... Or it helps with the, like, common opponent win percentage.
Now, of course, UVA, who's one of the surprises of the season, has to go through there.
That's the other... That's why I'm not going full into this.
It's a long ways away. But, yeah, you did lay it out where the team who through the first 5 weeks of the season may have had the best resume until Florida State kept falling apart. Shout out to them losing at Stanford. Yeah, losing at Stanford. And Miami fans better not laugh too hard. Stanford's coming to town. So before you laugh, maybe win that game. Win that game. So it is a messy ACC, but Miami makes their first appearance.
When is it not a messy ACC?
It always is. And you're on your Friday night. You're feeling pretty good. You're coming off a bye, and you are a double-digit favorite. And I can't, you know what? It would be easy for me to blame Mario. I can't even really blame him.
It wasn't really a Mario game.
It wasn't really a Mario game. Your quarterback throws 4 picks. You should lose the game. And even with a chance to tie or win, he throws the final one. I can't even crush Mario for it.
It was like they got out-coached, but they got out-coached by an offensive schemer.
And it was early.
Yeah.
Like he got out to the lead early, but the defense rallied. They made enough plays so you could be at a point where if your quarterback wasn't awful, you win the game.
Yeah, it's less about the points you gave up off those turnovers and more about the points
you
don't score.
Yeah.
But like you said, 2 of them are 4th down, the last one in the game. It's not like a cat. Like, people obviously want to dunk on Carson Beck.
He has a personality and face
Yeah.
that gets people to dunk on him.
I get it, but like this game particularly, like he didn't play well. It wasn't. I mean, you laid it out. It wasn't like an insane.
Yeah, I mean,
like what is he doing?
Bad throw on a couple plays, and of course, things turn out differently. Maybe Malachi Tony doesn't get caught from behind. You on that screen, you score a touchdown instead of kicking a field goal. A lot of things happen, but it all came together. Credit Louisville for what they accomplished, and of course, because of all the work Miami has done to start the year, they're still in a pretty good spot.
Yeah.
As it's been pointed out, because of the number of teams who make the playoff, it's more like the NFL, where particularly if you lose in the middle of the year, it doesn't kill you. You got enough games. And if you go, like if they go 11-1 into the ACC title game and win it, they're making the playoff, and maybe
they're probably a top 4 seed.
They're going to be a top 4 seed. So, and which means they could possibly play a quarterfinal in the Orange Bowl, which is their home stadium, go to a neutral site, and then play the national title at home. That seemed like a clear path before the loss. It's still something they can accomplish.
Yeah.
Just got to go win your games. Next up on the misery index, and trust me, while I am calmer and reasonable today,
Friday night
into Saturday, I was miserable. And mostly because I can't even chalk it up. Oh, that's Mario being Mario.
Yeah,
I couldn't even blame him.
It's a loss that I that's why I'm kind of not crushing them. Is that it's a weird thing to say. It's like it's a normal loss that a top 5 team, top 10 team in the country has.
Yeah.
Like the only weird part is that it was at home, but also it's not like Coral Gable or no Miami Gardens is like a hornet's nest of like how the hell did you go into Hard Rock Stadium and beat the game?
Now
like,
they had not lost a game at home since they lost to Louisville in 2023, so they had played well, but that's mostly because the team was good and they had Cam Ward, not that because it's such a hard place to play. It gets up for really big games. The Louisville game wasn't that
on a Friday night.
On a Friday night, high school football is big in South Florida, so yeah, all the things played a part. Let's move to the Big 12. Texas Tech takes their first loss.
Yeah,
a team who we had talked about as one of the more maybe the best Big 12 team, and probably still is. But they go into Arizona State. It was a ball game where Arizona State controlled it, and then Texas Tech fought back, and then they gave up the drive. They gave up a drive late. And you credit Arizona State. They got Sam Leavitt back, and boy, no matter how things look, at least he's not Jeff Sims. You certainly have a shot when it's Sam Leavitt and not Jeff Sims. He wasn't great, but on that final drive, you love having a talented, experienced quarterback to fight back and not let the Texas Tech comeback crush you. And they find a way. So undefeated Texas Tech goes down in Tempe.
I know that they, for conference play, like they don't have like a committee that selects the top 2 teams to play in Arlington.
Yeah.
Arizona State should probably get some.
Hey, the Cougs are just.
No, they should get some Jeff Sims. Started a game for
leeway. Jeff Sims leeway. Okay.
Like their loss when you had to start Jeff Sims.
Yeah, I get it. I got you.
You get some forgiveness there. Like it's is there a team that has that? No, I guess there's not really a team at the top that has that. But you'll see it every once in a while. Like the John Mateer thing, I guess. It's like if John Mateer missed the Texas game and they lost. OU would have been like, well, they didn't have their starting quarterback.
Sure.
I feel like Arizona State, they're probably not going to be in a spot to where they have an at-large spot, I guess, that they run the table. They should get some, like, they did have to start Jeff Sims for a week.
Hey, it's not. Look, you've seen him. You've seen him for years.
It should count as like a half loss.
What do you think we're capable of?
They should win a tiebreaker, matter
Because
what.
The Jeff Sims tiebreaker?
Yes.
I would buy it. I would buy it.
Unless it's against the Cougs. Then the Cougs obviously should
Well,
go to
yeah,
Arlington.
and the Cougs get to play the Arizona State this Saturday. So we'll see the Cougs and see if they can elevate themselves. We didn't talk about
They'll
them.
have to beat them on hard mode.
Yeah, they
With
got
Sam
Sam
Leavitt at
Leavitt. They got to
quarterback.
go into Tempe. Night game. The Cougs on ESPN2 will go into Arizona State, see if they can get a win. The Cougs had a nice win over Arizona State's rival.
Yeah.
They had a lead. Of course, Arizona fought back, and the Cougs eventually kicked the game, winning field goal with no
hard
time
to win
left.
the Big 12.
Thank you. We're all Michael Taff. Yes, it
It's
is
hard to
hard.
win the ACC. It's hard to win the
It's
Big
hard
12.
to win everywhere.
Smile.
Yes, just media, cut it out. What's with all the down
Bull,
faces?
smile.
Hey, Jeff Ketchum. Jeff Ketchum. Wipe that smirk off your face and smile.
Hey, you should really smile more, Jeff Ketchum.
It's fine to say it to Jeff, but not to Jane. Don't tell a woman to smile, everybody. All right, let's move to a game that's not really close to our hearts. It's close to one of our listeners. LSU, you're on the list for losing to Vanderbilt. It's not an awful loss.
No, I
but
mean,
when you're LSU and you lose to Vanderbilt, who is a really good team, it's still a problem for Brian Kelly and the fan base.
I think the fact that it's not an awful loss is bad for Brian Kelly. Like some of the credit goes to Vanderbilt.
Gotcha.
But at the end of the day, like the fact that we're not really like, oh my God, LSU lost to
But we
Vanderbilt.
wouldn't have thought if Vanderbilt had beaten Alabama and Tuscaloosa, I would have said bad loss for DeBoer because it happened 2 years in a row.
Mm-hmm.
But I get your point. LSU isn't at a level where losing to Vanderbilt is surprising to anyone.
I expected them to lose to
Yeah,
Vanderbilt.
on the road in Nashville. Yeah, that's an expected
bad.
loss.
Don't do that.
Yeah. Now we set it up where before the game we talked about it. How many points would LSU have to score?
Yep. They proved us wrong.
Yeah, like we didn't think LSU, like the defense had to hold Vanderbilt to 21. They didn't and still lost.
But they got 24.
But
24 fat ones for you.
yeah, we
How about
thought
that?
to win a game.
Haters wrote them off.
Yeah, we thought.
Garrett Nussmeier didn't write back.
We thought for them to win a game, they'd have to hold Vanderbilt to 21 points. They scored 24 and still lost because
You know what? Here's one more for you.
Yeah, because Diego Pavia in the run game, Vanderbilt's run game as a whole, made the plays. I don't know if Pavia should be doing the Heisman pose, but
I think he should. He's good enough to where it's not completely ridiculous.
yeah. And so LSU remains on or gets put on the list because now we get into the mode of we got to fire this guy.
Well, yeah, and you get A&M
And you
and
can't fire
Alabama
him yet.
Next 2 games.
Yeah, so you look at the rest of your schedule, and you very well could be out of the playoff picture before you get into mid-November. So that is a problem for them, particularly when one of your losses is to Vanderbilt. And I mentioned this in passing because of the potential for a big group of 5 game. Well, Memphis doesn't allow it. USF took care of their business. Memphis gets beat by Trent Dilferless UAB, which may have made them more dangerous, to be honest with you. I think we might have discussed it. UAB, who fired Trent Dilfer, yes, that Trent Dilfer, beats Memphis. Memphis was in the top 20, or top 25 at least. They were one of the real contenders for the group of 5 berth. And maybe this Saturday's game against USF would have determined that. They might have seen each other in the conference title game. But this was going to be maybe one of 2 games that would have set up the winner for a chance to make the playoff. Instead, Memphis now has to become a bit of a spoiler to keep themselves in the race because Navy still exists. And Navy's 4-0 in conference, 6-0 overall. Tulane is 3-0. So the American is wide open like a lot of conferences are. But we could have had a top 25 matchup and maybe a playoff eliminator. Instead, we get Memphis licking their wounds. So I think when you lose to UAB at home, you feel pretty bad. You feel pretty bad. Excuse me, they lost on the road, but even still, you lose to UAB, a team that was 2-4 at the time. But apparently, you fire your coach, things work out. You fire a name brand head coach, things work out. Deshaun Foster, gone. UCLA can't stop winning. Trent Dilfer, gone. UAB wins. So maybe that's the deal.
Coach that maybe got the job for other reasons
than just being a coach.
Yes.
Like legendary status at the school in Deshaun Foster's case.
Was on ESPN.
An ex-NFL quarterback for UAB when it comes to Trent Dilfer. Fire that guy. Follow the unqualified guy. And look at that. You put a more qualified guy in the position and you start winning games.
I think we cracked it.
Yeah.
I think we
Get
cracked
the unqualified guy out of there. Shout out to Tim Skipper, who no one knows who his name is because everyone's talking about the Neuheisel, the Jerry Neuheisel.
That's how it goes.
Yeah. Hey, I'm the head coach here.
Yeah.
You don't call plays. Sorry, Tim Skipper, who we'll see where he lands after this year because it feels like they're just going to give that job to Jerry Neuheisel if they keep winning.
That would be so messed up.
Yeah. The guy who decided to give him the job misses out. Chris, you got to go quick. Sean, play the music, but I'll get to you here. Chris, you held. What's up?
Hey, it's tongue dart Chris, but
Okay.
a couple questions. How are those analytics working out for the Texans after this game? And does Michael Carroll still cuck for everything Marvel? Thanks, bye.
No, I asked that question to Michael Carroll on Friday. I don't know if he's going to appreciate the question, but at least I'll ask it of him. You'll get your answer on Friday. As far as the analytics, it didn't appear the Texans lean into analytics because they do a lot of dumb things, and analytics is supposed to be for smart people. Look, that game was awful, but the Texans against good teams are awful, and it showed itself, at least not good, and they were particularly not good last night. All right, we're done for the day, but before we say goodbye, Sean Mapes is going to tell you about Prize Picks.
Yes, Prize Picks, America's #1 daily fantasy sports app, and we've been talking about the Rockets season. Well, it's finally tipping off here tonight, and you can make some money watching your Rockets play a little bit of basketball in OKC. I feel like you have to. It's his first night as a Rocket. Everyone's super excited that he is a Rocket. Got to go more on Kevin Durant, 23.5 points. Like we talked about, Jalen Williams is out. He's a good wing defender. So the OKC defense will take a little bit of a step back from what we've seen in the past. You also got a max discount for one of Durant's former teammates, Stephen Curry. In the late game, he can go more than half a point and you win some money. So boom, pair up the old 2017 to 19 Warrior teammates, and you can win 3 times your money just like that on Prize Picks. Really, you just need Stephen Curry to show up to the arena on time and wear a jersey and shoot it a couple times, and you need Kevin Durant to score 24 points, and you can start the season off right with a win, even if the Rockets maybe don't win. We'll see. We'll see how it goes. Just download the Prize Picks app today. Use promo code MAPES when you sign up to get $50 in lineups when you play your first $5 lineup. That's promo code MAPES on Prize Picks to get $50 in lineups when you play your first $5 lineup. Prize Picks, it's good to be right.
$97.5. Stocks are flat this morning after a big run-up yesterday. We have better-than-expected earnings, though, from Coca-Cola and General Motors, which could help set the tone a little later in the morning, the market gathering itself and digesting its recent gains. While we have bond yields slipping back below 4% at 3.98 on the 10-year, the dollar firming up just a little bit, oil rebounding from its recent weakness, but not a lot, up about a $0.50 at 58.06 a barrel. Gold taking a breather after yesterday's better than $100 gain, down 87 bucks this morning to 42.73 the ounce. The market gearing up for more earnings coming from the likes of Tesla and Netflix this week, both of which will report after the close today and tomorrow. And we have earnings season kicking in as we move through the next several weeks. It could tell us the state, particularly of the AI economy, if the numbers there continue to be strong. That's very supportive to the market. As for the overall tone, government shutdown still in its 21st day, now tying the second longest shutdown since 1995 and 1996.
Hi, I'm Sean with Energy Texas, and I'm a customer too. I'm proud to say our rates are 17% below the national average. Every day, our team is focused on keeping costs lower for you. We take affordability personally because this is our home too. So we work harder and smarter to fight rising costs, while also improving reliability for years to come. This isn't just my job, it's a commitment to my community. Together, we power life. Entergy.
Summers in Texas are hot, but not for me, John Granado, because I have Coors Light. And Coors Light is all about keeping Texas chilled. Do you want to beat the summer heat? I recommend cold, clean, crisp, refreshing Coors Light. Grab a 12-pack or case so that you got your home base covered. And when you're hanging at your favorite watering hole, order a bottle or a bucket with those beautiful blue mountains. I love me some Coors Light. You will too. Choose chill. Choose Coors Light.
This message is approved by the man of the people, John Granado.
It's your guy, Sean, with Greenlight Offer, and guess what? We are still buying houses at fair prices. If you own a house and want to sell it fast in the most simplest way, I'm your guy. Call me today at 832-779-4000. We buy houses in any condition, any price range, in any location in the Texas area. Every single month, every single weekend, every single day, we are doing 2 things, Houston, and that's helping homeowners like yourself with their property problems and buying houses. In 2024, we bought 138 houses, and we want to buy more. We buy inherited houses, vacant houses, pretty houses, not so pretty houses, behind in payment houses. We even bought my tenant won't pay me the rent houses. We buy them all. We will buy your house in as-is condition. No repairs needed, no clean out, and we will pay for movers to help you move. Call me at 832-779-4000 for a same-day offer. That's 832-779-4000. Call for Sean with Greenlight offer, and I'll get your Greenlight number on your house today. Woo!
Hello, Houston. This is Paul Miller with Great Plate Hospitality. Believe it or not, the holidays are closer than you think. Got someone who's a little difficult to buy for? Well, who doesn't love great food? All of our locations of the Union Kitchen, Jack's Grill, Passerella, and Vine Memorial offer gift cards and will give you an extra $25 for every $100 you purchase. Don't forget, book your holiday party early. Our rooms and reservations are filling fast. Book before the end of October and the host gets a $100 gift card. Call your favorite restaurant today. Tell them Paul sent you. John Granado here. You know what the bosses here did? They bought an unlimited corporate membership at East River 9. You know what that means? More golf for me. East River 9 is offering annual memberships for individuals, families, and your business. Unlimited golf, exclusive promos at the River House Restaurant, and much more. Spots are filling up fast. Reach out today to secure your spot. Sign up online at eastriver9.com or call the Pro Shop at 713-913-7033. I'll see you on the links, baby, at East River 9 with our unlimited membership.
This is ESPN 97.5, brought to you by Zata Jewelers, KFNC, and 97.9 HD2 Mont Bellevue, Houston.
This is the Rich Eisen Show.
Hey, everybody.
Can't get enough of the Rich Eisen Show? You're in luck. You can find us everywhere. Watch us weekdays on Disney Plus from noon to 3 Eastern. Miss the show? We've got a podcast so you can listen anytime. But here's the best part. Our YouTube channel. Subscribe at youtube.com/Rich Eisen Show and you'll never miss a moment. Now, on with the show. This is the Rich Eisen Show.
Parental discretion is advised.
A Springer! Dinger!
Live from the Rich Eisen Show studio in Los Angeles.
Jameer,
You got no shot at catching that man.
Today's guests, senior writer for the MMQB, Albert Breer, three-time Super Bowl champion, Mark Schlereth, author Jeff Pearlman, and now, it's Rich Eisen.
Well, cheerio, everybody. Back from London, back in the chair. It's been a minute. Right here on the Rich Eisen Show in Los Angeles, California. Pleased to be back here with you on Disney Plus, the ESPN app everywhere, and ESPN Radio presented by Progressive Insurance. We did do the show from London last Thursday and Friday, but for the last week and a half, from Susie to Tom Pelissero to yesterday, Colleen Wolfe filling in this chair. I greatly appreciate it. Almost went royally on y'all, but I greatly appreciate it. Back here with you, 844-204-RICH, number to dial in Los Angeles, California. We've got Albert Breer joining us from the New York City-based NFL owners meetings that's going down in the middle of the season, and lots going on now that Week 7 is in the books. And he will be joining us from Sports Illustrated, and Mark Schlereth will be joining us in hour number 2 to tell us all his thoughts and everything that's gone on through the first 7 weeks of the NFL season. And the author, Jeff Pearlman, is in studio. Love anything that he writes, and his latest book on the life and times of Tupac Shakur is a must-read for everybody, and that book is out right now wherever you get your books. He'll be joining us in studio hour number 3. As we all know, he wrote literally the book on the Showtime Lakers, the dynastic Cowboys of the 90s, and Bo Jackson. He's one of our favorites. The World Series is set between the Toronto Blue Jays and the Los Angeles Dodgers. We'll discuss that on the program as well. Good to see you, the Christopher Brockman. Now that all the table setting is out of the way. Good to see you.
How you doing, man? Welcome back.
I am doing well, thank you, Mikey D. Good to see you. Good to see you, Mikey D. As in DJ. Mikey D. as in D's nuts. T.J. Jefferson. Good to see you. Candle is lit over there. Good
Hello, bro.
And everybody who takes in the show via podcast, we greatly appreciate that. The latest Overreaction Monday is out. As soon as I got off the plane from London, Chris Brockman and I recorded it right before the Monday night games. And during the Monday night games, No Contest Wrestling, O'Shea Jackson and TJ had George Kittle of the San Francisco 49ers talking some wrestling. And maybe you got a little bit of stuff out of him on the NFL front because I asked you to. And I think O'Shea asked him the question that I was telling him to ask. by saying Rich wanted me to ask you. So that's coming up later on in this program.
Just so you know, we were going to do that.
I got it. 844-204-RICH is the number to dial here on the program. Hey, the Detroit Lions last night taking on the Tampa Bay Buccaneers to wrap up week number 7 with a doubleheader on Monday Night Football. The Seattle Seahawks take care of business against the Houston Texans. Later on, we'll hit that in an hour number 3 of this show. But as for the Detroit Lions, you know I love talking about them. You know I love talking about them after a win. Because I chose them to win the NFC at the end of the day. And I like being right. I like being proven correct.
You mentioned that.
It's one of my favorite things. But if I'm wrong, I'll raise my hand and say, hey, I'm off. And at the end of the day, you know, they're not even in the top 2. They're not even leading their division right now. Believe it or not, through 7 weeks of the NFC campaign, the 4-1-1 Green Bay Packers are currently your 1 seed, with the 5-2 aforementioned San Francisco 49ers sitting there. And then you've got the Eagles leading the NFC East at 5-2, and the Buccaneers now at 5-2 with that loss last night in Detroit. They lead their division in the NFC South. And right now the Lions are sitting in at 5-2, and the 5 seed, kind of like, you know, the team that they put in that position last year, the Minnesota Vikings. If you recall that last game of last year, Lions had a chance to win the conference, win the division, win the conference in the final game of the season against the Vikings. They did so, and the Vikings became a 14-win wild card team that got one and done here in Los Angeles. I said all that up to say is that the Lions don't want to be in the position of the Minnesota Vikings at the end of the day, which is top wild card team. And last night, they took a large step towards not being that, even though they are right now through 7 weeks. That's because they beat the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, the only at the time 5-1 team in the conference. And they beat them up. And they not only beat them up, they took care of business on defense with, once again, stop me if you've heard this story before, speaking of last season, half their defense on the back end out due to injury. Or in the case of Brian Branch, suspended because he slapped at Juju Smith-Schuster after the Kansas City Chiefs game last week in the loss in Arrowhead that kind of lingered into this game as well on the Amon-Ra St. Brown front. I'll get to that in a second. But the defense getting it done against the, in my estimation, coming into week 7, clear MVP through the first 6 weeks of the season in Baker Mayfield. They were all over him. The pass rush was getting home. And when the pass rush wasn't getting home, the back end of the defense, with names that you don't really hear very much being mentioned. Amik Robertson, Arthur Millette. You don't hear that name a lot, but you certainly did when he ripped the ball out of the hands, I believe, of Cade Otton when it was resting on his shoulder, coming up with an interception last night. Robertson forced a fumble. Nick Whiteside, some key pass breakups for the Detroit Lions. And that's it. Once again, excellent coaching and deep rostering can win a day. And last night against a 5-1 Tampa Bay Buccaneers team that had just gotten Mike Evans back before losing him for the rest of the season. We'll talk about that later on. No Bucky Irving. They do have Ibuka. They don't have Godwin. Mayfield is down some parts, but he could not get past a Lions defense that was, A, getting home with a pass rush with a terrific front seven, and then a bunch of guys who's needs the name tags for the Ford Field faithful last night. So they don't have their coordinators from last year. That's supposed to be a problem. They don't have a lot of their top-ranked players on the back end of their defense. That's supposed to be a problem. Jahmyr Gibbs takes care of it. Sets a career high with 218 scrimmage yards. Most by a Detroit player in a game since... Anybody? Bueller? Nope. Calvin.
Yeah, Calvin.
Week 8, 2013. He had 329 yards from scrimmage.
Jeez.
It's insane. But 218 scrimmage yards, $136 on the ground, 82 in the air. First player with 130 more rush yards and 80 or more receiving yards in a game since Saquon Barkley in 2019. You thought he did it twice against the Rams last year, didn't you?
I was about to say.
No, it was in 2019. The only Lions players with 200 or more scrimmage yards in a primetime game now are named Jahmyr Gibbs and the two guys you mentioned, TJ.
Okay, Barry and Calvin.
That's correct, sir. And Barry was there last night.
It's a good list to be on.
Right.
78-yard rushing touchdown was the longest of his career.
Yeah. It felt good to have him in fantasy.
And then Amon-Ra St. Brown.
Son God.
Now, again, remember when I came on the air on Tuesday, 1 week ago today, talking about the loss in Kansas City for the Lions, that game turned on a fourth down attempt on just inside the Kansas City portion of the 50. Okay? And they go for it in the second quarter of that game, and Goff and Amon-Ra can't connect. The Chiefs then hop on the football, score right before halftime, score right after halftime, and that game completely flipped. Well, you heard Joe Buck and Troy Aikman say over and over again in the first quarter of that game, of last night, that Amon-Ra St. Brown had steam coming out of his ears all week long, that he sent a text to Goff apologizing for not catching the ball, and Goff responded by essentially saying, hey, man, I didn't put the ball completely on you either. And Buck was saying all week long the Lions organization was saying they can't wait to see what Amon-Ra St. Brown is going to do when he gets back on the field. And sure enough, 6 catches for 86 yards and the receiving touchdown to start it all off before Gibbs ripped it all off after that. Amon-Ra St. Brown leads the NFL with 7 receiving touchdowns this year now. So Amon-Ra's doing his thing. The defense is doing its thing. And if Jahmyr Gibbs continues to do his thing, you're going to see the Lions win a lot more, and it appears the head coach believes it's only just the beginning for Jahmyr Gibbs.
Felt like this was coming. You felt like that this has been building, and, as he gets in better shape and starts getting his feet under him, starts getting a feel of it, starts breaking some tackles, you just feel like every week it's gotten closer and closer. And tonight was the night where he busted one of these out of there, and there'll be no looking back. I mean, I think he's just going to continue to do this. So our O-line did a good job, in areas of getting into the second level. Certainly we got to continue to improve there, but, man, that's all you got to do. If you can get him to the second level, he'll do the rest, and we're fortunate because our O-line can open some holes in it. We have receivers that block, so the rest is up to him one-on-one with a safety.
Yep. That said, +1, all of it. No Kirby Joseph out with a knee. No Terrion Arnold out with a shoulder. No G.J. Reed. He's on IR. Brian Branch suspended, as I mentioned. Baker Mayfield, a 66.1 passer rating anyway. 4 sacks, 20 quarterback pressures, 12 passes defensed. That's the most by a Lions team in 23 years. That's what they did last night. Highly impressive W. Yeah. For sure. In all of that regard. You remember also, too, just quick, before we throw to break, and Albert Breer is going to join us. Remember when Jahmyr Gibbs got drafted?
Yeah, people questioned why
did they ever?
Took a back that high, yeah.
Dude, especially since they already had
David Montgomery.
Knuckles.
Yep.
Why do you need a Sonic when you already got Knuckles? Certainly when you spend that money in free agency. And all I heard that night, from that Thursday night of the draft to the Friday, from a bunch of my guys on the set and from behind the scenes elsewhere, all I heard is the Lions jumped the line on a ton of teams on Jahmyr Gibbs.
Yeah. You told us that.
They jumped the line on a ton of teams on Jahmyr Gibbs. And boy, do the Lions look smart. Another guy that they drafted in the first round that everyone was questioning was one of our glue guys, Jack Campbell out of Iowa.
All right.
How's he looking right now? So
on that 70-yard touchdown, Chris, he just ran straight up the gut. And it was the first time in a while someone has reminded me of Chris Johnson. Remember those ones Chris Johnson runs where Gus would just yell, speed, because there was nothing else to say? That's what that run was like.
Well, Jared Goff was talking about that run after the game, and if you could see in the replay, he put his hands up like touchdown. Like Lane Kiffin back in the day when he was calling plays for Alabama? Roll it.
Those long ones are fun to watch. And I feel like I got the best seat in the house just to like see him hit the hole and then just like take off. And I don't know how many safeties in the league could catch him. So as soon as he gets there, it's over. He's gone. And it felt like last year the Titans run, the 70-yard run. It was very similar, where it's just like him on the safety and it's over. But yeah, it's pretty cool. He's dang fast, and it's fun to watch.
They have a bye now, so all of those defenders can come back from either suspension or injury. We'll see what happens. Yeah. And then after that, home game with Minnesota at Washington. Who the heck knows what's going on with them, right? Before a Sunday night visit to Philadelphia. What a big, huge game in the NFC standings that is going to be. Before they finish up on Thanksgiving against Green Bay. Following week against Dallas, they visit the Rams out here. Another big game in the NFC. The rest of their division matchups around a home date with an Aaron Rodgers visit back to Detroit. That's some fun, must-see television with the Detroit Lions playing like this and Dan Campbell just being as entertaining as ever, coaching his ass off, and his team just being full of grit. Fun stuff. 844-204-RICH, number to dial. When we come back, Albert Breer with his thoughts on the Monday night doubleheader and what is going on in Miami. That's coming up.
Hey, it's Desmond Howard. You want to win the weekend? It all starts with the tailgate. And for me, that means Kingsford Charcoal.
They've been bringing the flavor, the smoke, and the heat since 1920. No wonder they're still the gold standard of grilling. So fire it up, feed your crew, and let the smoke do the talking. Kingsford, the king of the tailgate. Get it today at the Home Depot. How doers get more done.
Some people just know you can save money on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like to check the weather first, before wearing face paint to the game.
Bro, your Go Cats is dripping into your nachos.
Oh, and now paint is in my eyes.
Interception! Did you see that?
No. Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first and see what you could save. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Potential savings vary, including based on how you buy, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate North American Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Trulux, Ocean's finest seafood and crab. A Houston original, proudly serving our great city for over 30 years. We have recently updated our restaurant with a modern sensibility and sophisticated finishes. We can't wait for you to come and see it. The look is totally new, but the sensation, hospitality, and quality remain unmistakably Trulux. Visit us today and experience the newest flavor of a true Houston original. Trulux, your table is waiting.
Hi, I'm Danny Clark, owner of Collectors Firearms. We're celebrating our 50th year in business, and we would like to invite you to come see our 12,000 guns in stock. Don't let the name fool you. We carry all the latest and greatest guns, in addition to the antiques and collectibles. We even have a tank right out front. Have you been putting off cleaning your guns? Bring them to us, and we will give you a basic cleaning free of charge while you wait. Come see us at Westheimer at Voss, CollectorsFirearms.com. That's CollectorsFirearms.com.
Get in on exciting gaming action at LaBerge Casino Resort Lake Charles. Introducing our new exclusive statewide table progressives. We've linked our table game progressives between 4 pen play destinations in Louisiana. That means our big payouts just got bigger. No matter which location you choose, you have a shot at these combined jackpots. Get to LaBerge Lake Charles or Baton Rouge, Boomtown, New Orleans, or Margaritaville, Bossier City, and get ready for big payouts.
Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-522-4700.
Attention taxpayers. If you owe $5,000 or more and back taxes to the IRS, don't wait for the October 15th extension deadline. Your problems will only continue to grow. The IRS is using advanced AI tools to identify and collect unpaid taxes faster than ever, meaning tax debt collections will become increasingly aggressive. Call Priority Tax Relief now. Their experts fight back fast and are saving their clients millions in tax debt every month.
After speaking on my behalf with the IRS, my entire debt of $25,000 will be eliminated.
I owed over $50,000 and they settled it for pennies on the dollar. These guys are as legit as they come.
If you miss another tax deadline, you're stacking more debt on top of what you already owe with increasing penalties and interest. You now owe more today than you did yesterday. Call for your free consultation. Priority Tax Relief. Let's make your taxes our priority. Call 800-418-1404. 800-418-1404. 800-418-1404.
418-1404.
Priority tax relief.
Monument Chevrolet has extended truck month. Get 2.9% APR for 72 months. Visit Monument Chevrolet off Beltway 8 and 225 or monumentchevrolet.com. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
Your go-to source for all things Houston Texans is Swarmcast with Will Kunkel and Joe George. Listen Thursday nights at 6 on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 or on our YouTube channel, ESPN Houston. Brought to you by Blue Star Tequila. Smooth and always game ready.
Protect your home and auto with a bundle from Progressive so you can stop worrying about them and invent new things to worry about, like snakes in your bedroom. Sure, that sounds incredibly irrational, but now that we've mentioned it, you are a little worried. The odds of one snake, let alone snakes plural, are so slim. But you might want to check. Oh, you're not near your bedroom. Guess you'll just have to sit there and worry about it. So let Progressive protect your home and auto, because you've got enough to worry about. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states.
This week at Macy's, it's the best time to save on fall styles at our biggest fall sale. Find the classic brown boots and preppy Mary jeans that everyone's wearing. Luxurious cashmere and wool sweaters. Even better, it's our lowest prices of the season on diamond jewelry, now 50 to 75% off. Over half off. Don't miss your chance to save big on the looks you need now at Macy's biggest fall sale. Today, savings off select styles. Exclusions apply.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. We're dedicated to serving people 50 and up like me. Our needs are different. Big Wireless wants us in an unlimited plan, but if you're not using all that data, you're probably getting used. At Consumer Cellular, we're focused on affordable, reliable plans, including data that suits your needs, not ours. Our plans start at just $20, and you'll get the best customer service in the business.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com/facts or a store near you. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Turn things all the way up and find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy.
Back here on the Rich Eisen Show on the ESPN radio network, presented by Progressive Insurance. We were just talking about how Mike McDaniel had a little bit of gallows humor saying, Tua's going to start and hopefully won't throw 10 picks. Tua might not like it. A lot of people might think it's unprofessional, but, that's just literally him being him, McDaniel.
Yeah.
And there's nowhere to go but up. Joining us here now on this subject and many others, back on the Rich Eisen Show, joining us from a league owners meeting that's going on right now during the season in New York City. Sports Illustrated's Albert Breer. Good to see you, Albert. How are you?
I'm good. How are we doing, Rich?
Good to see you. Is that somebody going on behind you? Is it like a backstage?
Maintenance may be happening behind me here at the hotel. You guys are getting a real taste of the atmosphere here.
Very good. Sounds good. Looks like they're getting the velvet ropes, probably for the commissioner. That's the only way he knows how to roll. I get it.
Yeah.
All right. Let's just jump into it here because we were talking about Tua. And Mike McDaniel's comment that he hopes Tua's not going to throw 10 picks. I guess the gallows humor is coming out in Miami right now. What can you tell us is, in fact, happening for the Dolphins in that organization right now, Albert?
I think that there's a lot of reflection happening inside that building now. And I just don't know where the next answer is. And, if you want, I could take you through some of the history of this, but I think it really goes back to, a couple of years ago when they were winning and they had a culture there that I think was a little permissive of the stars and, where maybe there was one set of rules for guys like Tyreek Hill and Jalen Ramsey and a separate set of rules for other guys. And that works when you're winning. Then a couple of years ago, a couple of those guys clashed with Vic Fangio when Fangio came in as the DC. So they wind up moving on from Fangio after 23. And then last year, you're not winning anymore. And there are more questions, I think, internally on the leadership of the team. And so this year they come in, they try, and really emphasize character in building the team for 2025. And now they're sitting there at 1-6. The quarterback isn't playing well. The area of the game where, Mike McDaniel's expertise is, and I don't think he's lost his ability to build an offense or call an offense or coach a quarterback, but that obviously isn't working at a very high level right now. And, I do think there are some people in the organization who before the end of the year might like to get a look at Anthony Weaver, as an interim coach. So there's just a lot of moving parts there right now. And, I think Mike McDaniel still got some rope to kind of climb his way out of this. But, certainly, there weren't great signs and what was a really, really dark, I think, afternoon for them in Cleveland.
My goodness, was it ever? Okay, so no changes on the horizon? Or because the trade deadline's coming up too. Trade deadline's a couple weeks away, Albert.
Yeah,
it's right there.
And I think that's an important piece of nuance here, because the hard thing about the trade deadline is, okay, so the teams that are going to be sellers are generally teams that are waving the white flag on the season. But if you are Chris Greer or you are Mike McDaniel, and your jobs might be on the line right now, are you willing to move on from players that can help you the rest of the year, maybe help you dig out of this, when the assets coming back aren't going to be things that might be assets you won't get a chance to use because they could be 2026 draft picks. So, I think sometimes in these sorts of situations, it becomes what's best for the organization long-term versus what's best for the guys running the organization as it's currently constituted short-term. There are cases where you see owners make changes in season to kind of make sure that, the focus is on what's best for the organization from a long-term standpoint. So it's a weird position to be in. And I hate to be the one who's going to sit here and tell you, like, Stephen Ross does not want to fire Mike McDaniel, because it does feel like things are going that way. I don't think he wants to do this in season. Then again, there's that long-term piece of it. And there's also the fact that you do have, an assistant coach on hand who you might want to get a look at before the end of the season, in the head coach's seat.
Albert Breer here on the Rich Eisen Show from the League Owners Meeting in New York City mid-season. We'll get to that in a second, as well as some crucial Week 8 games. My goodness, things are going fast, halfway through the season for some. Right here on the Rich Eisen Show. So let's jump into the Monday Nighter before we turn the page. What do you got? What's your takeaway from the doubleheader results from Monday night, Albert?
Well, so like the Lions, I think the takeaway is that might be the most complete team in football right now, and the most complete roster in football right now. And God, were there some dumb things said after week 1, after they lost at Lambeau. I think what you're seeing right now is, we've given Dan Campbell a lot of credit, and rightfully so, for digging that organization out of the hole that it was in, back in 2021. I think maybe the person we haven't given enough credit to is the general manager, Brad Holmes, because even though they lost Ben Johnson and Aaron Glenn in the offseason, that still was a team full of talented young players, and it was on display again last night with Jahmyr Gibbs and Amon-Ra St. Brown and Penei Sewell and what he's meant to that team, and Aiden Hutchinson and Jack Campbell. And God, they didn't have Brian Branch, but he's one of those players too. That is a talented, balanced, young roster, even still. They've got a quarterback who's playing at an MVP level in Jared Goff. And so I think for the third straight year, they're very firmly in the Super Bowl mix, even without those coordinators that were part of building the thing up. And then, in the late game, I think it's hard not to look first at the struggles that C.J. Stroud has had with a new offensive coordinator and how the Texans are going to dig themselves out of it. And on the flip side, I'd say Seattle, I sort of looked at Seattle coming into the year like I looked at Green Bay. They had a lot of very good young players that, some of the guys that came aboard as a result of all the capital they got in the Russell Wilson trade. So, just like Green Bay, to me, they were this team full of very good players, and it's like, can they elevate to become great players? And I think you're starting to see that with the young players really becoming such important pieces of their core on defense, guys like Byron Murphy and Eamon Warry, who they just drafted, and Devin Witherspoon. And then on the offensive side, JSN becoming one of the best receivers in all of football. Charles becoming one of the best left tackles in all football. The two backs, Charbonnet and Walker. And then, Sam Darnold, I think, proving to all of us that last year really wasn't a fluke, that this is who he's becoming as a quarterback. And so, I look at the job Mike McDonald and John Schneider have done, just not even just, getting those guys, building the roster back up, again, in part through all the capital they got in the Russell Wilson trade, but then developing those guys and those guys continuing to get better. And, I think certainly there's a lot of intention, rightfully so, on Jackson Smith and Jake Bendel, how he's played the last few weeks. But there are a lot of guys on that roster just like that were already really good players coming into the year that I think are on the precipice of becoming great players.
Yeah, and the Seahawks at 5-2 going into a bye. The Rams coming off of a win in London that I saw with my own two eyes. They're 5-2 going into a bye. The Niners sitting there at 5-2 heading into Houston to start turning the page here a little bit to Week 8. Is Brock Purdy anywhere on the horizon here for them, do you think?
Yeah, I think this is sort of a day-to-day thing at this point. And I think Mac Jones has given them some flexibility. It's incredible what they've done, isn't it, Rich?
Yeah.
To lose the guys that they've lost, to play without Brock and Nick Bosa and Fred Warner. Brandon Ayuk still hasn't stepped foot on the field. Kittle lost a lot of time. I think McCaffrey deserves to be in the MVP conversation based on what he's meant to them. But, I think because of the way that Mac's played, they've got some flexibility with Brock. And I know, Brock badly wants to get out there, and he pushed it the last time, right? Like, that was a 2 or 3 week injury. He went on the 2-week side and wound up aggravating it. So they're going to be careful, but I do think he's in the day-to-day category now. Maybe it happens this week. Maybe it happens next week. We'll see. Obviously, they have yet to step foot on the practice field yet, so we should probably know more tomorrow.
And the first game of Week 8 is coming up in just a couple of days right here in Los Angeles. The Chargers, after getting shown the door by the rampaging Indianapolis Colts, taking on a Vikings team that did give the Eagles all it could handle before succumbing. What's the scoop on the quarterback front for Minnesota? J.J. McCarthy versus his former college coach is something that everyone was looking forward to seeing. Are we going to see that, or is it Carson Wentz still for them?
I think it's Carson Wentz on Thursday night, and then I think they reassess after the game. I think Kevin O'Connell, the one thing that's interesting about all of this is I think you go back to their approach in the offseason, and it's easy to forget this, but they did make an offer to Sam Darnold, and they did make a substantial offer close to what the Colts gave Daniel Jones to come back. The logic and all of that was not a lack of belief in J.J. McCarthy. It was we haven't seen it yet. And so we've got this roster full of players that are ready to compete right now. We're not a rebuilding team. We can't throw a season overboard in the name of quarterback development. It was a 14-win team last year with a lot of guys that are in the middle of their careers. And so, I think that's important context to the way this whole Carson Wentz thing is playing out, where it's like, let's see what this looks like with Carson Wentz in there. And it wasn't perfect on Sunday either. I know he threw for 300 yards, but he put the ball in peril a bunch, and so this is, I think, a little bit of a tricky situation now. I think the easy thing is, because this is an injury that can recur, the high ankle sprain for J.J. McCarthy, this is the sort of injury that can recur. All right, we're not going to push him on a short week, but, I think you see how Carson Wentz plays on Thursday, and then you reassess after that. My hunch is that J.J. McCarthy is going to be the quarterback for the rest of the year after that one, but we'll see what happens.
Yeah, Week 9 it would be Minnesota at Detroit. So if McCarthy can't come back for his a matchup with his former head coach in college, he'll just have to do it in the state of Michigan, which would be a tough assignment. Albert Breer here on the Rich Eisen Show. A Week 8 marquee, obviously Sunday nighter with Green Bay and Aaron Rodgers going at it on Sunday Night Football, and Dallas and Denver coming off of some rousing victories and taking on each other. But one that, for me, I think is rubber really meeting the road is the Ravens coming off of a bye at 1-5, taking on a Bears team that's won 4 in a row. I'll give you the floor right here. Lamar wasn't seen on Monday when the team comes out for their first practice. Roquan Smith was out there. What are you hearing about Lamar and the Ravens at 1-5, Albert?
I think Lamar's close. Now, again, they're going to be careful with him, and this is the way they've always operated with Lamar. They've always been very careful, and because he plays the quarterback position in a different way than almost anybody in modern history has, with the way that they involve him in the run game. And, that's something that if you talk to quarterbacks, if you wind up playing in the playoffs and you're beat up, like a runner would be beat up, it can affect your mechanics. So there's a million reasons why they're really, really careful with him. I'd say on the flip side of that, right? Like, and I'm just establishing how careful they're going to be with him. On the flip side of that, this is like now a pretty significant hole they're in. They're 1-5 now, and it's time to start digging out of that hole. And you looked at the inactive list a couple of weeks ago, and I think it was Mike Garafolo who had the stat. It was something like 20 Pro Bowl selections between the 8 guys who were on the inactive list. They need to get going, and their season, they're close to being at the point where their season is going to be on the line on a week-to-week basis. And this is a team, and I can just tell you this, Rich, going into the year, they felt like this is the most talented roster that they had in a long time, and that this was a team that had a shot to compete for a championship. So there's a massive level of disappointment in how all of this has played out. And, I think Roquan coming out and saying, like, more or less, like, I'm going to be out there on Sunday, like putting a stake in the ground, I think is setting the tone for everybody. Like, it may not be must win, but they're damn close to it right now. And so it's going to need to be all hands on deck. You balance that against being careful with Lamar. It'll be interesting to see the way the next few days play out.
And then your thoughts going, I always love getting your perspective, Albert, the Sunday nighter, Rodgers trying to get in that rarefied air of beating all 32 franchises, taking on the Green Bay Packers for what probably will be the last time, unless they see each other in the Super Bowl. You never know.
Yeah.
What are you thinking here with Micah coming off a 3-sack performance in Arizona? This is going to be so much fun on Sunday night coming up.
Yeah, and it's unbelievable because the way we've been talking about the Packers, because they've been sort of schizophrenic early in the year, right? Like you had the sugar high of the Micah Parsons trade, and then you have the 2-0 start, and then they level off, and that inexplicable loss in Cleveland, and then the weird tie with the Cowboys, and now they're back on track. It's hard to believe they're the number 1 seed in the NFC right now. So they're sort of where we thought they would be. This is a huge game for the Packers, obviously, because every game is big when you're in that sort of position. I'm really excited to see what this looks like with Aaron Rodgers, because just talking to people in Pittsburgh and the people who are around him, over the last couple of games, if you watch Aaron play, you're starting to see the way that he's moving and the way he's making throws across his body. And when you start to see those things where it looks like he's playing loose and free, they really feel like that's indicative of his comfort level now in Arthur Smith's offense. And that already he's starting to take ownership of it, and that he can toggle between playing within the scheme and then being the playmaker that he's always been. And I don't know that he ever got to that point with the Jets, but they really feel like he's getting there for the first time since he was a Packer with the Steelers. And obviously, I think we all know, anybody who's been around Aaron, he's going to say the right things, I'm sure, this week. But we all know he's got a hair across his you-know-what, going one. And there might be some glares up into the suite level there at Acrisure Stadium after this throw or that throw that he makes. I think he still has some bones to pick with some people in the front office there. So it'll be fun to watch. And I do think, like, the interesting thing about the Steelers is not just Aaron. I think other pieces of that operation are coming along as well. Like, that young offensive line really struggled early on, but they had high hopes for that group. That group's starting to come together. DK Metcalf, I think, has been as good as you could possibly have hoped for. And now do the pieces around him start to come together? Your Jonnu Smiths, your Freiermuths, your Roman Wilsons, your Calvin Austins, like, all that's starting to come together. So it should be strength on strength based on how the Steelers offense is starting to play and where the Packers defense is.
In the weekends right here on the ESPN app, where you're checking out Albert Breer on the Rich Eisen Show from Sports Illustrated, Kansas City and Washington in Arrowhead on Monday night. The Chiefs are playing their best football of the year. They're fully constituted, and now we're wondering about Jaden Daniels again and his health. What can you tell me about that? 6 days out right now, Albert.
Yeah, I'd certainly say, like, his health is a question. And this is something that it's such an interesting topic because it was a concern with him coming into the pros because of the amount of hits that he took in college and how he kept putting himself in harm's way in college. I don't know if you ever saw the Looney Tunes video. Did you ever see that, Rich?
No, sir.
All right. Well, there was a video of him taking just monster hits with, like, Looney Tunes sound effects in the background at LSU. But it did kind of, like, illustrate how, like, he had this way where he couldn't he didn't get himself out of trouble enough, and it did display his toughness, but it was also like he's not going to last playing this way if he plays this way in the pros. And certainly I think that's something that's a factor now, right? Like, so that's something you have to kind of pay attention to now in his second year as a pro quarterback, because he's not built like a Josh Allen or a Cam Newton. He's sort of got that angular basketball player build. So like, that's something that the Commanders are going to be careful with. We'll see where he's at from a health standpoint going into the practice week tomorrow. I wouldn't say it looks great for him, but we'll see whether or not he can make it on Monday night. And then the Chiefs, Rich,
yes, sir,
they're going like this.
They sure are.
They're going like this. I would just tell you this. All right. The people who are around Patrick Mahomes think he may be playing the best football of his career right now. And there was a play 2 weeks ago where he no-looked a pass. No one paid attention to it. He no-looked a pass to Noah Gray in the flat where he had Hollywood Brown in the slot, and he was looking at Hollywood Brown, and he held the entire defense looking at Hollywood Brown, and he no-looked it over to the flat to Noah Gray. It was a 6-yard pickup, but one of the guys there picked it out for me and said, like, this play right here is the difference. And he's confident in the offense, he's confident in his receivers, and most of all, he's confident in his offensive line, because he can't do that unless he's confident that the offensive line is going to hold up. And that's without Josh Simmons in the mix, right? That's what Jalen Moore at left tackle, who they paid $15 million a year for. So you see that play 2 weeks ago. They ran the exact same play, and it was even more efficient this week. And it was a play at the end of the first half where he had Xavier Worthy in the slot, eyes on Xavier Worthy in the slot, no looks the ball to the flat out to Rashee Rice. Rashee Rice chews up 12 yards, and they pick up the first down. The defense is playing good. Mahomes is at his very best. Mm-hmm. They've got Rice back, who they believe Rice is their very best skill player. That's something they've maintained for 2 years now, that's their best skill player. They just got him back. If the Chiefs stay healthy, I think this Chiefs team could be better than the one that won Super Bowls in 22 and 23. But again, like, that depends on health and some other things. But like I said, Mahomes playing at an MVP level, and the arrow is pointing straight up on the Chiefs.
That's saying a lot. Before I let you go, what is on the docket at this owners meeting?
Well, there's a lot of things here. Our mutual friend Don Weir wanted me to point out that we still need to set a bet for late November.
No, whatever.
So I had to make sure that's on my docket. So
okay,
we make sure that got into the public forum.
There's a lot of time between now and then, Albert. A lot of time between now and then. But don't worry. The odds are in your favor. The odds are in your favor. I mean, who wins 5 in a row in this series? Oh, wait a minute. You guys once did. Okay. Yeah. Got it. Scripts can flip.
I would say like one of the biggest things at this owners meeting, because the 18 games is something like we've all been kind of constantly talking about for the last year or two. I would say that's probably backburnered until the union gets its ducks in a row, because they can't go forward with that until they get approval from the union. Mm-hmm. And the union doesn't have a permanent executive director right now. So, like, I'd say that one's probably backburnered. I think the future of the broadcast deals is starting to become front and center for them, with the opt-outs coming, and what they're going to do with all the different packages, at the end of the decade. So I think that's on the list here among things that they have to discuss. I think the rules, the officiating, that sort of thing is going to be on the list as well.
Like what? Like what? Tush push?
Well, I would say the way, I think from a global standpoint, the way they use the technology, because I don't know about you, Rich, but like, I feel like it's really starting to disrupt the flow of these games. And so, like, how do you use the technology? Because technology is supposed to make things more efficient. I don't think technology's made things more efficient in this front. So I think there are some big picture discussions to be had there. I think the tush push could come up. I'm not sure. And then the one thing that I'm not sure if they'll vote on it here, but the next Super Bowl that'll be available. So 60 is in Santa Clara, 61 is in Inglewood, 62 is in Atlanta, which that could be the 18-game season because the date isn't set yet on Super Bowl 62, which is kind of like one of those things that's a tell, right? Mm-hmm. No Super Bowl date set yet, but the site said that's in Atlanta. Super Bowl 63, I think they've sort of maybe not locked in, but they focused a little bit on Las Vegas as the host for that. So it's possible they discuss that or even vote on that.
I mean, twist our arms, Albert.
Yeah. Oh, man. Vegas.
No, I mean, in terms of a setup, in terms of a city, in terms of what you can do outside of waiting for the Super Bowl, in terms of, shows, dinners, hotel rooms, accessibility, walking around, the airport's right down there. Fantastic. It was as good as it gets. So,
well, I'm the guy who wants it every year in New Orleans.
+4.
I'm
Vegas.
+4.
I'm the one who wants New Orleans every year, Rich. So
I hear you, Albert.
Yeah. Let's get it back to the Superdome before long. That's all I care about.
Okay, buddy. Great chatting with you. Greatly appreciated. And just pump the brakes, man. You got 60 out of the 66 first-place votes. Ohio State is clearly the best team in college football. A lot of time between now and that game against Michigan. All right, let's just slow your roll. Just take it 1 week at a time, Albert, okay?
We got a defensive coordinator who might have some scores to settle up there. So,
okay.
Let's look at the end of November.
Oh, Patricia? Oh, okay. I didn't know that. All right. With his pencil and everything against Michigan. All right. That's interesting. Albert, take care of yourself. Thanks for the time, buddy.
All right. Thanks for having me, Rich.
Everybody check out Albert on socials and, of course, the MMQB on Sports Illustrated. I didn't see that Matt Patricia wants to take things out on the Ford family through the Michigan Wolverines. I didn't see that part of the rivalry coming. I didn't hear it. We'll just focus on that for the next few weeks. 844-204-RICH, number to dial. When we come back here, the Buccaneers side of things from the Monday night loss in Michigan.
DraftKings Sportsbook, an official sports betting partner of the NBA, is the place to bet on NBA stars this season. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use promo code PARLAY. That's promo code PARLAY. Bet $5 and get 3 months of League Pass plus $300 in bonus bets if your bet wins. In partnership with DraftKings, the crown is yours. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. In New York, call 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY 467-369. In Connecticut, help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org. Please play responsibly. On behalf of Boot Hill Casino and Resort in Kansas, pass-through of per-wager tax may apply in Illinois. 21 and over. Age and eligibility varies by jurisdiction. Void in Ontario. Restrictions apply. Bet must win to receive bonus bets which expire in 7 days. Minimum odds required. NBA League Pass auto renews until canceled. Additional terms at dkng.co/audio. Limited time offer.
Catch every touchdown, tackle, and all of the gridiron action this season at J Bar M. Rated one of Texas Monthly's top 25 barbecue joints. Savor J Bar M's world-class Texas-style brisket, house-made sausage, and timeless barbecue. Enjoy buckets of beer for just $15 and $2 well drinks every Friday and Saturday. Houston's destination restaurant for classic Texas smokehouse and barbecue favorites is J Bar M Barbecue, located at 2201 Leland. Visit jbarmbbq.com and follow on socials at jbarmbbq.
Attention taxpayers, if you owe $5,000 or more and back taxes to the IRS, don't wait for the October 15th extension deadline. Your problems will only continue to grow. The IRS is using advanced AI tools to identify and collect unpaid taxes faster than ever, meaning tax debt collections will become increasingly aggressive. Call Priority Tax Relief now. Their experts fight back fast and are saving their clients millions in tax debt every month.
After speaking on my behalf with the IRS, my entire debt of $25,000 will be eliminated.
I owed over $50,000 and they settled it for pennies on the dollar. These guys are as legit as they come.
If you miss another tax deadline, you're stacking more debt on top of what you already owe with increasing penalties and interest. You now owe more today than you did yesterday. Call for your free consultation. Priority Tax Relief. Let's make your taxes our priority. Call 800-418-1404. 800-418-1404. 800-418-1404.
Priority Tax Relief. Your go-to source for all things Houston Texans is Swarmcast with Will Kunkel and Joe George. Listen Thursday nights at 6 on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 or on our YouTube channel, ESPN Houston. Brought to you by Blue Star Tequila. Smooth and always game ready.
Suit up, Houston, at Suit Mart. We've got suit packages starting at just $199.99 for sizes up to 48. From slim fit to modern and classic fit, you'll find the style that matches your look. And if you need big and tall, we've got you covered with sizes up to 60 regular. Complete your outfit with our Italian-made socks. socks, just 3 pairs for $18. Plus, assorted pocket squares, 4 for $12. Style, fit, and value, all in one place. Suit Mart, Houston's destination for men's fashion. Visit any of our 3 locations today.
I'm worth more.
I'm worth more.
I'm worth a lot more.
And I completely agree. That's why I'll pay more for your car at GiveMeTheVin.com. That's the name of our new campaign. I'm worth more. You are worth more, and your car's worth more. And that's why I will pay more. And remember, if I don't beat the price on a CarMax or a Carvana deal, I'll pay you $100 at GiveMeTheVin.com.
Sell us your car. GiveMeTheVin.com. So easy you can do it in your underwear.
Every morning, we rise and shine, make breakfast, and brush away the night's rest. These routines help us start the day off right. Nature-Made vitamins are a simple step in that daily care regimen. Multivitamins with daily essentials, clinically studied probiotics for gut health support, magnesium to help relax the body. Nature-Made is made to care for you every day. These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Progressive's Teen Driver discount could lower the cost of insurance for your teenager and save you some money. And then you can still spend money on them. Because just when you think you have a grasp on spending, new sneakers. And then it's money for a school field trip. And of course, spending money. Oh yeah, and a new phone to replace the one they dropped in the toilet. Oh, don't remind me. So just get Progressive's Teen Driver discount. And then you can continue to spend money on them. Endlessly. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Discount not available in all states and subject to terms and conditions.
Houston values banking that puts people first. Veritex Community Bank is now part of Huntington Bank, and Huntington is committed to keeping banking local, investing in neighborhoods, supporting small businesses, and helping Houston thrive. More at huntington.com/Veritex Bank. Member FDIC.
Back here on the Rich Eisen Show on our radio and TV simulcast. I've been talking to you about Sonos for a bit. Let's keep doing it. The speakers bring every game to life in my house, and they should for you as well. Music sounds amazing through all of the sound bars and speakers and more that you can check out at Sonos.com. You can also zone it up, meaning one room is one zone, another room is another zone. You can listen to different music, watch different shows in different rooms. It's great for the kids. On my flight home, I'm using the Sonos speakers now. Bluetooth hooks up to your devices. It sounds amazing. Check it all out. Setup is so easy as well. Just plug in, open the Sonos app. You're ready to go. Sonos, they look as good as they sound. So we just talked to Albert Breer, who was talking about how the owners in New York are going to talk about officiating and how technology is sometimes confusing people about when it's used and how it's used. And, you know, part of that's on the broadcasters. But also part of it is circumstances. And a perfect example was last night. Kate Otten reaches for the first down line on a fourth down in the fourth quarter. That's so crucial for the Bucs. They're going for it, and there's a lot of time left. And if they don't get it, the Lions are going to get the ball deep in the Tampa Bay end, and Otten grabs it, reaches for the first down line as he's going down. Ball comes loose. They, all holy heck's breaking loose. Is his knee down before the ball gets down? The ball coming loose as he's trying to reach for the first down line. Does that mean he didn't maintain control throughout the entire catch? The refs all get together. I'm wondering, while they get together, is New York, the replay assist, getting in their ears to help them out? After long discussion, what comes back is first down Tampa Bay. Lions then throw a challenge flag. And what comes back from that is first down Detroit. Even though Detroit, it was announced, was asking for the replay to see if he maintained control throughout. They come back and say, oh, he did. He just didn't get the line to gain. Baker Mayfield took issue with all of that.
Still pretty damn confused about the double review. A lot of things in that game that a little questionable, but a lot of frustration at the end of that. I mean, he might be displaced onto John Hussey in the moment, but I work my ass off and I put a lot into this game, so when things that I don't seem are deemed fair, I'm going to let somebody know, and that's good, bad, and different.
John Hussey, the name of the head ref of last night's game. He's terrific, right. Normally.
Hold
on a second. Let me just say this. when you ask to review, I learned this from Mike Pereira a long time ago when we were on NFL Total Access and I'm doing the official review. When you ask to review something, everything is reviewable.
Yep.
All of it. So even if the Lions are saying, I need to see if he maintained control of the catch throughout, now it opens everything up for review, and they're like, to answer your question, he did maintain control. So you would lose that part of the challenge, except when you challenge, everything is opened up. Now we're taking a look to see if he made the line of game. And they didn't think he did. And I don't think he did either, to be honest with you. And then it's just confusing again. So sometimes replay assist will come in and try and hit that thing. Why wouldn't they buzz in to do that? Because you're going fast. You got to stop the play. And they don't want to stop play with replay assist. They want to get in between snaps. The time to get in is when Hussey and all the officials are huddling up. But apparently they didn't get a better look at it until the Lions threw a challenge flag. None of it's perfect.
Man, I'm almost to the point now. Get rid of replay.
That's absurd.
Oh, no. That's nuts.
I must push back heavily against that. Definitely not. Just to, again, what echoes in my mind, it was the first owners meeting we ever covered on NFL Network in 2004. Replay was up for vote for permanence. And Charlie Casserly says, if everybody has it at home, we need it ourselves. And he was spot on then, and he is now.
Out here, pets are always by your side. Watching the herd, running fence lines, or asleep at your feet. Pets are some of our favorite customers. When you bring them along to Tractor Supply, we'll always have a treat waiting. And with our price match guarantee, you'll always get the best price on their favorite food, toys, treats they love, and pet meds to keep them healthy. Tractor Supply, for pets out here.
Switching to Progressive is a game-winning call. And that reminds us of other game-winning calls in the history of sports.
It was a doubleheader in August and really hot inside the concession stand. So instead of waiting for people to come to me, I figured I'd walk around yelling, "Hot dogs here!" And that's how I became the first hot dog vendor in sports.
Okay, not really a game-winning call, but it was a good call. You can make one too. Switch to Progressive and you could save hundreds. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, not available in all states.
Listen up. Are you experiencing ED, weight gain, and fatigue? Get a P-shot, Botox, and stem cells to improve your blood flow. Lose weight with GLP-1s like semaglutide. Improve your energy with low T pellets and peptide therapy. See Dr. Mitchell in the Woodlands. Visit ErectionCenter.com or call or text 972-355-3771. That's 972-355-3771. No more excuses. Start living your best life today. 972-355-3771.
John Granado here. You know what the bosses here did? They bought an unlimited corporate membership at East River 9. You know what that means? More golf for me. East River 9 is offering annual memberships for individuals, families, and your business. Unlimited golf, exclusive promos at the River House Restaurant, and much more. Spots are filling up fast. Reach out today to secure your spot. Sign up online at eastriver9.com or call the Pro Shop at 713-913-7033. I'll see you on the links, baby, at East River 9 with our unlimited membership. John Granado here. Walking into Republic Boot Company at 11th and Studewood in the Heights is like walking into a time machine to the Republic of Texas. Seriously, go check it out. Whether it's their exclusive 1836 collection of all leather boots or a customized pair with whatever material and design you want, these are going to be the most comfortable boots you've ever worn. Hats, suits, and all kinds of handmade leather products in a Texas-inspired haven. Book their space for your next event. Republic Boot Company, where tradition meets style. RepublicBootCompany.com.
How old is your home? If it's 40 years or older, you might need a whole house repipe. Old pipes leak and corrode. This can damage your home and give you crappy quality water. Plus, old pipes can burst in freezing temperatures. You need Aqueduct Plumbing. They'll repipe a one-story, two-bath home for only $5,500. Even if your home is larger, they have great pricing. Aqueduct has done thousands of repipes. Visit aqueductplumbingcompany.com or call 281-488-6238. That's 281-488-6238.
Sell your house fast for cash at greenlightoffer.com.
Whether you're buying a home or you're refinancing, Kent Jones at Dream Rate Mortgage is the guy for you. He's done over 1,400 closings. He's been in it for 30 years. He knows all the hacks. He can save you thousands and thousands of dollars. He does it all the time. Dream Rate Mortgage is the way to go. Shop your loan. Kent Jones loves that. Dream Rate Mortgage, 975 at loans.com. That's 975 855loans.com.
Dream Rate Mortgage LLC, NMLS number 2482473. J. Ken Jones, NMLS number 356118. Equal housing lender.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate through the site within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free. Just go to this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Houston is Soccer City, USA, and World Cup 2026 is coming our way. Join me, Glenn Davis, every Tuesday and Wednesday, 6 Central Time, for Soccer Matters ESPN 97.5, presented by the Daspit Law Firm.
ESPN 97.5 and 92.5, empowering listeners' sports knowledge since 2007.
Use your sports knowledge for powers of good.
ESPN 97.5, presented by Zadok Jewelers.
KFNC 97.9 HD2, Mont Bellevue, Houston. This is The Rich Eisen Show.
Hey, everybody.
Can't get enough of The Rich Eisen Show? You're in luck. You can find us everywhere. Watch us weekdays on Disney Plus from noon to 3 Eastern. Miss the show? We've got a podcast so you can listen anytime. But here's the best part. Our YouTube channel. Subscribe at youtube.com/Rich Eisen Show and you'll never miss a moment. Now, on with the show. This is The Rich Eisen Show.
Parental discretion is advised.
A Springer! Dinger!
Live from The Rich Eisen Show studio in Los Angeles.
Jameer, you got no shot at catching that man.
Earlier on the show, senior writer for the MMQB, Albert Breer. Still to come, 3-time Super Bowl champion, Mark Schlereth. Author Jeff Pearlman. And now, it's Rich Eisen.
All right, hour number 2 of the Rich Eisen Show is on the air. Great chat with Albert Breer in hour number 1. Coming up, Jeff Pearlman, the author. He's got a new book on the life and times of Tupac Shakur in hour number 3. It'll be a great chat. We've got Overreaction Monday on a Tuesday coming up shortly. We just recorded the latest episode of Overreaction Monday. As soon as I got back from London yesterday, best episode we've had. And it's not because of your tremendous hard work, Chris.
Oh,
it was.
okay.
It's because my bag came out first.
Right.
I can't believe
That's unbelievable,
off an international flight, first time that ever happened, my bag came out first.
Really?
Yeah, and I was just. It was the wind beneath my wings.
Okay.
Walking into the studio here to record that episode. No Contest Wrestling. O'Shea Jackson Jr. and T.J. Jefferson talking wrestling with George Kittle. You got to check that out. That's available wherever you get your podcasts. Also on our YouTube channel, youtube.com/Rich Eisen Show. Over 1 million subscribers to all of that. And we greatly appreciate every last one of you. And we're here on Disney Plus, the ESPN app everywhere, and ESPN Radio, presented by Progressive Insurance. Back here on the Rich Eisen Show, one of my favorites. Love listening to him call a game on Fox, fresh off of the Panthers and the Jets getting ready for the Patriots and the Browns on Fox is 3-time Super Bowl champ Mark Schlereth. Good to see you, Mark. How are you, sir?
Hey, I'm doing great. Got to watch you the last 2 weeks. Thanks, from London as I was sitting in the stadium watching you call the game with Kurt. So thanks, always fun to get to hear you guys.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I don't know what was more taxing, calling the Jets loss to the Broncos, or you having to watch it back to prepare for this game against the Carolina Panthers, Mark. What did the game look like watching it back?
It looked as bad as you think it looked. It's really interesting. I will say this: the Jets defensively they're legitimate, man. Yeah. They can play on the defensive side of the ball. They're really, really good. Unfortunately, offensively, they are, I'll just be kind and say they're a work in progress. Here's one of the things I always say, Rich.
Yes.
Just find one thing that you can do well. I'm not asking for just one thing. Just find one thing that you can do well and do that one thing and then build off of that. Find some ancillary things that you can build off that so you can become tangential in your offense, right? This one thing is the root of what we do. And then we've got a few branches here and there that we can be successful with. But as we speak, there is nothing the Jets offense does well. And I mean nothing. So you got to go back to the drawing board on that one.
Let's talk about the rest of the league at this point in time. Mark Schlereth here on the Rich Eisen Show. You have been involved in some tremendous moments in the history of the Denver Broncos, Mark. But watching that fourth quarter comeback on the New York Giants and what happened there in Denver in front of the Broncos faithful is something I've never seen before. And as a matter of fact, NFL teams had won 1,608 consecutive games on leading by 18 or more points with less than 6 minutes remaining in the fourth quarter, as the Giants did. And now those teams are now 0 for their last one. What was that like for a multiple Super Bowl winner for the Denver Broncos to watch that game, Mark?
It was incredible because as great as that fourth quarter was, it was equally that bad in the first three quarters. They were pathetic. I mean, they did nothing well, from incomplete passes that were errant throws to lack of blocking on the perimeter, running bubble screens where tight ends and wide receivers are just basically saying, I choose not to block today. And like those things frustrate the heck out of me. So consistent mistakes. The first three plays of the game, play number 1 for the Broncos, overthrow. Play number 2 for the Broncos, drop pass. Play number 3 for the Broncos, miss block at left tackle, forces Bo out of the pocket, and they end up going 3 and out. And that's how the entirety of the first three quarters of the game went. So to all of a sudden be able to execute, for all of a sudden to make the plays that you haven't made the entirety of the game, and for you to hang in there and not just hang your hat and say, hey, man, today wasn't our day. We came back from London. We were exhausted. Whatever the excuse is, whatever the reason is, whatever you want to call it, to be able to come back and win that football game. And my flight was delayed, so I was sitting in New York watching that game play out. And, you know, I'm just surrounded by Giant fans.
Oh, boy.
And to watch that thing go down and to watch the utter disgust that they have while I was just a little guy in the corner with this joyous look on my face, it was incredible, Rich.
Why joy? Joy is because of the Broncos thing, right? Not the New York thing, right, Mark?
Right.
Yeah.
You know one thing about me. I'm a very, very...
I'm picking that up about Mark.
You know that I was rubbing it in a little bit.
Yeah, I couldn't tell from that video you sent to Jets fans a few years ago on the old socials, putting your Super Bowl ring on your middle finger, Mark. I couldn't tell all that years ago. But really, that was just a joyous occasion for Broncos fans. That was I've spoken to multiple Broncos fans since then who still can't believe it. And obviously they're in the mix right now, brother. I mean, especially since one of their losses was to the 6-1 Colts, the clear best team right now in the AFC, right? Colts are, or your favorites in the Kansas City Chiefs are now finally congealing, sir. What do you think here?
I would probably go Kansas City at this point, just because of the history they have, because of the quarterback they have. One thing about the Colts, though, and this is something that to me always resonates, you know, in this fantasy football world that we live in, where it's all about wide receivers, all about tight ends, all about, you know, our quote-unquote skill position players. The Indianapolis Colts just absolutely dominate the line of scrimmage, both offensively and defensively, and they're going to be in every game when they do that. I think Shane Steichen is vastly underrated. I think he does a really good job of making things pretty simple for his quarterback. And they're a damn good football team in Indianapolis right now. And I'm telling you, they are. I go back to the Broncos game that they won listen, it never comes down to one play, but the leverage call was ridiculous anyhow, but that's NFL officiating. So, don't put yourself in that position on a 60-plus yard field goal. But the bottom line, they're a damn good football team. And it is, for me to watch Daniel Jones all those years struggle in New York and really not play not play maybe up to the standard or not have the success that you were hoping that he would have, to watch him come into a situation, to go in and compete, to win that job, and then to be lights out over the course of the first 7 games of the season. It's just an amazing story we probably don't talk enough about, Rich, to watch it. And we've seen some reclamation projects, right? Guys that just failed in other places, whether it's Baker Mayfield, Sam Darnold, Daniel Jones. It's really cool to see these guys get a second opportunity, get coached up to figure it out and go out and have great success.
I've got Mark Schlereth here on the Rich Eisen Show, and the Colts are going to be taking on the Chiefs later on in the season. That's going to be one to just make a note of. I'll just quickly make a note of it right now. It's Week 12, so that's coming up in about a month. Mark Schlereth here on the Rich Eisen Show, and they're number one. The Colts are number one in the AFC. And you're calling the home day game for the number 2 overall team in the AFC right now, the New England Patriots. I've got a diehard Patriot fan and Chris Brockman in the studio. Chris, do you want to let Schlereth know when the Duck Boat Parade is prior to this weekend's game?
Yeah. See, Mark, here's the deal. All the workers are gathering up around Boston. They're changing out the spark plugs. They're replacing the oil. They're making sure everything's well lubed because the Duck Boats are back in about...
What is it?
It's October, 4 months. I
thought it's this weekend. Isn't it this weekend?
Well, we got to play the season first. Okay. I mean, it's only customary.
Interesting, Mark. I mean, it's all working. They just went 3 straight on the road. They won all 3 of them. Every last one of them.
I don't like the tone, Rich Eisen.
Yeah, they probably ought to be undefeated. You look at their first 3 weeks of the season. I mean, they should have beat Pittsburgh, and self-inflicted wounds. I mean, that's a 21-14 game. They had ample opportunity, red zone turnovers. They had 5 different turnovers. They were -4 in turnover differential. The first 3 weeks of the season, they were 30th in penalties. So they had taken a bunch of penalties, made a bunch of mistakes, easily could have won those 2 games. And I'm telling you, they have played exceptional football under Mike Vrabel. And Mike Vrabel's just one of those dudes, man, that you watch him after they get a win. He's out there in the tunnel, dapping up all his guys, hugging and loving on all his guys. He's a demanding dude, right? He demands greatness in practice. He's a grinder that way. But, man, they are playing hard for him. They've got his respect. And that guy right there, Drake May.
He's awesome.
I don't know that there's anybody playing any better than that dude right now. He has been lights out, and it's a really fun team to watch, which, I think over the last 2 years, they went 4-13, 4-13, and now they're sitting at 5-2 and in first place in their division and having a win over the Buffalo Bills. It's amazing what they've been able to do in New England.
Well, we'll see what he does, May, in terms of a playoff run and making the playoffs, which I believe the Patriots are in line to do right now. And depending on how far he goes, you could put him up there if he goes as deep as Jaden Daniels did last year, the way that Jaden Daniels is having an injury-marred second season, that May is having the best first 2 years of that draft class in terms of Caleb, in terms of, Penix, in terms of Bo Nix, who's been terrific. But as you pointed out at the beginning of this conversation, up and down with a lot of down. And J.J. McCarthy we're still waiting on. I mean, May has been spectacular. Spectacular.
He certainly has. It's really interesting, too, because there are those guys that over the course of their careers have just proven to be unbelievable coordinators or coaches in that regard, and then get to have that opportunity to be a head coach. And for whatever reason, it doesn't go well. And Josh McDaniels is in that realm. And it was really interesting. Last time I sat down with Josh McDaniels was a Carolina game, and they waxed the floor with the Carolina Panthers. And just talking to him about his year off, Rich, and all right, well, what'd you do after the Raiders fired you your year off? And he's like, man, I got a notebook with 78 pages of notes. I went to the Kansas City Chiefs training camp. I went to the Houston Texans training camp. There's another one in there that he went to. And then he said, I went to Ohio State. And I'm just seeing how people run their offense, how people run their team meetings, how people run their offseason, and just learned as much as I could possibly learn in my year off. And you go back to his year as a coordinator with Mac Jones and how well Mac Jones played. And then all of a sudden, Mac Jones was lost in the desert. And now he's back with Kyle Shanahan playing really good football. It just matters who coaches you. It matters, who's giving you the message and who's tutoring you in the game and allowing you to grow as a player and allowing you to understand the game at a more global level. And you can say what you want about his head coaching career, but, man, that guy's one hell of an offensive coordinator.
A few minutes left here with Mark Schlereth on the Rich Eisen Show. Where does Dan Campbell rank in terms of guys that you would play for if you could get more snaps and play another season, Mark? Where does he rank, man?
He'd be number one. He'd be right up there on the top. You got to love Dan Campbell. And I will tell you this, man. He plays the role of meathead well. He's like, that dude is smart. He understands offense. He understands what he's trying to do. And I will just tell you, walking into that facility before Dan Campbell was there to call a game, that place was a morgue, Rich. I mean, it was legitimately a morgue. You walk into that facility now, and we always talk about culture, and culture is one of those things that everybody wants, but it's really hard to develop. Man, you walk into the Detroit Lions now, everybody who works there, from the people who greet you at the gate when you come in to the people in the front greeting room to the coaches and the cafeteria staff and all the people in there. Everybody's an essential employee, and they all are treated that way. And you walk into that facility, man, it can be the dead of winter, man. That place is a ray of sunshine, and it's because of the culture that Dan Campbell has created in Detroit. It's amazing. Guys want to play hard for him, and they do. You see it all the time with just the excitement, the energy that team plays with.
Well, and that's what Jet fans are hanging their hats on to bring this whole thing full circle, Mark, is Aaron Glenn was on that staff that went 0-10-1 to start and then 1-6 to start the next season. And I'm sure, the morgue analogy could be appropriate for what you just witnessed with the Jets right now at 0-7, right? I mean, that's it.
Yeah, but I felt like I did feel like going into the Jets facility, man, there's an energy in that facility. And Aaron Glenn is a good dude, man. He knows football, and I think they feel pretty confident. I think the players that I talked to, and I talked to a handful of them both on Sunday and both on Friday when I was in that facility, they love it, man. And so, do they have to fix the offense? Yeah, they got to fix the offense. They got to figure out what that offense is. They're still trying to, mess around with that. And I don't think they've solved their quarterback conundrum yet in New York. But those guys love playing for him. Quinnen Williams just raved about playing for Aaron Glenn. So I think they're on the right track. It just takes time. And one thing I know about kind of a turnover, and this happened in Denver over the last couple of years, talking to Sean Payton, you can't turn over the whole roster in 1 year. It takes you a while to wean out the guys that you don't want, the guys that aren't necessarily your guys. You can't just do it in one off season. It takes a little bit of time. So it is one of those things. I know nobody wants to be patient. Everybody wants an instant cup of coffee. It just doesn't work that way.
All right, last one for you. 3-5-2 teams in the West now that the Rams won in London. And Seattle wrapped up Week 7 by taking care of a Texans team coming off of a bye. Niners at 5-2. You could put your Mark Schlereth Stinking Truth podcast marker on only one of them. What do you put the marker on, Mark?
I'd probably put it on the Rams. And the Rams, obviously, they have Matthew Stafford, and they've got some receivers, and Puka Nacua injured, last week. And then the game you did in London, they just went to the tight ends. They said, okay, well, we don't have receivers this week? Okay, that's all right. We'll just focus on our tight ends, and we'll win that way. And, love that about Sean McVay. They've got the quarterback. The other thing they have, they quietly, when they had a couple of down seasons or a down season, they quietly went and revamped their both lines of scrimmage. First, is at times unblockable. That guy is a freak show, and they can run the ball. They can control the line of scrimmage with that quarterback and the receivers they have. I would, if I was a gambling man and had to put an amount of money that mattered to me, I would put it on the Rams.
Yeah, 4 tight ends caught passes for the Rams, 3 touchdowns for Devontae Adams. And you mentioned Verse. It's Byron Young who's got 9 sacks, tied with Brian Burns for the most in the NFL. He's a monster on the other side of Verse. And Fisk was doing his usual things. Landman is leading the team in tackles. The back end of the defense with Quentin Lake and all of them, they are balling out, man. They certainly are. Thanks for the time right here. I know you said you're in Tampa for your is it your granddaughter?
My oldest granddaughter has a play today at her. She attends a Christian school, so we've got a play. And my wife and I came down to support her and to watch the play tonight.
What's the play? Fiddler on the Roof? Wait a minute. Hold on a second. No. What's the play? In all seriousness, what is it?
Okay. Oh, hey, what's the play that Quinn's doing? I have no idea. Hey, Rich, that's a life question. That's like asking me.
Sounds like Kurt.
Sounds like Kurt. Yeah.
Kurt.
Right. That's like somebody going. Hey, so-and-so had a baby. How long was it? How much did it weigh? How the hell am I supposed to know that? I wouldn't ask that kind of question.
This is a Kurt situation.
Kurt Warner came in London last week. He did an appearance, and he's like, I got to run because I'm meeting Brenda at the theater. And I'm like, what do you see? He goes, I don't know. I don't know.
That's 100% me. You told me to be somewhere, I'll be there.
Okay, fantastic. Either way, I'm sure she will be the star of the show. And
thank you.
Grandfather of the Year, Mark Schlereth here on the Rich Eisen Show, the Stinking Truth podcast with Mark. Get it wherever you get your podcast. Have a great broadcast. Always love listening to you, man.
Thank you, brother. I appreciate you. Take care.
One of our favorites, Mark Schlereth, back here on the Rich Eisen Show.
I am picking up that thing about Mark, what he said about himself when they win.
Yeah.
As we've been doing this, I know this Mark will stick it in and, date it a little bit.
That was so funny. So funny. Hey, man, he's going to try and call a 5th straight win for the New England Patriots.
Good luck trying. Let's just keep them on the broadcast, baby.
They spanked Carolina, putting 42 on them after they just had been, after they shut out their previous opponent. And then they won 3 in a row on the road, including that started off in Buffalo on a Sunday night. They're on fire. ESPN Radio is presented by Progressive Insurance. Progressive Insurance offers 24/7 protection when you bundle home, auto, and motorcycle. Learn more at progressive.com. Come back. Your phone calls, Overreaction Monday on a Tuesday.
That's the ease at which you get information. You want it, you get it. Like that. Ask your phone. Group chat. Smartphone. You're always connected and informed in real time. No waiting. So if you're diabetic and still using finger sticks to read your blood sugar, what are you waiting for? Knowing your blood sugar levels instantly is important for managing diabetes. Call US Med at 888-665-0696. To learn more about continuous glucose monitors, a real-time instant method to track your blood glucose, US Med is an approved provider for Medicare and over 1,000 private insurers. And the best part? Call 888-665-0696 and we'll give you a free insurance benefits check today. So call 888-665-0696 today. That's 888-665-0696 and manage your diabetes as easy as...
How old is your home? If it's 40 years or older, you might need a whole house repipe. Old pipes leak and corrode. This can damage your home and give you crappy quality water. Plus, old pipes can burst in freezing temperatures. You need Aqueduct Plumbing. They'll repipe a 1-story, 2-bath home for only $5,500. Even if your home is larger, they have great pricing. Aqueduct has done thousands of repipes. AqueductPlumbingCompany.com or call 281-488-6238. That's 281-488-6238.
Hey everyone, it's BMAC. Have you tried Old Humble Distilling Company yet? If not, you're missing out because their award-winning small batch Texas whiskeys are the real deal and unique to the Gulf Coast. You can grab a bottle at Specs, Total Wine, or finer retailers. Can't find it? Just ask for Old Humble Distilling Company by name. Better yet, swing by their tasting room in Humble, open Tuesday through Saturday from 3 to 9. Stop by after work because on Wednesdays they have happy hour, $8 cocktails until they close, and on Thursdays, trivia joins their lineup starting at 6:30. Try Old Humble Distilling Company because life's too short for factory whiskey.
Hi, I'm Danny Clark, owner of Collectors Firearms. We're celebrating our 50th year in business, and we would like to invite you to come see our 12,000 guns in stock. Don't let the name fool you. We carry all the latest and greatest guns, in addition to the antiques and collectibles. We even have a tank right out front. Have you been putting off cleaning your guns? Bring them to us, and we will give you a basic cleaning free of charge while you wait. Come see us at Westheimer at Voss, CollectorsFirearms.com. That's CollectorsFirearms.com.
Hey guys, it's BMAC, and I'm excited to tell you about Burger Chan and their great new promotion to celebrate football season. Every Monday after the Houston Pro Team wins, Burger Chan will be giving out a free side with your entree. Just tell them BMAC sent you, mention ESPN 97.5, or say Go Texans and it's yours. And they've expanded their hours with dinner service until 9, Wednesday through Saturday, so more time to try their curly fries, tots, and the best burger in town made any way you want it. Burger Chan's got you covered on every Victory Monday. Check out their full menu at BurgerChanHTX.com.
Let's go! You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at VaxAssist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Hey, Doc, nice office. Quick question. If you had to choose, would you give yourself a root canal or run payroll?
Run payroll, no question.
Seriously? Have you run payroll before?
Paying my team with Gusto couldn't be easier. Gusto gives me unlimited payroll runs, next-day direct deposits, and automatically files my taxes. Saves me time.
Wow, that's nice.
Over here, Doc. Can I run payroll too?
Choose payroll without the pain. Visit gusto.com/radio to sign up for free.
Confidence is knowing you're ready to handle whatever comes your way. That's what it feels like to take on your workday with Cintas. They make sure your AEDs are up to date, your fire extinguishers are tested and inspected, your floor mats are cleaned and delivered, and your workwear looks good, feels good, and is freshly laundered with the Cintas Apparel Plus program. So are you ready to take on today? Visit Cintas.com and get ready for the workday.
Staples presents That Was Easy.
So, I'm opening my own coffee shop.
I smell a caffeinated catastrophe.
And I needed menu boards and banners printed.
What you really needed was a reality check.
Staples really came through. They printed menus and signs, even flyers in time for my grand opening.
And that's when the other shoe dropped.
Not quite. I got $125 off my custom print order.
Cha-ching! For your business printing, Staples.
That was easy.
Now save up to $125 on custom print orders. Valid in-store and online. Ends 11/1. Exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for details.
Attention taxpayers, if you owe $5,000 or more in back taxes to the IRS, don't wait for the October 15th extension deadline. Your problems will only continue to grow. The IRS is using advanced AI tools to identify and collect unpaid taxes faster than ever, meaning tax debt collections will become increasingly aggressive. Call Priority Tax Relief now. Their experts fight back fast and are saving their clients millions in tax debt every month. After speaking on my behalf with the IRS, my entire debt of $25,000 will be eliminated.
I owed over $50,000, and they settled it for pennies on the dollar. These guys are as legit as they come.
If you miss another tax deadline, you're stacking more debt on top of what you already owe, with increasing penalties and interest. You now owe more today than you did yesterday. Call for your free consultation. Priority Tax Relief. Let's make your taxes our priority. Call 800-418-1404. 800-418-1404. 800-418-1404.
Priority Tax Relief.
Back here on the Rich Eisen Show on ESPN, presented of insurance. We just showed a clip on our TV-only segment on our Disney Plus and ESPN app feeds of George Kittle talking about Brock Purdy. He did so on No Contest Wrestling. That's available wherever you get your podcasts, and we'll play that for you later on. Of course, all of George's appearances throughout our history of the show can be found on our YouTube channel with how many?
1 million
subscribers. That's
whoa, that's cool.
Yeah, that's what we got. 844-204-RICH is the number to dial on the show. Let's go to let's see. One of our favorites just dropped off. Let's go. Oh, he's calling on our guest line. Gus Ramsey. What's up, Gus? How you doing, brother?
Rich, you know, when you go see a movie or a play and people have told you it's going to be great, you pretty much know what you're getting when you go. Mm-hmm. But when you go to a sporting event, it's a big roll of the dice. You never know what you're going to get.
Right.
If you hop on a plane and fly from Orlando to Denver, Colorado, it's a pretty big gamble that you're going to see something great. Yes. I finally saw something great.
Your Denver Broncos fandom finally paid off in person, is what you're saying this past weekend.
I have been to hundreds of sporting events. I won't even count the things that I saw for work because none of those were personal, although I saw amazing things.
Yes.
But I've been to hundreds of sporting events. I've never had I was at that game. That 20, 30 years from now, people are going to go, they'll still be talking about it, and I can go, I was at that game. Now I have one of those games.
That must have been incredible. Watching that game when you thought it's all over and the Giants are the ones coming out with the win. That's they got the Broncos pelt on the wall. They're going to start feeling great about themselves, and not so much for them, but so much for you.
I went out there 3 years ago for the Jets-Broncos game when Russ didn't even start. And Brett Whippen was the backup, and the Broncos did not score in the second half of that game. And then the Broncos did not score in the first three quarters of this game. So that was 5 consecutive scoreless quarters that I had paid money to go out. I mean, beautiful autumn day in Colorado, don't get me wrong.
Yes, sir.
But heads were in hands. People weren't happy. You know, Thunder, the mascot that runs out after the Broncos score points, was thinking about running out after first down. The only members of the Broncos organizations who were in the end zone in the first three quarters were the cheerleaders during timeouts. You know, they have the parachute guys who come in pregame, and they land around the 50-yard line, and they skid for another 25 yards.
Yes.
They had more yards than the Broncos offense for the first three quarters.
Gus, ladies and gentlemen. These are the pearls of wisdom that those of the Dan Patrick School of Broadcasting get in Florida with this man being in charge of it. Yes, sir.
Do we think maybe Sean Payton should reconsider the London strategy?
Oh, God.
It didn't really work in London, and then flying all the way back west to play a game the following week. Look, can we find that plan and put it in the shredder? You know, you're just in London for 2 weeks.
Well, I think the new plan for anybody that's sitting on the East Coast is what the Rams just did, which is fly in the day before. And they were the ones who looked well-rested, and the Jaguars were the ones who looked completely jet-lagged. But I'm happy for you, Gussie. I know how much you love your Broncos. I'm happy for you.
I don't think anybody was really talking about it. I honestly think jet lag was a big deal for at least the first half of that game. And then it was an experience like I've never had. The Sternad interception, the place, I've never been in a building that loud. It was something to behold. So I just wanted to call in and share a little of that with you, but I also wanted to tip my cap to Mr. Brockman. I think most of America was hoping for 5 more years of sucking from the Patriots. It doesn't look like we're going to get that.
Sorry, Gus.
So that's a shame. And TJ, we got the Javonte Williams revenge game this weekend. So as our friend Mr. Cena says, if you want some, come get some,
Gus. That's exactly right.
Gus knows exactly how to distribute the basketball. Good to see you, Gussie. Good to chat with you, buddy.
Take care, my friend.
See you, buddy. Take care, brother.
One of my favorites. One of the best who's ever produced SportsCenter, ever. Gus Ramsey. All right. It's a Tuesday after an overreaction Monday. That means only one thing. That means only one thing, Christopher. It means hit it.
That was terrible. That was crap. That was garbage. This place sucks.
Overreaction
Monday.
On a Tuesday.
All right, Christopher, what do you have over
Hey,
there?
everybody. You good?
What's up, man?
We still haven't talked about Game 7 yet.
We will.
All right, just saying.
Unless you've got an overreaction on it.
I don't know.
Okay.
I don't think so.
Okay.
It's time watching the game last night, the first one, the real Monday Night Football game.
Oh, my word.
It's time to talk about Jahmyr Gibbs as being the best running back in the NFL.
You can throw him in there, but the best running back in the National Football League is named Jonathan Taylor. Jonathan Taylor is the guy who can actually win the MVP award this year. You've been pounding the drum on the Overreaction Monday podcast and then the Overreaction Monday radio TV simulcast segments to say that a running back is going to finish top 2 in the MVP voting.
They should have won a couple recently.
McCaffrey's in that mix as well.
Running backs should have won the last 2 MVPs, if we're being honest.
Which is Saquon and McCaffrey the year before.
Of course.
I understand what you're picking up, but what I'm putting down is Jonathan Taylor is the best running back in the National Football League right now.
Dang.
Because he's the only one in that backfield, and you know he's getting it. And he is doing Saquon-type things this year that we saw from last year. He is all kinds of awesome. As great as we saw from Jahmyr Gibbs last night, I'm just going to call that recency bias.
Okay.
And the guy for the first 7 weeks of this season who has been outstanding, who has been incredibly dominant, who is unstoppable even when you know he's getting it, that is Jonathan Taylor, the Mr. 3-time, 3-touchdown game guy of 2025. He is unbelievable. Onward in this segment.
I'm putting up a poll right now. Best running back in the NFL.
Go for it. How dare you?
Okay, great.
What's up?
Watching the fake Monday Night Football game, it got me thinking about
Why do you call it a fake Monday Night Football game?
Look, I love the Monday Night doubleheaders, but that second game was pretty brutal to watch, and it seemed like it took like 5 hours.
The Texans don't have the offense anymore.
Well, they don't have anyone to block.
Well, they don't have the offense anymore.
Stroud is running for his life. I feel bad for that dude.
They don't have the offense anymore. How does that sound? I mean, just to be shorthand on it. But anyway, what's your overreaction?
The Seahawks are the most complete team in the NFC West.
I still think it belongs to the Rams.
I don't think the Rams have that defense that Seattle's got.
Sir, I will push back heavily on that. As I mentioned, Jared Verse, I'll tell you this one. First of all, I'll call that an overreaction. It's the Rams who are more complete than the Seahawks. And in terms of that, I mean, Cooper Kupp, I'm still waiting for him to assert that number 2 role. It's all Jackson Smith and Jigba right now.
Yeah.
And the Rams just have a guy who's all everything in Puka Nacua, where he's got, 45% of target share from his quarterback. He goes out, and you want to talk about complete. 4 tight ends catch passes, 2 rookies catch touchdowns. Devontae Adams, who's replaced Cooper Kupp, for the lack of a better phrase, with 3 touchdowns. And Jared Verse, last year's Defensive Rookie of the Year, has been on an absolute heater. And it's Byron Young who leads the team in sacks and is tied for the league lead in sacks with 9. That sounds complete to me. And one last quick story is Jared Verse, through the first 2 weeks of the season, Sean McVay had noticed that he's playing differently, that he's trying to too hard to make things happen as opposed to just being a guy who is relentless. He was pressing rather than just teeing it up and letting it fly. So he showed him video from last year's season and say, I haven't seen that guy yet this year. Can we see that guy from here on out, please? I'm just paraphrasing what he said. I'm sure he was a little bit more adamant about it. And since then, 3 of his following 5 games, he had a sack and a forced fumble in all of them. And he had a sack on the first drive of Sunday. No forced fumble. But he has been on an absolute heater since Sean McVay showed him some video and some film. And Verse isn't even their leading sacker. That's my long way of saying overreaction. Seattle's terrific, but the Rams are a more complete team than they. What else you got over there?
Last night showed me a lot about the Lions, obviously. They're maybe the best team in the NFC, but I'm a little worried about Tampa. Baker Mayfield, obviously MVP for the first 6 weeks, but Drake May has now jumped him in the MVP odds. Baker's now 4th. And I'm a little worried it's kind of slipping away for them. And the NFC South is wide open.
From who? Atlanta? Which is a little bit too inconsistent.
Who could take?
Yeah.
Why not Carolina?
Oh, because okay. I'll just call that.
They have one less win than Tampa. I don't know why you're quickly dismissing them.
Because they're not as good as the.
Well, I just watched the Bucks play last night, and they look pretty bad.
Well, they're going. They're going. No, I like it.
You liked what you saw out of Tampa last night?
But man, you're really thinking that the Carolina is equal to Tampa? Is that what I'm hearing?
He's saying that their record is only one game back.
I'm saying that the South is ripe for the take. I'm thinking, look, we once were like Tampa, number 1 seed. The NFC South is a lock. And I'm sitting here on October 21st, and I'm like, not so fast.
This is why he's awesome at this segment, because that's an overreaction. and it's what a lot of people might be thinking right now.
I mean, look, they are 4-3.
Well, so. I mean, you were even saying at the end of the first hour, TJ, I'm like, I still think the Bucs have a great chance to win the Super Bowl this year, make it and win it. And you're like, without Mike Evans?
Yeah, you said not to win the Super Bowl. Yeah,
why not? I mean, if Tez Johnson can keep on flipping over people, and thinking he's the MVP of the league because they're chanting MVP, I kind of dig it. You know, Bucky Irving's going to come back. Listen, Mike Evans is a future Hall of Famer. You can't replace that. I get it, but
Godwin's still.
I'll just call this an overreaction and ask you what else you have over there, Christopher.
There's only been 3 instances of this to take place in NFL history, and it hasn't happened in 7 seasons. I'm talking about a quarterback throwing for 50 tutties, 5-0.
Stafford?
And it's happening this year. Someone's going for 50.
Ooh, I like that.
Well, what is the current number of some of these guys?
Stafford leads the NFL right now, I believe, with 17.
Yeah. It's still a long way to go.
Well, we're a third of the way into it.
It's still a long way to go.
Just doing some math.
I'm trying to see who else is on that list, Chris.
Matthew Stafford has 17. Dak Prescott, having a tremendous season, has 16. Yes. Jared Goff, 15.
No, that's not happening.
A-Rod and Mahomes have 14.
That's not happening. It's not going to happen.
Your son, that apparently I disparaged in the last topic, has 13. Sorry.
Who's this?
Baker Mayfield.
Okay.
Jeez.
Okay. No, I just don't think it's going to happen. What else?
Well, you just love Matthew Stafford so much. They're the most complete team.
He has been terrific.
He might be into it.
But listen, Puka is only how many touchdowns? He have 1 receiving though. That's it.
Puka, yeah, not getting in the end zone, but getting 1 run
in
a lot of bajillion season.
That season, right? And I said this is the season in which he's going to make the Hall of Fame.
And I think both way to piggyback on both of those.
We actually kind of think he was already.
No, I know that, but I think at this point in time after this season, it will be everybody in footballdom will agree on it. Yeah. What else, Chris?
2 more. The AFC South, watching this and thinking about the way the playoffs are going to shake out.
Yes, sir.
AFC South is only getting 1 team.
I don't think that's an overreaction right now.
1 team.
The way the Jaguars have been shooting themselves in the foot. 23 penalties in the last 2 games. And it was something that Liam Cohen saw after they had 10 penalties in their loss to the Seahawks and says, hey, he had a segment he says he has a film session or a slide session every single Wednesday where he goes over the game records of the other team to say, well, these guys can't beat us. And this past week leading to the Rams game, instead of showing the game records on the Rams to his team, he says, here's the game records, and he put a Jaguars logo up on the screen. And then they went ahead and had 13 penalties this week. And the Texans, man, I don't know where they're getting the offense from. So I don't think this is an overreaction.
What else? If they'll be buyers.
Let's finish up strong, Chris. What do you got?
You have 1 more.
That's my boy.
Guys, I think it snuck up on all of us, but the NBA is back tonight.
Yes, it is.
The association is upon us.
Yes, sir.
OKC, you're defending champions. And I think they're going to repeat. They're going to be the first repeat champion since the Warriors of 17-18.
I don't think that's an overreaction at all. I don't think that is an overreaction at all.
The East is a little wonky this season with some of the injuries. Very wide open. TJ is looking to throw some money down on the Sixers to come out this year. You might as well just give me your cash.
I don't think that is.
No LeBron to start the year for LA.
I get it. It is not an overreaction at all. They are young. They are terrific. They have a coach. They've got a star. They've got stars, plural.
They've been there already.
They play perimeter defense, which is as dominant as anybody else. They got a shot blocker underneath. They got everything. Hartenstein,
They got everything.
They do. They have everything. I don't think this is an overreaction at all. And this is such a good one, Chris. I think you need to load manage and maybe sit out the next overreaction Monday. Be careful. It's a long season.
That's well played by you.
Thank you so much.
Just take one Tuesday off a week.
Exactly.
One Tuesday at a time.
No, right. Maybe next Tuesday for overreaction Monday and a Tuesday. Yeah, we got to load manage you. Be careful.
Only a couple of times.
We got to make sure you're going to be strong for the playoffs.
That's great management.
Okay. Yeah.
That's all that's really important is the playoffs, right?
Oh boy! All right, let's take a break. When we come back here, there's a video that the free world has sent me and texted me this morning.
I've watched it like 12 times.
Poor young kid in the metropolitan area who needs a hug.
You've heard me talking about Two Creeks Crossing Resort. What a beautiful, relaxing place. We took the family when school got out, and we had a fantastic time. We stayed in the treehouse. You know, the kids love that. I drove up after I got off work and was there in 90 minutes, which is pretty close to my normal commute. The family took it all in, from exploring their 92-acre property to fishing in the creeks and their catch-and-release pond, which the kids loved. Everybody had a great time, and we can't wait to go back. Book now at twocreekscrossingresort.com.
Hey guys, Joe George here to tell you about TNT Shirts. TNT Shirts has been a family-owned business since 1983 with 2 locations, 1145 West 19th in the Heights and 2400 Taft in Montrose. There's no minimums for custom t-shirts. They printed 300 for us for the ESPN listener party. They also do embroidery, screen printing, and promo products, so why go somewhere else when you can support local? They're also officially licensed with Rice and the University of Houston. Check them out at tntshirts.com and tell them you heard about it on ESPN 97.5.
What's up, Houston? Lance Zerline here. Listen, if you're looking for a spot to catch a game, hit up Aranda's Sports Bar, ice cold beers, killer tacos, and big screens blasting every home game. Since 1981, Aranda's has been bringing that authentic Mexican vibe, now with the sports twist. Cheer with friends, savor the bites, and feel the energy. Plus, stay late with epic drink specials that keep the party going. Aranda's Sports Bar, your Houston spot for epic sports and bold flavors. Head on over and get loud today.
The preview college basketball exhibition doubleheader is coming to Fort Bend Epicenter Sunday, October 26th, featuring Texas A&M versus Arizona State at 4 p.m. and the Houston Cougars versus Mississippi State at 6:30 p.m. Get your tickets now at etix.com.
I just bought another house for cash. Sell me yours at greenlightoffer.com.
Attention taxpayers. If you owe $5,000 or more and back taxes to the IRS, don't wait for the October 15th extension deadline. Your problems will only continue to grow. The IRS is using advanced AI tools to identify and collect unpaid taxes faster than ever, meaning tax debt collections will become increasingly aggressive. Call Priority Tax Relief now. Their experts fight back fast and are saving their clients millions in tax debt every month.
After speaking on my behalf with the IRS, my entire debt of $25,000 will be eliminated.
I owed over $50,000, and they settled it for pennies on the dollar. These guys are as legit as they come.
If you miss another tax deadline, you're stacking more debt on top of what you already owe, with increasing penalties and interest. You now owe more today than you did yesterday. Call for your free consultation. Priority Tax Relief. Let's make your taxes our priority. Call 800-418-1404. 800-418-1404. 800-418-1404.
Priority Tax Relief.
John Granado here with Robin Orlando from Houston Powder Coaters. Robin, what about bikes?
Bring us your bike frames, your forks, your handles. We got you.
So if you see a beautiful bike out there, chances are Houston Powder Coaters did that.
We probably signed off on that.
What do I need to do with trailers?
We need you to bring us the bare bones of that trailer, and we will make it like new for you. We can even do welding repair if needed.
How do you get an entire trailer to get Houston Powder Coaters?
We have the largest ovens in the region. That's Oklahoma, Louisiana, Texas. So bring us your big trailers, and we have you covered.
We talked before about boat parts. Tell me what's going on there.
Summer's coming up. We like to be on the water here in the Houston area, so bring us your boat parts. We do have marine coating that will help protect it from all the elements that you have in the Gulf and all these lakes.
One thing is anchors, for sure. What else on a boat?
Ton of railings, ladders, the T-tops. We do have accessories that you put around the edges of the boat, so if it's metal, we got you.
Call Robin and get your stuff Houston Powder Coater. 281-676-3888 or HoustonPowderCoaters.com.
Subscribe to ESPN Houston today on YouTube and make sure to slap that bell to get notifications on new videos as soon as they release.
The Hyundai Hope on Wheels campaign. I've been telling you about it for a while. It does mean a lot to me. Pediatric cancer research and awareness is what it's all about. For 27 years, every Hyundai sold has helped fund life-saving pediatric cancer research. Together with over 850 dealers nationwide, they've raised more than $277 million, supporting over 25,000 kids in their fight against cancer. Visit HyundaiUSA.com and search Hyundai Hope on Wheels to learn more. Please do that. At Hyundai, hope isn't optional. It comes standard. Okay, listen. Everybody stop texting me this video, okay? Everybody's texting me this video. That's all I've been getting. Susie sent it to all of us just to make sure we talk about it on the air. Yep. But, hey, Suze, I'd already received it from 3 different people this morning. Yep. 3. Eric Stone Street sent it to me during the show with the text of saying, I'm sure you've seen this, but.
I sent it anyway.
Someone tweeted us, hey, have you talked about this yet? I hope I didn't miss it.
I don't know who this young man is. I don't know who interviewed him. I don't know anything about the origins of it other than the fact it is all over my text inbox today. But it's a young kid in the metropolitan area watching his Jets go to 0-7 and getting interviewed after the game.
Did I get your thoughts on the game?
I hate this team. I was born into this, and I'm not going to ever... I'm always a Jets fan, but, like, I hate this team.
I mean, can he put down the microphone and give that dude a hug? You know what I mean?
We need that as a drop.
I feel like, honestly, I feel like, you know, they went back in time to the early 80s for me. You know, I'm just freshly bar mitzvahed. Hey, ask me about Dan Marino's fake spike. I'm coming out of the game. Here you go, Rich. Here's a microphone. I hate this team. I mean, I was born into fandom of Judy Garland. That's what my dad was into. My brother was the Jet fan, the Jet Met fan in the family. And I just knew, again, when my kids started coming into this world, and, you know, I just knew. With Tom Brady being the quarterback of the New England Patriots and Susie's from New England, I'm just like, fine. I'm not going to sit there. I cannot.
It's wise parenting.
I cannot subject them.
That could have been.
I mean, Lee, my nephew, my brother Jeff, subjected Lee.
I know, poor Lee.
And he's constantly texting me.
So that's Lee. Can't do that.
So I sent this video to Cooper this morning.
You're welcome.
And I sent him this: best parenting decision I ever made was shielding you from this as your existence.
That was almost
is
his
what
life.
I texted him.
That is fantastic. Poor, you know, we need to have Lee call in just
Cooper
to see.
has the read receipts on, huh?
By the way, I watch the Yankees. I respond like that. Except there's a word that I can't say on air.
Oh, but the Yankees and the Jets, come on, Mike. It's not
the
even
same.
They're not.
It is.
They're not.
It's been forever. Get rid of them.
You know how they're saying because it matters to Mike. That's all. That's the only thing that's connective tissue is it matters to him. That's it.
The Yankees suck.
Because the Yankees have nothing and the Jets at all in the same area code of existence.
As fans.
And it's terrible what they're going through right now.
Yeah.
And Woody Johnson was asked at today's owners meeting in New York about the current state of affairs, because there's people thinking about, is Aaron Glenn going to eat it here? And I hope not. Let's hear the answer from Woody on this.
What's your confidence level in Aaron to turn it around?
Well, it looks like he's turning around parts of it. You know, it's hard when you have a quarterback with, with a rating that we got. You know, I mean, he has the ability, but something just is not jiving. But if you look at any head coach with a quarterback like that, you're going to see similar results if you go across the league.
Wow, somewhere Justin Fields' ears are burning.
Wolf. Just
whoa.
Blow dart.
Listen, I don't know what else to say.
Was it going to lie?
I mean, Justin Fields had a great week 1. He won a couple of fantasy weeks for you, maybe.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah.
But I mean, you know, he was in London just like I was in that stadium in Tottenham. Listen, I'm glad to hear that he feels that Aaron Glenn is doing the job appropriately. The guy started 0-10-1 with Dan Campbell. Look at them now.
Can they win a game this year?
They should. Their defense is good enough. I just don't know. I'm looking in college right now. do you want to have the first overall pick in next year's draft? Like, who's the guy to replace Justin Fields as the new hope of the Jets?
Probably going to be Mendoza
from Indiana.
Yeah.
Okay. I don't know, man.
Ty Simpson is rising.
That's the point. Is who are you going to get? Like, what are you earning with all of these losses? But all I'm just going to say to this kid in New York, New Jersey, wherever you are, I feel your pain. And I wish the guy who was interviewing you would just give you a hug. Because this year it's not going to get any better, pal. It is just not. And I have been there, and my nephew Lee has been there, and I saved my kids from being there.
Sorry, folks.
Well, the park's closed. It's not closed
yet. I mean,
at least it's not closed for Aaron Glenn. Let the guy do his gig. Let him instill the culture. But, I mean, to say that Justin Fields is going to hear that, and I don't know. If that doesn't light a flame under him, I don't know what it is.
I don't know. Rich Tamini is saying it's going to be Tyrod Taylor this week.
Oh, there you go. Ooh. Wow, what an absolute total disaster for Justin Fields and the Jets halfway through.
Your fantasy roster is set, the smack talk is heating up, and this season, ESPN Bet is giving you more ways to ride with your squad. Introducing the ESPN Bet Fan Center, where you can instantly link and bet on your fantasy teams right in the ESPN Bet app. An enhanced sports betting experience only from ESPN Bet, the sportsbook for sports fans. Download the app and link your ESPN Bet and ESPN accounts to get started today. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details.
Hey, Doc, nice office. Quick question. If you had to choose, would you give yourself a root canal or run payroll?
Run payroll, no question.
Seriously? Well, have you run payroll before?
Paying my team with Gusto couldn't be easier. Gusto gives me unlimited payroll runs, next-day direct deposits, and automatically files my taxes. Saves me time.
Wow, that's nice.
Over here, Doc. Can I run payroll too?
Choose payroll without the pain. Visit gusto.com/radio to sign up for free.
Hi, I'm Sean with Energy Texas, and I'm a customer too. I'm proud to say our rates are 17% below the national average. Every day, our team is focused on keeping costs lower for you. We take affordability personally because this is our home too. So we work harder and smarter to fight rising costs while also improving reliability for years to come. This isn't just my job, it's a commitment to my community. Together, we power life. Entergy.
You know what's built to handle whatever you throw at it? It's the 2025 GMC Sierra 1500 Elevation Crew Cab with a TurboMax engine. It does what the job demands. Lance Zerline here, and right now, well-qualified buyers can get this truck with 0% APR financing, plus thousands more in dealer savings. What? In this economy? Yes! Get your GMC truck where the pros get trucks and save thousands. That's Gulf Coast Chevy Buick GMC in Angleton. Right there in Angleton, waiting for you. GMC. We are professional grade.
It's Dewberry Farm's annual Fall Festival, September 13th through November 9th. Bring the whole family for a day filled with pumpkins, great food, and over 40 exciting rides and attractions. Explore the Texas-sized pumpkin patch. Take photos by a life-size pumpkin house. Meet our friendly barnyard animals and get lost in our corn maze. Celebrating 9-time CMA award-winning artist Lainey Wilson. Stay late for Dewberry Farm's spooky Halloween event, Boo-rific Nights, featuring 3 creepy haunts and thousands of glowing jack-o'-lanterns. Get tickets and info at DewberryFarm.com.
Hey, Lance Zerline here. You know I'm a numbers guy, and I like the numbers that Daspit Law Firm is putting up for their clients. The super team at Daspit Law handles a full range of personal injury cases, and they are getting results from their clients in big numbers. Car accidents, truck accidents, industrial accidents, construction accidents, maritime accidents, offshore accidents. These are all areas where if it's you or someone you know, I encourage you to get a free case review from John Daspit with the Daspit Law Firm. Call 713-CALL-NOW. That's 713-CALL-NOW.
Can you dig it? Hey, yo, Houston, it's Booker T. And you already know every Tuesday and Wednesday, we're bringing the heat on the Hall of Fame.
That's right. It's me, the Boat Brad Gilmore, and we're talking all things wrestling, UFC, boxing, and the biggest stories in sports and entertainment. If it's making headlines, we're breaking it down.
Hot takes, real talk, and behind-the-scenes stories you won't hear anywhere else. Don't miss the Hall of Fame with me and my man, Brad Gilmore, every Tuesday and Wednesday on ESPN 975 9D 888-400-2525.
Jeremy Branham here. You've heard me talk about Pro Dunk Hoops and their drill-powered lightning adjust system that lets you raise and lower your goal in seconds. It's 10 times faster with zero effort. Right now, with your new Pro Dunk basketball goal, you can get the lightning adjust system for free. That's a $249 savings. But you have to call. You won't find this offer on the website, so call Pro Dunk at 281-351-9822 and mention ESPN. That's 281-351-9822.
Born in Austin, Texas, Rambler Sparkling Water's signature limestone mineral blend and crisp carbonation creates a unique flavor for a premium sparkling water without the sodium. Available in original lemon, lime, grapefruit, satsuma, blackberry, and now wild cherry. Grab a case today at your local grocery store. Learn more about Rambler at RamblerSparklingWater.com. Get Ramblin', Houston.
With Progressive, it's easy to reach customer service with our app, website, chat, or by phone. Because when getting help is hard, it's not help at all.
Little help. A little help over here.
Thank you for calling Bench Press Assistance.
What?
Due to excessive gym volume, all available spotters are currently lifting heavy weights off the chests of other bench pressers.
Seriously?
Please continue to hold, and we will remove the barbell from your chest in the order in which your cry for help was received.
Getting assistance should be easy. With Progressive, it is. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
We know exactly what you're not thinking about right now. Wiper blades. But now that you are, take a moment to think about how Rain-X is the #1 brand of wiper blades in America. Why? Because Rain-X thinks about wiper blades all the time. We obsess, so you don't have to. Simply install our blades and then think about literally anything else. So choose Rain-X, America's #1 wiper blades. And then go back to not thinking about wiper blades. Rain-X. Outsmart the elements.
ESPN 97.5.
KFNC and 97.9 HD2 Mont Bellevue, Houston. Presented by Zadok Jewelers.
This is the Rich Eisen Show.
Hey, everybody.
Can't get enough of the Rich Eisen Show? You're in luck. You can find us everywhere. Watch us weekdays on Disney Plus from noon to 3 Eastern. Miss the show? We've got a podcast so you can listen anytime. But here's the best part. Our YouTube channel. Subscribe at youtube.com/Rich Eisen Show and you'll never miss a moment. Now, on with the show. This is the Rich Eisen Show.
Parental discretion is advised.
A Springer! Dinger!
Live from the Rich Eisen Show studio in Los Angeles.
Jameer,
you got no shot at catching that man. Earlier on the show, senior writer for the MMQB, Albert Breer. 3-time Super Bowl champion, Mark Schlereth. Still to come, author Jeff Pearlman. And now, it's Rich Eisen.
That's right. Hour number 3 of the Rich Eisen Show is on the air. If you missed any of our first 2 hours, don't worry. There's our podcast all 3 hours. There's also the ability to watch our show back whenever you want on demand through Disney Plus, which we're on every day between 12 and 3 Eastern Time. Same thing on our ESPN app, which gives you all things ESPN anytime you want, everywhere that you are. We're on ESPN Radio right now on Progressive, presented by Progressive Insurance. There's our YouTube channel as well, youtube.com/Rich Eisen Show with how many subscribers?
1 million.
Thank you so much. And more, and growing.
When's the plaque
1
coming?
million.
And more, and growing. Sorry?
When's the plaque coming?
I don't know.
Yeah, we want that
We're supposed to get a plaque.
Let's get on that.
I don't know what's going on.
Let's get on that, YouTube.
Do we get to share that plaque like it was a Stanley Cup?
We
like,
should.
Do we each get to take it for a day?
You want to get it for a day?
Yeah, I want to take some pictures with it.
You
know what I'm saying?
That's great.
Yeah.
I like that idea.
I love that idea.
That's great. So does that mean we need to hire a keeper of the plaque?
Yes.
I mean,
Well,
it's slightly less valuable than the cup itself.
Liz is the keeper of everything here.
Liz can be keeper of the plaque.
Oh, my God.
That would mean she'd have to travel with you wherever you take it. You know she won't want to do that.
Without Liz, we would know how to tie our own shoes.
That's not true. Mike has
true.
Velcro.
Oh, that's a good one.
I'm wearing slip-ons today.
No, I don't have Velcro anymore.
Good one, everybody. Good one. The Bengals signed somebody?
No.
Okay.
That's my shoes.
That's normally what we play whenever the Bengals sign them.
Flacco-sans, baby.
Flacco-sans.
Oh, yeah.
Okay,
Flacco-sans.
Oh, that's who the Jets are taking on.
Oh,
Yes.
yeah.
Oh, God. It'll be Tyrod Taylor versus...
Hello, 0-8.
Stop.
Yeah, sure. Why not?
Let's go to Colby in Georgia. We were just talking about a poor Jet fan. It was a teenager saying he hates the Jets, but he was born into it. This is a Giant fan. Colby, how old are you there in Georgia?
I'm 14 years old.
All right.
Colby.
Is there no school today in Georgia, Colby?
Oh, no, sir. I'm homeschooled.
Oh, you're in school right now?
Colby, bro. He can use his phone, unlike your son, Rich.
Right now?
I'm no, sir.
Oh, say it again?
No, I'm no, sir. School ended today.
Oh, okay. School's over. Okay, good to know. What's on your mind, Colby?
I wanted to say that Cam Scatterbo right now is really looking like he could be like a MVP conversation. Well, no, sorry. I meant Rookie of the Year. Definitely offensive. Like the way, like his style of running, like especially what he did against the Eagles, like it's amazing what he's doing right now.
Are you a Giant fan in Georgia? 14 years old, Colby?
No, sir. I'm a Dolphins fan, but I can't talk about them right now.
Colby. Did you see the video of that young man who was probably about 14 years old himself saying he hates the Jets, but he was born into it?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So you're a Dolphin fan who just now loves Scatterbo, is what you're saying?
Oh, yeah.
Okay,
yeah.
very
I'm
good.
a big Scatterbo fan. I like Cam Scatterbo.
All right, so hold on a second. What about Quinshon Judkins being Offensive Rookie of the Year? What about him? What about Jackson Dart? What about him?
Yeah, Jackson Dart is already looking like he could. Quinshon Judkins and Jackson Dart, those are definitely in the conversation. But I think it's going to be Cam Scatterbo.
Colby, who's that?
I think
whose voice am I hearing other than yours? Who is that? Who is that?
Oh, that's my brother Riley.
Riley, how old is Riley?
He's 11. No, yeah.
Okay, I like it. Colby and Riley coming here. I mean, you guys should have your own podcast, Colby. What do you think?
I mean, maybe.
Okay.
Colby, do you play football?
Oh, yes, sir.
Okay. What position?
I play cornerback.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Listen,
nice.
all I know is that if Scatterbo's a great guy to be a fan of, but if you're playing football, just see what you hit. That's all I'm asking. Okay,
keep your head up.
Just keep your head up.
Keep your head up.
Yeah, bend it. Dip at the hips. Don't bend. Is basically what I'm saying.
Don't lead with the head.
Colby, say hi to your brother Riley for me, okay?
Okay.
Okay, thank you. Call back.
All right, that's great.
Yeah, call back.
Okay, Youth of America.
Scatterbo, again, the odds are really confusing me lately. Scatterbo has the 7th best Rookie of the Year odds. He's behind Ashton Genty and Ted McMillan, who've done nothing. Jackson Dart is your favorite, even odds.
Listen, Genty
is destroying my fantasy team.
Well, I know that, but he still has over 500 yards of offense that he's done. 3 rushing touchdown games this season. Jonathan Taylor, week 3 at Tennessee. Jonathan Taylor, week 5 against Vegas.
Yeah.
Cam Scatterbo, week 6 against Philadelphia. Quinshon Judkins, week 7 against Miami. And then Jonathan Taylor, week 7 at Los Angeles. That's it. Good. That's your list. 844-204-RICH is the number to know. What a delightful chat with Colby. And how about Riley in the background?
Jonathan Taylor, Offensive Player of the Year.
There's no question about it. Because, as you know, that's the MVP award for non-quarterbacks.
Right.
As I just christened
it. The other running backs, 4 MVPs this century were running backs. Last one was Adrian Peterson in 2012. LaDainian Tomlinson in 2006. Sean Alexander the year before. And Marshall Faulk started off the century with one in 2000. 844-204-RICH, number to dial. Hey, listen, wasn't pretty for the Seattle Seahawks. They're the first team to win a game with 10 or more penalties and a -3 or worse turnover margin and a sub-25% third down conversion rate since at least 1991. And when you see a stat like that, that's because the researchers are like, we're done going further back. Since 1991, including the playoffs, teams that had those dynamics in a single game were 0-49.
Woo.
So it's not pretty for what the Seahawks did last night, but I'll tell you what's pretty. Jackson Smith-Njigba is unbelievable. This guy is like the new 7-Eleven, right?
Dude, always open, man.
And 8 receptions. He does wear number 11, doesn't he?
Sure does.
And he scores 7 points, doesn't he?
6.
Well, 6'7", right? One of those things. Isn't that what the kids do these days? Look at me. Look at
6'7".
I don't get it. I need that explained to me.
Okay. 8 receptions, 123 yards, and another touchdown. 4th most receiving yards in a Monday Night Football game by a Seahawks player. The others are named Largent, Rice, and Metcalf. He's got 5 games now with 100 receiving yards this season. That's the most in the NFL. Tied for second in a season in Seahawks history. One behind Steve Largent's 6 100-yard game season in 1979. He's unbelievable. In the Super Bowl era, with 75 or more receiving yards in each of his first 7 games of the season, Jackson Smith-Njigba is the youngest ever to do it at age 23. He and Sam Darnold have a connection. And Charbonnet is running it. Kenneth Walker can move it. And the defense can hit you. And they're 5-2, and everyone's sleeping on them. Quite frankly. Everyone's sleeping on them. We may be one of them, too.
I mean, I just said they were the most complete team in the class.
I know you said that in Overreaction Monday. Do you really believe it? Do you really think that they're the most complete team in the NFC West?
I think we're sleeping on them a little bit. Sam Darnold is throwing a little too many interceptions for my liking to consider them as, a possible Super Bowl team right now.
But they allowed fewer than 90 rush yards in each of the last 6 games. The issue is here is...
Can we give Ken Walker the ball, too?
I think they like giving it to both of them, and they don't care. They don't care about your fantasy team.
I get it.
They do not care about Kenneth Walker fantasy team owners. They just don't. Darnold's now 19-5 as a starter in the last since 2004. The only ones better are Mahomes at 19-4 and Goff at 20-4. He wins football games. The defense is lights out, and all they got to do is just get a couple of touchdowns. The question is is Njigba going to do it every game?
Right. What if he, has a hammy or a little knee sprain one week? Then who?
Good question.
I don't think I firmly believe that Cooper Kupp is still that dude. Torrey Horton's still a rookie.
Yep. Bobo. Let's not sleep on Bobo.
Their tight ends are nice.
AJ Barner.
Arroyo and Barner have been pretty nice.
Did you just go high register?
I did go a little high register on the tight ends, but they're rookies.
They're 5-2, man. And you are what you are. And they're on a bye week, and then they come out. They're at Washington on a Sunday night. Home
knows
for
what
Arizona,
they're going to look like.
And then here. Okay, the Rams, that's it. Rubber's going to meet the road. They finish up at San Francisco. They started the season at home watching Brock Purdy beat them with Jake Tonjes, with pretty much at the final gun, Yep. I think the Seahawks are a playoff team, the way that we're looking at it right now.
Remember, they won 10 games last year and didn't make it.
Right. So, defensively, they covered up for some offensive issues. And I'll just tell you, the Houston Texans, I don't know the way through here. Because they're starting Woody Marks, Nick Chubb, and Woody Marks are their running game. As they keep on deactivating Dameon Pierce, who went from a couple of years ago as the workhorse to they don't even dress him now. I don't know. Joe Mixon, they keep talking. I don't think he's returning. I don't know where he is. But, boy, would it be helpful if they could just – because certainly when the defense that they have, Will Anderson sacking Darnold in the end zone and then recovering it himself, their defense is really good. And if they are they got a defensive-minded head coach and they got a defense that can play, they need an attack where they can run it 25, 30 times.
Woody Marks had a little bit of a juice, but they just don't give him the ball enough. The line isn't good enough.
The line isn't good enough, maybe.
Nico Collins was dropping balls last night.
It doesn't help that Christian Kirk can't stay healthy.
Yep.
And Tank Dell, still, one of the craziest things is to put somebody who's basically like 5'0" and weighs 100 pounds soaking wet on a goal line play where he breaks his. That was 2 years ago.
2 years ago.
And then the one that happened,
caught a touchdown, right?
in Kansas City.
Didn't he score in that play?
And it was dreadful what happened. Correct. Outside of scoring.
Yep.
And, 100% C.J. Stroud is in need of some protection up front. It definitely seems to be affecting his game. Mm-hmm. Nico Collins got concussed last night. Yeah, they got the Niners coming in next week. And the Colts are way ahead of the game. as they enter Week 8. This is a team coming off of a bye, and they looked like that last night. And you could sit here and say Seattle's a tough place to play. Understand, that's more long history. This year, the Seahawks have already lost there twice. San Francisco in division, the Bucs in conference. Texans coming off of a bye week should be healthy and going up there and feeling good about themselves. And they just don't, on offense, they just don't have it. They do not have it right now. And I don't know where they're going to get it. I wonder, Tyler Lockett is getting released this week. Would you be all over him if you're the Houston Texans?
I think you have to keep all possibilities open.
Don't you think?
At this point.
Like, let's get him out there.
Somebody.
Yeah, because they're running out a couple of rookies, after after Nico and Kirk. So
they don't they haven't. I know they got that kid Higgins. Who's totally different than Tez Johnson, but Tez Johnson's doing things that the Texans could use. They don't have it.
Yeah, Schultz is kind of their number 2 pass catcher right now.
My word, he was number 1 last night on the call sheet. So if I'm the Texans, I am genuinely concerned because the run game's not there. The protection's not there for Stroud, who looks different again. But last year he did in the regular season, and they wound up being in the Final Four of the AFC anyway. But I don't know about this year, about even making the playoffs at all, because they are just not, If they make the playoffs, it'll be as a wild card. And if they do that, maybe it'll be the first time on wild card weekend they're not the first game.
That's true.
Come on, Rich. You know better.
Yeah,
I don't know.
I
never know. Maybe the Colts.
Maybe the Texans will get a primetime game.
Maybe the Colts will. We'll give the AFC
are
South.
We penciling in the Colts right now for Saturday? No, for Saturday first up game.
I don't think so. It depends on who they might face.
It feels like we're penciling them in.
What if it's Colts Patriots? They're not going to. They're not going to stick you guys in an early window. What if it's Colts Bills? I'm throwing it out there, meaning the Patriots win the division. I'm just putting the red meat out there for you.
Oh, yeah.
What if the Colts have the bye? They're not playing for first Saturday. They could have got the bye.
Now, it'll be the first time where the bye team has to play Saturday as wild card weekend.
Colts, you have to play Saturday.
New rules.
The AFC South must have the first slot.
The AFC South has the number 1 overall seed in the AFC. It does not compute. You see smoke coming out of the ears of everybody in the front office of the NFL. What is this all about? It's possible. George Kittle was a guest on No Contest Wrestling, sir. Yeah. This was an O'Shea Jackson Jr. booking, was it?
Well, no, it was he and I. We were sitting around talking about just
you and Kittle.
No, O'Shea and I.
Okay.
We were talking a couple weeks ago about just getting more views and how we can expand the pod. And I'm like, well, obviously, our football videos do the best here on this show. So I'm like, we need to kind of dip our toe into that. And both of us at the same time were like, all right, George Kittle. And Shay was like, I think I can get his number. So he worked on getting his number. He hit him up a couple times.
By the way, I have Kittle's number too.
I get it.
Just reach out to me since, I'm part of the process, and I actually put my thumb on the scale prior to the taping, sending you guys a text to say, ask him some football questions, please.
Oh, why we got the muscle.
Yes.
Respectfully, and I appreciate it, but we were.
I didn't have to do that. Is what you're saying?
No, TJ.
Okay, very good.
TJ's dying.
Get him some water over there. Actually, perfect time to throw to the soundbite, because I did say, hey, ask him some football questions as well. Of
course.
Because the wrestling world already picks up what you guys talk about, right? And I just knew that if you ask him a football question, then hey, maybe that gets picked up and it says on No Contest Wrestling.
I like the way you think.
That's the way I think. So I just didn't think O'Shea would just walk in through the front door the way that he did
I think
with
that
Kittle.
Maybe you should have known better.
Okay, roll it.
Now, our dude Rich Eisen wants me to ask you about your quarterback.
Which one? I got 2 right now.
I need no. He wants to know about Purdy, man. How's everything looking with him? How's he doing?
How I understand it is just with the turf toe stuff, right? It's basically if you trigger it at all before it's healed, I think it's a square, you just back up in the recovery process. So my thing, what I just tell Brock, just get to where you feel fantastic and then play football again. We know what Brock can do. We're excited to see Brock Purdy play football. I just don't want him to come back too soon. And the same thing happens like when he played against Jacksonville, and then he's out for a couple more weeks, because Brock's a phenomenal football player that is the best orchestrator of this offense that I've ever seen. What Kyle Shanahan has done, he's just so efficient at it. And so I just want him to be at 100% before he tries to take the field again. And I think he's aware of that, and I think he's going to do good. I think he's going to do a good job with his recovery, and he'll come back when he feels like he's ready.
Tell us about how Mac Jones is out there, man. He's holding the fort down.
My favorite thing about Mac Jones is that he has the personality of a tight end.
Oh, really?
He's goofy. He likes to have a good time. He's friends with every single position. He can talk to anybody. And then, you see him in walkthroughs, he's kind of goofy. And then the second he gets to practice or a game rep, everything is just so locked in and dialed. He brings good joy, brings good vibes to the huddle. And then, like I said, when we're out there, this is my first time playing with Mac Jones, and he still has fun, but he's just so dialed and he's so calm. He just calls a play, goes, yeah, go do that. I'm like, sick, sounds good. I'll see you after the play in the huddle again. He's just so calm and cool. So it's been very nice to be in a huddle with that.
Awesome. Great.
He's got 2 quarterbacks. Did you pick up on that?
See, you want to keep on pounding this table.
I think there's some real conversation to be had.
There isn't. Yeah. Brock Purdy's healthy. He's the starting quarterback of this team. You already just heard him. He said he's the greatest orchestrator of this offense he's ever seen.
He did.
And he's been in this offense for almost 10 years, right?
And we also talked, we talked a lot about his injury. We talked about McCaffrey. We had a big discussion about turf toe.
Okay.
With George, he told us what God's favorite play was, according to a play that McCaffrey ran. And, we got a lot of good stuff. And then halfway through, he realized he was talking to a Rams fan and a Cowboys fan, and he wanted to end the interview. But he stayed professional, and he kept rolling.
And all of his wrestling takes were as entertaining as you would hoped?
Absolutely. It was George, And, I put on Twitter a little bit ago, I'm like, I can't believe after Dwight Clark ruined my childhood that I actually a Niners tight end, man.
He's as great as they come.
Yeah, he's everything you'd want him to be. Super cool guy. He, O'Shea, and I, we made a pact between the three of us. Well, WrestleMania next year, the year after next, is going to be in Saudi Arabia. So I just made a suggestion that, if one of us is able to go, then we all should make a pact that we go together. So we're kind of hoping somebody invites...
In 2027?
Yeah, we're kind of hoping somebody invites George. So...
Oh, okay.
We all three...
I don't know, man. I mean, you keep growing no contest wrestling, you're going to... Well, I mean... If that's a PLE on ESPN, maybe you'll be broadcasting from Riyadh or whatever it is.
Man, from your lips to God's ears.
Hey, man, you did a great job before WrestlePalooza.
Yeah,
let's go.
I still can't believe I'm sitting at an ESPN desk. I was tripped out.
These are all dreams that are reality, sir.
Yeah, true that.
You keep it up. See, from now on, I'm not going to give you any suggestions. I'll just let you go.
Stop it.
No, I'm sorry. I mean, I can't turn it off, TJ. I'm just making sure everybody's successful.
We appreciated it.
Oh, do you really?
See.
Do you?
Do you?
Thank you. Well,
the best thing about us, though, is it's about us.
I forgot about that. Thanks, Russ. ESPN Radio is presented by Progressive Insurance. Keep your career moving forward with growth opportunities, great pay and benefits, and one of the country's top workplaces. Go to careers.progressive.com and apply today. A new book on the life and times of Tupac Shakur by one of our favorites, Jeff Pearlman. We'll talk about the Cowboys and the Lakers and more with him, since he's written terrific books about them coming up. Rich Eisen here for Sonos, the speakers that bring every game to life in my own house. With studio quality sound, Sonos makes you feel like you're right there in the stadium. Whether you're cheering on your team, binging your favorite show, or listening to the hottest songs, Sonos fills every room with incredible sound. Setup is easy. Just plug in, open the Sonos app, and you're ready to go. Want stadium quality sound at home just like me? Because I love Sonos. You will too. Explore soundbars, speakers, and more at Sonos.com. Sonos. They look as good as they sound.
Your ambition just met its match with Robinhood. Trade stocks and ETFs, options, futures, and crypto all on one platform. Get started today at Robinhood.com/yourmoney. Your money, your move. All investments involve risk, including loss of principal. Options, futures, and crypto trading carry significant risk and may not suit all investors. Securities offered through Robinhood Financial LLC, member SIPC. Futures trading is offered by Robinhood Derivatives LLC, not FDIC or SIPC protected. Crypto offered through Robinhood Crypto LLC, NMLS ID 1702840, not FDIC or SIPC protected. Portfolio management offered by Robinhood Strategies, an SEC registered advisor.
Suit up, Houston. At Suit Mart, we've got suit packages starting at just $199.99 for sizes up to 48. From slim fit to modern and classic fit, you'll find the style that matches your look. And if you need big and tall, we've got you covered with sizes up to 60 regular. Complete your outfit with our Italian-made socks. Just 3 pairs for $18. Plus, assorted pocket squares, 4 for $12. Style, fit, and value, all in one place. Suit Mart, Houston's destination for men's fashion. Visit any of our 3 locations today.
Let's hydrate. Grab a Rambler Sparkling Water, the official sparkling water of ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. A Texas mineral blend available in original lemon lime, grapefruit, satsuma, blackberry, and now wild cherry. Get Ramblin', Houston.
All right, guys. Football season is underway. We're loving it, but you'll love it even more if you play along with the games you're watching, and that's what Underdog Fantasy allows you to do. Download the app, Underdog Fantasy. Use promo code Lance on your first deposit. When you play your first $5, you're going to get $100 in bonus cash into your account. And playing Underdog is easy. Just pick whether your favorite player or set of players is going to go higher or lower on stats like rushing yards, touchdown passes, receiving yards. You make the decision. You can pick as few as 2. You can go up to 6. You can win 500 times your original play. There's so many different ways to win with Underdog Fantasy. But you've got to download the app and get started today to play. Use that football knowledge and make real money completely legally right here in the state of Texas. Pick higher or lower on the statistics and watch the money come in. It's Underdog Fantasy. Use promo code Lance.
Must be 18 plus and present in Texas. Terms apply. See assets.underdogfantasy.com/web/play and get terms_DFS_HTML for details. Concern with your play. Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Visit ncpgambling.org.
Every morning, we rise and shine, make breakfast, and brush away the night's rest. These routines help us start the day off right. Nature-Made vitamins are a simple step in that daily care regimen. Multivitamins with daily essentials, clinically studied probiotics for gut health support, magnesium to help relax the body. Nature-Made is made to care for you every day. These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Progressive's Teen Driver discount could lower the cost of insurance for your teenager and save you some money. And then you can still spend money on them. Because just when you think you have a grasp on spending, new sneakers. And then it's money for a school field trip. And, of course, spending money. Oh, yeah, and a new phone to replace the one they dropped in the toilet. Oh, don't remind me. So just get Progressive's Teen Driver discount. And then you can continue to spend money on them endlessly. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Discount not available in all states and subject to terms and conditions.
Cast your line and relax at twocreekscrossingresort.com. Your fishing getaway awaits.
Attention taxpayers, if you owe $5,000 or more in back taxes to the IRS, don't wait for the October 15th extension deadline. Your problems will only continue to grow. The IRS is using advanced AI tools to identify and collect unpaid taxes faster than ever, meaning tax debt collections will become increasingly aggressive. Call Priority Tax Relief now. Their experts fight back fast and are saving their clients millions in tax debt every month.
After speaking on my behalf with the IRS, my entire debt of $25,000 will be eliminated.
I owed over $50,000 and they settled it for pennies on the dollar. These guys are as legit as they come.
If you miss another tax deadline, you're stacking more debt on top of what you already owe with increasing penalties and interest. You now owe more today than you did yesterday. Call for your free consultation. Priority Tax Relief. Let's make your taxes our priority. Call 800-418-1404. 800-418-1404. 800-418-1404.
Priority Tax Relief. I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. Ever wonder why Big Wireless wants you on an unlimited plan? They probably want you to cover the cost of those 20-somethings using all that data every month. But most people 50 and up like me only use 12 gigs or less. Don't get bamboozled by Big Wireless. Switch to Consumer Cellular. Our plans start at just $20, and we use the same towers as the big guys. Join the millions who choose something better, because if you're not using all that data, you're probably getting used.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com/facts. Plans include $5 credit for auto-pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
Hi, it's me, Flo, here to tell you that with the Progressive Home and Auto Bundle, you get 24/7 protection, so you're covered no matter where the day takes you.
Even I added too much water to the pizza dough day?
Yep.
How about getting a call from my daughter to pick her up at the airport because her boyfriend is unreliable day?
Especially that day.
What about finding out that one of my pipes suddenly burst in my basement day?
Progressive has every day covered 24/7 with the Home and Auto Bundle. Also, you have a lot of bad days.
Oh no, that was all the same day.
At least you're covered with Progressive.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states.
Can you dig it?
The Hall of Fame with Booker T and Brad Gilmore is on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
show. My radio audience is back here on ESPN Radio, presented by Progressive Insurance. Only God can judge me. The many lives of Tupac Shakur, from a man who's brought you books on multiple dynasties of the Los Angeles Lakers and the Dallas Cowboys, and also the life and myth of Bo Jackson, called The Last Folk Hero. The author, Jeff Pearlman, is back here on the program. Why this book? Why did you choose Tupac Shakur as your latest subject for your writing?
Well, all my books have been sports. My career has been sports.
Correct.
I've always been fascinated by Tupac. And for years, I was waiting for someone to write the Tupac book I wanted to read. I mean, literally for years. And I acknowledge I'm a very unusual person to write a Tupac book. I'm a sports writer. I'm a white guy from rural New York. Like, it's not who you would think would write a Tupac book. But I just kept waiting and waiting and waiting. And I always thought, like, write the book that you want to read. Right? Write the book that you want to read. And if I dive in and I interview 600 people and I retrace his steps, maybe that's the Tupac book I would want to read. So I just figured I'd like to break from sports, do something different.
Yes.
Why not Tupac?
What were you curious about that you wanted to learn about the most? Was it his manner of death, or was it his life, his upbringing? Like, what was it? I feel like
what most people know about Tupac are the base level things. All right, thug life. I Get Around, Death Row. I just saw it, knowing that his mom had been a Black Panther, Afeni Shakur, knowing that he was raised with the ethos of a Black Panther, not really knowing the depths of his poverty, but knowing he went through something.
Yes.
I just really wanted to dive in and see what it was. And one of the best things about this job, I'm sure you feel this way too, like, we get to sit and ask people questions that most people wouldn't ask. I can sit. He lived in Marin City. There were a lot during the crack epidemic of in America, and I was able to go to Marin City and literally sit in a car with the main crack dealer from Marin City back in that time and say, I don't know your world. I'm from rural New York. My dad, Stanley, was an accountant. I knew I was going to college. But no one has ever been more fascinated to know what you went through and what it was like to deal crack in Marin City back in the 90s. I just love that stuff. I do. I love that stuff so much.
Well, I mean, did you encounter some people who didn't want to talk to you?
Sure.
Like who?
I mean, I didn't get Dr. Dre or Snoop Dogg, but they're kind of hard to get anyway. I did find most people, the vast majority, classmates, people who worked with him in music, even Death Row employees, were pretty open about talking. And I had two things going for me, actually. Number one, Winning Time gave me some cred, where I would just say, I wrote this book that became, Winning Time. I love Winning Time.
On HBO.
Yeah, and that helped a lot.
It did.
Number two, I had a breakthrough very early on. I think you probably read it if you read it, where there's a song he wrote called Brenda's Got a Baby.
Oh, tell this story, please.
Yeah. The song Brenda's Got a Baby came out for his first album, Tupacalypse Now. And Tupac, before that came out, was working on the movie Juice. And he's in New York filming Juice. And one day, every day at his trailer, he gets a New York Daily News. He was reading the newspapers. His mom would read him the newspapers as a kid, quiz him on it. And there's an article called Cries in the Night. And it's about a 12-year-old girl in the Noble Drew Ali public housing in Brooklyn who was raped by a cousin, didn't tell anyone, delivered the baby on the bathroom floor, wrapped the baby in an odd lot plastic bag, opened the trash chute, threw the baby down the trash chute, just getting rid of the baby. It's the day the trash compactor is supposed to go off. And someone downstairs hears the baby crying. And I interviewed the guy who found the baby, and he remembered about seeing the baby, and the baby had a little blood on it. So the baby's taken to the hospital. There's an article in the Daily News about it. Tupac reads it. He says to Omar Epps, his co-star, I'm just going to go write something. And he writes his song inspired by Brenda's Got a Baby. Brenda's got a baby. Brenda's barely got a brain. A damn shame. The girl can hardly spell her name. It's great, great writing for a young rapper. And Tupac had an associate manager, a confidant named Layla Steinberg, who I interviewed for this book. And Layla said to me early on, I've always wondered what happened to the baby, if that was even real. So I worked with a genealogist named Michelle Sully, who's an amazing genealogist. And I said to her, it would be amazing if we could find the baby from Brenda's Got a Baby. And she said, give me a couple of days. And one day she gives me a number, and she goes, I think this is him. And she gave me a name, Davon Hodge. And I text his number because nobody answers phones anymore. And it was the crudest, out-of-nowhere text ever. Hey, my name's Jeff Pearlman. I'm a longtime writer. I'm working on a Tupac book. I attach the article, and I say, by any chance, are you the baby in this article? And he writes back, holy crap, let me call you tomorrow. 2 days later, I'm in Las Vegas at a Starbucks singing with Davon Hodge. Basically, a couple years, he was adopted after this happened. His parents moved to Las Vegas. He was raised much of his life in Vegas. His adoptive parents died a few years ago. He does an Ancestry.com search. All these names come back. Noble Drew Ali, Public Housing, Brooklyn, New York. He reaches out to them. They're like, holy crap, we've been looking for you for years. He goes there. He has this beautiful reunion. People are hugging him. There's food, all these relatives he never knew. And they say, do you like Tupac? He's like, yeah, I love Tupac. Like, do you know the song Brenda's Got a Baby? Of course. We think that's you. So he has this moment where he's like, this holy crap moment. But he hasn't seen his mom since he was wee little because she threw him down the trash heap and vanished. I said to Michelle Sully, the genealogist of the gods,
find the mom?
Can we find the mom? Give me a few days. She has a number, and she reaches out to this woman, and she's texting back and forth, basically. And then she calls her, and she said, I'm working with this writer, Jeff Pearlman, about a book about Tupac. Did you have a baby when you were 12 who you threw? She starts screaming. Do you know where my baby is? Do you have any idea? Oh, my God, I've been looking for my baby for decades. Do you know where she's crying and screaming? And Michelle says, yeah, we're in touch with him. She goes, oh, my God, oh, my God, oh, my God. I need to get home. I need to get home. I live in Newark, New Jersey. I need to get home. Well, where are you? I'm at a Red Hot Chili Peppers concert. Oh, where's the concert? It's in Las Vegas. And they meet that night and reunite.
Wow.
Yeah.
And this is the story, by the way, in the introduction of the book.
Yeah.
This is not in the body of the book. It's the way the book starts. Wow. And it is amazing. Thanks. And you've put them together.
Yeah.
You found them both and put them together. And if Tupac had never really read in the New York Daily News about it and said, you know what, I'm going to go write something, and he's so brilliant that he's able to just step away from the set and just tell Omar Epps, hold on a second. If he didn't do that, these people would never have met, and you were the one who put them back together. Unbelievable.
It all comes back to a sports writer.
You never know, right? I mean, Only God Can Judge Me by Jeff Pearlman. You've got to read it. What did you learn about Tupac that you didn't know?
So many things. I'll tell you one thing that really blew my mind is so we went to the Baltimore School of Performing Arts with Jada Pinkett, with Josh Charles, like multiple people in his class. And he was there for 2 years, and it was a game-changing, life-changing experience for him. Tupac was a kid who grew up in abject poverty. In Baltimore, he lived in a row house in the east side of the city with no heat, no air conditioning, rats running up and down the baseboards. His sister sat down with me and just talked about the poverty, the pain, the torture, the trauma. Tupac would go to the school, and someone said, you know, he had a girlfriend named Mary. And I was like, oh, I would love to talk to Mary. And like, well, Mary doesn't talk. And I was like, well, I have to try. And I got a number for this woman. Her name is Mary. And I reached out to her, and I actually told her the Brenda story. So the Brenda story became a gateway for a lot of people because sometimes you need to show that you're serious.
Right, and you also respect this man's life and his work. Right. And to get deep into the story in a respectful way.
Right. You're not just some guy coming along and trying to make it. Right. And so I reached out to her, and she was amazing, and she talked to me, and she said, you know, she lives in Nebraska. She moved from Baltimore to Nebraska. She goes, my mom recently found about 100 letters that Tupac wrote to me when we were in high school under the bed in a folder. If you come out to Nebraska, you can go through the letters. I'm like, I will be there
tomorrow.
ASAP. I fly out to Nebraska. We meet at a bagel place, a coffee shop in Nebraska. My advice to you, Rich, as a fellow Northeastern Jew, never get a bagel in Nebraska. It just doesn't. It does not play well.
It's a roll.
They microwave the bagel.
It's just
you can't do that. But he opens his folder, and it's these letters from Tupac. 15, 16 years old. Beautiful, beautiful letters.
Of course they are.
He's horny. He's sad. He's heartbroken. He hates his mom. He loves his mom. He's going to be homeless tomorrow. He's leaving home. He just wants to kill himself. He loves who he is. He wants to marry Mary. I just love you, Mary.
All over the map.
All over the map, but all of them beautifully and meticulously written. And he made her like a playlist one time, and he wrote the songs on the playlist, and it was Everything But the Girl, Randy Travis, like Kate Bush. He loved Kate Bush and Peter Gabriel, the song Don't Give Up. You wouldn't think, like, I think some people wouldn't think, oh, the Tupac Shakur, Kate Bush. He was so informed on music. He could tell you Barry Manilow's greatest hits. In fact, when he died, he was in the movie Gang Related, and he wanted to do the soundtrack. And his whole dream goal was to mash up his music with Frank Sinatra. And during Gang Related, he was listening to Frank Sinatra on an endless loop in his trailer. You could walk by his trailer, and you'd hear him singing, like, Fly Me to the Moon in New York, New York. Yeah.
Whoa. I mean, we're robbed of that, obviously. Did you learn anything about his death?
Yeah, I mean, so he died. It's interesting. He died in Vegas, and he was there for the Bruce Seldon-Mike Tyson fight. Mm-hmm. A very, very bad fight. Like a really bad fight. Super quick. A couple of things. He drove there from L.A., and on the way, he stopped at the In-N-Out in Barstow.
I've been there.
Who hasn't?
Who among us has not been to the In-N-Out in Barstow?
Yeah.
I think it's the third largest In-N-Out. It's enormous. Mm-hmm. And while he's there, this is super weird. The Long Beach Poly football team is returning from a game on bus from Las Vegas to L.A.
He must have known a lot of these kids, I imagine.
He didn't, actually.
He didn't. Okay.
They all came up, so they see Tupac out the window, and a bunch of the kids are like, holy crap, that's Pac, that's Tupac, that's Pac.
Right.
And they come up behind him, and he's surrounded by a bunch of death row guys. Suge Knight was actually with him, and he turns around in, like, defensive posture because he doesn't know who's coming up on him.
Sure.
And he gives these guys a lecture. He's basically like, yo, young G's, you can't just come up on me like that, and scared the crap out of Tupac and the Long Beach Poly guys. So that's his first meeting. He gets to Vegas. The Mike Tyson-Bruce Seldon fight was supposed to be several months earlier, but Don King faked a reason because Mike Tyson wasn't prepared for the fight. So had it been when it was supposed to be, none of this would have ever happened. He gets there. He goes to the MGM Grand. He wrote the entrance song that Mike Tyson walked into. It was a song specifically for Mike Tyson to enter the ring. He loved Mike Tyson. He had visited Mike Tyson when Mike Tyson was in prison in Indiana. Mike Tyson wrote him letters when he was in prison in Clinton in upstate New York. The fight happens. They're in the MGM Grand afterwards, and he is with a fellow death row affiliated guy named Trayvon Lane. And Trayvon Lane is Mob Piru affiliated, which is Bloods. I've learned way more about gangs in LA than you would know. Mm-hmm. And there's a guy named Orlando Anderson who is affiliated with the Compton Crips, and he's at the fight. And not that long beforehand, Orlando Anderson had ripped off the chain of Trayvon Lane when they were at a Foot Locker in a mall. And Tupac is standing next to Trayvon Lane, and he sees this guy, Orlando Anderson. And Trayvon Lane says, that's the guy. That's the guy who stole my medallion. He had a death row medallion that was yanked off. Tupac says, which guy? It's the guy, that guy. And he was wearing, weirdly, like a XXL Dan Marino jersey, Orlando Anderson. And Tupac walks up to him and says, yo, you from the South, which is Southside Compton Crips. And he punches him. And all these guys from Death Row pounce on Orlando Anderson, and they beat the crap out of Orlando Anderson, and they take off. And there are all these conspiracy theories, blah, 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 blah. But to me, what it comes down to, and what almost everyone I talk to comes down to, is this guy, Orlando Anderson, just got his ass kicked by a rapper. In fact, I talked to Orlando Anderson's closest friend from the time, and he's like, the shame, you could not go back to Compton getting your ass kicked by a rapper. Like by a rapper. Mm-hmm. And I'm not saying Tupac wasn't tough, and I'm not saying he was a warrior, but he wasn't a gangbanger. And it was embarrassing and humiliating. So later on that night, Tupac and Suge, they go to Suge's club. It was called 662. And then they're driving along the strip, and Orlando Anderson, his uncle Keefe D, two other guys, all Compton Crypt affiliated, are just driving around looking for Tupac, thinking they're not going to find him. And they see him leaning out of Suge Knight's BMW, hollering at women. Yo, that's Pac. Where? Right there. And they pull up on him, and Orlando Anderson shoots him, and Suge drives away. And I found the cop. No cops liked working Tyson fights because you had a huge gang element that would come from L.A. for Tyson fights. It was a draw. And I found the cop who first got to Tupac, and he was on a bike. So imagine being on a bike, pulling up to like Suge Knight and a bunch of death row. There were 4 death row vehicles. The cop pulls up. And he told me, he remembered this vividly. He said, get to the car, and Tupac the door opens, and Tupac has been shot, and he kind of slumps out of the car. And the cop walks up to him, and he goes, are you okay? Are you okay? And he said, and he swore, Tupac looks at him and says, F you. And that was his last words. And then his eyes closed. And he was taken to the hospital, and he died a week later.
You're something else, man. You're dogged. You're a great storyteller and writer, and Only God Can Judge Me. The Many Lives of Tupac Shakur is available today wherever you get all your books. You should get it. Unbelievable. Anything, that's why I say, anything you write about, I'm into, man. I'm into.
Thank you.
You bet. And I got a couple minutes left here. The one thing you wish you had video of Bo Jackson that you learned that he did.
Oh, the 41340. The 41340, the mythical 41340. Or when he was with the Raiders and Tom Flores said, set up so he run a 40 on like his first day, and he runs a 4:17. No, he runs a 4:19, and they retape it because they don't think it's right, and he runs a 4:17. So I was told that story a million times, but can I guarantee? No, because there's no footage of it, so you just report it.
That's unbelievable.
Yeah. Tyreek Hill doesn't run a 4:17.
What about a baseball story that you wish you had footage of?
Oh, he was playing in college, and he hit a ball so high,
yes,
that it went from first to third and was rounding third by the time it came down. And I didn't believe it. And I interviewed the outfielder.
Yes,
and he's like, "No, seriously." I look up, I pick up the ball, I look up, and he's rounding third and going for home
because the ball had so much hang time.
Yeah, so much hang time on it, and he had so much speed and power and everything. Bo Jackson was the Tupac of baseball and football.
Unbelievable.
Yeah, it's crazy.
You are the man, Jeff Pearlman. Thank you for coming on here. Everybody, again, get this book. And I appreciate you also helping pilot a new podcast we're doing around here. Two Jewish men talking about rap stars in their 50s.
Let's do it.
You're fantastic.
It'd be so good.
Where's Modest Yahoo when we need him, right?
Modest Yahoo.
Oh, my God.
Well, you eat bagels. You eat bagels
from Nebraska
and talk about rappers.
Two Jewish guys in their 50s talking about rappers.
While eating microwave bagels from Nebraska.
Lock it in. I think the number of downloads, I'm already hearing the cash registers. Only God can judge me. The many lives of Tupac Shakur are available wherever you get your books. We just barely scratched the surface in this chat. Jeff Pearlman here on the Rich Eisen Show. We'll be back to wrap it up. Talk about the World Series matchup when we come back. Rich Eisen here for Sonos, the speakers that bring every game to life in my own house. With studio quality sound, Sonos makes you feel like you're right there in the stadium. Whether you're cheering on your team, binging your favorite show, or listening to the hottest songs, Sonos fills every room with incredible sound. Setup is easy. Just plug in, open the Sonos app, and you're ready to go. Want stadium quality sound at home just like me? Because I love Sonos. You will too. Explore soundbars, speakers, and more at Sonos.com. Sonos. They look as good as they sound.
Harry Douglas here. Fellas, it's time to step up your grooming game. Manscaped just leveled up with the Lawnmower 5 and the Chairman Plus, two powerhouses built for unmatched precision, comfort, and control. Whether you're cleaning up before a night out, preparing for a big meeting, or getting ready for a game day, Manscaped has the tools to help you look and feel your absolute best. These aren't just old school clippers. They're engineered for modern men who take pride in their daily routine. So upgrade your grooming gear and experience the difference. And now you can find Manscaped products at your local Walmart.
Hey, Houston, this is Paul Miller with Great Plate Hospitality. Now is the time to book your holiday event. We have several great concepts with private rooms to fit any need. The Union Kitchen is classic American with a twist, easy to create custom menus. Jack's Grill is a casual vibe with live music. If you're looking for something a little bit more upscale, check out Passarella, classic Italian with great wine and cocktails. Irvine Memorial, a cool wine bar with the surprise of a full liquor license and a great patio. Don't wait till it's too late. Book before the end of October and the host gets a $100 gift card. Call your favorite restaurant today.
Chastang Ford is the place to go if you're in the market for a Ford. Their professional staff will provide you with an outstanding truck buying experience. They offer competitive pricing and an extensive selection of new and used Ford vehicles. From the sales staff to the finance team, their knowledgeable and friendly staff are devoted to helping you find the perfect Ford for your needs. Chastang Ford also offers exclusive incentives and deals to get the most out of your purchase. Whether looking for a truck or SUV, Chastang Ford is the perfect place to find your dream Ford.
It's Dewberry Farm's annual Fall Festival, September 13th through November 9th. Bring the whole family for a day filled with pumpkins, great food, and over 40 exciting rides and attractions. Explore the Texas-sized pumpkin patch. Take photos by a life-size pumpkin house. Meet our friendly barnyard animals and get lost in our corn maze. Celebrating 9-time CMA award-winning artist Lainey Wilson. Stay late for Dewberry Farm's spooky Halloween event, Boo-rific Nights, featuring 3 creepy haunts and thousands of glowing jack-o'-lanterns. Get tickets and info at DewberryFarm.com.
Attention taxpayers, if you owe $5,000 or more and back taxes to the IRS, don't wait for the October 15th extension deadline. Your problems will only continue to grow. The IRS is using advanced AI tools to identify and collect unpaid taxes faster than ever, meaning tax debt collections will become increasingly aggressive. Call Priority Tax Relief now. Their experts fight back fast and are saving their clients millions in tax debt every month.
After speaking on my behalf with the IRS, my entire debt of $25,000 will be eliminated eliminated.
I owed over $50,000, and they settled it for pennies on the dollar. These guys are as legit as they come.
If you miss another tax deadline, you're stacking more debt on top of what you already owe. With increasing penalties and interest, you now owe more today than you did yesterday. Call for your free consultation. Priority Tax Relief. Let's make your taxes our priority. Call 800-418-1404. 800-418-1404. 800-418-1404.
Priority Tax Relief. Your go-to source for all things Houston Texans is Swarmcast with Will Kunkel and Joe George. Listen Thursday nights at 6 on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 or on our YouTube channel, ESPN Houston. Brought to you by Blue Star Tequila. Smooth and always game ready. The Preview College Basketball Exhibition doubleheader is coming to Fort Bend Epicenter Sunday, October 26th, featuring Texas A&M versus Arizona State at 4 p.m. and the Houston Cougars versus Mississippi State at 6:30 p.m. Get your tickets now at etix.com.
The more you listen to your kids, the closer you'll be. So we asked kids, what do you want your parents to hear?
I feel sometimes that I'm not listened to. I would just want you to listen to me more often and evaluate situations with me and lead me towards success.
Listening is a form of love. Find resources to help you support your kids and their emotional well-being at sounditouttogether.org. That's sounditouttogether.org. Brought to you by the Ad Council and Pivotal.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code COOL to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code COOL for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code COOL for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Oh, not in the World Series.
Back here on the Rich Eisen Show, everybody. Hyundai Hope on Wheels is available for everybody to learn more about. I absolutely love this this endeavor that Hyundai has been on for 27 years plus. Every Hyundai sold has helped fund life-saving pediatric cancer research. Over 850 dealers nationwide together. They've raised more than $277 million, supporting over 25,000 kids in their fight against cancer. It's awesome. Learn more at HyundaiUSA.com and search Hyundai Hope on Wheels to learn more, please. At Hyundai, Hope isn't optional. It comes standard. That's great stuff there with Jeff Perlman. Awesome.
Yeah. We were talking, there's no telling what Tupac could have been. Had
well, how many? Was it Omar Epps who said he would have been a great actor? Who came on here and said that?
There was
that he was
a great actor.
Well, but if that's all he wanted to do.
Oh yeah.
He'd have been great at that.
I forget who it was.
Somebody told us that.
But yeah,
that was great stuff. Everybody's got to get the book that we just talked about with Jeff Perlman. Before we go, I do want to talk about the fact there was a Game 7 last night as well. I'm sending my best to all the Seattle Mariner fans out there who had their heartbroken last night. There was at one point during the game. Did you see ESPN cameras were catching people watching the game on their phones? And they did a solid to that Mariner fan who was holding up the iPad that he had with Julio Rodriguez at the plate as the last hope for the Mariners. And he was hoping against hope. He was just behind what we had already known, which was a final strikeout. Mm-hmm. And they did him a solid by cutting off of him because he was almost on live TV learning that the Mariners season was over. And it looked great for them, too. I mean, both Rodriguez and Cal Raleigh homered. Yep. That's what you're looking for. You're looking for the stars coming through in a Game 7.
No doubt.
George Kirby pitched very well after, having a shaky first. And it was there for the taking. But the Blue Jays did what they do best, which is put the ball in play.
Yep.
They do not strike out. As a matter of fact, they strike you out with all these split fingers. And they put the ball in play, and they hit for average and then come up with the big blast. I swear to you, I'm not just saying this because it happened.
You called it? Yeah.
I turned to Cooper when it was 2nd and 3rd with 1 out and Springer's at the plate. I said to him, do you think they should walk him? Because he is unbelievable in this situation, and there's an open base, and now you're bringing in, to play that there's an out at any base. Obviously, it becomes tougher when you don't have a place to put anybody. Bizzardo comes in and throws a fastball, grooves one. And if you look at back, Raleigh wanted it high in the zone, and it went right down Broadway, and Springer hits the 9th career go-ahead postseason home run of his postseason home run of his career. He is truly as clutch as they come. Yep. And the 3-run jack is all she wrote. That's what they do. And the Blue Jays are in the World Series for the first time in 32 years, and the team that they are taking on are the defending World Series champs. Interestingly enough, if you remember, before Shohei Ohtani took the retirement deal, with the Dodgers. If you remember, for a hot minute, his plane was seen in Toronto, and it turned out to be what are the folks from Shark Tank? Robert Herjavec? Was that who his planes was?
I think I remember.
A lot of people thought Shohei was going to sign with the Blue Jays.
I prayed he signed with the Mets, but
I hear
they
you.
were in on it.
Prayed,
but obviously he goes to the Dodgers, and now here come the Dodgers to Rogers Center to start it all off on Friday night. And it's going to be a team with tons of stars against a team with a handful of stars, but some players who just do not strike out. They put the ball in play, and they field it. And Bo Bichette's coming back. They just did this without Bo Bichette.
Right. And Vladdy's on a heater.
He is on a heater.
Yeah. So, yeah.
He is on a heater, and you could feel it. Like, in that building, he's plugged into them. They're plugged into him. Yep. Like back in the day, Marshawn Lynch in Seattle and J.J. Watt in Houston. Sure. He gets a hit. The whole place just starts getting revved up. It's going to be a terrific World Series.
Are we rooting for the Blue Jays?
I think most of America is outside of Los Angeles.
Okay.
I'm not.
You're not? You rooting for the Dodgers?
Yeah.
Oh, my team.
Okay.
I want another
Told you that was my grandpa's team, man. So
maybe it's just all about money, like Soto for you.
There you go.
Got it.
They say a full marathon is the ultimate test. For me, it's more than a race. It's a milestone I once thought impossible. Michelle Smallman here, and I'm running my very first marathon in New York City with the support of Gainbridge and Gainbridge Assists powered by Parity. Together, we're empowering girls and women through sports and education with grants to 32 organizations in 21 states. Every step I take is for the finish line and for the next generation chasing their dreams. Here's to 26.2 miles and a future with no limits.
Hey, it's Kirk Herbstreit. On game day, great prep makes all the difference. Same goes for your pizza. That's why I go with Frigidaire Stone-Baked Pizza Oven. Fresh pizzas go from dough to done in just 2 minutes.
Whether you're throwing a party or squeezing in dinner between plays, this oven delivers hot, crispy, restaurant-quality pizza right from your kitchen. Only from Frigidaire. Game-ready pizza. Get it today at the Home Depot. How doers get more done.
What's up, guys? Sean Mapes here. Prize Picks is the best way to cash in on your Texans and Rockets this season. Make your picks in 60 seconds and turn your takes into cash all season long on Prize Picks. Prize Picks is the only app that offers stacks, meaning you can pick the same player up to 3 times in the same lineup. Want to pick more on Kevin Durant's points, rebounds, and three-pointers? Now you can pick them all in the same lineup only on Prize Picks. You can also follow other Prize Picks players directly on the app and copy their lineups in just one click. Whether it's a friend, a celebrity, or just someone whose picks you like, hit the follow button and check out every lineup they create in the all-new Feed tab on Prize Picks. Join the millions of users and sign up for America's #1 daily fantasy sports app. Download the Prize Picks app today and use promo code MAPES to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. That's promo code MAPES to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. Prize Picks. it's good to be right.
Must be present in certain states. Visit prizepicks.com for restrictions and details.
You've heard me talking about Two Creeks Crossing Resort. What a beautiful, relaxing place. We took the family when school got out, and we had a fantastic time. We stayed in the treehouse. You know the kids love that. I drove up after I got off work and was there in 90 minutes, which is pretty close to my normal commute. The family took it all in, from exploring their 92-acre property to fishing in the creeks and their catch-and-release pond, which the kids loved. Everybody had a great time, and we can't wait to go back. Book now at twocreekscrossingresort.com.
It's your guy, Sean, with Greenlight Offer, and guess what? We are still buying houses at fair prices. If you own a house and want to sell it fast in the most simplest way, I'm your guy. Call me today at 832-779-4000. We buy houses in any condition, any price range, in any location in the Texas area. Every single month, every single weekend, every single day, we are doing two things, Houston, and that's helping homeowners like yourself with their property problems and buying houses. In 2024, we bought 138 houses, and we want to buy more. We buy inherited houses, vacant houses, pretty houses, not so pretty houses, behind in payment houses. We even bought my tenant won't pay me the rent houses. We buy them all. We will buy your house in as-is condition. No repairs needed, no clean out, and we will pay for movers to help you move. Call me at 832-779-4000 for a same-day offer. That's 832-779-4000. Call for Sean with Greenlight Offer, and I'll get your Greenlight number on your house today. Woo!
Whatever your vision for holiday decorating, the Home Depot has what you need to bring it to life. Like our warm white holiday lights with steady lit technology, so your lights stay glowing even if one bulb fails. Whether you're going for a soft, warm glow or a colorful display of holiday cheer, choose from our wide variety of holiday lights starting at $5 in store only. Find everything you need to get your holidays started with the Home Depot.
Find what you love, love what you find. A Total Wine and More. There's so much waiting for you. Spirits and beer, thousands of wines. Guides in the know and prices so low, it just might blow your mind. You're gonna find what you love and love what you find.
With curbside pickup and delivery available, you'll always find what you love, only at Total Wine and More.
Drink responsibly, B21.
Jeremy Branham here. You've heard me talk about Pro Dunk Hoops and their drill-powered lightning adjust system that lets you raise and lower your goal in seconds. It's 10 times faster with zero effort. Right now, with your new Pro Dunk basketball goal, you can get the lightning adjust system for free. That's a $249 savings. But you have to call. You won't find this offer on the website, so call Pro Dunk at 281-351-9822 and mention ESPN. That's 281-351-9822.
This is ESPN 97.5, KFNC, and 97.9 HD2 Mont Bellevue, Houston. Brought to you by Zada Jewelers.
Houston, standing by, over.
Jeremy and Joe starts now.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Huntington Bank Studios, here's Jeremy Branham and Joe George.
Hello, Houston. He's Joe. I'm Jeremy. We're Jeremy and Joe. Brian here as well. Lots to get to today. Really not a lot to get to today. There's really only two things to get to today, but I imagine we'll be talking about them a lot. Rockets opening night. OKC Thunder. It's going to be a fun one tonight. And then, I usually get some griping right about now. Texans, Seahawks, little Monday night football, late night. You were the closest one to hitting the end of game, final horn.
Yeah, I said 12:32. It ended at 12:27. I had it at.
Yeah, we were worried about that. Not this, lackadaisical offense. Not C.J. Stroud regressing. Not the offensive line being exposed. Not Nick Caley being an incompetent coordinator. I forgot what we were calling him whenever they lost 3 in a row. Nick Caley Weiss. Nick Caley Weiss was he was in rare form yesterday. Defense was okay, but not a good night in Seattle for the Houston Texans. Although it was a successful sports night for me, seeing the way that the Mariners got eliminated from the ALCS and have never been to a World Series. You know how many teams in Major League Baseball have never been to a World Series?
One.
Just the one.
That's
just
it.
The one. And to have Springer do it after they were booing him after he got hit in the knee, that was priceless. That was rich. And we'll talk about that a little bit later. But this Houston Texans performance show, You had a bye, and I saw a lot of people like, you had 15 days to prepare for this. It didn't matter. It didn't matter if you had perfect preparation. You know why? Because Seattle's defense versus the Houston Texans offense was a mismatch. The Seattle defense is Booker T, and the Houston Texans offense is Branham. It didn't matter. You could have had the perfect game plan yesterday, and you weren't beating Seattle. You were getting pushed back in the trenches every single play. Every stinking play. So, oh, you had 15 days and this is the preparation. It didn't matter. You could have had Bill Parcells, Bill Belichick, Andy Reid. Name your great head coach. It did not matter. Seattle, so much better on the defensive side than the Houston Texans on the offensive side. Will Anderson yesterday scored as many touchdowns as the Houston Texans, and Will Anderson's touchdown wasn't in garbage time like the Houston Texans offense was. They started the year 0-3, and then they thought it was a good idea to revert back to all of their 0-3 tricks. Oh, let's go Laken Tomlinson starting left guard after he didn't play a snap going into the bye that final week, the game against the Ravens. Christian Kirk's hurt. We need another aging wide receiver who's no good and not as good as Jalen Noel. Let's play Braxton Berrios, and on top of Braxton Berrios getting more snaps than Jalen Noel, you know what we're going to do? You know what we're going to do? We're going to give him punt returning duties too. This was the biggest Homer Simpson backing away in the hedge that I've ever seen for a Houston Texan offense. Because after 3 games, like, oh, this offense is atrocious. You were right. And then it's like, oh, the second half against Tennessee, we're showing things. It's Tennessee, mind you. Oh, Baltimore, look, we're doing things against Baltimore. And then I watched that quarterback school, Joe, and I heard quarterback school teach us. He's like, yeah, look, the Texans are blowing the brakes off of Baltimore, but look at the stupid stuff they're doing. And that scared me. That scared me when I heard him say that even in a blowout, you have quarterback school questioning your offensive guru-ness, if that's a word. I don't know. I just used it. And then we saw that performance yesterday where it went back to a 0 for me. Like, confidence I have in Nick Weiss and the Houston Texans offense, it's at a 0.
Honestly, I think it's worse now than it was before. Because even against the Rams and the Buccaneers, I didn't feel like they were getting bullied at the line of scrimmage the way that they were. I mean, Ed Ingram, Jake Andrews, they're 2 of the guys that they're in the backfield meeting Woody Marks at the line of the scrimmage every single time. They were getting bullied for 4 quarters. It was embarrassing. They couldn't stop any of those guys. If Leonard Williams, if he could stay if he wasn't so gassed all the time and could stay in the game, this game wouldn't have been close. It's an embarrassing loss, honestly. To have that many turnovers, a blocked field goal, and yeah, you lost by a touchdown and a 2-point conversion, great. But you should have won that football game. If you had any level of competent offense, the same thing we said earlier in the season. If they had a competent offense, the Texans would have no problem being above 500 right now. But they are fully incompetent. And it's everything. It's not one thing. It's not just Nick Caley. It's not just the offensive line. It's all of it. It's all bad. You're getting big drops from your star wide receiver when you need them. You're getting low S2 plays from your quarterback multiple times in this game. Like, you're getting all the bad stuff.
You're not supposed to say that.
I'm going to say it because it was the low S2 game for CJ.
Yeah.
Specifically the first 2 possessions. I mean, what a disaster.
Yeah. Like, I think you can break it down into, many different conversations. We're going to be peeling back the layers of this stinker, this rotten tomato, throughout most of the show. We'll talk other stuff. Kevin Durant makes his Rockets debut today. Got to talk about that. We got to hand out game balls. We got to cash them or trash them. Plenty to get to. But when I look at the game, the 2 things that stand out the most to me, and one probably greater than the other, the offense way up here, and then C.J. Stroud is like topic B to the offense. Because all of it was bad. Like, well, what? Like, people are having this conversation too. Like, what is the ratio of blame? How much are you blaming Nick Weiss? How much are you blaming the offensive line? How much are you blaming Stroud? I really don't want to have that conversation because it's all crappy. It's all bad. Caley was bad. Offensive line was bad. C.J. Stroud was bad. All of it. Chris Fowler, who I don't love on NFL games, by the way. I didn't mind that broadcast, though. Like, I saw some people criticizing the broadcast. Oh, like, we have to deal with this broadcast the entire thing. I didn't mind them. I thought they were fine.
I appreciate it because they were crushing the Texans throughout all of it.
Yeah.
Specifically Orlovsky was.
Yes, he was.
I mean, he was calling it elementary school level stuff that they're getting wrong. It was one of the ugliest games we've had to watch.
In a long time.
It was abysmal. The fact that it started at 9 o'clock, maybe it makes it so much worse. It's that late. But
it spanned 2 days, Joe.
Yeah.
We had to watch this terrible offensive performance span 2 days, the end of Monday into the beginning of our Tuesday.
Yeah, it ruined my Monday and it ruined my Tuesday.
It spoiled 40% of our weekday.
Yeah. It was
unbelievable.
It was just awful. Like, this game was all ugly. Like, there's like 1 or 2 redeeming qualities on offense, and that's it. Like, all of it was just, I can't believe how bad it was. Because I'll push back against the 15 days a little bit. I know that they're just that much better than you.
Yes.
But there's still no good game plan, it feels like. Even at the end of the game, when you're trying to come back, and you haven't had anything working all day. And on 3 straight plays, your only plan is for C.J. Stroud to throw it deep down the field and overthrow his wide receivers. That's it?
Yeah.
That's all you got? It's just, that's Madden. Like, that's when you're down big and you're playing your buddy in college football 26 or in Madden. Like, you're just throwing the ball down the field, chucking and praying.
Mm-hmm. That's exactly what happened, yeah.
That's all it was.
Desperate times call for desperate measures.
No, and those 3 receivers were also open. C.J. missed all of them.
He did.
But it was just, there's no plan, and you can go through those plays or the 3rd and 4th and 1, the red zone stuff. So, yeah, they had 15 days, and Seattle outmatches them. But it's not like – it's like Nick Haley didn't learn anything. It feels like – and I can't prove this. But it feels like they watched the last 2 games, and we're just like, yep, we're cooking. It's like they ignored the first 3 games of the season.
Yeah.
All the fundamental flaws with their offense that were so clear to all of us. They just, like, pretended like it didn't happen because they were close.
There was a solid amount of fans that thought that they clicked, like everything was clicking, like this is going to be the momentum. And like, I'm sitting here saying, well, what are you? You've showed us the first 3.5 games, and then you showed us the last 1.5. Like 3.5, I understand that it wasn't the most recent. I think is a better litmus test than the last 1.5. I mean, we talked about this yesterday, that going up against the Seattle defense and McDonald defense, which by the way, they're pretty stinking good.
Mm-hmm.
You know what else? Like, people thought that this pass rush wasn't legit because, like, they beat up on Trevor Lawrence and stuff. Say that now. Say that now, because they exposed your offensive line. I can't wait, because I'm a glutton for punishment, to go back and watch this all 22 and look at it from a perspective of this offensive line having operational failure. And I've seen a few clips already out there where like 3 guys are blocking 1 player, and then you have free rushers, because the free rushers in this game felt infinite. It felt like every single play Seattle was going to have a free rusher at C.J. Stroud, which does make it very difficult for a quarterback. It makes life very difficult on a quarterback. But still, whenever Stroud had opportunity, he was terrible. Look, quarterbacks are going to face adversity in the NFL. How do you handle that adversity? And the ones that handle the adversity well are the best. I'm at the point where with C.J. Stroud, and kind of bouncing all over the place here, but like my take on C.J. Stroud currently, prisoner of the moment, I understand, is that I think C.J. Stroud, when things are well around him, when they're good around him, I think he can be very good. I think he can be very good when things are good around him. He hasn't shown me anything whenever things are bad around him that he can lift up the rest of the team.
Yep.
And look, there's a lot of quarterbacks in the NFL that are like that. Like, there's not many quarterbacks in the NFL where if things are terrible around them, they can lift them up. There might be like 3. You know what I mean? Like Josh Allen, Pat Mahomes. Even Mahomes had struggles with bad offensive line play and bad skill position players. Lamar Jackson would be in that mold. So there's like, 2 to 5 quarterbacks in the entire world, whenever things are bad around them, that they can lift the team regardless. Stroud's not in that conversation, and perhaps we did overrate him after his rookie year, or we're throwing him in the top 5. Like, he's way more Jared Goff than he is Joe Burrow, Pat Mahomes, Lamar Jackson, Josh Allen, all of those things. But speaking specifically about Caley, and we'll get to Stroud a lot, well, who would you rather have as your offensive coordinator, Nick Caley or Clint Kubiak?
Kubiak.
Okay, so a miss there by the Houston Texans coaching staff, because both of those guys were available in the offseason. Now, Kubiak, failures in New Orleans, but a play caller. Nick Caley, this is his first ever play calling job. Here's a wacky one for you. Would you rather have Nick Caley Weiss as your offensive coordinator or Dan Orlovsky as your offensive coordinator?
Honestly,
I think I'd rather have Orlovsky. Give me the unknown.
Yeah.
Give me the unknown of Orlovsky.
A guy that has said he's had teams reach out to him. So it's not
really?
like, he said that on ESPN, that teams have reached out to him about coaching before. Maybe not as an OC, but maybe as like a quarterback coach, and having him in the system. But right now, I'd rather have Orlovsky.
Yeah, that's
I'd rather have Charlie Weiss.
I don't know.
Junior.
Is Senior still with us?
I think Senior's still with us.
Okay. I didn't know that.
Because honestly, I think at this point, calling him Nick Caley Weiss might be an
compliment.
insult to Charlie Weiss.
Yeah, I'm trying to insult them both, really.
I know, but it's that bad that I think you might need to go lower.
Yeah, perhaps I do.
Like maybe who was calling plays for the Patriots that last year? Matt Patricia?
I don't know. They were like Patricia, Joe Judge. They were kind of coy.
Yeah, maybe that combo. Because
Not
that's
good,
what this
man.
feels like. It is incompetent is the only word I can use.
So I thought that Chris Fowler, and this is where I was going to go here, and I got totally off track. Chris Fowler, who again I like in college more than I like NFL, I thought he summed up Nick Caley perfectly. At least last night. Maybe not like, over the whole body of 6 games, maybe not over the whole body of what Nick Caley Weiss is going to be, but especially for last night. He said that he is stubborn. He said that Nick Caley and the Houston Texans offense is stubborn. And I thought that was a beautiful and poetic and just and honest and correct way to sum up what the Houston Texans did yesterday. Because their offensive line stood no chance against the defensive line. It'd be like me trying to run through that fake brick wall. I would lose that matchup 10 out of 10 times. But what did Nick Caley do 10 times out of 10? He tried to run into that brick wall, only to foolishly move backwards. The defensive line pushed on the offensive line. Whoever the running back was, it didn't matter. They didn't have a chance. Nick Chubb, Woody Marks, you're going the other way. And it was perfectly... The perfect microcosm was the 3rd and 1, 4th and 1 that you brought up. Because it was an 8-point game right there. 8-point game, 1 possession. You're approaching midfield. Not quite in midfield yet, but close. Getting there. Getting close to the 50. You got 3rd and 1, 4th and 1. You go running play, 3rd and 1, 0 push. That was your better gain there. I think it was like no gain. So 4th and 1, 4th and a yard and a half. Here we go. What are we going to do? Same old thing. Same old thing. We're going to run into that brick wall that we have zero chance to break through. Zero chance to impede. We're just going to bang our head against the brick wall and look terrible and look incompetent offensively.
Especially because they also did a great job pointing out that every single time they ran a play action and Dalton Schultz just went out into the flat a little bit, he was wide open.
Wide open.
Every single time. It's worked all game. It worked nonstop. Seattle was going for the run because they clearly had a feel that they were always going to run it. They were going to let Schultz have his moment.
Yeah.
But you got a chance there. You don't run it either time. You run the same play. I mean, even at the end of the game, you got guys in bunch. They're pointed out on the broadcast. You got 3 guys in the bunch to the left. They're moving 1 guy in motion, and they're running the same base concept every single time. The offense is simple. He doesn't have a bag.
I don't mind simple, but have some feel out of your simpleness.
I don't think he has a feel of what to call. He doesn't have plays to call. Like it was a joke, but like I saw PFT commenter say last night, do the Texans have anything besides run it or just throw it up in the air? Like, do they have real plays? Because it didn't feel like they had real plays last night again.
The best play callers have tremendous amount of feel. Like, they know what is working. They know what's not working. They know the push of their offensive line. They know the opposite of push of their offensive line. And there are certain coaches who get so caught up in, like, having plays that they want to go to that they have a difficult time and they have trouble realizing that they need to let go of some plays. They need to throw the white towel in on some of the stuff that's going on in a particular game. But you get so stubborn that, okay, well, this is something we worked on all week. We think it's going to work and we're going to do it no matter what. And you're ignoring what's actually happening in the game. I think that happened to Nick Caley yesterday where, we believe that we got to be a running football team. And, it's our mantra that we have to get a yard on 3rd and 1. We have to get a yard on 4th and 1. So this is what we're going to do because we're really good at it. We believe that we're really good at it. But you're not really having any feel for the game and realize that it is not working. Mm-hmm. That is something you can't continue to go to. That well, it didn't even run dry. The well never opened to begin with. So I think Caley lacks feel, and I think it's very obvious. Schultz had 10 targets yesterday. He should have had 20. Mm-hmm. He should have had 20 targets yesterday. I have other reasons that Nick Caley's stubborn, too. How about whenever the Texans were down by 2 possessions with 7 minutes, and they were running their 4-minute offense? That was awesome. We'll talk about Stroud. We'll get to some bright spots. Like, I think you have to do that if we're going to be critical, too. We have to be fair. Lots to get to today, though. NFL overreactions after 7 weeks. It is opening night for the Houston Rockets. on NBC. I cannot wait, although I am going to miss Ryan Hollins on the call. But all-time starting five for the Rockets in honor of tonight being opening night. We'll discuss that a little bit later as well. Game Balls, Waiver Wire Tuesday. It's a jam-packed edition of Jeremy and Joe. 713-780-ESPN if you want to weigh in. 713-780-3776. We're on YouTube at ESPN Houston. We're on TikTok, bang, bang, at ESPN 975. He's at Joe George Radio. I'm at Jeremy Branham. We're on Twitter as well at ESPN 975. Joe at Joe George Radio. Brian at Sack by BMAC. I'm at Jeremy Branham. Where are you with Kaylee, Houston? 713-780-3776. Jeremy and Joe, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
You're listening to ESPN 97.5.
Hi, I'm Sean with Energy Texas, and I'm a customer too. I'm proud to say our rates are 17% below the national average. Every day, our team is focused on keeping costs lower for you. We take affordability personally because this is our home too. So we work harder and smarter to fight rising costs, while also improving reliability for years to come. This isn't just my job, it's a commitment to my community. Together, we power life. Entergy.
Summers in Texas are hot, but not for me, John Granado, because I have Coors Light. And Coors Light is all about keeping Texas chilled. Do you want to beat the summer heat? I recommend cold, clean, crisp, refreshing Coors Light. Grab a 12-pack or case so that you got your home base covered. And when you're hanging at your favorite watering hole, order a bottle or a bucket with those beautiful blue mountains. I love me some Coors Light. You will too. Choose chill. Choose Coors Light.
This message is approved by the man of the people, John Granado.
Attention taxpayers, if you owe $5,000 or more in back taxes to the IRS, don't wait for the October 15th extension deadline. Your problems will only continue to grow. The IRS is using advanced AI tools to identify and collect unpaid taxes faster than ever, meaning tax debt collections will become increasingly aggressive. Call Priority Tax Relief now. Their experts fight back fast and are saving their clients millions in tax debt every month.
After speaking on my behalf with the IRS, my entire debt of $25,000 will be eliminated.
I owed over $50,000 and they settled it for pennies on the dollar. These guys are as legit as they come.
If you miss another tax deadline, you're stacking more debt on top of what you already owe with increasing penalties and interest. You now owe more today than you did yesterday. Call for your free consultation. Priority Tax Relief. Let's make your taxes our priority. Call 800-418-1404. 800-418-1404. 800-418-1404.
Priority Tax Relief.
Chances are, if you've been to a few weddings, corporate events, rodeo committee gatherings, or charity dinners over the years, you've enjoyed Damaris Catering.
Yanni Damaris here. Most people know Damaris Barbecue. Our family's been at it since 1964. Well, Damaris Catering has been around since the early 70s. We do events from 20 people to 5,000, serving a variety of cuisines to cater at any event.
From no tie to bow tie, it's taken care of. Damaris Catering. Find them at damaris.com.
Listen up. Are you experiencing ED, weight gain, and fatigue? Get a P-shot, Botox, and stem cells to improve your blood flow. Lose weight with GLP-1s like semaglutide. Improve your energy with low T pellets and peptide therapy. See Dr. Mitchell in the Woodlands. Visit ErectionCenter.com or call or text 972-355-3771. That's 972-355-3771. No more excuses. Start living your best life today. 972-355-3771.
This is Jeremy and Joe.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Huntington Bank Studios, here's Jeremy Branham and Joe George.
He's Joe, I'm Jeremy. 713-780-ESPN. We'll get to your text in a minute. A lot of frustration here, rightfully so. We're getting criticized a little bit too, which par for the course. You know what par is?
It's when you make the right amount of shots in golf.
Right amount of shots?
Sure.
That's
I didn't know I was the phrase.
No.
The shots you're supposed to
I think I know what you meant.
You kind of said it, but you said it in a way that makes it sound like you're new to the game.
See, I think if you asked Brendan Riley that, who was infamously knowledgeable at golf, he would not know how to answer that.
You're supposed to hit
I think
three, you
got
made
it right.
three.
It's the amount of shots it should take you to complete the hole.
That's what I said.
No, not really.
That's what I meant.
Yeah, it's what you meant.
Yeah.
It's not what you said.
It's not what he said.
That was directionally correct.
More indirectionally correct.
Yeah. Look, I know football. That's all I know.
It depends on if we're grading with a curve or not. We'll grade with a curve here. I put you on the spot. So here are some other areas that really Annoyed me. We'll go with that. Annoyed me with Nick Caley-Weiss yesterday. So the Houston Texans were down by 15 points with a little more than 6 minutes left in the game. So what do you have to do when you're down by 2 possessions, a little bit more than 6 minutes left in the game? Offensively, you have the ball.
Move quickly.
Quickly? Like you want to move a little bit of pace?
Urgency.
A little bit of tempo? A little bit of urgency? And look, I'll be honest with you. I don't know where to assign the blame here. I don't know if it's play caller. I don't know. Hey, I mean, D'Amico, you're not calling defensive plays. The reason you gave up defensive plays was to be more involved with the offense. D'Amico Ryans, as the head coach, as the CEO of the football operation, could very well go, hey, let's move quicker. Because that's something that I was saying to my television. And if I could say it to my television, D'Amico can say it to his subordinates, right? He can say that to his offensive coordinator. He can say that to his quarterback. Let's pick up the pace. Let's move. Do you think a really good head coach in the NFL would allow for that slowpoke offense when you're down by 15 with 6 minutes to play? Maybe a head coach the next day says that we were only a possession away. Maybe that's the kind of demeanor that we're currently seeing in Houston. So I went back and watched specifically the Houston Texans offense because I felt in the moment, and a lot of times I'll feel in the moment and like, hey, they're not playing fast, and then I'll go back and watch. But okay, they're moving faster than I give them credit for. I was being a little bit critical or whatever. So the Texans had the ball a little bit more than 6 minutes to play, down by 15. I think they had a third down. They threw a long pass to Jalen Noel, which, by the way, Jalen Noel was your best receiver yesterday and played like 35% of the snaps, which is a problem that the Houston Texans coaches can't identify that, by the way, but it's beside the point. So Jalen Noel completes a long pass. It took 39 seconds. There was 1 second on the play clock on a running clock before they ran their next play. 39 seconds. Run the ball, stop the foot short. They waste 25 more seconds, which, again, why are you running the ball? You can't get any push. The clock is ticking. If you don't get in, you're going to waste time. What are you doing? Next time, they had the ball. 16 seconds off the clock after another Jalen Noel catch. This is on the next drive after they got stopped, 4th and goal, whatever. 16 seconds ran off the clock. They threw a ball to Dalton Schultz. 16 more seconds off the clock. They threw a little dump off to Braxton Berrios because Stroud was about to get buried in Seattle again. 25 seconds came off the clock. Woody Marks, ball near the goal line, stuffed. You know how much time came off the clock? 35 seconds! 35 seconds! You have to go. You have to be quick. You have to play fast. You need to preserve time. They're wasting 39 seconds, 35 seconds, 25 seconds. And look, I understand that it takes time to get the next play in. I get all of that. But let's be very, very generous. Let's be kind to the Houston Texans here. If you just save 10 seconds a pop there, that's it, which is being very, 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 very generous, very, very conservative. You could say 20 seconds on some of these. Let's just say 10 seconds on each of those examples. That's 6 different plays, saving 10 seconds where you save a minute of game time, a full minute. And the Texans find themselves late in the game where they scored with 2:05 to play. You're down a possession. You're trying to decide what you want to do. Do you want to onside kick it? Do you want to kick it out of the end zone? Do you want to kick it out of bounds? They decide to kick it out of bounds, and Fairbairn doesn't do a job there. Happens, I guess. But you could have had an extra minute if you move with any sort of urgency. Instead of kicking it away with 2:05 and 1 timeout to play, you would have had 3:05 if you have just a baseline intelligence on saving time. I look at this, Joe, and I really worry that they are extremely incompetent and poorly coached.
Yes.
That's a minute off the clock when every jabroni that has ever watched football knows that you need to pick up the pace. So that terrifies me on a bunch of different levels. That terrifies me that you don't have a quarterback that realizes the situation and can hustle his team to the line and get a bunch of plays going in a short period of time. It worries me that you have an offensive coordinator that is either to blame or allows it, and then it worries me that you have a head coach that allows it.
Yep, all of that. And also worries me that you don't have an offensive coordinator and a quarterback that feel comfortable calling 2 plays. Call 2 plays at once, Jeremy. We see high school football teams do this.
Yeah.
You give 2 plays. You run one. You run to the line of scrimmage. You run the next one. You burn no time. Like, it's all, like, whether it's CJ not being able to get the play, give the play to his teammates, get to the line of scrimmage, everyone gets set up and go. Or what I lean towards more is Nick Caley can't figure out what play he wants to run. And he's taking his sweet time calling a play. But it's one of those two things. It's either your quarterback cannot get the information to his teammates and get to the line of scrimmage, or your offensive coordinator is not calling a play quickly enough. Most likely what it is, honestly, is probably a combination of both.
Probably.
Is that your offensive coordinator doesn't know what he wants to call. He's taking his sweet time getting in. But you're right, where's D'Amico? Like you're not calling plays.
And here's the other thing, though. Like, really good play callers, really good coaches, they have a plan for what's going to happen.
He's got no plan.
They're not waiting for the moment. They're not waiting, oh, that pass was complete. We got 15 yards. Here's what we're going to do at a 1st and 10 at the opponent 35. The best play callers and the best coaches, they already have in their mind what they're going to do next. They're playing chess 2 moves ahead. I think Nick Haley's playing checkers in real time. Like, you have a game plan for what you're looking at a 2nd and 10 at your own 28-yard line. I'm going to get no gain on this play, incomplete pass. I'm going to get sacked. I'm going to pick up 5 to 7 yards. I'm going to pick up 12, 15 yards. You're playing out these scenarios in your head where you have something ready to go quickly based on any outcome that you might see.
But he's not, because he's never done it before.
Very clearly, he is not thinking ahead.
You hired a first-time offensive coordinator who's never been in these positions before. He's never called plays in a serious situation like this. Maybe he called at some low-level college or something before, but he's never been in this position. This is why you hire a play caller with at least some experience, because you're now in a position where your contracts are about to blow up, and you're going to get a very expensive roster, and you are trying to figure out an offensive coordinator calling plays for the first time, being in these situations for the first time. Again, it is not all on Nick Haley. It's not. It is an easy target, because he's the new OC, but it's not all on him. But he, D'Amico, and CJ in that moment, collectively, they have to be better.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter that Kaimi messed it up. He was supposed to kick it out of bounds or kick it out of the end zone. It doesn't matter, because the ultimate problem is everything you laid out. It's what happened before that.
A full minute generously.
Yes, you should have.
A full minute generously.
Yes, if you have that, you have 1 timeout and a 2-minute warning.
Yeah.
If you score at the same pace, but let's say you score with 3:05 left instead of 2:05 left, you're getting the ball back with what, like a minute 30?
Yeah.
Left in the game?
Assuming Tim Settle doesn't jump on a pile, which is a ridiculous call because the whistle had not blown.
A lot of bad calls last night, too. Like, I don't want to hear it, though.
No. Nothing that happened officiating the game impacted the result. In fact, it was a miracle the Texans lost by 8. They should have lost by 28, Joe. They won the turnover battle 4-1. Cooper Kupp threw an interception, what is Kubiak doing? Like, you're dominating the Houston Texans defense and you're running a trick play. That was Nick Haley-esque. That was dumb, Kubiak. Like, I hate when offense coordinators do that. Like, trick plays are whenever you're not dominating. Like, trick plays are whenever, like, you're looking for a spark. You're looking for an answer. Whenever you're just running the ball right down the field on a defense, that's not the time for a trick play. The Kubiak gifted the Texans something there. But, like, you got a touchdown because Darnold took a sack in the end zone.
Mm-hmm.
The Seattle very easily could have scored a touchdown on a ball that C.J. Stroud threw backwards. Like, that could have very easily been a 30-point loss last night.
Easily.
Yeah, and, like, I guess tip your cap that the Texans fought and the defense kept them in the game and all. No, I'll give the Texans defense credit.
I mean, the defense, yes, but, like they fought. They did their job. But, like, I don't want to give them credit because they should have won last night's game.
But the defense played well enough to win, I think.
Mostly. They should have lost by 30, but they also should have just won because they got the turnovers. The defense did their job.
Right, so you have to tip your cap to the defense.
To the defense, yes.
Well, that's what I said, Joe.
But not to the Texans.
Okay,
I can't give the whole team.
Yeah, maybe I did say that.
Yeah.
Okay, fair enough.
But defense, yes. But, like, the offense, it's a joke.
Couple more things on Kaylee, Joe. The Houston Texans were 2 for 15 on 3rd down. They were 1 for 4 on 4th down. On the critical downs, they were 3 for 19. And look, Seattle's very, very good. Last week I said Seattle's the most underrated team in the NFL. I still feel that way. I think their defense is legit. Do I think Darnold's going to have like a Super Bowl run? Probably not. But they're going to be a tough out whenever they get into the postseason. The Texans had 3 red zone trips yesterday, some of them inside the 10. They mustered 1 touchdown on a broken play that Woody Marks made happen, actually. Like getting open and popping free for Stroud. That was I'm over Nick Haley. I told you yesterday, if they put a 30-burger on the board, 350 yards, I'd feel good. If we saw a performance like this, I'm all out on Nick Haley. I have zero confidence in Nick Haley. I pointed out a bunch of different things that give me no confidence in him. I think it's rudimentary, Joe, to handle the clock better than they handled the clock yesterday. And seeing their clock management, amongst other things, makes me think that they have the worst offensive operation. I don't want to talk that specific. One of the worst offensive operations in the NFL. I'm talking from like a scheme perspective. I'm talking from a management perspective. I'm not talking from a personnel perspective. I'm not talking about a skill perspective. I'm talking about organization, scheme, game plan, game management. Their offensive operation is trash.
What's funny, though, about that, remember what D'Amico's answer was like 3 weeks ago when they asked him, hey, what'd you like about Nick Caley's offense going from week 1 to week 2? He's like, well, we get to the line quicker. Like, it's a smoother operation. It's hilarious to think about all the quotes we heard earlier in the season to then compare that to what we saw last night. Like, D'Amico's whole praise of Caley as well, it's a smooth operating process, which we thought was a really lame compliment for an offense that was failing. But even that tiny little compliment, they can't get right.
No, but it was like he was right at the time.
Well, after Baltimore.
No, I know, but it was better. Like
but this was said from week 1 to week 2.
Yeah, everything went. Oh yeah, everything went backwards. I mean, the amount of Dari we saw last night.
He went in there much.
He wasn't on the field.
He was in there enough to see it pretty clear. He can't block.
I mean, he went out on a route. I saw a pass to him that was like incomplete. How many snaps did Dari get last night? Take a guess.
I think he got 13%.
He 12. Yeah, pretty close. 12%. Yeah. 9 snaps.
Like it's still but you have Dari's back in your left guard situation. You're changing again. Like you're just reverting. You reverted backwards on a bunch of stuff that it was good for 6 quarters. Why go back to the broken stuff? Why go back to where
because
it was
you're
when
overrating
it was
the 6 quarters. You're overrating that was the whole thing after they beat Baltimore. Like, oh yeah, we're back.
Agree.
No, people overrated the 6 quarters against bad football teams. They took advantage of the sisters of the poor. But they played a real defense yesterday and they got exploited. They got exposed. We saw their true colors. That's what happened. They weren't different.
For sure.
They weren't different. They were just exposed.
Exactly like the first 3 games.
Yeah, this is who they are.
Yeah, they're bad.
Like they can. Well, you get the Tennessee Titans of the world who are terrible. Yeah, they'll go have a decent half against them. The Baltimore Ravens, who are for the first time, and I know they've been injury prone throughout the entire year, but they were even more depleted against you. So for the first time, they're seeing the depletion of their roster more than at any other point. They're also playing without Lamar Jackson, which probably hurts the mentality going into that game. And then you get some positive momentum and you hang up a bunch of points. You're like, oh yeah, here we go, we ride, we're back, baby. Texans offense is here to stay, and then you run up against a really good defense that flat out, I mean, all of the superlatives. They manhandled you. They exploited your offensive line. A lot of the fears that you had of the offensive line was like, okay, like they're playing like they're scheming up a protection. They're scheming up some pass pro for CJ Stroud. You got 3 dudes blocking 1 dude yesterday. You got free rushers left and right. You were exploited for who you are. Like, what is the old saying? Like, show us enough who you are, and we'll take you seriously.
Yeah, and we'll believe you.
Last night.
If someone tells you who they are over and over again, believe them.
They told us again last night, like they told us in the first 3.5 games. They told us that we are an incompetent offense. It's time for us to believe them.
Yeah. Absolutely.
You know what drove me crazy lots of things drove me crazy last night. But how many times did we see because a lot of times Seattle, when they would bring pressure, they would go with the double mug look and try to disguise who was coming, which the Texans never seem to do. But when they would do that and they'd walk somebody up to the line, they'd walk a safety up to the line, that guy got free every single time. CJ never adjusted a protection that picked that up, that blitzer. But on the other end, whenever the Texans would walk Petrie up, Darnold would stop. He would make a call. Petrie would have to back off, and when he eventually come anyway, he was picked up.
And what was the whole idea of this offense from last year to this year? Is that Stroud's gonna have more control at the line?
And anytime
maybe he can't.
Yeah, that was.
I don't think he can. I mean,
you give the guy the rope, and
I get sometimes when it's the double mug look, you don't know who's coming. That's one thing. But when they would literally tell you this guy's coming, and they still couldn't pick it up.
Yeah.
I mean, Brian, like you said, walking it up. What about the one where the safety sprinted to the line of scrimmage and it was obvious he was running full speed at the snap basically and sacked CJ Stroud? It was so obvious to everyone watching. We're not professional football players or coaches, but I'm also not stupid.
Yeah, but I hang out with professional coaches. Joe.
That's true, you do.
I really do.
And you took an elevator with Joe Burrow, so
I did.
Yeah.
I mean, I do rub elbows with coaches, with football coaches.
Yeah.
So
I would love to know what they think of this disaster.
I think through osmosis.
Yeah.
I know ball. 713-780-3776. Let's go out to the HR&P listener line. Julian, I think Bang Bang Niner Gang. What's up, Julian? You're in with Jeremy and Joe.
Hey, thank you for having me on the Jazz show. So let's go ahead and address the 49ers and Texans. I don't think we're going to beat y'all. I think our luck is going to run out sooner or later. Dude, no. See, the thing is, 49er fans are so delusional right now. They're reminding me of Cowboy fans. They can't see it. We're winning. Yes, we are winning, but I don't see a team that's going to do anything in the playoffs. We're getting by, and it's like a facade. Like it's the mirage. How about that? You see the water in the desert, but the closer you get, it's not there, brother. So, besides that, Sammy or CJ? Is y'all's answer still CJ, fellas?
No.
Because y'all just
it's not.
Said so many things. CJ can't even recognize a blitz to where he shades the protection.
Mm-hmm.
CJ is the general, and y'all are right? The whole, why are we wasting so much time? Why doesn't CJ have an urgency?
Yep.
Why does the head coach have to tell CJ to do that?
Yep.
Why does Nick Caley have to tell CJ to have a sense of urgency? Why isn't CJ grabbing the players and making them hurry up? This guy, he had one good year. It was a great year for a QB. It was an amazing year. And for the life of me, people won't let that go.
Appreciate it, Julian. You too.
Thank you for having me on the Jazz show.
Bang Bang Niner Gang.
Yeah, I mean, look, first of all, Julian, I strongly disagree with you about the outcome of Sunday's game. I think the Niners are going to crush the Houston Texans. But CJ does not deserve a pass for what's occurring. Like, you've changed your offensive coordinator. Your offensive line is a disaster. Your offensive coordinator sucks. But, like, CJ does not deserve a pass for these things. Like, maybe he doesn't have control at the line of scrimmage. If he doesn't, that's more of a concern for me that they don't feel comfortable giving it to him. I think he clearly does, at least at times. I think he just doesn't recognize what's happening in front of him. I don't know if that's poor coaching or lack of experience because he doesn't have it. He's doing something he's never done in his life.
He should probably be in a Shanahan system that's quarterback friendly. I'll say it. He probably should be.
I don't want to. The connotation of this is not what I mean, but he needs to be in an offense where it's dumbed down for him.
Shanahan.
Yeah.
It's a Shanahan scheme.
Take away the decisions.
Shanahan scheme makes things easy on the quarterback. Like the Patriot, Brady talked about this. He's like, our scheme is very sophisticated. It's very complicated. If you can master it, it's gonna take your ceiling higher. It's gonna give you a chance to grow higher. But if you can do it, it's also going to reduce your baseline. Mm-hmm. And when was Stroud's best year? It was whenever he had Bobby Slowick, who's from the Shanahan scheme. I'm all in on Mike McDaniel, man. Like, give me Mike McDaniel next year. I'm to the point of the season, and I hate saying this, because I expected the Texans to lose this game. I said they're going to lose this game, win the next three. I would like to walk that back, but I said that either earlier this week or last week. But I'm to the point now where, like, I don't know if this season is salvageable. Like, record-wise, you could still salvage the season. I'm not talking about it from a record point of view. Record point of view, you could salvage it. You're 2-4. That's not, the worst thing in the world. You could still turn it around. But from what I am seeing from this football team and how bad this offense is, this team's going nowhere. You're capped out at 9 wins in a divisional round exit at best. And that's probably unlikely. I'm almost looking at this year as like the David Robinson gets hurt for the Spurs, and then they win the lottery from Tim Duncan. Like, I'm to the point where I want a 5-12 season and find me the best offensive lineman possible. Nick Caley's gone, Mike McDaniel's in, and we're winning next year, baby. Like, I don't think this season's salvageable based on what I'm watching from the offense, not their record.
No, I think the questions about this season now is how much more change are we going to want to see happen between now and the end of the season? Because Nick Caley's the obvious one, right? Like, no one wants Nick Caley back. I said yesterday, I'm still on the hot seat, and that thing's on fire right now. He shouldn't have been the offensive coordinator. Honestly, the best thing for the Texans might have been for them to lose against the Baltimore Ravens. Maybe they could have changed OCs during the bye week. They probably wouldn't have.
But even then,
what does it matter?
It would have gone to Gerard Johnson, who had been another first-time
or
play
Bill Lazor.
caller.
But that's like,
it wouldn't matter.
What it does, like, maybe it looks different. Like, I'm to the point where I would like to see if it looks different. But no, I think I'm giving up on the 2025 season.
Yeah,
quite frankly. And to Julian's point about the Texans beating the Niners, I think that they're capable. I said it whenever we were looking at their next 4 games that they can. But whenever I really think about it, like, You're going to see Robert Saleh's defense against this offense? Like, who's winning that battle of the wits? Yeah, we saw McDonald yesterday absolutely exploit the Houston Texans offense. And you think Saleh's going to lose that battle? I understand they're shorthanded. I understand that they have some very good players that are out, and the smoke and mirrors, and like the mirage, as Julian put it, which I thought was so eloquent. I fear Robert Saleh. Like, that's my fear. Like, do I trust this Houston Texans team with this offense can beat a Robert Saleh masterclass defensively? I don't.
No.
I mean, the 49ers are favored by 3.5.
Can they beat any team with a good defense and a good defense coordinator?
I mean, maybe 13 to 10 game. You know, they can win an ugly dogfight,
but not because of your offense.
No.
Yeah.
Like, is C.J. Stroud and Nick Caley and the Houston Texans offense going to have a game this year against a top half NFL defense where they win you a shootout?
No.
Ain't happening.
No, against good defenses, they've scored 4 touchdowns in 4 games.
I mean, I think like the big picture stuff is far more concerning even than what we're seeing this year. It's just like with C.J. Stroud, like we're not seeing any. I don't think we're seeing growth. We're just seeing regression. Yeah, there's not a single Robert Saleh level defense. A competent defensive coordinator, I don't think allows this offense to score. And who knows how long Nico Collins will be out for. And like while Knowles a good story, but like Jade Higgins is open when he is. CJ can't find him, but he's also not open a lot. Dalton Schultz is fine. Like he can catch the ball, but he still moves like he's got cement blocks on his feet. Like it's this offense.
At least he catches it though.
He does catch it. That's true. He's catching it this year unlike last year. But like this offense, no. They're not going to do well against any competent defensive coordinator. I mean, the book is written on this team.
Who's the best offensive lineman in this draft? Let's create a riddle, like a suck for luck. Suck for that guy. Probably that's where I'm at.
Probably one of the 2 guys from Utah.
Yeah, suck for a Utah offensive lineman. Yeah. Like, let's find a riddle for that. 713-780-3776. The Junkies have a lot on their mind. Chucker, Mike, Pete, we'll get to you on the other side. And we'll get to the C.J. Stroud conversation in greater detail a little bit later as well. 713-780-3776. Jeremy and Joe on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. Thank goodness the NBA starts tonight. Am I right? Good thing that we go from that offensive debacle that we saw last night into the wee hours of this morning, and we get some good old basketball coming up tonight. College basketball right around the corner, too. Go Cougs. But it's that time of season where you, your significant other, your children, your neighbors, your in-laws, your relatives, you know what they're going to want to do? They're going to want to shoot some hoops. They're going to want to play some basketball. And if you really want to be a good host or a good husband or a good wife, whatever, a good grandparent, you know what you need to do? You need to get a goal from Pro Dunk. They make the highest quality basketball goals you'll find. Tempered glass backboard. That's real good because you get that true, authentic feel off the backboard. It's got stainless steel hardware. It's rust-proof, which is must-have in Houston. And you can raise and lower the goals anywhere from 5 to 10 feet. It's height adjustable. It's got a breakaway rim, which you can dunk on. You can hang on. It's going to keep you safe. They got the extended overhang, too, which is big for people like me who have weak ankles. You don't have to worry about spraining your ankle when the basketball is stanchion. They got the extended overhang for you. And their accessories are top-notch, too. It's still hot during the day. I get it. It's going to get darker sooner here pretty soon. So get the LED light kits. That way you can play all night long. Backstop nets. You don't have to chase the basketball around. And lots more, including pull pad lettering. And you can order all of this, including professional installation, online at ProDunk.com. That's right. The pros from ProDunk professionally install your goal at the perfect height, perfectly straight. You don't do anything. Let the pros at ProDunk do that work for you. And right now, if you call ProDunk and say, hey, I heard this ad on ESPN, you're going to receive the Lightning Adjust drill-powered height adjustment feature for free. It's a $249 value. You're getting it for free because you listen to Jeremy and Joe. It's installed for free, too, so you're not going to screw it up. It helps you raise and lower the goal 10 times faster with zero effort. That sounds like it's for me. Take advantage of this now. Call 281-351-9822, 281-351-9822, or visit them online, produnk.com. That's produnk.com.
You're listening to Jeremy and Joe.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Huntington Bank Studios, here's Jeremy Branham and Joe George.
Eric the Briar says, Shield Stroud, recruit a Ute. That's pretty good.
I like that.
That's pretty. Recruit a Ute. That's right up there with Suck for Luck. I like it, Eric the Briar. You got a winner here. 713-780-3776. We're listening to depressing Seattle music. You can understand why. Let's go out to the HRP listener line, 713-780-3776. Trucker Mike, you're in with Jeremy and Joe. What's up, Trucker Mike?
What's happening, Jeremy and Joe? How y'all doing today, man?
Good.
I think I called y'all a couple weeks ago after the Baltimore win, and I think I told you guys exactly what was going to happen. Now, I'm an Oilers fan, that diehard, but that era's over with. Now, I told you guys, don't get the falsehood of beating Baltimore because they were broke up already. We should have won that game. But now, and I told you guys also as well, is that let's see what happens the next couple of weeks. Against Seattle, against 49ers, against Denver. Those are three more losses. Those are one loss is already down, two more to go. Jacksonville, don't know what's going to happen there because they're not looking good either. So maybe we might squeeze the win out of Jacksonville. But against Denver and the 49ers right now, there's no hope. The season's done. We need an offensive line. We need an offensive coordinator. We need a whole new remake of offense, period. We don't have the highlight person on that team right now was what, the rookie wide receiver? I mean, he was great. I mean, we have to do a lot more. I'm still on the bandwagon, but we have to do a lot more. CJ's always been up in the air with me. That 1 year was, hey, that was great. But now they know your number.
Yep.
Now they know how you move.
Appreciate it, Trucker Mike.
You're going to change some things.
Oh, my bad. I didn't mean to
No
cut you off.
problem.
He's right. He's right. Trucker Mike, ball. I have no rebuttal. I agree with everything that you just said. I think I'm giving. I hadn't thought about that, Joe, until last segment. Like sometimes I say things that I probably shouldn't say. I hadn't thought about this. I usually like to put thought before I say it in word. I'm giving up on the 2025 season.
I mean, I'm with you. I don't know. I think 7 wins is your peak at this point. Like when we did this exercise after the Ravens, I think I said 9. You said 8. But 7 feels like the peak. And 7 includes a 1-seed Colts probably resting their starters.
Oh, yeah. Which you're not going to want to win that game if you're already playoff eliminated.
Yes.
You're going to be because you're trying to recruit a Ute.
Yeah.
You're trying to shield Stroud.
Well, they did that before, though. Lovie Smith that went out there and won a game.
And it worked. What's the old saying, though? I don't know. I'm not even going to try. 713-780-3776. Let's go back out to the HR&P listener line. Pete, you're in with Jeremy and Joe. What's up, Pete?
Hey, guys. How's it going?
Good.
Hey, real quickly, that team needs to make changes. But even if they dumb down the offense for Stroud, I don't think they could do it with an offensive line that had more leaks than my roof did last year after the hurricane. But I guess this season's going to be bad when the Texans are behind the Colts in the division. The Colts with a quarterback who reminded me more of Darren from the old Bewitched TV show than resembling a real quarterback. But I guess I was wrong, as a lot of people are. He's doing the job. But anyway, by the way, since I'm one of those delusional Cowboy fans, I do know better. We ain't going nowhere this year. I'm out.
Rack 'em, Pete. Rack 'em.
Yeah, I think
rack 'em.
I mean, the Cowboys feel like they're in a better spot than the Texans, at least.
Yeah. I don't know. I think they're very similar spots.
Okay, would you rather have an offense that can score 40 points a game, but your defense might give up 39, or the Texans situation, in which your offense might score 13 and your defense gives up 12?
The offense would be more fun to watch.
Yeah.
But, who do I think has a better chance to be good in the next few years?
Probably the Texans.
I actually think it's the Texans.
I would agree.
I don't think the Texans are that many moves away from taking over. I don't want to say they're taking over the AFC South because the Colts do look good, but being a playoff team again in the AFC South. They still have a defense that's legit, man. Mm-hmm. Their defense is still legit. I think that Stroud can be good if he has good around him. I obviously think you need a play caller. I think you need some offensive linemen that help give him protection and then somehow find the skill from your skill guys. But no, I'd rather be in the Texans position than the Cowboys position because the Cowboys are paying $60 million to Dak. Now the Texans will have a quarterback decision with Stroud. You don't have to pay him, but you do have to make a decision with what you're going to do with him. And then who knows what they're going to do with George Pickens, who's a free agent at the end of the year. I like the Texans' long-term outlook more than the Cowboys.
I agree, but not by much.
Yeah, that's fine.
Because it's not. I mean, the Texans just it's so bad.
I'm not going to push back.
And the thing is too is you might have a quarterback problem.
See, I think it's more of an offensive scheme problem.
I want to agree, but
I am kind of walking back my Stroud top whatever quarterback. I think he's closer to middle of the pack than he is top
we're all
five
putting
quarterback.
Dak over CJ, right?
Yeah, no doubt.
Because I mean, some of those things we talked about last segment about guys walking up and not picking up the blitz. Like I think Dak could have done that. Put all the the things around him to the side, like simply being able to pick up a blitz and find the hot route. I think Dak could do that, and shown he could do that far better than CJ.
713-780-3776. Let's go back out to the HRP listener line. Ira, you're in with Jeremy and Joe. What's up?
Hey, good afternoon, fellas. So
you're not Ira, you're Gary.
Well, no, this Ira.
Huh. Sound awfully lot like Gary.
Yeah, go ahead, Ira.
Okay, so one thing I got kind of watching the game, for the last few games, well, really this season, to be honest with you, it's like the Texans come in, it's like, what's their identity? Are they going to be great offensively, or are they going to be great defensively? Can they run the ball? Can they pass? Like, they really didn't have anything to hang their hat on. And one thing, we kind of have glossed over, and I really wish we could get some local media to really dig into it. What the hell's going on with Joe Mixon, man? Like, did he break his foot? Did somebody cut his toe off? Like he had such the strangest injury, and to be out for a whole 6 weeks, like that it still boggles my mind. Ain't nobody really said much more. We just kind of glossed over because D'Amico ain't said much, and like, okay, well, he's not here. Next man step up. But I guess that's a conversation for another day. But what I'm hoping for this team, because the defense, although they did give up some points, they really played as well as could be expected. With 4 turnovers, if I'm not mistaken, I was halfway sleeping at some points of the game, but I know they had a touchdown. I think they had a safety. But like, damn, man, how much more you want the defense and 3 turnovers? What more could you ask for your defense?
Yeah.
So, if I could just take that and say, okay, my defense is going to be my identity. I would tell you what defense is team. Do you think, and I know this is far scratching a little bit, but could we have the type of defense that could get us a championship like the 2000 Ravens, to where the offense just didn't mess the game up, and we could just stack that defense to where they scared to see us on every Sunday? Because Will Smith and Will Anderson and the other guy.
Yeah, you're thinking Daniil Hunter. Appreciate you, Ira. I see where you're going with this. Like, what is the identity for the Houston Texans? I think it has to be defensive first and a game manager offensively. Like, if Stroud could be a game manager, again, it's scheme, it's all of it, offensive line. But it's something that you brought up earlier. If you could just be average offensively, you have a chance to win every game you play because of this defense. But I'm with the Ira. It's got to be a defensive first mindset, and the offense isn't helping out the defense at all.
But you can't be what the Ravens were back then because teams score too much now. Like that Ravens team, when Trent Dilfer was the quarterback and like all the things that they were doing, it didn't really matter because the other offenses in the NFL weren't high-scoring offenses. So it was a lower-scoring game compared to what it is now. I mean, and plus, you got to be able to score a little bit. Like, you have to score a couple touchdowns.
Well, they score against teams that are bad.
You got to score, like, meaningful touchdowns.
All right, 713-780-3776. Let's have that Stroud conversation. A lot of the junkies have some thoughts on this, too, as you might, and we encourage that. 713-780-3776. Jeremy and Joe, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
All right, but before we go to break, let me talk to you about Old Humble Distilling Company, Houston's finest micro distillery, where we did the show out there in Humble on Friday. And as you guys might remember or might not remember, I started started doing these live endorsements back in July, and I asked you guys when that started to try their Boomtown Bourbon. That was the drink I tried when I met with their owner, Joe. It's my favorite drink from their line of spirits. And, I mean, you guys came through because Old Humble Distilling Company, Joe told me this at the remote on Friday, is sold out in stores of their Boomtown Bourbon. So you guys have really responded. I'm glad you tried it. It is a fantastic drink. But even though the Boomtown Bourbon is sold out in stores, don't worry because they still have a limited stock available at their distillery and tasting room through the end of the year, including our broadcast there in November and a full new batch coming in May. So head out to the tasting room in Humble to buy what's left of the Boomtown Bourbon. And in the meantime, also try out their Double Oak Rye, which is used in all of their in-house made cocktails at the tasting room, including the Maple Cinnamon Sour, which won the Lake Houston Taste of the Town Best Drink Contest last year. I said that with a twinkle in my eye and some drool coming out the side of my mouth there because it's a fantastic drink. So good. Joe and I each had 2 at the remote last week, so pick up a bottle of the Double Oak Rye and make one for yourself, or head out to the distillery and ask their great bartender Jenna to make one for you there at the distillery. Also, don't forget about all their weekly events going on at the tasting room, including Steak Night tonight. Go out there and head out to the distillery. You can visit the distillery and tasting room at 19103 Continental Parkway, just off FM 1960, and check out their selection of premium whiskeys at oldhumbledistilling.com. Try Old Humble Distilling Company because life's too short for factory whiskey.
This guy's so dumb, he sounds like Nick Cayley. Dante Koplowitz Fleming, who is...
Who the is that guy?
I'm glad you asked. He's a senior researcher for the NFL.
I do not know this man.
His name sounds like a senior researcher for the NFL, Dante Koplowitz Fleming. But he had this this nugget for you. You a big fan of nuggets?
I do.
The Texans are the first team in NFL history to lead the NFL in points per game allowed and have a losing record through their first 7 weeks of a season.
Yikes.
I mean, we all sit here and we talk about you want a team to root for that makes history, that does something that no other Houston Texan team has done. And the Texans are doing something not only that another Houston Texan team has not done, they're doing something that an NFL team has never done. They lead the NFL in points per game allowed, and they have a losing record.
It's good for them.
And not only do they have a losing record, But they're 2 games under 500. Like, it's not like a 3-4. It's a 2-4. You're 2 games above or below the 500 mark. 713-780-3776. 713-780-3776. We'll get to some of the callers here in a moment. Junkie Corey, back when the Ravens won with Dilfer, the defenses weren't as handcuffed as they are now. Dang near every role favored the offense. It's a good point on that. Let's see. You can't compare CJ to a quarterback that's been in the league for multiple years. CJ's only been 3 years. How CJ, when he gets years in, like other quarterbacks, think Baker Mayfield, give him time. I think it's a fair point. And I think we have seen Stroud have success in the NFL. Like, we know it's in them. We know it's in there. We know that it's somewhere in there. In the depths of CJ Stroud, it's in there.
Remember that question we talked about last week?
You just got to have somebody pull it out of him.
Bounce back quarterback? Remember that
Stroud?
conversation?
Oof.
You sure it's not Stroud?
I'm sure it's not.
Like, you want to talk, like, people want to comp him now. Like, you can't compare it to Sam Darnold. You can't compare it to Baker Mayfield. Those guys didn't have success until they went elsewhere. Like, that's what you're talking about. When you're putting them in that conversation, you're saying CJ Stroud, to be a good NFL quarterback, has to be good elsewhere. He will not get the amount of time that Darnold has had in his career or Baker Mayfield has had in his career to turn it around.
Yeah.
Not here in Houston.
Yeah, I disagree. Stroud is an excuse maker, says a junkie. Dak can hold his teammates accountable and recognize blitzes. I'd rather have Dak than Stroud if I'm trying to win a football game tomorrow. I'm not going to argue that. If I'm trying to win a football game tomorrow and my life depended on it, I'm going Dak Prescott over CJ Stroud.
Yep.
I think that everybody would. Texans defense is overly physical with stupidity. Texans offense is softer than baby poop in the rain. Yeah. That's not a bad thing. Is franchise tag an option for Stroud? I think that it could be, but not next year. Because next year is they have to make a decision on whether or not they want to pick up the offseason. They have to make a decision on whether or not they want to pick up his 5th-year option. A lot of times quarterbacks want their money then. They want an extension then. There have been some other examples where you kind of, make them play on that final year. You kind of force their hand a little bit. Lamar had his hand forced. Jordan Love had his hand forced. CJ Stroud certainly is not playing like a quarterback that's going to warrant $50, $55, $60 million a year.
No, not at all. I mean, it's a 5th-year option, and he's got to play it out. And he has no leverage at this point.
No, I'm willing to call his bluff at this point.
Yeah, go for it.
Right now. Like, we'll see how things change. But no, you're right. Doesn't have the leverage. Like, you're going to demand a contract whenever this is what we're putting on tape. No. And I understand that, our scheme and our coaching staff isn't wonderful, but like, you also don't have any leverage. You have zero negotiating power.
Yeah, it's like there's not enough good that's happening to where you can say it's only the offensive coordinator and only the offensive line. There's enough bad play from CJ Stroud that you should not give him a $55, $60 million a year contract this offseason when he's eligible for it. Right now, it's play it out. And if it bites you later, good. Like, that would almost be best case scenario for the Texans right now, is that at some point you're in a conversation like the Dallas Cowboys were with Dak Prescott, where it's like, well, we got to pay him now, and we're going to have to pay him more 3 years from now or 2 years from now than if we would have paid him in 2025. Well, he's not playing good enough to get paid right now. Like, you can't just give this guy a blank check.
Another junkie. Cowboys have 4 first-round draft picks the next 2 years. What are the Texans have? Good counterpoint. Texans just have the 2. 713-780-3776. Let's go out to the HRP listener line. Trey, you're in with Jeremy and Joe. What's up, Trey?
Yes, I just wanted to piggyback off the last caller. I think he was talking about, the Texans trying to find their identity. I think there's no secret to what the identity of the Texans is, and that is the strength of the defense. My question to you guys is, why do they keep hiring these new offensive coordinators? I feel like they should go after somebody that, wasn't a good head coach, but is a proven offensive coordinator, somebody that has some, time underneath their belt. I just kind of wanted to get you guys' take on that. I'm going to hang up and listen.
And it's a great question. It doesn't make any sense. Why you're only going to rookie offensive coordinators? Bobby Slowick didn't work out. Part of the reason why you didn't like him was because he couldn't adjust, because it wasn't his scheme, and you moved on from him. So you hired another guy who has no experience. It doesn't make any sense why you hired him, except for the fact that he went to John Carroll.
Yeah, I mean, if he was awesome, I wouldn't care that he was a first-year play caller.
Right.
Like, I certainly understand the complaint, and I'm mostly with it. At the same time, I think if you have really good hiring processes and, like, ball and, like, hey, this guy's legit, he's the next Sean McVay, we would all be celebrating it. If he was the next Kyle Shanahan, we'd all be celebrating it. And all those guys were first-time play callers once upon a time, too. So, like, you shouldn't just ignore first-time play callers. And like, to overly dumb it down, you should hire the guy that gives you the best chance to win. Back-to-back offensive coordinator hires, though, they've proven to us that they don't really know the ball. Like Slowick had a good first year, solid first year, terrible last year. Nick Haley's been a disaster so far to start this season, without a shadow of a doubt. Like, he's doing dumb things, quite frankly. So I'm all on board the Mike McDaniel trade. That's where I'm at. Just tank the rest of the year so we can recruit a Ute, hire Mike McDaniel, and let's win some football games next year.
Yeah, I mean, it'll put you in better position, but still, one Utah offensive lineman also doesn't solve your problems.
No, he solves all of them.
He solves one problem.
It's a big problem.
1 out of 3 that
it's
you have.
It's a big problem to have.
Or 1 out of 4, maybe.
Why don't the Texans go after the KC offensive coordinator that never got a job? Sorry, I can't remember his name. I think he's talking about Eric Bieniemy.
Well, he's a running back coach.
Yeah, he went to Washington and flamed out. So
yeah. He's the running backs coach for the Bears.
Oh, for the Bears?
Yes.
I thought he might have been in college. Okay. As soon as the Dolphins fire McDaniel, Texans need to fire Caley and hire him midseason. I'm all on board with that.
I think they're going to wait it out, though, the Dolphins.
Hey, maybe, which is fine. Whatever. We're recruiting a Ute. We're doing bad the rest of the year. 713-780-3776. Full call board. Let's go out to the HRP listener line. Andrew, you're in the junkyard with Jeremy and Joe. What's up, Andrew?
Hey, guys. How you doing?
Good.
Hey, I got 2 things I want to talk about. The first one is, y'all, a couple of days ago, y'all were talking about number 1 wide receivers, and y'all made a list, and you had Jamar Chase, and you had the Seattle wide receiver.
Yeah.
And then, you're like, hey, I would choose those 2 guys or tons of those guys over Nico. And I kind of, as a Texas fan, a little bit upset about it. But after yesterday, I am like more definitely realizing we don't have – I'm worried that we don't really have a number 1 wide receiver, but we have a guy that's wrapped up as one. That's my number 1 thing that I'm kind of worried about. It's like every time he has a spark, he gets injured or something like that, and he definitely doesn't get open, kind of like the Seattle guy was doing yesterday. I mean, like he was against one of the number 1 corners in the NFL. And my second thing is I'm again, y'all been harping on it. Like, is it Nick Caley or is it C.J. Stroud? At the beginning of the year, they had press conference. C.J. said, "Hey, it's more on me. They're putting more on me." Nick Caley said, "Hey, we're going to put more on the quarterback." Well, if they're doing that, then whose fault is it really? Is it really Nick Caley or is it C.J. Stroud? And I'd like to hear what y'all think. And thanks, guys.
Yeah, I mean, Nico, it's a concussion, so I feel like it's a little different than his typical injuries. But the drop, man. We haven't even talked about it.
That was a bad drop.
That's a bad drop. That's a bad drop. Now, CJ also threw him a hospital ball over the middle of the field. That wasn't when he got the concussion.
I'm surprised that wasn't a penalty.
I'm glad it wasn't.
I mean, neck head area of a defensive receiver.
I hear what you're saying. I'm glad it wasn't a penalty. I didn't think it would be necessary to throw him, but it wouldn't have shocked me if we saw a call there. But yeah, Nico, that drop's bad, and him now being in concussion protocol, it just limits you. But yeah, I mean, JSN,
he's a stud.
He was embarrassing Derek Stingley Jr. last night.
Yeah, especially early. Yeah. Stingley finished pretty good. The Texans as a whole, as a unit, finished pretty strongly. They had a terrible first quarter, though. I think that their swarmness was used against them. Kubiak was dialing up the play actions. They were getting 10 steps. Like the first ball to JSN, he had 10 steps on Stingley because he bit on the play action. I still think Nico Collins is number 1, and he has a generous contract. They're not you're not looking at that Nico Collins contract like, oh, you're upside down on that. That's a fine contract. I do think he's a number 1 receiver, and by number 1 I mean a top 32 receiver in the NFL. But I do think he's a top 15 receiver. I still believe he's one of the top 15 receivers in the NFL. I don't believe he's better than JSN. JSN's a freak, man.
He's a stud.
And appreciate you, Andrew, for saying, hey, we know ball. He's like, you guys know ball. I was mad at you guys for saying that. And then I watched the game, and I was like, you know what? Those guys are right. Those jabronis know what they're talking about.
Boom,
they know
there we
a thing
go.
or two.
Jeremy Branham's right.
That was Andrew. Andrew was on hold. He was waiting, and he just wanted to say that. We appreciate you saying that, Andrew. 713-780-3776. Wayne, Michael, Lamont, Junkies on the text line. We'll get to you on the other side. We're going to get to that Stroud conversation, too, at some point. We're kind of already having it a little bit as well. 713-780-3776. Jeremy and Joe, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
You're listening to Jeremy and Joe
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
live from the Huntington Bank Studios. Here's Jeremy Branham and Joe George.
He's Joe. I'm Jeremy. You're the Junkies. 713-780-3776. Tip the cat to Seattle, I suppose. Let's go out to the HRP listener line. Michael, you're in with Jeremy and Joe. What's up, Michael?
Hey, guys. I just wanted to say that I'm a big Texans fan, and I'm a little frustrated with everything that's going on. And I feel like we've been wasting CJ's rookie contract years with abysmal offseason moves, and I feel like Nick Caserio needs to do a better job with picking up good players in the trade, and I'll hang up and listen. Thank you.
Yeah, I think Nick Caserio has done a terrible job with the offensive line. He has no idea what he's doing, frankly, in my opinion. He's got nothing. Draft picks.
Is that accurate?
Early, late, free agency, trades. He's got no clue what he's doing.
I think it's a little harsh.
It's been bad since he got here.
Is it? Who's he hit on the offensive line?
He's hit on Shaq Mason his first year.
1 year. Cool.
Crickets.
Ed Ingram. Ed Ingram's been good.
I mean, as a run blocker, his pass blocking grade's not good.
Oh, Pro Football Focus grades. Do you drive taxis?
Well, that's what everyone that's what
in your
Texans
time away
Twitter
from
has
us?
been pointing out. Like, oh, he's the highest graded guard in okay, cool. Yeah, it's all because of his run blocking.
Who pays attention to Pro Football Focus?
Here's
citing
everyone?
Pro Football Focus. Who would do such a thing?
Ed Ingram has been good this year, but
at run blocking.
Last year, even run blocking, he's one of those guys that is 3 yards into the backfield just getting pushed and pushed and pushed. So you've had 2 shots at the right guard position, and you've done you fixed it, I guess, with Shaq Mason for a year and now Ed Ingram.
So
your left guard position's bad, your center position's bad, your left tackle position is now bad.
Yeah, Ursery was brutal yesterday.
Like, your right tackle position is fine-ish, but did he take Howard?
No.
So, does he get credit?
That was a Bill O'Brien.
I mean, he retained him.
He retained him.
Yeah, he retained him. Like, he gave him an extension.
Yeah.
He gave him, which probably was not the best
He didn't
extension.
identify the talent, though.
This is where I'm at with, building an offensive line, though, and I was actually going to workshop this and do it tomorrow, but whatever. We do whatever the Junkies want us to do. But I wanted to see how the top offensive lines in the NFL are built, right? Because I don't think that you can build a really good offensive line through trade and free agency.
Agreed.
Good offensive linemen don't enter free agency that often. It's very hard to trade for good offensive linemen. You might be able to find a bridge here and there. Shaq Mason was good for that 1 year. Ed Ingram's going to be here probably a year. You can find a piece to solidify the unit, right? But I don't think you can build the entire unit through free agency and trade. I think if we're going to bash Caserio about the offensive line, which is totally fair. I was being silly. Totally fair to bash him about the offensive line. But I would point more to the draft than I would in trade and free agency. Because I think in order to build a good offensive line, really like anything in football, free agency doesn't have great players all the time. You're going to have pieces and stuff like that. You're going to be able to plug in gaps, things like that. But in order to build solid, strong, sustainable units, I think you have to do it through the draft. And if we look at Caserio in the draft, I mean, Kenyon Green's the obvious one. You traded down, drafted Kenyon Green. A lot of people are unhappy that they traded down because you could have had Kyle Hamilton. I look at the other offensive linemen that were drafted behind Kenyon Green. You could have Tyler Linderbaum. You could have had your franchise center right there. Zion Johnson from Boston College who went to the Chargers. Who's the guy from Tulsa that the Cowboys took? I forget his name. He was drafted soon right after that as well. So the trading down wasn't the terrible idea, but you flat out missed on the player. Absolute bust. You traded up for Juice Scruggs, who can only play every other series with Laken Tomlinson.
But you've also passed on guys. You decided that this year it was the right decision to acquire a second, third, and another third-round pick from the New York Giants so they could take Jackson Dart at 25 instead of taking Josh Simmons, who's the starting left tackle and has been kicking ass for the Kansas City Chiefs this
and
year.
taking names.
Like you could it's the guys you didn't pick
It's
that
a
are
complete
on
failure.
the board for you. Like
it's both who they pick,
Yeah.
it's both who they're not picking.
But I blame them more through the draft than I do free agency and
agree.
trades because it's very hard to build a unit through free agency and trade. And that's the biggest miss that Casario's had of any position, I think, is the offensive
not even
line.
close.
Kenyon Green a bust. Juice Scruggs has not been that good. Like Tay Ursery's way too soon to decide. And like they put him in a tough spot. Here you go. We had the worst offensive line in the NFL last year. We're putting a lot of pressure on a rookie left tackle who we drafted in the second round to just take over the position. That's a very difficult thing to do. But
you
I
haven't
think
mentioned Blake Fisher's name yet.
Blake Fisher, good call. Yeah, I knew I was missing one. It was escaping me. And it's Blake Fisher. Blake Fisher, second rounder. Can't
Jared
get on the
Patterson,
football field.
too.
He's your third tight
Well,
end.
at least
He was
Jared Patterson was a sixth-round pick, though.
Yeah.
But I mean, like Tay Ursery's the best offensive lineman you've taken, and he's like right now versus what he's going to become, two very different things. But where does he stack up 1 through 32 with the left tackles in the NFL?
It's gotta be towards the
I
bottom.
mean, he's bottom third. He's probably bottom 5 players at left tackle in the NFL because he's a rookie and he's only played in 6 games.
Yeah, and it's just like it's just been a huge miss. So and that's where when you talk about the C.J. Stroud conversation, like it's not a black and white conversation. It's the OC hires, it's the offensive line, it's C.J. Stroud, it's the fact that and I really like Noel, and I think I'm gonna like Higgins, but I can't believe like you're out there last night after Nico Collins gets hurt and you're watching 3 Iowa State wide receivers on the field at one time, and one of them didn't catch his first touchdown in the NFL until 2 weeks ago.
Yeah. 713-780-3776. Let's go back out to the HRP listener line. Wayne, you're in with Jeremy and Joe. What's up, Wayne?
What's up, guys? Man, my thing is, this is not no New England South. I'm sick of Caserio hiring all his homeboys and trying to make this a New England thing. This is Ace time, man. So by this being Ace time, we have plenty of opportunities to go and get Kent Kubiak as an offense coordinator, but we want to keep getting these first-time play callers. I know Nico brought his boy in. That should have been the last first-time play caller that we should have got. We should have went and got Kent Kubiak when he was available, but no, because Caserio want to go get his homeboy and make this a New England thing. This ain't New England, man. This is Ace time, and I'm sick of it, bro. And it's time for Caserio to go, and it's time for Kelly to go. When they release Mike McDaniel from the Dolphins, let's go grab him and let him and D'Amico go ahead and have a little reunion. And let's do our thing, man, because this right here is pathetic what they put on the field. I sit back and listen. Thanks, guys.
I like it.
I don't even think it's a New England thing. It's a John Carroll thing. You've got Nick Caserio, John Carroll, DJ Debick, is that how you say it? The director of pro scouting. John Carroll, Nick Haley, John Carroll, Jerry Shaplinski, passing game coordinator, John Carroll. Why are we hiring all these John Carroll guys?
I didn't realize there was that many.
Yeah, like it's you're a Patriot, like the McDaniel kid, the wide receiver coach, Ben. So you're a Patriot or you're a John Carroll?
Or in the case of Kaylee, both.
Yes. So like, yeah, I'm with the caller. Like why he's just hiring his buddies?
Well, the connection to the Catholic Church is strong. Must be what's happening here.
I guess
he was a Catholic bishop, John Carroll. So
that's what you
shout out to the fish.
That's pretty strong. It's a pretty strong connection.
It is.
They have
it
there.
is.
So here's my thing on the whole Patriots out. And I get it, Wayne. I call back anytime. I love the call. So as it pertains to Nick Caley specifically, it has been reported that D'Amico Ryans does have final say on his staff. So we do have to throw that out there because I think it's very easy to make the connection, and rightfully so. That they have the connection with the Patriots, they have the connection with John Carroll, all of that. Did Nick Caserio heavily propose Nick Caley to D'Amico Ryans and kind of shoved him through the door? Yeah, it's very easy to see the context clues here. But that would also have to go against what has been reported that D'Amico Ryans does have final say on the staff. So could D'Amico not be well connected? Has only been in San Francisco. Maybe he doesn't know all of the networking that's going on in the NFL, and he relies too much on Nick Caley's recommendation. That's very well in play and probably what happened. But it has been reported that D'Amico does have final say on the staff. So if we're believing that report, not all reports are true, but if we're believing that report, it does ultimately come back to D'Amico.
It does, and that's why I think we're going to end up having bigger questions and conversations about D'Amico because this is a terrible hire. It is a
Who's a terrible hire?
Nick Caley.
Okay, I thought you were going to say D'Amico.
But I don't know how you hire this guy.
I mean, if they go 5-12, I think Casario's gone. I think it's
so too.
It's Casario's going to be our scapegoat. Not that he's a scapegoat in the literal sense, because I think you go 5-12 with a terrible offensive line, and then maybe the heavily recommendation on Nick Caley that it's warranted and deserved and all of that stuff. But D'Amico's going to get a second general manager, in my opinion, unless something goes horribly wrong over the next year, 2, 3 years.
I think so. But how many head coaches get to hire 3 offensive coordinators when none of them leave by their own choosing?
Well, you're acting like the Texans operate like a normal organization.
They don't. You're right. They don't, because they at one point they were paying 4 head coaches last year at one time, or 2 years ago.
They gave a team chaplain the general manager status.
Yeah.
Like, they don't act.
One fish, two
like
fish, red fish, blue fish.
No, it's
Which
gonna
can he call plays?
It might be better.
I mean, hey, you go line up over there, Redfish. You're second, Redfish. You're over there. Don't run in the same area.
I mean, Caserio kind of called plays one year for a little bit, right?
He called challenges.
713-780-3776. Back out to the HRP listener line. Lamont, our guy Lamont. What's up, Lamont? I hope you're well.
Hey, man, I'm kind of disappointed with you, Jeremy and Joe. I'm kind of disappointed with you, too, with that caller that was talking about the first-time OCs.
Yeah.
I'm thinking we conflating first-time OCs with bad OCs, because there was a lot of good first-time OCs. You have Shanahan, this little Kubiak kid up there. You have Mike McDaniels. You have good people that's in that position that can call offenses. This guy's just a bad offensive coordinator, period. And I would have thought that contrarian Jeremy would have probably
That's
jumped
what I
in.
said.
And
I said that, Lamont. You're taking me to task for something. I'm said the same thing you said. I said McVay was a first-time OC. Shanahan was a first-time OC. I said the problem's not a first-time OC. It's that they're hiring bad OCs. You stole my take, and you're saying I'm an idiot for agreeing with you.
Well,
Boom. There we go.
I didn't
Jeremy
hear your
Branham's
take.
right.
I didn't hear your take.
That's all good.
I didn't hear your take.
You know I love you.
But word is bond. Word is bond, man. The last thing I want to say, after the Texans was getting their ass kicked in the first quarter, I just randomly pulled up something to try to find out what teams do not allow tailgating. And lo and behold, it's Seattle. Seattle do not allow tailgating. That's all I have, fellas. I'm out.
Interesting tidbit
Soft,
there,
Seattle.
Lamont.
That's soft.
That is weird that they don't allow tailgating.
Yeah.
They defunded tailgating in Seattle?
I'm not.
It got canceled? Tailgating got canceled?
Woke culture got tailgating in Seattle? Is that what happened?
Probably had to worry about riots happening out there.
I didn't know that, Lamont. That's an interesting nugget. All right, 713-780-3776. Vera, we'll get to you on the other side. Junkies on the text line, all of that. Texans, where do we go with the Texans? Stroud, Caley, D'Amico, Nick, offensive line. Things are not looking good for your local 11. Can you say that? Is that a thing, local 11? I don't know if that's a thing, but we'll go with it. 713-780-3776. Jeremy and Joe, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. You know what today is? Tonight is the NBA tip-off. Houston Rockets, baby. They're in OKC. It's back on NBC, too, by the way. I can't wait to listen to the intro. It's going to be awesome. But fast breaks, buzzer beaters, block parties are back. Underdog is the place to get in on all the action all basketball season long. And Texas, in my opinion, is the best place to play on Underdog and win. It's so easy playing on Underdog. Just pick whether your favorite players or go higher or lower on stats like points, rebounds, steals, and more. Get your picks right. You can win up to 5,000 times your cash. I got a little Kevin Durant free play. Thank you, Underdog. I appreciate that. You probably have it, too. Download the Underdog app and get that free play. Also, download the Underdog app and type in the promo code KILLERB, KILLERB. You're going to get $100 on me. Well, actually, it's on Underdog, but you get the point. So these are the picks I played today. I like Houston plus 7.5. OKC is not 100%. They're also going to be fat and happy off the championship, so I got that. I got Kevin Durant free play, and because the Houston Rockets are going with their jumbo lineup, size, they're going to keep Shai Gilgeous-Alexander lower than 31.5 points. Do you want to You want to piggyback off of me? Do you want to fade me? Well, you go do what you got to do. Download the app today. Sign up with promo code KILLERB to score $100 on bonus funds or bonus entries when you play your first $5. That's promo code KILLERB, KILLERB. Underdog. Make picks, win money.
Now back to the Huntington Bank Studios with Jeremy Branham and Joe George.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
409 Josh says, give Chip Kelly whatever he wants. He doesn't seem interested in a head coaching job. He's employed.
Could have done that.
They also been bad. Raiders offense looks dreadful too.
Yeah.
Another junkie on the text line. McDaniels was an OC in San Francisco. What the heck? He has later backtracked and says Kyle was calling plays. McDaniel was OC by title only. Yeah, but he has called plays in Miami. And he's had success. I understand this season hasn't been a success, but he's had success in Miami calling plays. So I don't really know what that text is meant to be. Another junkie, once again, no offensive line, no running game, mediocre quarterback. How the bad word do you blame the OC? You guys are a walking contradiction. Okay, well, C.J. Stroud has shown better than he's currently performing, right? Mm-hmm. So if C.J. Stroud has performed currently, then he's better. If he has shown that he has produced better than he's currently performing, what would you look at? Doesn't the offensive coordinator have some influence on what he is extracting from the quarterback in terms of production and statistics? I would argue he does. So the fact that we have seen C.J. Stroud do it, we know he is capable of doing it, and this current offensive coordinator is not helping him do it. The offensive line his rookie year was no good either. They had tons of injuries. The offensive line was not good in his rookie season. Nico Collins has produced at a very high level over the last few years, and this coordinator is not extracting that as well. So if we've seen, and look, two coordinators under C.J. Stroud, if we have seen C.J. Stroud perform better under Slowick, if we've seen Nico Collins perform better under Slowick, if we've seen bad offensive lines perform better under Slowick, the running game is kind of iffy because they had Joe Mixon last year, but the running game has performed better under Bobby Slowick. I think I can come to the conclusion that Slowick greater than Nick Cayley-Weiss, and if Slowick's better than the current offensive coordinator, you're darn right I'm going to blame the current offensive coordinator.
We've also been blaming the offensive line for the entire show also being awful, and Nick Cassera for putting it together. So it's all bad. Like there's no one that deserves a pass for what's happening. The offensive coordinator deserves blame. It's as when Jeremy went through it earlier in the show. The ending sequence there, those last 2 drives where they wasted more than a minute off the clock at a minimum by not getting the play in, by not running up to the line of scrimmage, by not having 2 plays called. That's on the OC. That's on the quarterback. That's on the head coach. It's everybody. Everybody has a problem. It's not I wish it was a one-person problem. This would be a much easier fix for the Houston Texans if you could say, well, Ariante Ursary is getting his ass kicked every single time by the Seattle Seahawks. They've got a problem at left tackle, but left guard through right tackle is good because then you got one problem. You got 3 or 4 problems on your offensive line. You've got no good pass catchers right now for the most part. Besides Nico Collins, maybe Noel's good. You got a quarterback that looks like he's got happy feet that's drifting 20 yards backwards. That should have been called for a safety. It was a safety.
No, it was not.
You don't think it was a safety?
Where did
absolutely wasn't a safety.
Where was the initial contact?
I didn't like the forward progress call.
Well, that's just blasphemy. That's saying. I mean, you're arguing against the rule.
So the reason why I don't like it is because of what happened later in the game when the Seahawks had the ball and Charbonnet was running, and they just kept letting it go and go.
Well, forward progress hadn't been stopped.
I know, but I don't like the differences when the way they call forward progress and backwards progress.
They're both
backwards
forward
progress.
As soon as
he's going backwards,
it's whenever you're touched, and if you don't go any further than where you're currently touched, and you drift backwards after initial contact, they're always going to spot it there.
Yeah, I think it should have been safety.
Well,
I know it's against the rule.
Okay,
I understand. I'm acknowledging that.
You're arguing the rule, then, not the judgment.
Yeah.
Okay, that's fair.
But it's just everything that's going wrong with this offense right now. Like it's not just the OC.
No,
the OC is a huge problem. I think that's very clear. I mean, what is that? See, I think that's a play call to Braxton Berrios last night. You mentioned it earlier. Like, I don't think it was just CJ fighting for his life. When he's in the backfield, like it looks like some kind of screen pass.
Well, there's not blockers,
but there's no blocking.
No, I think. I think he's hot. I think he's a hot guy.
Because we've never seen Berrios or really any wide receiver in that position.
Well, we've never seen Berrios.
Like that to me felt intentional.
Well, I think he's hot. I think he's the hot.
Yeah, it was awful.
In case there's pressure, and there was pressure all night long. Junkie to Casario get Iowa State abbreviation confused with the LSU abbreviation when drafting receivers. That's a good point. I'd much rather have a stable of LSU receivers than a stable of. I don't want to blame knock them. They're in a great league, Iowa State. Let's go out to the HRP listener line. Vera, you're in with Jeremy and Joe. What's up, man?
Hey guys, appreciate you letting me guys call in. I'm just wondering, right? I know there's a lot of criticism about Nick Cayley and his play calling, completely merited. But my question is, and people are like, well, they should have picked X or Y or Z. Hindsight is always 20/20. Who did we really have as the best case option? I mean, Chip Kelly's offense looks as pedestrian in Las Vegas right now, and I'm just wondering who was the real good option. Now, if they do decide to part ways with Cayley, then Mike McDaniel over in Miami is an option. All the alternate thing is you want to just bring in, pay whatever to somebody like a Dante Scarnecchia and say, hey, come and coach my offensive line. But then again, the question would be, well, you're bringing in the Patriots team, right? So kind of wanted to just get your thoughts on it and who would even be a realistic option. I mean, Mike McGinn is one, but I'm just wondering if you guys have, talking about the Kubiak tree, is this basically picking from the same tree, right? So just wanted to kind of get your thoughts on it. I'll hang up and listen. Thanks, guys.
Yeah, I mean, I think Kubiak's the bigger mess here, honestly. With
over
the way,
Cliff?
Yeah. Cliff, too. Even though it hasn't looked great this year for them. But I think that's more the Jaden Daniels injuries than it is anything else.
And receiver injuries.
Yeah, they've had a ton. So, the Cliff 2 years ago, this year, Kubiak are both misses. Mm-hmm. I still think Chip Kelly, I don't feel like it's all his fault what's happening in Las Vegas right now.
Yeah, they probably.
So, I feel like that's a miss, too.
I wouldn't call that a miss, but I hear what you're saying. I meet you halfway. As far as like realistic options, I want a fired head coach. That's where I'm at. Like Mike McDaniel's at the top of my list, but if Stefanski got fired, would you be mad at Stefanski?
Nope.
If Dable, which I think Dable's safe, but if he got fired, how about him? I would love him.
If you were going to dip back into the Patriots water, is there an argument that Josh McDaniels would have been a better hire?
Probably.
Than Nick Cayley?
Yeah, experienced play callers had success.
You're going to run the Patriot system?
His brother's on the staff.
Why not just hire the guy who was with the Patriot system for a lot of years? Instead of the guy who's never called it before. Wasn't around it because it's been gone for a couple of years. So I think there's a bunch of misses. And even the things we're seeing from Nick Cayley, it's not just the guys who have called plays. It's, John Morton. He's with the Denver Broncos. Now he's the Lions OC. He replaces Ben Johnson. It's going very well there. You're seeing no drop-off in Tampa Bay with Josh Grizzard. Like you're seeing different hires are just having better success than Nick Kalen. That's why it's not all on him, but it just feels like this is a huge swing and a miss.
Yeah, I think I would go fired head coach route. Keeping an eye on the job status of Stefanski, Zach Taylor even. I wouldn't mind a little Zach Taylor. And then, of course, McDaniel out in Miami. 713-780-3776. Yeah, 3 OCs in 3 years is great. It's not great. It's a bad situation to be in. But just because, are you trying to avoid 3 OCs in 3 years, or are you trying to get the best offensive coordinator in 2026? Which is, pick your poison there. Would you rather have 3 OCs in 3 years, or would you rather run it back with Caley, even if you know he is inferior to another potential hire?
You go with the better hire.
Yeah, you got to play. It's like golf, right? You hit a bad shot. You hate that you hit a bad shot. You hit another bad shot. You hate that you hit another bad shot. But are you going to try to hit a good shot on your third shot? Of course.
But if you want the best hire, you might just want him to be your head coach then.
Well, if it's a retread OC,
I'm thinking
I don't think Mike McDaniel's ever going to get an NFL head coaching.
How about
again.
Joe Brady? If you want the best option. Now, I think Stefanski is a different category, right? Because I think Stefanski has done a marvelous job in Cleveland with the quarterbacks he's had, the injuries they've had, everything. He has had competent play with the Cleveland Browns with some of the worst quarterback situations we've ever seen.
Yeah, I'm operating under the premise that you're not firing D'Amico.
Yeah, but if you want the best option, that's why there's 3 doors to go down. Stefanski and Mike McDaniel are probably your top 2 candidates, I would imagine right now. But I think Stefanski might get a head coaching job. I don't think it's impossible.
No, I don't either. If I'm Cleveland, I'm not firing him.
Yeah, and that's the thing. We've been talking about Kevin Stefanski getting fired for years now, it feels like.
Yeah, I wouldn't fire Stefanski if I'm Cleveland. I wouldn't fire Zach Taylor if I'm Cincinnati.
No.
So the names I threw out there are just I'm keeping an eye on their job status. McDaniel's obviously going to be fired. He's probably going to be fired before the end of the year. You think? Who knows? 713-780-3776. This junkie, I know the media red meat narrative is to protect CJ. You lose credibility by being groupthink. I don't know if we're protecting C.J. Stroud, but let's have that conversation when we come back. 713-780-3776. Stroud or Sam Darnold? Who was better yesterday? I think we all know the answer to that. 713-780-ESPN. Jeremy and Joe, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
It's Jeremy and Joe.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Huntington Bank Studios. Here's Jeremy Branham and Joe George.
So, Junkie saying that it's our job to protect Stroud. That's the media narrative. I don't know if that's true.
Shut up, Stroud!
Give me that guy's OC.
Let's do it.
It'd be entertaining.
Why not?
I mean, he's done it before. He's done it at a high level before.
I'm in.
Bring back Gruden. Release the emails.
I think it's going to be a college coach, but I'm in.
This junkie who has a higher S2 right now, C.J. Stroud or Ryan Mallett. We're not doing that. We're not going to question C.J. Stroud's S2 test, and then we're not going to talk about those who are no longer with us. That's a jerk move, junkie. Very jerk move. Told you guys to relax the last 2 years with the CJ's better than Dak. My boy makes everything around him better. Yeah, our bad. You know ball, we don't. Crawl Dad, is it just me or do the Texans not feel like a real NFL team? Feels like they're a CFL team trying to compete in the league. CFL offenses have more creativity than this offense, though. So that's the big difference there.
Big difference.
You guys gassed us up all season about this team being Super Bowl contenders, and they are so overrated and is one of the basement teams. Our job's not to be right. Our job is to engage you. So clearly you're still with us. So check.
And I would push back that we gassed them up all season. Now, if you want to say we were too optimistic before the season, fair. But once the season started, I don't think we've gassed them up as a Super Bowl contender.
Can we talk? I don't want to do that yet. I don't want to do that. Nope, don't want to do that. Ryan just said he's sticking with the OC. I'm not going to lie. I'm wanting Davis Mills back. Come on now.
Yikes. I saw a lot of that last night.
You just made the list.
Yeah, I don't want Davis Mills. Is it just me, or does CJ look like he needs to work more on his footwork? I know the O-line is bad, but his footwork is terrible. See, I think he gets into those bad habits based on his protection. Like if his protection's not holding up, he looks like he did last night, where the footwork looks abysmal. He gets happy-footed. He's drifting backwards. When things are holding up and whenever things are clean, that's whenever he looks smooth. That's whenever he looks good. That's whenever he does the stuff that he did in his rookie year. But you can tell very clearly when he loses confidence on his offensive line.
I don't like I think you're right. But this terrible comparison, I'll admit it up front. But I could say the same thing about Arch Manning. I hate that comparison. When he was protected.
What are we doing here, Brian?
When he was protected against Oklahoma, he was great. But
you interrupted Joe, and then you're talking about Arch Manning.
but the comparison is like when everything's perfect around him, he can be fine. But the second things start to break down, specifically his protection, he gets hit a couple times. The accuracy goes away. The footwork goes away. Starts making terrible decisions. CJ's obviously infinitely better than Arch. I'm not comparing the two, but I am comparing it the worrisome that everything has to be perfect around him, and that's a quarterback you're gonna.
No, I don't think it's
going to be asking $60 million.
No, I'm not saying it's a good thing, and no, I wouldn't pay him $60 million.
No, I think he just has scared feet. They're not even happy feet. Like he looks scared back there.
Terrified feet.
Like doesn't trust his offensive line. Don't blame him. But doesn't have that confidence to stand there in the pocket and take a hit. He's taken 1 million of them. Don't blame him. But he does not look comfortable in the pocket. Maybe if you moved him outside the pocket occasionally, that would help. But they don't
never
do that.
it.
I don't like that. Another junkie, I guess that S2 test didn't lie. See, we're not reading those. We're not going to read CJ Stroud's S2, CJ Stroud. We're not reading bad S2 stuff. Don't forget CJ's Wonderlic score. It was an S2. I'm done with CJ. I was his biggest supporter pre-draft, but dude is exactly what the S2 said. O-line is not an excuse. The O-line was poor. We're not doing the S2 stuff with CJ Stroud. We're not going to do that. It's unfair to CJ Stroud. But a couple of notes that I had on C.J. Stroud's performance yesterday, Joe. Why'd you do that?
I think it's fair.
I think it's fair.
One quarterback picked up the blitz yesterday when guys were walking up. The other didn't.
Darnold or Stroud, who you taking?
Darnold.
Win a football game tomorrow.
Darnold.
Yeah, I would go Sam Darnold.
He looks more confident. He looks more competent. He looks like he knows what he's doing at the line of scrimmage.
Uh-huh.
When his wide receivers are wide open, he's hitting them.
Yeah.
And he's throwing to one guy only, basically.
Yeah.
He's only throwing to JSN.
JSN, very, very good at football.
Yes.
No, Darnold, that pass that he made to JSN, like the over-the-shoulder when Lassiter had pretty good coverage.
The one after the pick.
Oh, yeah, Lassiter was right on him.
Really, really nice. A couple of things that stood out to me about C.J. Stroud yesterday, Joe. The drifting back. Like, this has been a habit that he's had probably forever, but we've really noticed it this year. I hate when he drifts back. He literally almost ate a safety on his own regard. Yep. He took 18 yards on a sack. Like, there are times, especially when you have a good defense, like, A, ideally, I'd like you to get rid of the football. Just throw it away. Like, what does Jared Goff do? He throws it away. Or B, eat the sack. Like, you have a really good defense. It's not the worst thing in the world to punt.
No, and you get lucky on the next one too, where again he's drifting back.
Mm-hmm.
And if the Seahawks don't fumble into the end zone, then it's a touchdown for the other team.
He literally threw a pass backwards.
You're drifting backwards. I get it. Your offensive line's not good, but get rid of the ball. Move outside. Like, if you're going to drift to the right, drift to the left. Don't drift backwards, man. Like, that's just a recipe for disaster at all times. And that, to me, feels like that has gotten much worse this year.
It does look really bad.
I don't feel like he was doing that as much last year.
I think that he has regressed in a negative way. And look, maybe the offensive line is not an excuse when it comes to that. Like, that's a fair, like, rebuttal. He almost threw 4 or 5 interceptions too.
Mm-hmm.
Like, his stat line doesn't show a ton of interceptions, just the one, which is crucial time to do it, third quarter, another terrible pass. He could have very easily had a 5-interception game yesterday. There were so many drop picks by Seattle yesterday.
Yeah.
He could have had a 5-pick game easily.
And that's why, like, when you look at if you care about Pro Football Focus grades, like, they're going to crush him for that because they count those towards the numbers, and even though it doesn't reflect on the box score, but he was just erratic with the ball. I don't know. It's just the placement that we saw his rookie year has also gone away very much. But I think that goes back to the feet conversation. Setting your feet, being comfortable in the pocket, even when things are breaking down around you, like knowing where the ball is going to go. But nothing looks easy. Even some of the big plays, like the big play to Knoll, it's a good catch.
Yeah.
Like it was a good throw, but nothing looks easy with this team. Even if you go back to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers game, the touchdown to Nico Collins on that opening drive, it's not a great throw.
Yeah. It looks like they're climbing uphill through snow.
Yeah.
Like, it looks it's hard. It's hard. And it goes back to, like, the easy buttons thing. That third and goal where he rolled out and had Xavier Hutchinson, usually Stroud has good layered throws. That was a bad one. He threw a line drive.
Yeah, it was a great play by the defender, but he should have made that throw.
There's got to be some error there.
That's an easy touchdown.
And he makes that throw 8 times out of 10.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
not last night.
No, that was a really bad throw, especially for Stroud standards. Stroud's favorite movie is Tokyo Drift. Kaylee needs to go. So how is that quarterback class look now? We'll have a top 5 pick. Pat 409, y'all should have known he was bad when y'all drafted him out of Ohio State. They all suck. But he was good his rookie year. He was good his rookie season. What do you mean they all suck? He had one of the best rookie seasons in the history of the game. Like, how do they pull that back out of him, I think, is what you have to this is higher than Caserio. Like, if Casario's still on the job, it's how do we extract C.J. Stroud's rookie year again? And that was supposed to be the start of the offseason. But it might even go higher up than that. It might be a Hannah Cal thing. Hannah and Cal, mostly Hannah, is going to be having the conversation and at least having some thought here of, like, okay, like, if we're trying to extract the most out of C.J. Stroud in his rookie season, does that mean that we have to move on from our sweater vest general manager?
It's a fair question because like that goes back to the hiring of Nick Haley. How did you decide? This is my question to D'Amico and Caserio. Is what did you think of Nick Haley that was going to bring out the best in C.J. Stroud and this offense? And I would love to hear an honest answer, because obviously they're not going to give us an honest answer to the media.
Yeah.
But they would have to give an honest answer to the McNair family, because if not, they might get fired. But, like, there's nothing that, besides personality, that there was to prove that Nick Haley would get the best out of C.J. Stroud.
No.
So how do you get the best out of it going forward? And do you trust the people who made that hire and made the hire of Bobby Slowick that they're going to know what's in the best interest of C.J. Stroud now? Because I don't think they hired an offensive coordinator that knew what the best offense was for C.J. Stroud. I think we all think that. They're running an offense that doesn't make sense for him.
No.
Like, whether he can't handle it or it's just not a good fit. So why is he the hire? Like, that to me says a larger issue within the organization. It's about setting your quarterback up for success.
Look, Caserio did hire David Culley and then Lovie Smith. Now, I give him a pass there. Maybe
I know analytics has those things out there.
Maybe that's unfair of me. Maybe it's unfair of me to give Caserio a pass there. I feel like he was looking for a raw cheerleader head coach whenever he knew the organization was going to be bad for 2 years. So he wanted that positiveness, and then he was going to hire a real coach after year 2. That's my theory. That's my theory, but maybe I'm wrong. He is the guy that hired David Culley and then couldn't co-sign it in David Culley's second season. So he basically gave Lovie Smith an interim label because he promoted him as the defensive coordinator, and then he fired him the very next year. So if you look at Caserio's hires, they've been less than stellar.
All of it.
I mean,
I like
the
DeMeco,
only hire that you could check off as a smashing success would be DeMeco, but was that really his hire, or is that more the McNair's hire?
Probably the McNair's.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And to kind of reiterate something Joe said, which is my big fear, like even if you get rid of all the people who are unqualified and don't deserve to be here and have put CJ in this spot where you're not getting the most out of him, you're trusting the same people who made the previous poor decisions to now make the correct one. Like, why would we trust a general manager who is 0 for 2 in OCs and 0 for his life in offensive linemen to suddenly get it right?
713-780-3776. Get some junkies in here. Philip, we'll get to you on the other side. Let's talk about the Azeez Al-Shire hit, too. This has been an argument that people like to have. 713-780-3776. Jeremy and Joe, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. You know what watching bad ball makes me want to do? It makes me want to escape bad ball and get out there to Two Creeks Crossing Resort on Lake Livingston and forget bad ball. Put bad ball behind me and enjoy the relaxing, great outdoors at Two Creeks Crossing Resort. TwoCreeksCrossingResort.com. Book that stay now. Escape the city. Enjoy the relaxing, great outdoors. Escape bad ball. Open green spaces, wildlife you don't see in the city. Beautiful, beautiful, majestic trees, not bad offensive coordinators, and also some of the best fishing in Texas. They got the two creeks that run alongside their property. They have the big catch and release pond in the center of the property. You're going to love the fishing out at Two Creeks Crossing Resort. You're also going to love the commute. A lot of these destinations you go to, you're hopping in a plane, TSA, packing luggage, your luggage is lost, you have the middle seats maybe, or you're driving, you're commuting 4, 5, 6 hours. The kids in the back. That's fun, isn't it? No, it's not. So get out to Two Creeks Crossing Resort. You're there in 90 minutes. It's an hour and a half away from the city. You're going to be hiking their 92 acres of property in 90 minutes. You're going to be kayaking their water, playing some pickleball on their pickleball courts, dipping in the pool, or just hanging out by the pool with a drink. They got glamping. They got the cabins right on the creek. It's awesome. We went out there at the beginning of summer. We stayed in the treehouse. The treehouse is fantastic. Or if you have an RV, just pull up the RV. They have the perfect stay for everybody. 20% off right now if you book your stay through October as well. So take advantage of that. And they're always taking care of their visitors. They got Thirsty Thursday this Thursday. They got Frozen Friday on Friday. They got Tim Branch with a little bit of live music on Saturday. The Fall Festival is going on this weekend as well. And then college football. You can get out there and not even miss a single snap. Two Creeks Crossing Resort is the place you need to be. So book that stay now. TwoCreeksCrossingResort.com. That's TwoCreeksCrossingResort.com. Started at 3, 713.
Yada, yada, yada.
780 ESPN. Uncle Barney says if I'm a good OC, I'm passing on the Texans. The best OC in football couldn't fix it. The offensive line is just plain bad and can be fixed with 1 or 2 draft picks. Fair.
I mean,
that's why you're so wise.
Now,
Uncle
if you're
Barney.
the best OC available, you're also probably lining yourself up to be the interim head coach.
Well, you'd have to be a retread. You'd have to be a retread head coach.
Yeah.
McDaniel, Stefanski, Taylor, where it's like, hey,
Doug Peterson? What do you think?
It didn't really work in Jacksonville.
I know. Yeah. But is that him or is that Trevor? Because Liam Cohen's good. We all think that. And don't look good for him either.
Duval.
Yeah.
I'm not opposed to Doug Peterson.
Yeah. Yeah. All right. 713-780-3776. Let's go out to the HRP listener line. Apollo, you're in with Jeremy and Joe. What's up, Apollo?
All right, sports fellas, double ride. 2 questions for you. One, what with CJ's contract looming, coming up around the corner, what is your confidence level in his want to even come back and sign here? And second question is, I know the talk has been around McDaniel and everything, but what reason would he want to come here with the shape of the offensive line and the history of it being so poor? He's not even going to be able to implement the kind of offense that he wants to run. So I will shut up and listen.
Yeah, I think I'm not really concerned if CJ wants to be here or not at this point, Jeremy, for me. Like, if he doesn't want to be here, well, like, too bad. That's you give him a contract. And then if Dale Mulugeta wants to pull a fast one and try to get C.J. Stroud to be Matt Stafford's replacement with the Los Angeles Rams, well, then you cross that bridge when you get there. So that one I'm not too concerned about. I also wouldn't be concerned with like Mike McDaniel specifically about not wanting to come here, because if you pay him enough and there's no salary cap with coaches, he'll come.
Yes, and also I don't think he's gonna be in. I wonder his demand as an OC, like the way that it's going in Miami. I think. Like it diminishes his star. You know what I mean? Like it.
Yeah,
I do. He's not gonna be like a hot commodity. I don't think.
But I think he's gonna be it depends on how many defensive head coaches are hired.
Mm-hmm.
Because that to me is where he becomes a hot commodity.
Yeah.
Is in this situation or this exact same situation somewhere else. Like, does Brian Flores or Robert Saleh get a head coaching job this offseason? If the answer was yes to either of those, Mike McDaniel would probably make sense for at least one of them. Probably not Brian Flores. But, like, that's where, like, is he going to do the Bobby Slowick route and be a passing game coordinator? I don't think so.
No, I think he'll be an OC somewhere.
I think he'll be an OC next year calling plays, and he'll be a defensive-minded coach.
Yeah, that's a good point. I wonder just, like, if you're just power ranking OC candidates going into next offseason, how far McDaniel would be on that list. I don't know. I have no idea. 713-780-3776. Back out to the HRP listener line. Philip from the Woodlands in with Jeremy and Joe. What's up, Philip?
Hey, guys. Just thinking with history repeating itself as it often does, I get the similar vibes right now as when right before the Texans hired Wade Phillips. We were all really angry with the defense, and we always felt like the Kubiak was overly loyal to, who was it, Frank Bush, and we were getting bad results year after year after year, and I felt like management stepped in and forced him to take Wade Phillips, and that kind of marriage, that forced marriage kind of worked out, and I get that similar vibes now, and that, granted, D'Amico doesn't have that same level of trust or friendship, probably. But I feel like we're moving down the path where D'Amico's going to have to choose, do you stay as coach and take the guy we pick, or do you want to go somewhere else? Because they're going to force him. I think at some point you have to get him to, take an outsider's look at it and not have that same kind of control. Just, head coach of the offense, head coach of the defense. And that seemed to work pretty well for Kubiak once he had to let go to Wade Phillips on the defensive end there. But the other thing I wanted to note real quick, too, was when Kubiak came in, and I forget, I think it was it Ben Jones? They picked up a center from Denver that had run the scheme before. And I feel like when they rebuilt the line this year, they didn't really pick up or target a guy who had played in the system before and ran the system. And I feel like everybody's learning on the fly. Had they gone out and gotten one or two guys that maybe not as good a player, but had played in the system or for the coach before, maybe we'd be getting better results on the line. And that's all I'd say. I appreciate it, guys.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that because we see coaches do that all the time. They bring in guys, but like, what's the system? Like there's the guy who was the center for the Patriots last year, just retired. I can't remember his name now, but like all those Patriots guys are gone. Like that's the system you're talking about. Like Jonah Jackson was a free agent this year, or was traded to the Bears from the Rams. I can't remember, but like he was a guy. He came from the Ben Johnson era. Like, so like you're not going to bring in someone from the Rams to come in to fit this one. So it's a valid point, but I still think none of those guys are left.
No, I think he's talking about Chris Myers from Denver, who came over from the Broncos.
And to the first point, honestly, I'm not sure that's what they didn't do with Nick Caley. Still, that they just were like, this is the hire for you, D'Amico, compared to the Wade Phillips.
It's just we don't know for sure.
We don't. But like,
it has the writings on the wall. I'm not going to dispute that.
Yeah, I don't know if I think too highly of D'Amico to think like I don't think he's would hire someone of this caliber.
Well, something that I've thought of before is I wonder how well connected D'Amico is and like what his networking is like.
It's not big.
Because unless he's just talking to a bunch of different coaches, but whenever he's asked like his mentors and his friends in like the business, he talks about like old coaches. So he's only been in San Francisco and he's only been in Houston. Mm-hmm. So he hasn't had like
and Philly.
The resume as a was he?
He was a player there. So
right.
I feel like that kind of counts, right?
I don't think it does.
Okay.
Like, I don't, maybe, I guess it depends on your action. Like, it depends on, hey, are you hanging out with the coaches? Are you talking to the coaches? Like, I guess it depends on what your motive is. Because there's a lot of guys who are late in their career that know they want to get into coaching, and then they'll start, like, dabbling in that a little bit more or hanging out with them a little bit more. So I think it depends on the player. I think they're case by case. And I don't know if D'Amico was doing that. But his coaching stops, there's only been 2. And, like, you look at who he's hired, it's usually been guys that it's either from San Francisco or guys that Nick Caserio has a connection with. He actually kept a lot of the Texans coaches whenever he was hired. So I have wondered about his networking. And maybe that has been a reason why he hasn't had, like, this, cast a wide net with OCs and that sort of thing. But it's something that come to mind. Now, the Texans did bring in Andrews, who did play under Popovich. Now, that's not the offensive coordinator scheme, and it was back in college. So that's a reach, but there was some sort of connection with starting center and coach on the Texans. Not that that's the perfect example of what you were looking at. What'd you think of this Azeez Al-Shire hit, Joe?
I mean, I think it's a bad call because I'm going to take him for his word that the whistle had not blown yet. That it's like the whistle hadn't blown, so like, what are you supposed to do? It's not violent in the way that we've seen him hit people in the past. I don't think he's going to get fined for this one like he's already been fined for hits this year.
I think, isn't it automatic? Like, if you get a personal foul, it's a fine? I think it is.
Oh, maybe you're right.
Yeah, I think there's going to be a fine.
But on the whistle thing, though, does it matter if the whistle hasn't blown if they're standing out of bounds?
I mean,
to play devil's advocate?
His head is in his chest. Like, it is, like, I think it's pretty clear, like, his line of sight is only literally what's in front of him in that same
But we don't call that based on intent, though. You just call it based on action.
Yeah. I mean, and you're right. I think he got the penalty, if anything, because of who he is.
I do, too. I think this was a reputation call.
So, like, that's why, like, I don't have anything wrong with the hit, but I also don't really have anything wrong with the flag being thrown because you earned it, man. Like,
letter of the law, I concede that it was probably a flag. Like, you're not supposed to drive into a player. I don't like the rule. But I also don't think it was like a dirty, dumb play like people made it out to be.
Yeah.
Like, people forget that Sam Darnold's a big dude who's actually a pretty good athlete. Like, he's 6'3", 225. He's probably running top speed close to 20 miles per hour, and he's running straight at you and dipping his shoulder at you. So if you're Azeez Al-Shire and you got a 6'3", 225-pound athlete moving at you at 20 miles per hour, what the heck are you going to do? You're going to try to match his force and his impact by delivering a blow on him. The contact happened well in bounds. It's well in bounds when the contact was made. He, like you said, his face mask is right inside of his chest plate. And look, this is a massive collision. You have no idea where your body's going after a massive collision. So you wanted You wanted him to have the presence of mind where he's at whenever his face mask is buried in the quarterback's chest plate. And then secondly, you want him to have the ability to peel back in a split second of time. This to me is a couch take. This is a take that people have from their couch when they see it on TV. Oh, Aziz just dove into him out of bounds. Do you realize how hard it is to pull back whenever you have these two athletes moving at a high rate of speed? To have the ability to do that, I think it is foolish to think it was a dumb play, think it was a dirty play. Aziz Al-Shire said kind of the same thing. Darnold lowers his shoulder. We both just kind of hit each other. I'm driving him. He's trying to drive his legs. No whistle. So Aziz is saying that he continued to play because he didn't hear the whistle. But my head is in his chest, so I don't know where I'm at on the field. And they never blew the whistle until after I dropped him on the ground. The officials, were like, that's a flag because you hit him on the ground. But again, he says they never blew the whistle. Sam Darnold's quote on this is very interesting to me. Darnold asked about the play. Darnold said, that was an interesting one. It is what it is. I was out of bounds when that happened. It was weird because I was in bounds when he first hit me. I don't know. That's just kind of what happened. We got the penalty and first down. That's all that matters. So Sam Darnold doesn't even know if there should have been a penalty call on that play.
Well, and see, the problem is it's not necessarily that play last night to where, like, what is Aziz supposed to do when we've seen evidence in the NFL of Josh Allen, Patrick Mahomes, these quarterbacks who fake running out of bounds, who drop their shoulder, and they act like running backs. He's out of the pocket. Like, I think we've gone way too far with protecting these quarterbacks. Like, of all the hits we've seen put on quarterbacks before, that is a giant nothing burger. It should not have been called. It should not be a penalty. It's a bad penalty. I get that's why they officiate it, but it's bad football to operate it that way. So Aziz did nothing wrong.
Yeah, it's hard to play defense nowadays in the NFL. This texter says that what is he supposed to do? Just let Darnold truck him? Like, yeah, that's the point that I'm making too. Like, you have a quarterback that's really big, that's really, really fast, running right at you, that's dipping his shoulder into you while he's still in bounds. Like, you want Aziz Al-Shire to take a charge? Like, people would say, well, he should have drove into him once he was out of bounds. He doesn't know where he's at, and you just want him to quit on the play? I think that's a couch take. Another texter on the text line, it's a dumb play by a dumb player. See, that's where I think it's crossing the line. I don't think it was a dumb play. Why is everyone else able to figure out when to stop except Aziz? That's not true. Like, that's foolish to think that every defensive player stops whenever it's bang, bang like that. It is flat out foolish. You're not watching a whole lot of football if you think that every player is pulling him off like that. Another junkie, quarterback sold that play by not continuing through the contact while going out of bounds. It wasn't that big a deal. Al-Shire did what he was supposed to do. So,
yeah, I mean, what do you want him to do later in the season? You want, when he plays Josh Allen on Thursday Night Football, to let Josh Allen run over him and then run for a touchdown?
Yeah.
Like, that's the better result?
See, I like violent football is my favorite football. Yeah. I like physical football. Football is a collision sport. Football is a physical sport. This isn't powder puff. I want my linebackers to hit. I want quarterbacks to be fearful of my linebackers. Now, do I want Aziz to be dirty? Do I want him to be dumb? No, I don't want him to be those things. I don't think yesterday was a dirty, dumb play. Concede, letter of the law, pile driving them into the ground, letter of the law, it's a penalty. I have an exception to the law. I don't like the law there. All right, 713-780-3776. Jeremy and Joe, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5. Will a Bits. We'll tease what it is. Rockets start the season tonight. Will a Bits. What's the wager? What do we like on certain Rockets bets for the season-long props? 713-780-3776. Jeremy and Joe, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5. Thank you, Bob Barker. I'm going to be a game show host right now. Sometimes Jeremy and Joe, we just like to pop off a giveaway. Sometimes we tease them, try to get you, try to bait you to listen to the rest of the show. Other times we just, here you go. Here's a giveaway. Thank you for listening to us, because we like to reward the loyals that are with us, even if you don't want a giveaway, or even if you don't know there's a giveaway coming. So sometimes, boom, here you go. From 20th Century Studios, Springsteen Deliver Me From Nowhere chronicles the making of Bruce Springsteen's 1982 Nebraska album when he was a young musician on the cusp of global stardom. Caller number 4 to 713-780-3776. Caller 4, 713-780-3776. You're going to win a 4-pack of tickets to see the film anytime, any theater, and because we love you, a $100 Visa gift card. You're going to see the movie Springsteen Deliver Me From Nowhere. You're getting a $100 Visa gift card because you're a loyal listener to Jeremy and Joe. See Springsteen in theaters this Friday. Looking forward to that movie. I like the movies about the musicians for some reason.
They're usually pretty good.
Yeah, I like the
Queen.
Loved it.
Very good.
Bohemian Rhapsody.
Yep.
Fantastic.
I didn't see the Bob Dylan one.
I didn't either. I saw Elvis, though.
Was that good?
Not bad. Tom Hanks is brilliant in that movie. He plays the snowman.
Who else was there?
The guy who plays Elvis is a very famously known actor. I'm just terrible with actors' names.
There's one for Elton John, right? There was one.
Yeah.
Rocket Man.
Austin Butler plays Elvis Presley.
You know, there's a four-parter coming out for the Beatles.
I believe it.
Each one's getting their own movie.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
What about Sonny Ono?
I don't think so.
Why not? She's my favorite Beatle.
She's probably going to be pretty involved. They're also going to cross over, and all of them, it's not going to be just a movie about Paul only. All of the Beatles will be in
I don't think it was Sonny Ono. I think it was somebody else. Sonny Ono was the
I think you got that
the
wrong.
manager of Yokozuna. What was her name? Sonny Ono ruined the Beatles. He and Yokozuna. Remember whenever he threw the sand in Hulk Hogan's face at WrestleMania?
I don't remember, but I've seen it.
That's a scrape. So, Willa Bits, what's the wager? What we got here, Joe?
All right, so let's go through some of the Rockets wagers for this team. I'm just curious how you feel about it. We can pull up the
Yoko Ono.
You're close.
I was very close.
Yeah.
It was an honest mistake.
you're in the ballpark.
I think they were related. I think Yoko was Sonny's daughter.
Do you know that?
They were not related.
Let's start with the over/under on the season. 53.5 for the Rockets this year. We went over the projections last week that The Athletic did, that ESPN's analytics department did, had the Rockets much below this. But 53.5 wins. It's tied for the second most in the Western Conference this year. You like the over? You like the under?
I actually like the under. I don't believe this is a team built for the regular season. I think they're gonna get up to 50 wins, but I like the under more than I like the over. I think Kevin Durant's gonna miss a few games. Tari Eason's gonna miss a few games. Steven Adams is gonna miss a few games. I think they're gonna have some issues early on in the year with no point guard. I think by the midpoint of the year that's gonna be kind of alleviated, or you're gonna trade for somebody else. But I actually like the under on the win total.
I'm with you. I just think it's a big number. And sorry, they're third. The Nuggets are at 54.5, not 53.5.
No, I think they're going to win 50 games. I think they're going to go 50 and 32. And I mean that's healthy. That's 3 games under.
Yeah, they're going to go under, but it's not going to be I don't think a dramatic under. I don't think anyone's going to be looking at it and feeling bad about how the Rockets season was. If they don't get to 53 wins this year, that's fine.
No, context matters.
Yeah.
Like if you're resting a lot of these guys on back-to-backs and stuff, okay, that's fine.
And I guess we're kind of assuming that we'll see it play out throughout the year, but that Tari and Durant are not going to sit the same games, right? They're going to sit opposite games.
I would think they would stagger it.
Yeah. It would make the most sense. I'd be shocked if they put them out in the same game. Rockets are plus 4,500 to win the championship this year. How you feeling about that?
4,500?
Yeah.
I feel like that's decent odds.
I think it's pretty good. It dropped pretty significantly after the Fred VanVleet injury. It was not one that they took it pretty seriously in there. No, sorry, that's wrong. That's the wrong odds there. Plus 1,100 to win the championship.
I was about to say that.
No, I pulled the wrong one there. It's plus 1,100.
Look, I think they're an SGA ankle roll away from representing the Western Conference in the finals.
I think Denver's still a problem. I really like Denver this year.
Really?
Yeah. Yep.
Nah. The Rockets have the answer for the Joker.
The double big lineup?
Alpi Şengün.
Alpi
Şengün stopping the Joker.
Yeah, so they're plus 1,100 to win the championship this year. The Thunder are plus 245.
I don't think I would play that bet.
No, would you feel and so is it the same for the conference? Would you not touch it either? Because they're plus 650 for the conference. Because I'm not really worried about anyone in the East this year, Jeremy.
I would play the finals, the championship number before the Western Conference.
Yes.
Number. Like, give me the better value. I think it's more daunting to get out of the West than beat the East in the finals. So if you can give me almost double the value for just winning the finals, I'd rather have that.
100%. Like, I just don't see I guess the Knicks, the Cavs are the top teams who are, there for the Eastern Conference. I don't think any of those teams are better than the top teams of the Western Conference.
Plus, you can get in a spot where you could hedge it a bit. Like, if you're going plus 1,100 to win it versus plus 650 to win the West, we'll take the plus 1,100. If they win the West, then you can hedge it down to probably better than plus 650.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I think that's the better play is the finals than the winner of the Western Conference. I wouldn't play either one, though, I don't think.
I see what I did wrong here. Kevin Durant's plus 4,500 to win MVP.
No, I don't think he'll play enough minutes. And I think he's gonna. I don't think he's gonna be selfish enough to win the MVP.
Do you think he'll hit the target games now?
What's the games?
I think it's 60. Is it 60 or 65?
I mean, he hasn't been an Iron Man the last few years. That's
the big wrinkle now.
But that's why I wouldn't play the MVP. Is because I think that they're going to watch his minutes to where they're hoping he can play that amount of games. But if they're limiting his minutes, it decreases the chances of him like padding the numbers to where he can win the MVP. Plus, I think he's going to be passive at times. Like, I think, here you go, Alpi. Let's you be the hub of the offense for a good period of time. Amen. We need you to be more of a playmaker, more of a scorer. I don't think Kevin Durant's going to be nearly selfish enough to chase an MVP.
All right, the one award where the Rockets have a favorite in it is Most Improved Player this year. Amen Thompson, plus 1,200.
That's interesting.
The next is Benedict Mathurin, and then Andrew Nembhard is next, and then Buzelis are the top four.
I feel like Amen's too cachet to win Most Improved Player.
That's what I was kind of like. I feel like if he's going to win Most Improved, you're talking about a big leap this year.
Like that's what I was going to ask you next. Like, what does the season have to look like for him to win Most Improved Player?
I think he's got to have a 3-point shot.
20, 10, and 5.
Yeah,
like that's
like you're like Most Improved Player for Amen Thompson to win it this year. You're solidified as maybe a top 10 player in the NBA, top 15 player in the NBA at minimum.
Well, that's how the Rockets would meet that level, though. Like, if they're going to be a championship team, they would need a men to do that.
You can also get Reed Shepherd at plus 3,000 or
thanks.
Tari Eason at plus 4,000 for most improved player.
No, thanks.
Neither of them?
I don't like any of them.
Victor Wembanyama's minus 175 favorite to win Defensive Player of the Year. You never see minuses in this.
He's minus what?
175.
What's a men there?
Amen Thompson is where'd he go? Plus 1,400.
See, I like a men more at plus 1,400 Defensive Player of the Year than I do plus 1,200 Most Improved.
Yes, he has the fourth best odds. So it's Victor and then Holmgren at plus 650 and then Evan Mobley at plus 900.
Holmgren?
Yeah.
I wish I could short that bet. That guy can't play defense. He can protect the rim a little bit, but he can't play defense.
That's one where I feel like they vote on it based on blocks.
Yeah, I don't like that at all.
Ime Udoka's plus 1,200 to win Coach of the Year.
Where's he at?
Fourth.
Who's ahead of him?
Jamal Mosley, Quinn Snyder, JB Bickerstaff.
I don't hate that.
You'd
have to probably be the best team in the West.
Yeah, I just feel like you typically get that earlier in your tenure to win Coach of the Year. I feel like it's just harder to win the longer you're with a team.
And if the Rockets actually do take a jump, they're probably not going to give Ime the love there. They're probably Durant. Like he was the reason. He was the guy responsible.
Sixth man of the year. Fourth best, tied for third best odds. Tari Eason plus 1,400. Behind Anthony Simons, Naz Reid, and DeAndre Hunter.
See, I don't know if Tari's going to play the games.
Would you?
He's a bit injury prone. Not playing back to backs. Probably.
If I was going to bet on a Rocket, I'd probably look at Reid plus 2,200.
See, I'd bet the plus 3,000 Most Improved over 6-man plus 2,200.
Really?
Yeah, because if he's winning one of those awards,
he actually is probably winning. If he wins 6-man of the year, he's probably also won Most Improved player.
Right. Like
so
if he's
it's
winning,
almost like if you're going to go one, you might as well parlay for both.
Well, I don't hate that, but I would take the better value. Like if he's in the mix for Sixth Man of the Year, wouldn't he be in the mix for Most Improved Player of the Year? I think he would.
Yeah.
So give me the value there, plus 3,000.
And then the other one I thought was interesting is this website has the All NBA odds. So Kevin Durant is plus 800 to be All NBA, first team All NBA. The guys who are minus favorites are SGA, Nikola Jokic, Giannis, Luka. Everyone else is at some point plus money. So I kind of do like that one for Kevin Durant.
He could be on any team, or does he have to be first team?
First team. This is for first team.
I don't think he's chasing numbers. I think Durant's going to have a very modest stat line, but make the Rockets way better.
Amen Thompson's plus 5,000 for first team All NBA.
But by way better, I mean better championship odds, not necessarily like win total.
Would you be intrigued by that for Amen at plus 5,000 or Alpi?
All NBA?
Yeah, or Alpi at plus 3,000.
I would go Alpi, Amen, Durant.
Because they don't do positions anymore, remember.
I would go Alpi, Amen, Durant. Because I think Alpi's got a 20-10 season in him. And would that be enough, potentially?
Yeah. Amen Thompson is a minus 200 to be first team all defense.
That's crazy.
Mm-hmm.
Just give me defensive player of the year then.
Yeah.
At plus 1,400.
Yeah. Victor Wembanyama is minus 2,500 for first team all defense. That's absurd.
He's going to play 30 games.
Yeah, I'm not much of a believer. I mean, the talent, yes.
Yeah,
but
he's
like
incredible talent.
In terms of like the betting stuff and just him playing throughout a season, I don't know. I think people are way too high on the Spurs this year personally. People are looking at Harper like he's going to solve all their problems.
I do like him, though.
I know, but he's a rookie.
I like him a lot.
And then, I mean, I like De'Aaron Fox. I just feel like,
I mean, Fox is a better player than Harper is now, but like
Yeah.
their future, I'm more on Harper than Fox.
I think they're just more. I think they're still a big player away.
Wemby's pretty big.
Yeah. You know what I meant.
What do you think of the Rockets? The spread's actually down to 6.5. I got it at 7.5 this morning.
I'll take the Rockets tonight.
See, they're without their point guard. They're without Jalen.
Because just like we see typically the way these play out across all sports is you get a championship banner and you lay a dud in that first game.
Yeah, I'm on the Rock. I got it at 7.5.
Yeah, I'll
down to 6.5.
I would go 6.5 for this one tonight. I like that.
Yeah,
I'm good with the Rockets for tonight's action.
I like the Rockets.
And we're gonna see him out there like play.
Jalen Williams is a stud.
Yeah,
he's so good.
The Thunder are just.
Who do you like more, Jalen Williams or Chet Holmgren?
Jalen Williams.
Me too.
I'm not a big Chet guy. I thought he played good in the finals last year, but he's not out there enough.
He can't defend, man. Like, he can protect the rim. He can protect the rim.
He's a stick.
He didn't have a very good scoring game either.
Yeah,
and the injury proneness worries me about him too.
Yeah, it's big. It's big with him.
He fell down and broke his hip.
I know.
He's in his early 20s. He's breaking his hip.
He's been hurt since basically the moment he got to the NBA.
Yeah, I'm not.
And even before that, I'm not. He's one where, like, if they moved him at some point for a really splashy move, which, like, I still feel like they've got in their bag. They've got all this draft capital. They have so many first-round picks. I think they still have, like, 15 first-round picks.
Yeah.
Like, they could go get Giannis if they wanted to.
And I would have no problem trading Chet if I'm OKC. All right, 713-780-3776. Game balls. Who gets your game balls from week 7 of the NFL season? 713-780-3776. Jeremy and Joe, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Huntington Bank Studios, it's Jeremy and Joe.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
They call me the Huntington Beach bad boy. Game balls, 713-780-3776.
You can't just slip that one in.
Who are you giving your game balls to? 713-780-3776. Joe, why don't you do the honor?
Matt Stafford, 5 touchdowns. What a day.
Well, we learned yesterday,
how many yards?
It was the 5th lowest yard output for a quarterback who threw 5 touchdowns in a game.
182 yards.
Yeah, 2 of the guys we never even heard of. They're in that top 5.
Oh, yeah, the old men.
Yeah,
and then
the
Jameis
guys from
was
like
one.
the 60s.
Stafford's a good call, no doubt. 5-touchdown game, you get a game ball. Key from L.A. saying Stafford and Devontae Adams.
I mean, I don't even know like who some of these guys he's throwing passes to in this game are.
What do you mean?
Kanata, Mumpfield.
Kanata be on the team once Puka Nacua comes back.
But he caught a touchdown.
I travel my own.
That one was actually, I chuckled at that one. That was good. I give you credit.
It's an Office Space joke. You going back a few years.
That's one of my favorite movies.
Yeah,
No
same.
salt. No salt. Love that movie. Jalen Hurts, Channel View's finest. He shows that he's got it in his bag. 19 of 23, the efficiency here. 326 yards. Ooh-wee. 3 touchdowns for Jalen Hurts. Fly, Eagles, fly. I think it was the only bet that I got right in our fix. So thank you. Thank you, Jalen Hurts. Appreciate you.
I believe that is correct. I'll give my first game ball to old man Christian McCaffrey. We thought he couldn't run the ball. George Kittle comes back, and all of a sudden he can run the ball again. He also great receiver, about 129 on the ground, 2 rushing touchdowns, then 7 for 72 through the air. He's a one-man offense.
I was listening to John Harris and Rock and Roll with Casario today on their YouTube channel. And they were, because they're getting ready for San Fran, and they weren't going to ask any questions about Seattle because, looking ahead.
Burn the tape, yeah.
Yeah. Harris threw out there, and I think Kyle Shanahan's also said something like this, that if Christian McCaffrey played slot, that he'd be very good. Not a running back. You just take Christian McCaffrey, who he is now, and you put him in the slot, and he would still be a very good football player.
I totally agree.
Cash or trash?
Cash it.
Cash.
Yeah,
He could be Julian Edelman.
Yeah, he'd be way better than Julian Edelman. Like, after the catch?
Yeah.
Like, does he have hands of Julian Edelman?
Yes.
Yes. Does he run routes like Edelman? Maybe not as well.
Probably
But
not.
still good enough.
Good enough.
And then after Yak?
Yeah.
Way better,
We wouldn't call him C-Mac. We call him C-Yak.
Like you get
as much yards as he'd be running.
That was not as good, but it's still fun.
I got him. I got Brian. I got you with the first one. I got him with the second one. C-Yak.
You got 2 sitcom laughs in the same segment.
But like if you put him in the slot and like had like a little out route 1-on-1 against the linebacker.
Good luck.
What is happening?
Or
Oh,
in that play?
Petrie.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
See ya.
Petrie covers like a linebacker.
We might see it this weekend, honestly.
Yeah, I know.
Like
Shanahan's
Kyle
going to scheme that
Shanahan?
up.
He's gonna get that matchup.
We'll see it soon.
Quinshon Judkins, 25 carries, 84 yards, 3 touchdowns. Not a super efficient day, but 3 touchdowns.
Do you want a controversial segment?
Sure.
Fantasy football perspective only. Fantasy.
Okay.
Should we buy the dip on criminals?
Because of Rashee Rice?
Rice, Judkins. People were saying before the year
Addison.
that they didn't think that Judkins was going to play at all this year. People
Yeah.
were not drafting Judkins in best balls because they were jumping to the conclusion and the theory that he was not going to play. Criminal stuff, hadn't signed his contract, and then he's having a 3-touchdown game is probably a league winner.
Now, we'll say small asterisk. If you play for the Browns, you have a better chance to play as a criminal than with any other team.
It's true.
That is true.
It's true. I would say
buy the dip.
Most of the time, buy the dip, especially in best ball. Now, in normal redraft fantasy, ESPN put a stat out there that teams on average were 2-4 that drafted Rashee Rice.
Bobby, my friend Screech, drafted one of my leagues.
Uh-huh.
He drafted Rashee Rice, and we haven't won a game.
Yeah.
But that's all his fault. He was a bad drafter.
Because you're waiting on an impact player.
Yeah.
Yeah, it depends on what round we're talking
does depend
about.
on
Like
what
if
round
you
you
can if you can fill out a majority of your starting lineup and then take the shot, cool.
Yeah,
but if
take
it's
it.
like a 3rd round pick, then I don't know if I'm buying the dip there.
Yeah.
Drake May, 21-23, 222
Stud.
yards, 2 touchdowns. Deuce is wild. Give me Drake May. Game ball.
91.3% completion percentage.
What was it 21-23? Is that what you said?
Yeah.
Incredible.
Jealous.
Thanks.
Brian?
Oh, I thought it was your turn, but I'm going
I
to
said
jump ahead
Jealous.
of you and take a bear. I'm going to give it to DeAndre Swift. 124 yards and a tutty. Big day for DeAndre Swift, who I thought was dead, but he's back.
Dead.
Yeah, he's been incredible the last.
Well,
2
I
weeks.
just thought he wasn't a good running back, but occasionally he pops out with one of these games.
Yeah, he's been good, really good the last 2 weeks. Can I just give one to Kyle Monungai as well?
Yeah.
13
It's a fun name.
carries, 81 yards, 7th-round pick.
What's his outlook going forward?
What they just did. I think it's going to be pretty split like this. 19 carries for Swift,
Is
13
he the guy
for
next
Monungai.
year?
Yeah. Unless they draft like a running back in the first round, which wouldn't shock me.
Do you remember in July when I asked you, who is this Kyle Monungai guy?
I told you. I gave him praise.
You remember when I asked
I
you about
do
that?
not
Yeah, I
know
do.
this man.
I told you he was going to be good.
Because it was like before the preseason.
Yeah.
I was like, hey, who is this dude?
Yeah.
Yeah. Bo Nix, 279 yards, 2 touchdowns, ran for 48 yards, 2 touchdowns. I think he put up like 40-something fantasy
I
points.
couldn't give one for this game.
Went
Like
to Bo Nix.
they did nothing for what 3.5 quarters.
He got 40-something fancy points,
Yeah,
Brian, and won
I
the football
guess.
game.
It was
the
all in one
first
quarter.
was the first team in NFL history to score like 33 points in the fourth and come from behind from like a 16-point deficit, whatever it was. It was historic, Brian. You're not handing out game balls for history? All right, next.
Is it on me again?
Yeah.
I'll give mine to, let's see here. Xavier Legette, out of nowhere. Like, as soon as Andy Dalton came out of the game, all of a sudden Xavier Legette existed again. Goes 9 for 92 and a touchdown, and the Panthers win.
That's one of those games where I couldn't give it to an offensive player. I went J.C. Horn there with 2 picks.
That's fair. But Legette was very good.
He was.
In that one.
Best game he's had in his career.
Well, we mentioned this criminal, so let's just give him the game ball. Rasheed Rice, 7 catches, 42 yards, 2 touchdowns, back in the NFL.
Allegedly.
I don't think it's a legend. I don't think it's a legend.
That's the joke. Jackson Smith and Jigba, 8-1, 23-1.
I was going to say Leonard
Sad
Williams.
face.
Fair.
He was a monster.
C.J. Stroud, I think, gets Seattle's game ball.
Not bad.
Nick Haley gets.
Brian, do you have trouble with rotations?
On this one, apparently so.
You trouble with order?
I'll give my next one to Javonte Williams. I thought I was always going after Joe. I'll give my next one to Javonte Williams. 116-1 in the Cowboys' big win.
When do we start giving love for Jerry Jones and how he handles the running back room?
I mean, he's been right the last 2 years now.
I mean, was he right, though? Because he let Rico Dowdle go.
Javonte Williams is a stud.
Yeah.
I know, but, like, he clearly didn't think Rico Dowdle was any good.
Yeah, but Rico had 2 good games. He's back to a nothing burger this week.
He was good this week. He
Wasn't
just
as
had
good
to-
as
he just had
Javonte.
to split the carries with Chuba.
He was not as good as Tay.
Well, no, because he had to split the carries with Chuba.
Joe?
Jonathan Taylor, 16 carries, 94 yards, 3 touchdowns.
Good call.
In the win for the best team in the AFC, maybe.
I'll go with could have been a Houston Texan, Jahmyr Gibbs. 17 carries, 136 yards, 2 touchdowns, and then 82 receiving yards to boot.
He's nasty.
Could have been a Texan.
He could have been.
And I definitely know it's my turn now, so I'll give one to Jerome's boy here, A.J. Brown. 4 for 121 and 2 tutties. I know you already gave one to Hurts, but I'm going to give one to your boy, A.J. Brown.
I think the only game we're missing here is Packers. You got to go Micah Parsons.
Yeah, 3 sacks.
Yeah, there's no one on the offense. Like they seem to limit the Josh Jacobs' work. He's been dealing with a little bit of an injury, so
Leonard
wasn't much
Williams.
offensively.
Junkie says Leonard Williams. Key from L.A. gives me a game ball. 10 for 10 on the joke. George Kittle game ball, 0 catches. First game back, but elite blocking.
He was.
Helps C-Mac. Jamar Chase, 23 targets, game ball. We usually don't do the Thursday night games, but yeah, you can give it Jamar Chase a game ball. Joe Flacco a game ball. That's it. All right, 713-780-3776. Junkie of the day. Who's your junkie of the day? 713-780-3776. It's Jeremy and Joe, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5. Maybe your car is the junkie of the day, that old piece of junk. Well, get a new car at Monument Chevrolet. And the reason you're buying a car there is because they're the dealer you can trust. They're transparent with you. They're not going to hassle pricing with you. You're going to get your car shopping done fast, too. Monument Chevrolet has been serving the Houston area for 50 years. They've helped generations of families get into new pre-owned vehicles, and then they keep coming back because they trust the people at Monument Chevrolet. Family feel, friendly atmosphere, the culture, top-notch. The vehicle of the week at Monument Chevrolet is the Chevy Trax. Modern, sporty style, spacious interior, ample standard tech features, all for a super low price. The Chevy Trax is an unbeatable deal. Get a fair deal at Monument Chevrolet. Transparent too, no hassle, without wasting your time in these aggravating, stressful negotiations. No tricks, no time wasting, no hidden charges. Now is the time to upgrade your ride at Monument Chevrolet. Check out their full inventory, monumentchevrolet.com, monumentchevrolet.com, or go visit them in person. They'd love to see you. 225 Beltway 8 at Monument Chevrolet. Chevrolet, together, let's drive.
This is Jeremy and Joe.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Huntington Bank Studios, here's Jeremy Branham and Joe George.
Junkie of the day, what is yours? 713-780-3776. Joe, Jeremy, Brian. Joe, what you got?
Well, I feel sorry because I don't mean to do this, but I have to agree with Josh from Seabrook on the text line. So I don't want to steal it from him, but we have to nominate you, Jeremy Branham.
What did I do? What makes me a junkie?
The Sonny Ono, Yoko Ono disaster mix-up. Would you just put that on the doc?
Brian, stop yelling in my ear.
For myself, but we can play it here.
Sheesh.
Sorry.
Well, you should have put it in the doc. That's poor communication on your part.
Nah, no, I don't think we have to put
How
every
would
single
he
one
known?
of them in.
How would he have known that you were going to do that?
Joe put. Anyway,
yeah, gotcha.
We could play it.
Mic drop. What about Sonny Ono?
I don't think so.
Why not? She's my favorite Beatle.
She's probably going to be pretty involved. They're also going to cross over, and all of them, like, it's not going to be just a movie about Paul only. Like, all of the Beatles will be.
I don't think it was Sonny Ono. I think it was somebody else. Sonny Ono was the
I think you got that
the
wrong.
manager of Yokozuna.
I have to nominate myself too because I agree with
was
Jeremy.
You know,
I didn't realize in the moment I didn't realize I agreed with Jeremy.
You know what's even funnier is that Sonny Ono wasn't even the manager of Yokozuna. He was a WCW manager.
Yeah, I think you're thinking
Mr.
of Sonny
Fuji
Bono, who was the husband of Cher. Like, there's so many names that got mixed up here.
No, I definitely meant Sonny Ono because I knew it was Ono, but I forgot the first name. I forgot it was Yuko or whatever. Yuka, whatever it is.
Yoko Ono.
Yoko.
Yeah.
Vowels are not my strong suit. So I knew it was Ono, but I blanked on the first one and went with the first thing that popped in my mind, and it was Sonny Ono, former manager of the Ultimo Dragon.
I didn't think I was going to hear Ultimo Dragon's name today.
Mr. Fuji was Yokozuna's manager. That's my bad. My junkie of the day, George Springer, for doing this yesterday.
High fly ball, left field, Arozarena watches it go!
There you go. That little Springer dinger. Salt in the wounds of Seattle. Do you want to hear how it sounded on Seattle?
Yes.
Mariners radio network?
Very much so.
Here are the Mariners, guys.
Here comes the pitch from Bizzardo. Swung on. That is hit high, deep left field, and it is gone.
I wish they actually did that during the broadcast. Like, give up a home run, just drop that little sounder in there.
That or like the slide trombone sound effect.
Yeah. Throw it in a real broadcast.
How poetic was this? You have Seattle hit Springer in the knee. Some people were saying, well, Toronto took over our stadium. It wasn't us booing. Some people are like, yeah, we boo that cheater. We hate him. We do it again. I hope he dies. And then he hits a go-ahead home run in the 7th inning to lift Toronto to the World Series. And Seattle, yet again, titleless in Seattle. Loved every bit of it. What is George Springer? How is he a junkie? He is a junkie for the moment. He made the moment, even.
It was so great to see him.
It was so awesome.
Right down the middle, though. Bad pitch. Probably bad decision-making process.
You think they should have kept in Wu?
Probably would have gone to a closer in that situation.
It was the 7th, though.
I know.
It's early
It's an elimination game, though. All
the
bets are off.
7th inning for the closer?
I mean, you always say, give me my best guy when it matters the most. You had 2 on and George Springer up. That's the big moment. Not what potentially facing the bottom of the order an inning later.
I would have brought him in the 8th and the 9th. Brian.
Well, it was your Sonny Ono, Yoko Ono thing, but I'll go ahead and nominate Nick Haley-Weiss since that was taken away from me.
What wins?
George.
Springer
deserves it.
Springer dinger.
You deserve it on most days.
What do you mean?
Yeah,
I rarely win
my
this.
vote would actually be for J-Bone.
Okay.
But
I rarely win this.
Today you should have won it, but George Springer's moment was so great.
That's not a terrible mistake.
But I'm gonna give it.
Yoko Ono, Sonny Ono. I mean, they're in the Ono family.
Yeah, but you
tried
still
to say
got
a
it
woman
wrong.
and named a man.
It was still Mr. Fuji. Was the person you were trying to reference.
No, I was trying to reference Yoko Ono, and I forgot who it was. And
you
Sonny Ono, and then I confused Sonny Ono and Mr. Fuji.
Yeah, you made multiple mistakes.
All right, does it for us. That's enough of you. That does it for us. Thanks to Brian for the hard work. He's Joe. I'm Jeremy. We'll talk to you tomorrow. Glenn Davis, Soccer Matters right now on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
All right, welcome in, everybody. On the heels of Joe George and Jeremy Branham, I'm Glenn Davis. Get ready for Soccer Matters here. I walked in with a pair of sunglasses on, and Brian McDonald was like, this guy thinks he joined a rock band or something. The truth is, I had my eyes dilated. I can't see anything. It's amazing I got over here and didn't bounce off another car on the way. I had my eyes checked. Some people might have said that's a good thing. All right, 713-780-3776 is the number to call in tonight. I'm looking for your takes on all things in the world of football. Last night we had a wonderful night, Monday Night Football, out at the Aurora Movie House. Fantastic. We had a great turnout of people. It's a wonderful place. We're going to try and do another one out there. Batiri and I were out there. We did the 1978 World Cup, which was Argentina's first title, and they were led by Mario Kempes in that. And that was, pre-Maradona and pre-Lionel Messi. Now, speaking of Lionel Messi, he came off a hat trick this final decision day. One of them was a penalty, but 2 of the 3 goals were incredible. This guy could still play in any league in the world. 713-780-3776 is the number. We will talk some Manchester United, Liverpool. We stream at ESPN975.com. Again, Brian McDonald behind the glass. We'll get you caught up on the Manchester United win over Liverpool, and if that actually can be a platform. What do you think, Manchester United fan and Liverpool fan? MLS playoffs are set. The lucky 18 are counted. Those that are not in are very quickly reminding their fan bases to stick with them because they're coming back with a vengeance next year. And we'll talk about the teams that are in the playoffs and the ones that didn't make it as well. Dynamo ended the season 0-0 at Sporting. So that's how their season ended. Obviously, for everybody who's a Dynamo fan, they know that they're not in the playoffs. If you're not a Dynamo fan and you don't know where they are, they will not be in the playoffs this year after 2 consecutive years. So a lot of work to be done there. Guest tonight, Jose Roberto Nunez. He's a Philadelphia Union beat writer. There was a little thing that came out. Chris Ormus and a writer in Colorado. I think it's the Burgundy Wave. His name is Matt. What's Matt's last name? Pollard. And he asked Chris Ormus, pretty fresh off the game, second question, I think, of the press conference, about his job status. Nothing wrong with the question. Chris Ormus fired back. Some people called it an attack. That's way, way over the top. It was not an attack. It was a upset soccer coach who was emotional because on the last day of the season they didn't make the playoffs, and frankly they went 1-4-2 in their last 7. A lot of that after the trade of Mihailovic, who was the DP. There's more to that story too, by the way. I think he wanted out of Colorado for whatever the reasons. But I just made the comment that coaches can have a bit of emotion too. Yes, we get tired of the coach speak, and yes, coaches should be respectful, but you know what? They're human just like everybody else. And I think once you get knocked out of the playoffs, you can get a little fiery. Chris Ormus, I think, made it very clear what he felt of Matt Pollard's writings. For him, he didn't like it. It was negative. But I will say this, the question was legit. And I just think overall we're too sensitive in Major League Soccer. In this case, though, I think a coach has the right to be ticked off and pissed off. And Chris Ormus came back and issued an apology. Here's what it sounded like. Here's the back and forth between Matt Pollard, Burgundy Wave, Chris Ormus, the coach of the Colorado Rapids, who failed to make the playoffs.
Matt Pollard, Burgundy Wave. Chris, now with the season over and the team not making the playoffs, you've been generally positive.
Matt, we didn't make the playoffs.
The Colorado Rapids missed the playoffs, yes.
Yeah, thank you. Always good you remind me of this stuff. Yeah, good. Yeah, what you got?
With the season ending and now knowing the conclusion of that, where do you think this leaves in terms of your tenure with the club and possibly coming back? Thank you.
Well, I'm not sure what you're going to put out there, Matt, because it's always from you guys and what your outlet. It's always negative. It's always poking holes in the team. It's attacking the coaching. I'm not sure where you're going to go with what you do. You do what you do, and not sure many people read it. But I don't appreciate all the negativity you've given us over the months and even, quite honestly, the few years. So have fun with this one that we didn't make the playoffs. But, yeah, my future with the team, listen, it's fresh, just ended. We'll have discussions with leadership and continue some discussions. That's all I can say for now.
So let's put things in context. First of all, the Colorado Rapids are like us in Houston. They don't get coverage. Okay? Let's be honest. So he's one of the outlets. He's Matt, I believe, has a lot of, he's got some people following his writing, and he's doing it consistently. Now, I don't know a whole lot about him. I've not read a lot of his writings. Was it a little over the top from Armish? Yes. But I'm going to say this. When journalists and coaches challenge each other respectfully, this helps grow your team and your game in the market. It encourages more transparency, better communication, and a deeper understanding of the game rather than just blindly accepting anything an organization says. We have that problem here with the Dynamo. Now, we're fortunate. Pat Onstad comes on this show a lot. I think Pat is very upfront. Ben Olsen has to go and stand in front of the press after every game, but that's part of it. So we're not crying a river for anybody. What we're trying to make a statement here is that there's nothing wrong with that. That's not unhealthy. It's not somebody attacking anybody. He's critical of his work. I mean, let's not take it over the top, please. 713-780-3776. Constructive stuff like that helps ensure that tougher questions get asked and answered, which ultimately benefits, I'm going to say the organization, because I've been shouting that from the mountaintops. If I'm the Houston Dynamo, I want healthy pressure so I can be a happening in Houston, right? You want questions to get asked, you want them answered, and it benefits the fan base, or helps you grow your fan base, by the way, the integrity of the game, and the players. You really think the players like in Houston not having any media around them, or Colorado for that matter? And I also think you have to make sure that I think Pedrag Smith is the one who makes the player decisions out there in the coaching choice. So he should be held to the fire. But you lost your DP, you spiraled downward, and you went 1-4-2 over your last 7. You didn't make the playoffs. You won't get any of the playoff gate. And there's people planted in that front office that never get questioned. And we just go on, and we're going to say we're going to come back harder next year. Now, Chris Armas, if he wanted to retain his job, had to put out the apology. I think that he did. But the coach is out there every day. He takes the bullets in most cases. And you know what? A little drama is not a bad thing, Brian McDonald, is it?
I mean, drama sells.
Well, I mean, you can't shout from the mountaintops. You want coverage like NFL and NBA without addressing the fact that a little bit of controversy sells. This wasn't a big deal. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, Matt went out and put, well, I forgive Chris. Well, maybe Chris didn't want to be forgiven, quite frankly.
I don't think Chris had anything to be forgiven for.
Yeah, I mean.
Honestly, I don't think either one of them had to be.
Yeah, well, what was your take on it?
I think the question was fair. I think the coach overreacted, but it wasn't like Bobby Knight. It wasn't like
Popovich.
Yeah, it wasn't like Popovich. It wasn't like Bill Parcells. Like, this wasn't something he overreacted, but it wasn't so over the top to me that it merited an apology. That just to me is a coach or a man that's raw after a loss, after being eliminated, and he's raw in the moment. Overreacted, but I don't think it's anything to apologize for.
No, I'm right there with you. And then people online are going, he attacked him. It's like, come on, guys. That shows you where MLS is. If that's an attack, I don't know what is. So what? You don't walk away from that going, wow, you give the coach a little bit of slack here for a moment. And I don't know what it's been like all year there, but, he's the only guy standing in front of the cameras after every game. So this is what happens. And that is in the bigger context of that's where we are media-wise in MLS. It's not tough stuff. I mean, look around the world, right?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, it was a pretty fair question. Like, I guess the only criticism...
Question was fine.
Yeah, the only criticism I guess I would have for the coach is if you're wanting more media, maybe don't go into the woe is me, you're too mean to me attack from that sort of question. Like,
Yeah,
if you want
I
more
would agree.
media to cover you, then maybe that's not the right response.
I don't think media's been covering them much out there, except
It may
for
not
the
make a difference,
podcasters
but-
like the Burgundy Wave. I mean, that's where it's at. Our market is a large market here, and there's not even a beat writer for the Houston Dynamo or the Dash. It's pretty incredible. But what are you doing to ingratiate yourself to TV stations? You can't just send them press releases and want them to pipe out whatever you say. You want people to encourage people to get those that'll have opinion on the game, right? Glenn Davis is on the air right now. Glenn Davis says, you know what? The Dynamo attack looked better the last 6 games of the season. Why do you think that is? Because Lawrence Anali was getting the start. The Dynamo had some verticality. They had some width. And the Dynamo became a better attacking team and certainly looked more dangerous. We don't get any of that. Not much.
Maybe you could get more attention if you're constantly wearing your rock star glasses in these appearances. Maybe that'll help.
I don't think anybody's even. I mean, is anybody? Yeah. I honestly, I'm looking at my notes.
Can you see them?
They're flowing all over the place. Yeah. No, this is the. You've been to an eye doctor before, and you've had your eyes dilated.
Yeah.
It never took this long to come back.
I'm amazed you got here okay now, knowing that you drove.
Yeah. No, that wasn't very smart, but I did make it. I went very slowly, but. Yeah, it's kind of strange. And I got a wicked headache, too. But you know what? Don't cry me a river. I'm not a wuss. The show goes on here tonight. We've got a lot to talk about. All right, how about a little bit of Manchester United? Let's start off with a couple of goals from that game, Brian. United 2-1 over Liverpool.
Alexis McAllister down on the deck for Liverpool. Amad Diallo, Brian Mbeumo. What a start! 1 minute on the clock. Manchester United in front at the home of their bitter rivals.
How about that? Now, by the way, Liverpool was going into this one 3 losses in a row. They did at the end of the day hit 3 posts. And Bueno gets the early goal in this one. And then we get a Cody Gakpo equalizer for Liverpool.
Certainly within range. Wirtz, Ekitike, Florian Wirtz again. Chiesa, and Gakpo turns it in. Manchester United stand and appeal for offside. Liverpool are level.
Cody Gakpo, but then, and I got to make sure I really qualified this goal. Yes, Harry Kane heads in the game winner. But if you have not seen this goal, and you have not seen the ball that's played in by Bruno, he one-times a ball out of the air and with the inside of his foot just lobs it over the last defender at the back post, and there's Harry Maguire to head home.
It's Mbeumo. Redelivered by Bruno Fernandes. Harry Maguire! It's taken 5 minutes for Manchester United to restore their precious lead.
So that was a 2-1 victory for United. Is this the platform? Is there any Houston Red Army out there or any Manchester United fans? Are you convinced that this is going to be a platform game for them? I mean, this is a remarkable win. It's the first time in 9 or 10 years that they have won at Liverpool. It's a big deal. 2-1 win at Anfield. First win there since 2016. And ends up being a pretty amazing victory, 84th minute. And as I said, Liverpool hit a few posts. 9 years they waited for a win at Anfield. Now, these are the two teams in Manchester United and Liverpool that have the most titles in English football. All the data is going to go in favor of Liverpool. No question about that. Psychologically, this could be a boost. Could this be the building of momentum for Manchester United? The attack and defense looked sharper in this one. Their midfield depth is still a question. So any coach worth their salt is going to say, hey, this is foundational. This is a platform to build off. We're going to start winning games. 3 shots hit the post for Liverpool. There were defensive laps. By the way, on that Harry Maguire goal, there were 3 United players at the back post. Everybody was drawn towards the ball. But it could be a turning point for United. The dominance of Liverpool being tested here now. It's 4 straight all comps that they have lost. They are trying to integrate Florian Wirtz, Ekitike, Isak. That's 3 big pieces that you have to integrate into a team. So maybe it's the year of Arsenal. We'll talk more about this tonight. When we come back, Warren Barton, former Newcastle United defender, is going to join me here tonight. We got Slip Sliders coming in with the owner of Slip Sliders down in the Museum District, Rashid Rafay. He will be coming in. Back to that armistice exchange. I mean, I think it's child's play. To use the word attack is nothing. And the reason I wanted to ask Brian is because Brian hears lots of sound bites from the NFL and the NBA.
Yeah, no, that was nothing. It was pretty tame.
That's more than tame. And that kind of is an indicator where we are in Major League Soccer and even the reaction of fans on that. I had a bunch of people writing, blank you, which I quickly block these people because when I see somebody just say that without having a point or a take, goodbye. I mean, you're a moron. Slip Sliders, coming in. I think we have chicken tenders tonight, so be ready. We're going to have the Shrimp Shack, Buffalo and Blue. We got some Backyard Burger. These are the best sliders, 1802 Binns Street. By the way, Senate Avenue Brewing. We had a great show up there. Senate Avenue Brewing for all your soccer watching. Incredible patio. The best, the freshest in craft beer. It's award-winning. It's our good friend Andrew Mitchum. It's Senate Avenue Brewing, 16,000 Dillard. We're out there every second of the month, second Tuesday of the month, with a live show. So we had a lot of fun at the last one. Andrew did a couple of segues from break.
Oh, yeah, he brought you back in like a pro.
He did.
He tried to steal your job.
I think, he may be posturing behind my back. I don't know. And he'd turn it into a craft beer show, probably. Craft beer and soccer, because he loves soccer. We'll come back with, like I said, Newcastle United's Warren Barton. We're going to talk about the English national team coming up with World Cup 2026 around the corner. We got a lot more tonight. Jose Roberto Nunez will join me, a Philadelphia Union beat writer. We'll get him on the show tonight here. La Times, Arnaldo. He will join us tonight with some Mexican League updates as well. So a lot to go with here tonight. We'll take a break here. Soccer Matters, ESPN 97.5, presented by John Daspit and the Daspit Law Firm. It's daspitlaw.com.
You're listening to Soccer Matters
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Brought to you by the Daspit Law Firm. From the Huntington Bank Studios, here's Glenn Davis. You're listening to Soccer Matters,
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
brought to you by the Daspit Law Firm. From the Huntington Bank Studios, here's Glenn Davis.
All right, welcome back, everybody. Soccer Matters, ESPN 97.5, presented by John Daspit and the Daspit Law Firm. Quick word here for Hugh O'Connor's Pub. I-10 Marquee Entertainment Center. They've got it all out there. Great beer selection, great whiskey selection, bangers and mash, all the traditional English pub food. They do a great steak night out there as well. Go out there and say hello to everybody. The Liverpool supporters group hangs out there. Might have been a rough time to be out there this past weekend after the loss to Manchester United, but Hugh O'Connor's Pub is an excellent one. Also, Nico's Greek and American Cafe. I-10 and the Beltway, massive, beautiful facility out there. Easy on and easy off. Up in the Woodlands, the same thing. That's their latest one, and then the original Nico's Greek and American Cafe in Montrose. I noticed Dimitri's coming out with a bunch of differing types of Greek foods that are unique and very, very different. So get out there as well. We got Slip Sliders coming up here with their owner, Rashid, here shortly. So looking forward to doing a little noshing. And, Brian, you're going to be doing a little noshing with me, buddy.
I've been looking forward to I think the favorite for my favorite segment of the day tonight.
Yeah, and this will be your favorite segment, but you will be the official taste tester because I've gotten through a bunch of them. But I did give Rashid one Slip Sliders request. All right, let's go to our next guest, Lau Times, really a guy that is up on the Mexican League, up on Tigres. Obviously, we know Tigres is the most popular soccer team in town. I have to say it. It's the truth. And he is the one and only Arnaldo. He joins us now. Arnaldo, what's up?
Hey, Glenn, how are you today?
Now, you know what? I forgot your last name, Arnaldo Lozano. We got to tell him your last name. I'm doing good. Thanks for coming on. I want to get you right into the let's start off with the Clásico Joven, the young Clásico. Cruz Azul 2-1 victory over Club America. Some thoughts on this?
Yeah, I think we're still seeing some signs of an electric rivalry that has, kind of taken a new spark once again over the last couple of years with the recent success Cruz Azul has had through the regular season, obviously, and the CONCACAF, and then America winning, back to back. And so a good game always to put mark on the calendar for Liga MX, and it did not disappoint. A couple of errors there, though, for potential national team players of Jorge Sanchez and Kevin Alvarez at the right back spot for the national team. So not good on that end, but overall a good game and some good quality there.
Arnaldo, maybe the goal of the weekend, Ignacio Rivero, the build-up to this for Cruz Azul, the finish. Guy spins, turns in the box, and bends it into the far corner. I mean, this was a great goal in so many ways, and you could take different elements of it out. I don't know if anybody saw it, but if you get a chance, I believe this was the game winner. Yeah, it was. Ignacio Rivero scores it. It's a fantastic goal. Did you get to see it?
Yes, I did. And the cool part about Nacho Rivero is, he's now an emblematic player in that new wave of players that have been at Cruz Azul lately. He's been a captain from time to time, a player that can play you at the right wing back spot, left wing back spot, center defensive mid, and then get in the box and be able to spark, in this case, a goal to lead his team to a victory. So a very lovable player amongst their fan base and very diverse in what he brings to the field as what a coach can do with him.
Clásico Joven. So are we serious about Cruz Azul when it comes to going far?
I mean, you got to respect it. Larcamón has had, some good success in keeping some momentum from the previous coaching staff of Vicente Sanchez, and then prior to that, the Ecuadorian guy that went to Porto, I can't think of his name right now, Anselmi. And so I think that they're definitely a team to watch out for. Do I consider them the strong candidate for potentially the title? It still doesn't clear that. I think Toluca still has the upper edge over everybody to possibly go back to back.
All right. Now, I wasn't going to forget getting into Tigres. 5-3 over Necaxa. This is an 8-goal game. It was probably the most entertaining match of the weekend. Juan Brunetta, who I have liked from the start, hits for a first-half hat trick.
Yes, and first hat trick in the Tigres jersey, so a very special night for him. But I think overall, what I take the most out of it is he was closer to his natural position. We talked about, you and I, in the past, that Guido Pizarro has been, experimenting, when he took over at the end of last season after, being a player. It's funny enough, especially playing after Necaxa. They played him on Saturday, and Sunday he was the head coach and got a big victory against them. And he had been trying different things and trying Brunetta at the, center mid, box-to-box with Nando Correran. But in this match, he was closer to that role that we've known him for.
Arnaldo, let me break in here because you're making an incredible point here. What is the point of trying to turn that guy, Juan Brunetta, into a box-to-box player? Keep him high. Keep him high up the field, and play through them. Play through him. He's the guy that can make plays. I don't get turning him into a worker because you're dulling his sword.
And I'm glad you see it that way. And I think that's been a highly debated subject amongst the fan base throughout the season, where he's had some good matches at that spot in that role that Guido Pizarro wanted him to be. But I'm more on the side that you're speaking about, where he's got to be able to operate in an area that he's comfortable in and be able to connect with wingers. The build-up, Gignac is back into the starting lineup, 39-year-old, soon to be 40, making the team look a lot better offensively, and obviously couldn't rule out a guy like Angel Correa, who it seems like he came to spark that offensive momentum that at times we lacked over the previous seasons, and now has a guy like Juan Brunetta in this